Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yin Chapter 1176 to Chapter 1254. As the four puppets charged forward, the battle was about to begin. The four puppets streaked across the sky like shooting stars. Two of them charged towards Lan Yi and Xiaoyan, while the other two faced Luo Jin and the rest. The four elders of the East Cove, on the other hand, had their eyes on Fang Jitsong, who was currently being pulled behind Lan Yi. Fang Jitsong was their real target. As for killing Lan Yi, it was just a convenient thing to do. No, they're not coming for me. Lan Yi's observation was also very detailed, and he immediately noticed the gazes of the four from the East Cove Higher Magic Academy. Just as he was about to cover Fang Jitsong and leave, that damned puppet had already arrived in front of him. He didn't even have time to say anything before a cold fist with the power to tear through the void came crashing down on him. If Lan Yi were to be hit by this punch, there would definitely be a large hole in his body if he didn't have enough strength to block it. Damn it. Although the puppet's strength was not as strong as his, a puppet was still a puppet. It didn't feel pain or fatigue. As long as it could move, it would definitely carry out its master's orders. If Lan Yi was careless, even he would be at a disadvantage. If Lan Yi didn't have any other concerns, he wouldn't be worried at all. However, he had to deal with the puppet and protect Fang Jitsong behind him at the same time. This was really difficult to do. Boom. Coincidentally, Xiaoyan sent the puppet in front of him flying with a punch. Lan Yi also repelled the puppet in front of him. Taking advantage of this short respite, Lan Yi hurriedly shouted to Xiaoyan. Mr. Xiaoyan, leave these two puppets to me. I hope you can protect my young master for the time being. As the words left his mouth, Lan Yi turned around and kicked. A powerful force violently sent the puppet that was charging over flying. At the same time, it also sent the puppet in front of Xiaoyan flying. Hearing this, Xiaoyan also knew that the situation was tense. He did not dare to be careless. With a wave of his hand, a ray of light immediately shot out towards the battlefield where Luo Jin and the others were. Meanwhile, with a flash, he had already appeared before Fang Jitsong in the blink of an eye with the Heaven's Extinction Steps. At this moment, the four elders of the East Cove had only just circled around everyone and arrived behind Lan Yi. On the other side, a black figure suddenly charged in between Luo Jin and the others, who were fighting bitterly with the two puppets. It violently knocked one of the silver puppets away. When Luo Jin and the others returned to their senses, they discovered that it was the Returnance Realm puppet in Xiaoyan's hands. With the addition of the little fairy doctor's puppets and the Origin Transformation Realm experts, there was nothing for them to fear when facing the puppets of the four from the East Cove Academy. That's a puppet of the heavenly puppet to the heavens to the heavens. Why do they have something from the heavenly puppet sect? This scene was also captured by Lan Yi's eyes. The emotion in his heart suddenly tightened. His gaze involuntarily looked toward the battleground where Xiaoyan was. Although he saw that Xiaoyan was facing off against the four people from the East Valley Academy, his heart did not dare to remain calm. Most importantly, it seemed that Xiaoyan was discussing something with them. This only increased the suspicion in Lan Yi's heart. Boom. Lan Yi's momentary lapse in concentration was enough for the puppet in front of him to seize the opportunity and land a heavy punch on his chest. The powerful force instantly caused his chest to cave in. As Lan Yi was sent flying, a fist-sized dent could be seen on his chest. Before he could spit out the blood that was about to spurt out, another puppet had already arrived in front of him and launched a fierce attack. Lan Yi had no time to think and hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in his body to block the attack. At this moment, on Xiaoyan's side, the faces of the four people from the East Cove Academy also revealed surprised expressions. Kid, why do you have a puppet from my heavenly puppet sect? One of the elders asked in a low voice. His turbid eyes glanced at the two rapidly darting puppets in the distance. He was certain that they were puppets refined using a special secret technique of his heavenly puppet sect. He was only curious as to why his sect's puppets would appear in the hands of an outsider. Would you believe me if I said I picked them up? Xiaoyan curled his lips and sneered. Things had already reached such a stage, yet this guy still had the mood to ask such questions. You. What a sharp-tongued kid. Xiaoyan's words immediately caused the expression of the person before him to darken. However, the other elder seemed to have suddenly thought of something and hurriedly spoke. That's right, we received news not long ago that the Tian brothers were killed at the southwest border and their puppets are nowhere to be found. Could it be that he was the one who did it? After all, they were from the same sect. There was indeed someone among the four of them who was aware of what had happened at the southwestern border. Immediately, the gazes that the four of them used to look at Xiaoyan had become much more dark and ruthless. The killing intent in their eyes went without saying. The Tian brothers, huh? Those three arrogant fellows? Even death can't wipe out their crimes. No matter what, you've already killed members of my sect and stolen our sect's puppets. Now, you're even using our puppets to stop us. If you don't die, our heavenly puppet sect will lose all face. Let's work together and kill this kid. The four roared in anger. Soon after, their bodies jerked as Genesis Chi immediately swarmed out from their bodies, linking together to form an especially powerful pressure that directly pressed towards Xiaoyan. Unity of Qi, break through the enemy with strength. With a shout, the four simultaneously raised their hands to their chests and rapidly formed a series of seals. The Genesis Qi around their bodies also began to stir at this moment. Light green Genesis Qi began to weave together, ultimately forming a dark green spear. A majestic aura burst out from within as the spear gently trembled. The vast Genesis Qi caused the surrounding space to violently churn as visible cracks appeared out of nowhere. The sharp aura was not the slightest bit inferior to the Do skills used by ordinary returnance experts. Unorthodox tricks. Xiaoyan was not the least bit afraid when he saw this. He abruptly rubbed his palms together and a pale blue flame immediately shot out from his palms. The flame rose and transformed into an enormous flame ruler in the blink of an eye. Blazing flame soared into the sky, seemingly capable of incinerating the heavens. As powerful Genesis Qi poured into the ruler, the aura it gave off became even more heart-palpitating. Heavenly flame. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the four elders of the East Valley changed drastically. They did not expect Xiaoyan to be in possession of such a terrifying thing. There were very few forces in the world that could contend against the power of the world, not to mention that Xiaoyan's cultivation was already stronger than theirs. It would be even more difficult to defeat him now. However, the arrow had already left the bow, and everything was no longer up to them. They could only fight with all their might. With this thought in mind, the four of them did not dare to underestimate Xiaoyan in the slightest. They frantically circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies and continuously poured it into the spear, intending to use this attack to destroy Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Xiaoyan's strength. Sevenfold heaven-breaking ruler. The giant ruler flipped through the air as flames filled the sky. After flipping a few feet, rainbow lights of heavenly flame fused together. Its power was monstrous, and it was even stronger than the spear in front of them. The moment the two collided, the spear was clearly at a disadvantage. 10 seconds later, under the disbelieving gazes of the four people behind him, the spear suddenly collapsed. Boom! The majestic ruler light stood between the heavens and the earth, forcefully cleaving the incoming spear in half. The Genesis Qi that the four had fused naturally collapsed at that moment. It was just as Xiaoyan had said before. Even if their Genesis Qi could fuse and unleash an even greater power, it was not a power that belonged to them individually. In the end, it was still an unorthodox method. It would be enough against regular returnance experts, but to Xiaoyan, who possessed a heavenly flame, this Do skill would not even be able to unleash half of its power. There were indeed many reasons why the four elders of the Eastern Valley had been defeated so easily. The most important reason was that they had encountered an opponent they should not have encountered, or in other words, they should not have picked a time like this to make trouble for Lanyi. Xiaoyan did not stop at all after defeating their combined attack in a single strike. He immediately used the Heaven's Extinction Steps and flashed forward. Before the four of them could even react, Xiaoyan's flaming ruler had smashed into them one after another. Bang 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 bang, with four heavy sounds of collisions, the four of them were immediately sent flying. Without any surprise, they did not even have the chance to respond. They had already lost their original battle prowess. It was unknown if it was because Xiaoyan's attack was too fast or if it was because these four people really had a great understanding of each other. Even their actions and sounds of vomiting blood were almost perfectly identical. Unfortunately, even if this was the case, they were still defeated. It could be said that they were easily defeated. The four of them who were supposed to be on par with returnance experts had been defeated by Xiaoyan just like that. Even if they did not die today, this matter would probably leave them with permanent injuries. The four of them were ghastly pale. Blood was still spurting from their throats, but they no longer had the strength to spit out the suffocating blood. You dare claim to be on par with returnance experts with such strength? Aren't you overestimating yourselves? Xiaoyan let out a cold cry and shook his head gently. His body flashed, and after leaving behind a couple of afterimages in the sky, his footsteps had already paused in front of the four of them. His hand held an enormous ruler and was just about to send them on their way when a sharp rushing wind sound was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Xiaoyan frowned. He turned around and swung his ruler without even thinking about it. A powerful force immediately erupted as flames shot out. The puppet behind him was also sent flying by Xiaoyan's ruler. The terrifying flames had even melted a shallow hole in the puppet's chest. When Xiaoyan turned around, he discovered that the four people behind him had already been supported by the other three puppets. They had retreated to a location several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. When Xiaoyan looked at Luo Jin's group, they were fine. However, he had never thought that the puppets would return so quickly. They had been in the middle of an intense battle earlier. On the other hand, Lan Ye's mental state had been disturbed by Xiaoyan. He had been bombarded by the two puppets. Although he was not heavily injured, he was still gasping for breath. His body was covered in wounds as well. This was not how a late returnance expert should be like. However, Xiaoyan had no idea that if it were not for the fact that Lan Yi had been paying close attention to Xiaoyan and Feng Zhizong, he would not have ended up like this. The puppet that Xiaoyan had taken out in his hand had given him quite a great shock. Since the three puppets had already returned to their side, it was naturally impossible for Xiaoyan to kill these four people. Immediately, Xiaoyan helplessly gave up the thought of continuing to chase and kill them. In any case, they were merely four unworthy fellows. He only had some confidence by relying on the puppets. If they were to meet him in the future, it was likely that they could only take a detour. The four elders of the Eastern Cove were no longer a concern. However, boom! When the puppet was about to be summoned back, Xiaoyan suddenly flipped in the air. His foot heavily stepped on the back of the puppet, forcefully pushing the galloping puppet into the ground. The powerful force instantly caused the ground to crack apart. Numerous enormous crack lines swiftly spread like a spiderweb. Xiaoyan's foot had forcefully stepped into the back of the puppet until it was more than an inch deep. It was precisely because of this that he was able to ensure that the puppet was unable to escape from Xiaoyan's strength. You dash if you want to live, piss off immediately. Otherwise, let alone the puppet, you might as well stay behind as well. One of the four people was just about to furiously cry out when he was blocked by a single sentence from Xiaoyan. At the same time, the other three people also looked at Xiaoyan with great horror. They hurriedly stopped the former's action. Although their hearts were extremely unwilling, they still swiftly fled this place under the protection of the puppet. Seeing that the four elders of the Eastern Valley had left, the puppet under Xiaoyan's feet seemed to be struggling even more intensely. This time around, Xiaoyan did not have any thoughts of taking pity on it. He suddenly waved the huge fire ruler in his hand. The moment the huge ruler tore through the air, it also forcefully blasted apart the puppet's head. In an instant, the puppet no longer moved. Although these puppets were somewhat capable, once they were out of human control, it was not difficult to get rid of them. After finishing off the puppet, Xiaoyan finally turned his gaze back to Lan Yi. The others were naturally fine. On the other hand, the strongest person in this group had actually been turned into such a state by the two puppets. This really caused Xiaoyan to be somewhat surprised. Master Lan, are you all right? As he approached, Xiaoyan casually took out an elixir from his storage ring. After Lan Yi received the elixir, he did not immediately swallow it. Instead, after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the elixir. Thank you, Mr. Xiaoyan, for the elixir. Lan Yi sensed the warm medicinal strength beginning to spread throughout his body and swiftly heal the injuries on his body. Only then did he gradually relax. He thanked Xiaoyan, but his eyes did not meet Xiaoyan's gaze from the beginning to the end. Xiaoyan could not help but feel somewhat suspicious, but he did not understand what had happened. He only vaguely felt that Lanya's attitude towards him seemed to have changed slightly. Although Xiaoyan felt some doubt in his heart, he did not think too much about it. He recalled the puppet that he had just released and inquired about the situation of Luo Jin and the rest. After confirming that they were fine, he sat down by the side and began to recover the Genesis Chi that he had exhausted in the battle earlier. While refining the elixir in his body, Lan Yi involuntarily glanced at Xiaoyan from the corner of his eye. His gaze carefully swept over Luo Jin and the others, and when he looked at Zhou Tai, the suspicion in his heart grew even stronger. Recalling his chance encounter with Xiaoyan where the latter had taken the initiative to expel the poison from Feng Jizong's body and the earlier incident where Xiaoyan had used his own strength to suppress the 4 old men of the Eastern Valley who had been famous for a long time, Lan Ye's mind unconsciously connected all of these together. After the brief interlude along the way, the group did not stop for the rest of the journey. Lan Ye's speed was much faster, and Xiaoyan and the rest followed closely behind. They knew that Lan Yi was probably worried that another obstacle like the 4 elders of the East Valley would appear, so he deliberately increased his speed. Hence, they did not say anything. 2 days later, the group arrived at a city. Donghua City was the headquarters of the Feng clan. Here, everything was decided by the Feng clan. Now that they were here, they were truly safe. It was only at this moment that Lan Yi finally let out a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the innocent-looking Feng Jizong by the side and the corner of his mouth revealed a warm smile. Immediately, he hurriedly looked at Xiaoyan. Before the latter could meet his gaze, he hurriedly shifted his gaze away. Master Lan. When the group arrived at the Feng clan mansion, the guards outside the door immediately bowed respectfully to Lan Yi. At the same time, their gazes swept over Xiaoyan's group behind him. However, they did not bother with this young master of theirs from the beginning until the end. Everyone in Donghua City knew that the young master of the Feng family had become a cripple. He was simply a fool. Who would be respectful to a fool? Glancing at the 2 guards, Lan Yi was displeased but did not say anything. It was human nature and there was no need to pay attention to them. If he had not been with Feng Jizong for so many years, even he would not be willing to pay attention to such a person. However, Lan Ye's gaze turned and looked at a black carriage not far away. There were strange carvings on it. They looked like beasts or birds, but they were definitely not human. They should be some kind of ancient magical beast totem. Even the magical beast pulling the carriage was a soaring cloud leopard that was difficult to obtain for ordinary forces. Based on this alone, it could be determined that the carriage belonged to no ordinary person. This carriage, Lan Yi carefully sized up the carriage in front of him. When he saw the strange carvings, he immediately thought of something. This is the insignia of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Someone from the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to the family residence? Lan Yi suddenly turned his head. His enmity towards the 10,000 Scorpion sect was no less than that of the Heavenly Puppet sect. These 2 forces were not good people. Ordinary people would avoid them. Even the Feng family did not want to have anything to do with them. But why would people from the 10,000 Scorpion sect come to the Feng clan? In reply to Master Lan, this carriage has already arrived at the clan this morning. The people who came are indeed from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. They seem to have come to visit the young master with the family head. They are still in the reception hall. Faced with Lan Ye's questioning, the 2 guards didn't dare to be disrespectful and hurriedly told him everything they knew. 10,000 Scorpion sect? One of the 3 sects of the southern region. Who would have thought that we would encounter 2 of the 3 sects of the southern region the moment we arrived at the extreme south? In addition to the burning flame valley that we are about to head to, wouldn't we encounter all of them? Hearing the conversation between Lan Yi and the Feng family guard, Xiaoyan and the great ape beside him immediately whispered to each other. Xiaoyan glanced at the 2 of them from the corner of his eye and then looked at Lan Yi. Seeing that the latter did not notice, he was relieved. However, Xiaoyan could not help but be curious about the guard's words. According to his understanding, the Feng family was not under the command of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Why would the 10,000 Scorpion sect send someone to visit Feng Jizong? Mr. Xiaoyan, please come in with me. Lan Yi was no fool. In the blink of an eye, he had guessed the 10,000 Scorpion sect's intentions. Without saying anything else, he immediately turned to Xiaoyan and clasped his fists in a respectful manner. When this scene fell into the eyes of the two guards, it caused them to immediately widen their eyes. Their faces were filled with disbelief as they looked at Xiaoyan. It was unexpected that teacher Lan, whose position in the clan was not low, would actually bow to such a young person. This was really shocking. Seeing Lanya's attitude, Xiaoyan immediately understood what he meant. The Feng family was a large family and their overall power could not be underestimated. The reason why the 10,000 Scorpion sect came to visit Feng Jitsung at this time was only a pretense. They probably had other motives and it was related to the entire Feng family's motives. Alright. Xiaoyan nodded heavily. He understood Lanya's feelings. If he was a step too late and the master really did make some sort of deal with the 10,000 Scorpion sect, it would be a matter that would destroy the foundation of the family. After which, Lan Yi led Xiaoyan's group and swiftly entered the Feng clan's mansion. They rushed directly to the Feng clan's guest hall. Along the way, they chased away all the clan elders and deacons who had come to inquire. No one was able to stop this group. Everyone in the Feng family could only watch helplessly as Lan Yi led a group of unknown people into the Feng family residence. However, there was nothing they could do about it. At the same time, in the Feng family's guest hall, apart from a few high-ranking elders of the Feng family, the other juniors and guards outside had all been dismissed. There were a total of 5 people sitting in the hall. One of them was a dignified middle-aged man in brocade robes, the other 3 were white-haired elders in white robes, and the last was a skinny, dark-skinned elder in black robes. At this moment, the black-robed man was staring at the other 4 people with a sneer on his face. His right index finger tapped rhythmically on the table as if he was waiting for something. Hee, master of the Feng family, I've already given you the method. I just want to see how you react. If you agree now, I'll immediately give you the antidote that I have. However, if you still want to think about it for a few more days, then I'm sorry, I won't keep you company. The black-robed man tapped his index finger faster and faster on the table until a certain moment. The black-robed man simply stood up and swept his sharp eyes across the 4 people present. He exchanged glances with the middle-aged man at the head of the table and smiled coldly. He pretended to raise his foot and instantly increased the pressure in the hearts of the 4 people present. Mao Sun, don't go too far. No matter how much the Feng family needs this antidote, we can't betray our own organization for this. The 10,000 Scorpion sect is delusional. Just as Mao Sun was about to raise his foot and leave, the 3 elders sitting opposite him suddenly stood up and stared at him with angry expressions. They were furious and snorted disdainfully at the matter of betrayal. Hee. Good, you guys are really loyal. Since that's the case, I want to ask master of the Feng family. Feng Qi, they don't care about your son, but don't tell me that even you, the father, don't want your precious son. Hearing the words of the 3 elders, Mao Sun's face was cold and disdainful. He directly set his gaze on the master of the Feng family, Feng Qi. He was very clear that no matter how these 3 old fellows argued, as long as Feng Qi opened his mouth, all of their retorts would no longer be important. Now, it all depended on Feng Qi's choice. Mao Sun was an envoy of the myriad Scorpion sect. He was only at late returnance, the same as Lan Yi. If it were any other time, he would not even have the courage to speak before the 4 of them. However, he was able to make the 4 of them pale today, and the reason for all of this was Feng Jitsung. According to Mao Sun, he had a special pill in his possession. This pill just so happened to be able to cure the poison in Feng Jitsung's body. Feng Qi was naturally extremely excited about this. As long as he obtained the pill, the poison in Feng Jitsung's body would be cured. The knot in his heart that had been there for a long time would naturally be resolved. However, Mao Sun's condition for handing over the pill was that the Feng family had to join the myriad Scorpion sect and become a subordinate of the sect. This was even a personal request from the sect master of the myriad Scorpion sect. If they did not agree, they would not be able to obtain the pill. As for openly stealing it, that was even more unrealistic. Since Mao Sun had come here alone, he should have thought of this long ago. Feng Qi and the others were not idiots. Once they began fighting, there would be no room for reconciliation between the 2 sides. Feng Jitsung would obviously be doomed. Fang Qi lowered his head silently when he heard Mao Sun's question. His face darkened and paled as he could not help but clench his hands together. He was unsettled. As the head of the family, he ought to put the interests of the family first before considering anything. However, at the same time, he was also a father. Now that his son's life was in the hands of this bastard in front of him, he had to make a choice between the family and his son under the pressure of both sides. The pain of this was something that few people could understand. Patriarch Fang, since everything is for the sake of the clan, it doesn't matter which side you join. If you wish to protect the clan and save your son at the same time, then what I said earlier is your only choice. Of course, if you choose the clan between the two, then I will respect you. Mao Sun narrowed his eyes when he saw how Fang Qi was still hesitating. His words made Fang Qi feel quite pressured once again. He was forcing Fang Qi to make a choice. Since Patriarch Fang is unwilling, I can only bid farewell, Mao Sun said coldly. Mao Sun said in a cold tone. Without any hesitation, he turned around and walked out of the hall. He clearly knew that if Fang Qi really agreed, he would definitely make a choice before he left the Fang family. Otherwise, even if he sat here for an entire day, Fang Qi would still hesitate and drag it out. Wait. Sure enough, just as Mao Sun raised his hand and was about to pull open the door of the reception hall, Fang Qi, who was seated at the head of the table, finally could not sit still any longer. Heavy words fiercely jumped out from between his teeth. At the same time as he stood up, the three clan elders below immediately gathered their gazes on Fang Qi master. Even though the three old men knew how difficult it was for Fang Qi to make this choice, they still could not help but speak up to stop him. However, just as they opened their mouths, they swallowed the words that were about to come out of their mouths. Fang Qi's choice might have affected the family's interests, but he was doing this for his son. There was nothing wrong with a father doing this for his son. In front of the door of the reception hall, a satisfied smile appeared on Mao Sun's face. He slowly turned around and fixed his gaze on Fang Qi. The corner of his mouth twitched as he sneered. Master Fang, have you made up your mind? Hearing this, Fang Qi's towering body trembled slightly. In the end, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and was about to nod in agreement. But at this moment, bang! The door behind Mao Sun was suddenly blasted open by a huge force from the outside. The tyrannical force actually knocked Mao Sun, who was caught off guard, flying forward. He immediately fell in the middle of the reception hall in a sorry state. At the same time, the gazes of Fang Qi and the three elders of the Fang family were also attracted at this moment. Seeing the person who came, the four of them were slightly startled. They did not expect Lan Yi to barge in without notifying them and even knock Mao Sun down. Although the scene made them feel a little happy, there was a serious matter at hand and Lan Yi should not be so mischievous. Bastard! Who dares to knock me down? Mao Sun, who had just eaten a dog's poop, staggered up from the floor of the hall and cursed. He turned around and glared angrily, his gaze instantly fixed on Lan Yi. Lan Yi! Humph, Mao Sun, I heard your disgusting voice before I even got here. You're still not dead after so many years. The moment the two met, Lan Yi clenched his fists as the Genesis Qi in his body rapidly circulated. Before Mao Sun could say anything, Lan Yi's foot slammed into the ground. Tremendous power poured out from his feet as his body abruptly shot forward, arriving in front of Mao Sun in the blink of an eye and viciously swung a fist at Mao Sun's head. When the latter saw Lan Yi rushing towards him without saying a word, the expression on his face changed drastically. In a short period of time, he could only hurriedly defend himself. Then, Lan Yi's fist landed heavily between his crossed arms. Bang! Accompanied by a low muffled sound, Mao Sun's body immediately retreated uncontrollably. However, Lan Yi did not give up and was about to attack again. Over the past 2 days, Lan Yi had been suppressing his anger from being beaten up by the two puppets. Now that he had returned to the clan and heard about this matter, he had nowhere to vent his anger. Who would have thought that this fellow from the so-called 10,000 Scorpion sect would actually be an enemy he knew? Naturally, he did not show any mercy when he attacked, and his battle prowess was even greater than before. God damn it! Fang Qi! If you don't tell him to stop, don't even think about saving your son. Although they were both late returnance experts, Mao Sun found it rather difficult to deal with Lan Yi's desperate attacks. As he grumbled inside, he immediately shifted the trouble to Feng Qi, who was just about to watch the show from behind. Feng Qi's face immediately sank even more when he heard that. He cursed Mao Sun inside before snorting helplessly. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force immediately condensed in the room, turning into an invisible barrier in the blink of an eye. It stood between Lan Yi and Mao Sun, forcefully blocking Lan Yi's attack. Regardless of how ferocious Lan Yi's attacks were, they were all mercilessly blocked in front of this invisible barrier. Even the slightest spatial ripple was not stirred. This scene caused the hearts of Xiaoyan's group, who were at the entrance, to be shocked. Just how terrifying was the cultivation required to block the attack of a late returnance expert with just a wave of his hand? Is this the power above Origin King? How terrifying! Xiaoyan quietly exclaimed in his heart. His throat involuntarily rolled along with this thought. He exchanged glances with the few people beside him and realized that other than Luo Jin, everyone else had the same expression. Xiaoyan could only bitterly withdraw. Alright, Lan Yi, stop. There's no need for you to do anything today. You can leave first. Feng Qi looked at Lan Yi helplessly. He knew that Lan Yi was furious, but he had no choice but to do this since it concerned his son. Patriarch. You can leave. This time, Feng Qi directly waved his hand. He seemed to be tired, so he forcefully opened his eyes and turned around to sit down. Patriarch, I've already found a way to cure the young master. Seeing Feng Qi act in this manner, Lan Yi clearly understood the reason in his heart. He immediately turned his head to look at Xiaoyan behind him. When he turned around, he saw Mao Sun's disdainful manner. Only then did he become so angry that his face twitched. He clenched his teeth and spoke loudly to Feng Qi, who had just sat in the main seat. As soon as he finished speaking, the chair under Feng Qi exploded with a bang and he instantly stood up. A pair of sharp eyes immediately stared at Lan Yi as he cried out involuntarily with his eyes wide open. What did you say? In the guest hall of the Feng family, the chair that Feng Qi was sitting on exploded the moment Lan Yi finished his sentence. Following the change in Feng Qi's emotions, even the aura around his body began to surge. Similarly, the three elders of the Feng family stared at Lan Yi with widened eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock, but at the same time, they were filled with strong expectations. If what Lan Yi said was true, then Mao Sun's plan to force them to cooperate with the 10,000 Scorpion sect would naturally fail. This would allow the Feng family to heave a sigh of relief. Furthermore, they could also cure the poison in Feng Jitsung's body. This was undoubtedly the best of both worlds. However, Lan Yi's words alone could not prove that he had really found a way to cure Feng Jitsung's poison. After all, they had invited many people to observe and help Feng Jitsung with the poison. However, without exception, they could only suppress it and could not cure it. Even Feng Qi himself had almost lost all hope. The reason why he cared so much about Mao Sun's words and was even forced to protect his safety was because Mao Sun had given him the greatest hope of saving Feng Jitsung. Even though he was extremely emotional after hearing Lan Yi's words, he didn't dare to jump to a conclusion. Lan Yi, what did you just say? As if worried that he had misheard, Feng Qi raised his trembling hand and stared fixedly at Lan Yi. His breathing quickened as he spoke. At the same time, the other people in the hall also focused their gazes on Lan Yi, especially Mao Sun. When he heard Lan Yi's words, an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. However, Mao Sun quickly calmed himself down. He was very clear about the poison in Feng Jitsung's body. In the southern region, it was likely that no one other than the sect leader of the Feng family could cure it. After all, they had waited for a few years in order to take the Feng family under their wing. Now, they were only one step away from the success of their plan. How could anything go wrong at this time? Sect leader, I have found a way to cure the poison in the young master's body. In the hall, Lan Yi stood in the middle of the hall and bowed deeply towards Feng Qi. Although his voice was not loud, anyone could hear the confidence in his voice. After all, Lan Yi was a member of the Feng family, so Feng Qi naturally trusted his words. After the emotional turmoil just now, when he heard these words, Feng Qi no longer had any doubts in his heart, and a surprised smile appeared on his face. Similarly, the three Feng family elders also looked at each other. The huge rock hanging high in their hearts finally fell. When they glanced at Mao Sun again, their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Mao Sun was certain that he could use Feng Zhizong's matter to swallow the Feng family. However, to his surprise, Lan Yi suddenly brought back such great news. This time, not only Mao Sun, but the entire 10,000 Scorpion sect's plan had failed. Humph, Lan Yi, sect leader Feng has just agreed to join our 10,000 Scorpion sect, so I advise you not to use such baseless words to scare people. If you really have a way to cure your young master's poison, then why did you only say it and not show any evidence? Mao Sun glanced at the three elders of the Feng family and sneered. He then turned his gaze back to Lan Yi. When he said those words, the expressions of the three elders became slightly unnatural. Although they didn't want to admit it, Mao Sun's words weren't wrong at all. Even though they trusted Lan Yi's words because of his identity, if he couldn't provide any evidence, they wouldn't be able to officially accept it. Mao Sun, do you think I can't produce evidence? Hearing this, Lan Yi narrowed his eyes and looked coldly at Mao Sun. A dense killing intent gradually gathered in his eyes. Humph, it's not that I think, but I believe that you can't produce evidence, because this poison. At this point, Mao Sun's spirit suddenly shook as if he suddenly thought of something. He hurriedly swallowed the words that were already at the tip of his tongue. Only then did he curl his lips and said nervously, "Don't worry. Only I have the antidote for this poison." Furthermore, sect leader Feng seems to have asked for the help of many people in order to cure the poison, including the elders of the Alchemist Alliance and the powerful sect leader of the Burning Flame Valley. However, what happened in the end? Even they were unable to cure Feng Zhizong of the poison. Now, you're actually saying that you found a way to cure the poison. This is simply a joke. Although Mao Sun's words were resolute and decisive, no one paid any attention to him this time. They were only suspicious of his sudden pause just now. However, their gazes were still fixed on Lan Yi, waiting for the latter's rebuttal. Feng Qi carefully thought about Mao Sun's words, but he was a little surprised in his heart. He had indeed asked the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley to cure Feng Zhizong's poison. However, this was definitely extremely confidential information. How did he know? Moreover, listening to his words just now, although it was only half of the sentence, it made Feng Qi feel that there was some secret behind it. Looks like there are some people with unknown identities in the Feng family, Lan Yi secretly thought in his heart and spoke at this moment. Mao Sun, don't be too sure of your words. Humph, even the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley can't do anything. What right do you have to say that you can cure Feng Zhizong of the poison? Hearing this, the latter's face was filled with a sneer. He firmly believed that there was only one antidote for the poison in Feng Zhizong's body, and that antidote could only be found in the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Just me. However, just as Mao Sun finished speaking, a loud voice suddenly came from outside the hall, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present. The person who spoke was Xiaoyan. As everyone's gazes shot over, Xiaoyan lifted his foot and walked toward the middle of the hall. Behind him, Luo Jin and the others followed close behind. Feng Zhizong, on the other hand, actually walked toward the courtyard outside by himself. His face was filled with joy as he played. Who are you? Feng Qi and the others had indeed noticed the existence of Xiaoyan's group. However, they did not say anything when they saw that Xiaoyan had come together with Lan Yi. It was unexpected that this young man in front of them would suddenly intervene at this critical moment. Patriarch Feng, I am Xiaoyan. I have come under Master Lan's invitation to cure young Master Feng of the poison. Xiaoyan's expression did not change at all when he heard Feng Qi's question. He clasped his hands towards Feng Qi and spoke calmly. Keek keek. Kid, did I hear wrong? Even the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley can't cure this poison, so how can an early returnant's kid like you be worthy? Boom. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the mocking laughter in Mao Sun's mouth had just sounded when Xiaoyan's standing body suddenly shook. One could hear a bang and a fierce flame began to burn intensely on the surface of his body. Do you think I'm worthy or not? Heavenly flame. When the heavenly flame ignited on Xiaoyan's body, the temperature in the entire hall rose abruptly. The terrifyingly high temperature even caused the air to twist and tear. Almost at the same time, Feng Qi, who was seated at the head of the table, and the three elders of the Feng family immediately cried out in surprise. Their faces were filled with dumbfounded expressions and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. At the same time, Mao Sun, who had been questioned by Xiao Yan's imposing manner, instantly had an ugly expression on his old face. His face alternated between green and white and the muscles at the corner of his eyes could not help but twitch. The moment the heavenly flame appeared, he immediately understood that his 10,000 scorpion sect's plan was going to be ruined. In front of the heavenly flame, no matter how powerful a poison was, it would lose its luster. Not only was the heavenly flame the most terrifying power in the world, it was also the nemesis of all poisons. Even if the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was 1,000 or 10,000 times more powerful, with the heavenly flame, it would still be easily expelled. Damn it! How could this brat possess the heavenly flame? The 10,000 scorpion sect had calculated in every possible way, but they did not expect that someone would actually possess the heavenly flame. Furthermore, the Fang family had encountered it. This kind of coincidence really made them gnash their teeth in hatred. But what should they do now? What could they do? Since the heavenly flame had appeared, no matter what he said, the Fang family would still choose Xiao Yan. If he angered this group of people in front of him, it was not impossible for them to go crazy and kill him. Ha 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 ha. Good. Mr. Xiao Yan, since Lan Yi has invited you, then the poison in my son's body will all depend on you. If the poison in my son's body can be completely removed, I, Fang Qi, guarantee that not only will I give you all the benefits that the Fang family has promised to the outside world, I, Fang Qi, will also owe Mr. Xiao Yan a favor. In the future, if Mr. needs my help, I, Fang Qi, will definitely do my best to help. Xiao Yan's appearance had not only saved Fang Jitsong, but also eliminated the Fang family's greatest threat today. This caused Fang Qi to become even more grateful for Xiao Yan's appearance. Xiao Yan merely nodded his head in an indifferent manner when he heard Fang Qi's words. However, his heart was filled with joy. He had waited for so long because of these words from Fang Qi, a favor from an expert at the advanced Yuan King class. With this, his trip to the extreme south could be considered to have the greatest guarantee. As for you, once he finished expressing his gratitude to Xiao Yan, Fang Qi's expression immediately became stern. His dense gaze instantly locked onto Mao Sun, who was planning to turn around and flee. At this moment, this fellow no longer had any confidence. Even his action of leaving had become sneaky, much like a rat crossing the street. Mao Sun. With a flash, Lan Yi appeared in front of Mao Sun in the blink of an eye. He mercilessly sent a palm strike towards Mao Sun. Terrified, Mao Sun hurriedly circulated his Genesis Chi to block. After the collision, Lan Yi steadied himself with a single step, while Mao Sun only managed to stop himself after taking several steps back. He no longer looked like a late returnance expert. You want to leave? Not so easy. Lan Yi sneered when he saw Mao Sun lose. Just as he was about to pursue, he was stopped by Fang Qi once again. Lan Yi, let him go. Lan Yi's body suddenly froze when he heard that. He turned his head towards Fang Qi in disbelief and reluctantly asked, Patriarch, how can we let him go? Clan head, how can we let him go? If Mr. Xiao Yan had not come today, I'm afraid, let him go. I know that you hate him, but if he doesn't leave my Fang family, I'm afraid that the news of him coming here will immediately spread. At that time, regardless of whether it's true or not, the people above will start to suspect us. It's better to let him go. Go back and tell your master that my Fang family will definitely not betray our own faction, nor will we join the 10,000 Scorpion sect or the Heavenly Puppet sect. Even though Lan Yi was unwilling, in order to prove the Fang clan's innocence, he had no choice but to withdraw the Genesis Chi around his body. He glared angrily at the terrified Mao Sun, and the killing intent in his eyes was so strong it could almost materialize. Only after confirming that Lan Yi would not attack did Mao Sun carefully and timidly retreat. Only when he reached the door did he hurriedly turn around and run out of the guest hall as if he was fleeing. Only at this moment did the hall fall silent. The originally heavy atmosphere also calmed down with Mao Sun's departure. Hee, Mr. Xiao Yan, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Fang Qi walked forward and cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan with a warm smile. Xiao Yan's heart immediately became terrified. He did not dare to be careless as he hurriedly cupped his hands and replied. After which, Fang Qi invited Xiao Yan's group to sit down. After a simple chat, the atmosphere in the hall immediately became much more relaxed. After the few of them made some simple inquiries, Fang Qi finally realized that the few people in front of him were not people from the extreme south. No wonder they did not know about the Fang clan. On the other hand, Lan Yi had been whispering something into Fang Qi's ear ever since everyone had sat down. It was possible that he was telling Fang Qi about the things that they had encountered along the way. Xiaoyan did not think too much about this point. He only followed Fang Qi's words and answered in a casual manner. At times, he would also cleverly use his words to ask a few questions about the Fang clan. At the same time, Mao Sun, who had darted out of the Fang clan's guest hall, was originally fleeing out of the Fang clan's residence. However, halfway through, he met Fang Jizong, who was alone. Mao Sun's thoughts changed rapidly. Looking at Fang Jizong in front of him, a venomous look appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then, with a flip of his hand, a dark green pill appeared in his palm. Although it looked similar to an ordinary pill, the aura it emitted made people feel disgusted. So what if you have a heavenly flame? You've ruined my 10,000 scorpion sex plans. I'll take your life as compensation. Oh, you're actually a rank 5 alchemist. Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed young and promising. Not only is your cultivation so tyrannical, but you're also so proficient in alchemy. You've even grasped a heavenly flame that ordinary people can't possess. I have to say, Mr. Xiaoyan is really a dragon among men. In the Fang clan's guest hall, Fang Qi was still asking Xiaoyan some obscure questions. When he mentioned that Xiaoyan was actually an alchemist, the expression in his eyes suddenly changed. Even the other 3 elders of the Fang clan beside him could not help but be shocked. Such a young rank 5 alchemist, even in the entire southern region, there was probably no other one like him. Mr. Xiaoyan is indeed a genius. I have to admit that. However, I still have a question that I'd like to ask Mr. Xiaoyan to answer. Fang Qi smiled slightly. Seeing that Fang Qi also smiled and nodded, he quickly opened his mouth and said, "In that case, may I know what relationship Mr. Xiaoyan has with the Heavenly Puppet Sect?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. As Fang Qi's words left his mouth, Fang Qi's body abruptly jerked in the hall as an extremely terrifying aura descended on the heads of Xiaoyan and the others. Their expressions instantly changed as they hurriedly circulated the Genesis Qi in their bodies to resist. However, the other party was a true Origin King expert and was several times stronger than all of them combined. His aura and pressure was not something that Xiaoyan and the others could withstand. Boom! A series of explosions rang out as the chairs that Xiaoyan and the others were sitting on were instantly blasted apart. Their bodies were half kneeling on the ground as if they were about to be pressed down by the pressure. Cough cough, following the pressure above their heads was a series of violent coughs. The qi and blood in Xiaoyan and the others immediately began to churn violently. This was especially true for the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling. Their cultivations were on the lower side to begin with, so when they were pressured by the aura, their faces immediately turned deathly pale. A trace of blood even flowed out from the corner of the little fairy doctor's lips. Little fairy doctor. Xiaoyan's heart was immediately startled when he saw this scene. At the same time, a fury surged from the bottom of his heart. He ceased asking about the reason. A thought passed through his heart and a powerful force immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body, transforming into a layer of golden-colored barrier. With the pressure above his head, his trembling legs gradually became firm. His head, which was pressed down, was also stubbornly raised. Giant elephant art. Rise for me. A low roar was once again emitted from Xiaoyan's heart. His body shook abruptly and an enormous golden-colored illusionary image immediately appeared within the hall. The ground under his body, which had already been crushed, swiftly split into numerous enormous crack lines. His entire body also slowly stood up and bent his waist deeply. Although he was unable to stand upright, this scene caused Fang Qi, Lan Yi, and the others present to reveal shocked expressions. A mere initial Origin stage expert was actually able to stand up under the pressure of Fang Qi's Origin King stage aura with brute force. This was truly shocking. Soon after, the enormous hands of the King Kong giant in the hall supported itself on the ground. At a glance, it appeared like a large gorilla. While Fang Qi and the others were shocked, the King Kong giant forcefully withstood the pressure. A low roar that was filled with anger was emitted from its throat. At the same time, a fierce flame covered the surface of its body. An extremely overbearing strength surged out from within Xiaoyan's body at this moment. It actually blocked Fang Qi's force and pressure for an instant, allowing the little fairy doctor and the others behind him to have a chance to catch their breath. Gasp, this guy, he's already in such a state and yet he still has the strength to retort. What shocking explosive force. Even with Fang Qi's mental strength, he involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when he saw this scene. On top of being shocked in his heart, he also felt even more surprised and doubtful about the exact identity of Xiaoyan's group. Kid, I don't care what abilities you have, but it's best if you answer my question honestly right now. What is your relationship with the Celestial Puppet Sect? After all, Xiaoyan was an origin king. Although his presence was indeed shocking, he was only at early returnance in the end. Facing Fang Qi with such strength was like putting on a show. Fang Qi only called out, but the pressure within his voice suppressed Xiaoyan once again. Kid, I admire your talent and courage very much, but if you really are someone from the Celestial Puppet Sect, then no matter how great your talent is, I can only apologize to you. The pressure that was being exerted on the heads of Xiaoyan's group immediately became even stronger when these words were spat out. Soon after, one could hear a bang sound. The golden light that covered the surface of Xiaoyan's body, along with the illusionary image, was shattered in an instant. What? Xiaoyan's heart suddenly shook. His face had turned bright red the moment the golden elephant skill was broken. He widened his mouth and a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. Soon after, his expression also turned pale in an instant. His forceful body immediately knelt down uncontrollably. With a bang, the shattered ground under his knees was shaken into a pile of powder. Cough cough, Patriarch Fang, what is the meaning of this? The expressions of Luo Jin and the others immediately changed when they saw Xiaoyan become injured. Even though the pressure above them became even more terrifying, it was unable to stop their enmity and anger. What is the meaning of this? It's only the first time Xiaoyan has met Lanyi and Song yet they want to purge him of their own accord. How can there be such a good deal in the world? When you left Endless City, you just happened to be followed by people from the Celestial Puppet Sect. In the battle afterwards, not only did Xiaoyan defeat the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley who were no weaker than returnance experts, but he even took out a puppet unique to the Celestial Puppet Sect. What? Isn't all of this enough to explain everything? You've already prepared the entire plan from the moment Lanyi and Song set foot in Endless City for the sake of infiltrating the Feng family. The puppet is clearly from the southwest border and the Sea Cloud Palace. According to what I know, the Celestial Puppet Sect has already begun to expand their forces in the southwest. The largest one is called the Sea Cloud Palace. The reason why you mentioned it is to use the Sea Cloud Palace to hide your identities. Fang Qi actually displayed an intelligent appearance when he heard Luo Jin's words. Based on his judgment, he had actually connected everything that had happened before and after. It appeared that the things that had happened to Xiaoyan's group at the southwestern border and their arrival at the southernmost region were all for the sake of probing into his Fang clan. However, he had completely forgotten that he and the others had helped his Fang clan to get out of a predicament earlier. Luo Jin and the others became furious when they saw Fang Qi's idiotic guess. They glared at Fang Qi furiously, almost spitting fire from their eyes. If it were not for the fact that their cultivation was lower than Fang Qi's, they probably would not have been able to recognize him and would have punched him long ago. Patriarch Fang. You don't have to believe others, but I'm an elder of the Alchemist Alliance. You should at least believe me. Don't tell me you still don't believe in the Alchemist Alliance? At this moment, even Zhou Tai could not help but yell out while enduring the pressure on his shoulders. Fang Qi was actually so stupid. He actually insisted that they were from the Celestial Puppet Sect based on these unrelated matters. Could it be that after the incident with Mao Sun, this fellow had become so suspicious? Or was it that the Fang family had always been like this? I naturally believe in the Alchemist Alliance. However, according to what I know, you have only joined the Alchemist Alliance in the last 2 years. If you had already joined the Alchemist Alliance before joining the Alliance, then this matter would naturally make sense. Within the Fang clan's meeting hall, a terrifying qi pressure violently pressed down on the bodies of Xiaoyan's group. Everyone's faces were pale. Every single one of their bodies could not help but tremble intensely. This was not because of any fear. It was purely because the strength they were facing was too great. In front of everyone, Xiaoyan was undoubtedly in the most miserable state. Over half of the force in his body had been removed, and he could only rely on his Genesis Qi to barely block the pressure above his head. His cheeks were flushed red as a powerful aura descended from above. It was not only suppressing his body, but also attacking his soul. A suffocating pressure spread from every part of his body, and Xiaoyan could only grit his teeth and endure. At the same time, another force seemed to be faintly trembling in the depths of Xiaoyan's body. It was only because all of Xiaoyan's attention was focused on his body that he did not notice. After Fang Qi retorted with a cold expression, he looked as if he had won a great victory and was about to capture the group in front of him. Indeed, after the incident with Mao Sun, Fang Qi had doubts about many things in his heart. He was very clear that there was definitely someone in his family who was related to Mao Sun. As for who that person was, it was still unclear for the time being. However, just based on this point, it caused him to form a suspicion toward all those whose identities were unknown. This was especially so when Lan Yi also raised his suspicion toward Xiaoyan's group. The thought in his heart flourished even more. Patriarch, don't you think it's a little too subjective to believe that they are from the Heavenly Puppet sect based on this? Finally, at this moment, the three elders of the Fang clan also realized that something was not quite right. Fang Qi's words were a little too absolute. After all, no matter how one put it, Xiaoyan had helped the Fang clan resolve a crisis today. Yet, he actually turned around and doubted the identity of Xiaoyan's group. This was really a little unreasonable. Patriarch, at this moment, Lan Yi finally sensed that something was not right. His heart immediately felt some regret. He should not have suspected the background of Xiaoyan's group for no reason. However, it was too late to talk about all this now. At this moment, how could Fang Qi allow anyone to say anything? What, the three of you are starting to doubt? Me? I usually give you some face because you have contributed to the clan. Today, Mao Sun came to the Fang clan, and the three of you were so submissive that you didn't have the slightest bearing of clan elders. You were even forced into silence by Mao Sun, and now you dare to teach me a lesson? Don't tell me you are also from the Heavenly Puppet sect or the 10,000 Scorpion sect. When Fang Qi said this, the three elders were immediately shocked. Indeed, the current Fang Qi had indeed become very strange. Not only did he speak without restraint, his heart seemed to have become even darker. Something's wrong. Patriarch, you should calm down first. Upon sensing this, the expressions of the three elders immediately changed as they hurriedly called out to stop Fang Qi. However, the latter's heart had become increasingly aggressive at this moment. How could he possibly allow them to say anything else? The instant he turned his head, the few of them saw that his eyes had unknowingly been covered by a scarlet-red hue. As he roared, he suddenly waved his sleeve as a torrent of Genesis Qi surged out, charging straight at the three elders. This guy. The hearts of the three old men were immediately greatly alarmed. They hurriedly intervened and blocked Fang Qi's attack together. However, the remnant ripple after the Genesis Qi was broken easily knocked down Xiaoyan's group. The pressure they felt also scattered at this moment. Fortunately, this energy remnant ripple did not cause them to suffer any injuries. This was something worth rejoicing over. However, the instant Xiaoyan's body fell backwards, he seemed to faintly hear something shattering in his body. Immediately after, just as Fang Qi was about to attack the three elders again, the door to the discussion hall was once again smashed open by brute force. Cries of alarm rang out. Patriarch. Not good, the poison in young master's body is acting up again. Loud cries echoed in the hall like the ringing of a bell, the buzzing sound causing Fang Qi's head to rumble. Now that something had happened to Fang Jizong, Fang Qi's mind was in turmoil, and his actions finally came to a stop. Die. Let him die. However, before the others could relax, Fang Qi's cry sounded out like a sudden clap of thunder and also like the roar of a wild beast. Without caring about anyone else, his body suddenly flashed and appeared in front of the three elders from his own clan in the blink of an eye. He then violently slammed the chest of the person closest to him. In the face of such a sudden attack, coupled with the gap between their cultivation levels, the elder was unable to dodge even with his movement techniques. He could only helplessly watch as Fang Qi's hand rapidly grew larger in his eyes. Once this palm landed, even if he did not die, it would definitely leave behind an injury that would be difficult to cure. Bzz. However, while the other two elders were emitting worried exclamations from their mouths, there was suddenly an unknown energy swiftly gathering within Xiaoyan's body. In the blink of an eye, it formed an enormous energy whirlpool around Xiaoyan's body. A wild and ferocious suction force instantly surged. The Genesis Qi in the area where the Fang clan was located suddenly began to riot at this moment. In the next instant, just as Fang Qi's hand was about to land on the chest of the elder in front of him, an invisible energy storm abruptly charged out from the center of the vortex and slammed into Fang Qi's body. Bang! One could only hear a muffled bang sound and Fang Qi's body immediately flew out. Immediately, he was heavily smashed into the wall behind the head seat. His entire chest instantly caved in and his body was embedded into the wall. He opened his mouth and a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out. While his mind was in a state of giddiness, his scarlet eyes gradually regained their clarity. In the hall, the three elders stared in disbelief at Fang Qi, who had been sent flying by the force. Besides the joy of surviving a calamity, there was also endless shock in their turbid eyes. Only after the three of them confirmed that Fang Qi would not attack again did they turn their gazes towards the source of the aura. When their gazes landed on Xiaoyan's body, the shock in their hearts grew even greater. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the person who had sent Fang Qi flying with a single aura would be Xiaoyan. Fang Qi, the strongest member of the Fang clan, a 4-star source king, had been sent flying by Xiaoyan, a young member of the younger generation. This was simply unbelievable. The Fang clan's residence. The originally gorgeous reception hall was now in ruins. The walls on all sides collapsed, and the dome was blown away by a tyrannical force. The originally spacious hall was now only left with a small space in the middle that could stand. Fang Qi's body was still embedded in the wall. It was likely that the remaining broken wall around his body would collapse with a loud bang if he quietly moved. The three elders of the Fang clan, Luo Jin, and the others took the lead to withdraw from the area of the ruins. Only Xiaoyan remained seated within it. The powerful energy formed a huge energy tornado with Xiaoyan's body at the center. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut as he sat cross-legged, allowing the energy to enter his body. The moment the invisible energy swept out, Xiaoyan was certain that Xiaoxian had awakened in his body. After such a long time, Xiaoxian had finally recovered from the great exhaustion he had suffered in the North Sea. Moreover, he was clearly much more powerful than before. It was imaginable that his spiritual strength should have recovered long ago. He had only been absorbing and refining the medicinal ingredients he had obtained from the Sea clan. After absorbing the spirit power in those medicinal herbs, Xiaoxian's spirit power had reached an unimaginable level. At least with Xiaoyan's current spirit power, he couldn't detect the depth of Xiaoxian's spirit power. He couldn't even detect the latter's current condition. Ever since the energy swept out, Xiaoyan's body no longer moved. Only the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth continued to gather, and after entering Xiaoyan's body, it inexplicably disappeared. Xiaoyan knew that Xiaoxian was absorbing the Genesis Qi, but he was a little surprised that Xiaoxian didn't react in the slightest. Xiaoyan, is he okay? Outside the arena, Zhou Tai and the others were also looking at Xiaoyan with worried faces. The strange thing that had suddenly happened to Xiaoyan's body had really given them a fright. On the other hand, the little fairy doctor's pretty face did not have a surprised expression at this moment. Although her heart was also shocked by the sudden scene just now, when she came back to her senses, the worry in her heart quickly calmed down. Based on her understanding of Xiaoyan, he would never do anything that he wasn't confident in. Since that energy was being released from his body, it meant that this energy was under Xiaoyan's control. Since that was the case, there was no need for her to worry. As the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth continued to gather, the movements around Xiaoyan grew more and more intense. Even the space around him and the ground began to tremble. The tremendous energy pressure caused space to distort, and even the air seemed to become particularly viscous. During this entire process, everyone present stared intently at Xiaoyan. Some of the members of the Fang clan, who had arrived late, also widened their eyes at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock. When would they have thought that the Feng clan's meeting hall would be destroyed by someone? And now, this person was sitting there with his legs crossed and cultivating with a fearless look. He was simply looking down on the Feng clan. Immediately, there were a few disciples of the Feng family who were eager to show off, but before they could do anything, they were stopped by the three elders. Not a single person from the Feng family was allowed to step into the meeting hall. Seeing that the three elders from their own clan actually surrounded and protected this young man in the battleground, the other members of the Feng clan immediately did not dare to say anything more. However, their gazes that repeatedly looked at Xiaoyan were filled with an increasing amount of shock. In the sky, the three elders of the Feng family stared fixedly at Xiaoyan, their hearts filled with shock. Given their eyesight, they could naturally tell that the power surrounding Xiaoyan didn't really belong to Xiaoyan. He was only acting as a cover for the Genesis Qi, and all the power had returned to the depths of Xiaoyan's body. As for what it was, they had no way of knowing. However, there was one thing they were certain of. The true owner of the power was definitely much stronger than the three of them combined. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to push back Feng Qi, who was in that strange state, with a single blow. When Feng Qi was mentioned, the latter's body was still embedded in the broken wall at this moment. Although the scarlet color from earlier could no longer be seen in his eyes, his entire person appeared to be in a daze. It appeared that he had yet to wake up from Xiaoyan's explosive attack earlier. Bang! Perhaps it was really such a coincidence, or perhaps Feng Qi felt the gazes from the outside. His originally drooping eyes slowly opened with some pain. He moved his body slightly, and the broken wall on his body instantly collapsed. His entire body was also released from the wall. After coming back to his senses, his pair of eyes that had recovered their clarity couldn't help but look around in a daze. The expression on his face was first startled, then he couldn't help but widen his eyes as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. What is going on? After the shock on his face passed, Feng Qi felt a sharp pain in his head. Immediately after, the scene from before once again surfaced in his mind. How could this be? Feng Qi's face immediately turned deathly pale as he recalled the scene from before. At the same time, he was glad that his palm had not landed on the elder's body. Otherwise, he would have regretted it to death. As for why his palm did not land, there was no description in his memory. As for the energy storm around Xiaoyan, it had gradually subsided before Feng Qi opened his eyes. Ancestor, have you awakened? Ancestor? Ancestor. The energy dissipated, and Xiaoyan calmly sat where he was without moving. He kept calling out for Xiaoxian in his heart, but no matter how many times he tried, there was no response. Even if Xiaoyan used his soul power to carefully search his body, he was still unable to detect the slightest trace of Xiaoxian's aura. From the looks of it, the latter did not seem to have completely awakened. The energy from before was perhaps just an abnormality before he awakened. Sigh, thinking of this, Xiaoyan immediately sighed helplessly in his heart. Then, he slowly raised his eyes. However, just as he opened his eyes, he saw the pale-faced Feng Qi not far away. His eyes immediately narrowed, and he hurriedly got up, but at the same time, he attracted the latter's gaze. Mr. Xiaoyan. Feng Qi also understood that Xiaoyan was extremely wary of him at this moment, so he immediately wanted to go forward and explain what had happened. However, just as he was about to move, the three elders suddenly leaped forward and blocked Feng Qi and Xiaoyan. Master, if you attack again, don't blame us for being impolite. Wonderful bookhouse in the Feng family mansion, all the Feng family disciples widened their eyes as they stared at the scene before them in astonishment. They could not believe their own eyes. Why did their own elders turn around and stand in front of their family head? If it weren't for the clear words of the three elders, these people would have suspected that there was something wrong with their eyes. Grand Elder, I did not know what had happened before. I can only apologize for what happened earlier. After this, I will do my best to make it up to the three of you, but Mr. Xiaoyan, Feng Qi felt extremely helpless in his heart when he saw the three elders from his clan blocking in front of him. Immediately, he cupped his hands and bowed to the few of them with a sincere attitude, hoping that he would be able to obtain their forgiveness. At the end of his words, Feng Qi's gaze also landed on Xiaoyan. His gaze was so sincere that no one would be able to form any doubts. Speaking of which, Xiaoyan was clearly being treated in such a manner by an expert at the advanced Yuan King class. If it was an ordinary person, it was likely that he would have nodded his head and forgiven him. However, Xiaoyan did not. Even though he could tell that Feng Qi's words were sincere, his actions earlier had already touched Xiaoyan's reverse scale. How could this be easily resolved with 2 or 3 sentences? Feng Qi, although you are the patriarch, you have gone too far today. No matter what the reason is, you have already affected the operations of the entire Feng family. As a result, the 3 of us have decided to temporarily keep your position as the patriarch of the Feng family. As for Mr. Xiaoyan, from now on, he will be a guest elder of the Feng family. If there is nothing urgent, I think it's best if you do not approach him so casually. Even though the 3 elders already knew that Feng Qi had recovered his consciousness, the damage he had done earlier could not be easily made up for. For example, the ruins before them. The guest hall had been completely destroyed. If they wanted to start over, they would have to build a new one. However, before that, they needed to stabilize their foundations and make the ground even more stable. At this moment, this was exactly what the 3 elders wanted to do. Temporarily keeping Feng Qi as the head of the clan was to vent his anger for the oppression that Xiaoyan had suffered earlier. As for the consecrated elder, it was also to compensate Xiaoyan to the greatest extent. This action was far better than the original request that Feng Qi had made. Of course, the reason for this was definitely because of the strength that was emitted from Xiaoyan's body earlier. If he didn't have a certain level of strength as an incentive, how could these guys treat him with such an attitude? Thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but mock himself. In the end, he was still basking in Xiaoxian's glory. Otherwise, with his own cultivation, how could he attract the attention of these people in front of him? At most, they would be a little more polite to him because of Feng Jizong. Once Feng Jizong's condition improved, the outcome would naturally not be difficult to imagine. However, it was different now. With the aura that Xiaoyan exuded earlier, these guys would naturally treat him with respect. Regardless of whether the power belonged to Xiaoyan or not, as long as he could use it, it was enough for these people to be polite to him. Under the premise of possessing great power, no one would care about the source of that power. Mr. Xiaoyan, what happened earlier was indeed my fault. I apologize to you. However, the poison in Tsonger's body has acted up again, and it can no longer be delayed. Mr. Xiaoyan, please treat my son's injuries. Feng Qi was not a fool. He immediately understood the meaning behind the words of the 3 elders in front of him. Although he did not understand the exact reason behind it, the poison in Feng Jizong's body had once again flared up. If this were to continue, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, he could only brace himself and open his mouth to beg Xiaoyan. Hearing that, Xiaoyan's expression didn't change much. He looked at the 3 elders in front of him and realized that they were also looking at him from the corner of their eyes. Although they didn't say it explicitly, it was obvious that they were waiting for his response. These 3 old fellows obviously hoped that he would agree. After all, they were helping their own people. They couldn't really hurt their own people for a person whose thoughts they couldn't be sure of. That kind of deal where they suffered a double loss was something they absolutely couldn't do. Xiaoyan was just about to open his mouth when a warm hand was suddenly placed on his shoulder. Turning his head, he saw that it was Luo Jin. The little fairy doctor and the rest followed closely behind. Although their complexions had already recovered, one could still see some paleness on the little fairy doctor's face. The gap between a Dou Di and King Yuan was too great. If Feng Qi really wanted to kill back then, it was likely that the first to die would be the little fairy doctor and Mu Ling. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan's heart, which had calmed down because of Xiaoxian, fluctuated once again. He exchanged glances with Luo Jin by the side. Immediately, Xiaoyan looked at Feng Qi, raised his eyelids, and said in a calm tone, "I can agree to help young Master Feng expel the poison." Once these words were said, the 3 elders and Feng Qi relaxed slightly. Soon after, Xiaoyan continued to speak. "However, Feng clan leader, you must bow and apologize to her." As he spoke, Xiaoyan raised his hand and pointed at the little fairy doctor by the side. At this moment, the latter finally reacted. Immediately, the expression on her face was startled. Soon after, she opened her mouth but remained silent. What? This woman is only a 3-star Dodi. How can this be? How can the Fang clan leader apologize to a 3-star Dodi? Absolutely not. As soon as these words left his mouth, the surrounding disciples of the Fang family immediately burst into an uproar. How could the dignified patriarch of the Fang family apologize to a person of unknown origin? Not to mention that this person's cultivation was far inferior to Fang Qi's. Xiaoyan's actions could be said to be slapping the Fang clan's own face. Mr. Xiaoyan, isn't this too? If Fang clan leader is unwilling, you can go and look for Mao Sun. I believe that even if you look for him now, he would be very willing to cooperate with you. Without waiting for the elder in front of him to finish speaking, Xiaoyan once again opened his mouth. The elder's words were instantly stuck in his mouth. Even though they knew that Xiaoyan was taking revenge for the previous matter, asking Fang Qi to bow and apologize to the little fairy doctor in front of everyone in the Fang clan was still a little too much. However, if he was unwilling to apologize, Fang Jitsung's life would definitely be threatened. Xiaoyan's actions were forcing him to apologize. After all, he was a father. Fang Qi struggled for a long time before finally letting out a bitter sigh. He took a few steps forward and arrived in front of the little fairy doctor. Under the disbelieving gazes of the Fang clan members, he bowed respectfully to the little fairy doctor. At the same time, he apologized word by word. Being treated in such a manner, the little fairy doctor almost could not recover her senses. She hurriedly looked at Xiaoyan beside her. Seeing the latter nod his head, she quickly followed suit and nodded gently, accepting Fang Qi's apology. Only at this moment did Fang Qi's face tense up. He tried his best to calm the emotions in his heart. After which, he looked at Xiaoyan and said in a somewhat suppressed tone, "Mr. Xiaoyan, is it all right now?" Hearing this, the latter nodded his head. He did not care about the expressions on the faces of the three elders. He pulled the little fairy doctor beside him and turned around to walk towards the courtyard. In the courtyard outside of the guest hall, which had already turned into ruins, Xiaoyan led the little fairy doctor and slowly walked to the side of the unconscious Fang Jitsung who was lying flat on the ground in the courtyard. The two of them revealed a surprised expression the moment they saw Fang Jitsung. Xiaoyan hurriedly squatted down and grabbed Fang Jitsung's wrist without any hesitation. A thought passed through his mind and an enormous spiritual strength immediately entered Fang Jitsung's body. It swiftly helped him check the condition of his body. On the side, the fairy doctor also squatted down. Just as her hand was about to reach for Fang Jitsung's other wrist, she was stopped by Xiaoyan. "Be careful, the poison in his body has completely erupted. Even my soul power can't withstand it. If you act so carelessly, you will definitely be injured by the poison." The fairy doctor was startled when Xiaoyan stopped her. After hearing Xiaoyan's words, she withdrew her slender hand with lingering fear. Even though she possessed the woeful poison body, since even Xiaoyan had intervened to stop her, it was sufficient to indicate just how fierce the poison within Fang Jitsung's body was. Once the little fairy doctor carelessly transferred her spiritual strength into Fang Jitsung's body, it was likely that even the little fairy doctor would suffer serious injuries under the fierce energy attack of the poison. This was not something that Xiaoyan wished to see. But the poison in his body, after hesitating for a moment, the fairy doctor frowned. Just as the words left her mouth, she was stopped by Xiaoyan's stern gaze. "Leave everything to me. You don't have to do anything. Don't think too much. Just take care of yourself." Although his voice was not loud, it seemed to contain some kind of irresistible majesty. The fairy doctor immediately pouted cutely and timidly retreated. When Xiaoyan saw the cute look on the fairy doctor's face, although there was no change in his expression, his old face could not help but heat up when he turned his head. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air and calmed himself down. After which, he turned his gaze around and tossed aside the distracting thoughts in his heart. At the same time that his gaze landed on Fang Jitsung, his thoughts also turned back. After a brief but swift investigation, Xiaoyan was surprised to discover that the poison within Fang Jitsung's body, which had been suppressed by quite a lot, had actually swelled wildly for no reason. The poison in Fang Jitsung's 4 limbs, which had been expelled by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, was once again invaded by the poison at this moment. Moreover, from the looks of it, the explosive strength and spreading speed of this poison seemed to have become even more terrifying. In just a moment, the degree of the poison's dispersion had even exceeded the scene when Xiaoyan examined Fang Jitsung a few days ago. Such a strange spreading speed, even Xiaoyan was surprised and suspicious. How could this be? How did the poison become so fierce all of a sudden? Xiaoyan quietly said in his heart. When Xiaoyan pulled up Fang Jitsung's sleeves, he saw that the latter's originally white arm had actually gradually turned black and green. There were even some small black lines that could be seen on some parts of his arm. Those were the proof that the poison had spread to his skin. Oh no, this poison is spreading so fast. Sensing that something was not right, Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew his hand. He placed two of his fingers together and shook them gently. A pale green-colored flame seedling immediately surfaced. Without having the time to explain, Xiaoyan swiftly pressed his finger on the joint of Fang Jitsung's wrist in front of the various gazes of the surrounding people. Following this, it was his elbow, arm, and even the chi paths and important acupuncture points all over his body. When Xiaoyan finally withdrew his palm and examined Fang Jitsung again, the speed of the poison spreading in Fang Jitsung's body slowed down a little. But even so, if Fang Jitsung was not treated, he believed that in less than a night, Fang Jitsung would still lose his life because of this. What's going on? It has only been half a month since I suppressed the poison in Jitsung's body. How could it break out again, and the speed of its spread is, being Fang Jitsung's father, Fang Qi hurriedly stepped forward to check the condition of Fang Jitsung's body when Xiaoyan acted to control the spread of the poison in Fang Jitsung's body. Soon after, however, even his face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Originally, he would help Fang Jitsung suppress the poison in his body once every month in order to control the spread of the poison. However, only over 10 days had passed since the last time he acted and the poison in Fang Jitsung's body had actually completely erupted. This was a result that he had never expected. Immediately, Fang Qi hurriedly mobilized the Genesis Qi in the cyclone in his body. Vigorous power quickly gathered in his palm, and he was about to suppress the poison in his son's body again. After all, no matter what means Xiaoyan had, Fang Jitsung was his son, and he had to ensure that nothing would happen to Fang Jitsung because of the poison. At least before Xiaoyan really removed the poison, he would not allow the poison to spread again. If you don't want anything to happen to him, you'd better not do this. However, just as Fang Qi was about to act, Xiaoyan suddenly lifted his eyes and said with a solemn expression. Hearing this, Fang Qi's brows immediately scrunched together. But the poison in Jitsung's body has completely broken out. If we don't suppress it now, once the poison gets out of control again, it will be even more. If you really do that, then even I will not be able to save him. Before the words from Fang Qi's mouth sounded, Xiaoyan interrupted him with a sentence. Fang Qi's heart tightened, and the tremendous amount of Genesis Qi gathered in his palm quietly dissipated after a moment of struggle and hesitation. He did not dare to not save his son, but he also did not want to gamble with Fang Jitsung's life. Although he was extremely unwilling, he also understood that this endless method of suppression had continued for too long. Even if this continued, there would come a day when he would not be able to save his son. During the process of suppressing the poison, Fang Qi could clearly feel that the poison's power had grown stronger, and it was not a solution to continue suppressing it for a long time. Perhaps Xiaoyan's intervention had pointed out a way for Fang Jitsung to survive. After stopping Fang Qi's actions, Xiaoyan let out a long sigh as he muttered inwardly, "This is troublesome." Before this, even he did not expect the poison's power to be suppressed. If not, the process of expelling the poison would not have been so easy. From the current situation, the poison's power was clearly much more powerful than he had expected. Although it was somewhat strenuous, it was still within Xiaoyan's tolerance range compared to the woeful poison body. However, there was one thing that Xiaoyan could not understand. Why did the poison in Fang Jitsung's body suddenly act up? After temporarily suppressing the spread of the poison in Fang Jitsung's body, Xiaoyan had to prepare to officially remove the poison from Fang Jitsung's body. With the help of the heavenly fire and some special methods, he temporarily suppressed a portion of the vital channels in Fang Jitsung's body to slow down the spread of the poison. Although the effect was obvious, no matter how slow it was, the poison was still spreading. If it couldn't be completely removed, the poison would come back again as long as it was left behind. The reason why Xiaoyan stopped Fang Qi's actions just now was because he discovered a major characteristic of the poison. These poisons appeared to possess an extremely strong adaptability. Not only were they able to swiftly adapt to the condition of the host's body, but they were also able to absorb the host's own cultivation. They were even unceremonious to an external strength. Even the monster-like poison that Xiaoyan had injected into Fang Jitsong's body earlier had developed an interest in his spiritual strength. This thing appeared to possess an extremely stubborn desire to swallow all kinds of energy. It was not something that could be naturally produced. From this, Xiaoyan was even more certain of the guess in his heart. This poison was likely created by a certain vicious person. This person was likely not an ordinary strong person to be able to create a poison of this grade. At the very least, the person who could create such a poison had an extraordinary understanding of poison. After that, in order to allow Xiaoyan to focus on removing the poison from Fang Jitsong, Fang Qi specially arranged an independent courtyard for Xiaoyan. Even the people who could enter the house were strictly restricted. Other than Xiaoyan and Fang Qi, Luo Jin and the rest were insisted to stay outside. Even the 3 elders of the Fang family were not allowed to enter the house. Although the 3 old fellows had previously said that they had stripped Fang Qi of his position as the clan head, that was after all just putting on a show for Xiaoyan to see. Since there was no need to do so at this moment, the 3 old fellows were naturally much more respectful and cautious of Fang Qi as the few of them spoke. However, perhaps it was because Fang Qi had once attacked them earlier, but it resulted in them carrying a kind of strange awkwardness regardless of whether they spoke or did things. As for Luo Jin and the rest, although they were worried about Xiaoyan being alone inside, they could only stop at the door under Fang Qi's insistence. Of course, this was after Xiaoyan agreed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been stopped so easily. Inside the house, Xiaoyan checked Fang Jitsong's body again. After making sure that he didn't miss out any details, he controlled the strange fire. Just like the previous time, he used the strange fire to envelop Fang Jitsong's entire body. The process of removing the poison officially began. Although the method used to remove the poison was similar for both times, the poison that Xiaoyan was facing this time around was even more powerful and overbearing. Hence, it caused the entire process to become much slower. In order to completely remove the poison within Fang Jitsong's body, Xiaoyan had caused his own spiritual strength to be affected during the process of controlling the heavenly flame to fight the poison. A small amount of damage was nothing. However, what he didn't know was that every time his spiritual energy was slightly damaged, the poison would take the opportunity to surge up. Even if the strange fire blocked almost all of it, there would still be an extremely small amount of poison that was difficult to detect. That would invade Xiaoyan's spiritual energy. Under the protection of his spiritual energy and the strange fire, the poison would safely enter his body. The entire process of Xiaoyan removing the poison from Fang Jitsong's body lasted for a total of 3 days. After 3 days, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was finally completely removed under the refining of Xiaoyan's strange fire. Fang Jitsong's body, which looked like a dying person 3 days ago, had finally returned to normal. Following the disappearance of the poison, Fang Jitsong's fat body had unknowingly become much smaller. His entire person looked even more handsome. It was a pity that he was still in a deep sleep on the bed. As for Fang Qi, in order not to disturb Xiaoyan, and also for his son's sake, he had already left the room a day ago. He was quietly waiting for Xiaoyan's good news. After a day of waiting, he personally sensed that the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was decreasing. First, it was the skin, then the meridians and bones, followed by the internal organs. Everything proved that Fang Jitsong was about to return to normal. As a father, how could he not be excited, but it was also because of this that he had left the room early to ensure that nothing went wrong during the entire process. Today, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body was finally completely removed. However, along with Fang Jitsong's relief, Xiaoyan's body was in trouble again. The Genesis Qi in Xiaoyan's body had been greatly depleted over the past 3 days. At this moment, there was less than 20% of Genesis Qi left in his cyclone. In order to prevent the poison from returning, Xiaoyan had gone all out this time. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead like raindrops. Her originally rosy lips were now ghastly white. Her face also carried a trace of exhaustion. Her eyelids were currently so heavy that they were like rolling stones that were about to close. 3 days of refining and expelling the poison was not considered a long time. Although he had exhausted a large amount of Genesis Chi, logically speaking, he should not have ended up in such a state. However, Xiaoyan's originally clear mind had become a little absent-minded at this moment. What's going on? Xiaoyan could not help but cry out in bewilderment when he sensed that something was wrong. He hurriedly pulled himself together and began to circulate the little remaining Genesis Chi in his body. However, in the next instant, Xiaoyan was shocked to discover that a cluster of black poison the size of a fist had unknowingly appeared within his Chi vortex. It occupied all the important Chi paths, completely sealing off all the routes that Xiaoyan could use his Genesis Chi to move. However, before Xiaoyan could do anything else, a pair of heavy eyelids slowly fell and his body collapsed onto the floor of the room. Meanwhile, Luo Jin and the rest were still patiently waiting outside the door. Luo Jin and Bai Hua would occasionally glance at the icy gazes of the Feng clan members that had shot in from outside the courtyard, before casually glancing at them and ignoring them. Ever since Xiaoyan had requested for Feng Qi to apologize to the little fairy doctor, these people from the Feng clan had used this kind of hostile gaze to look at them. If it were not for Feng Qi's orders, it was likely that these people would have been unable to resist barging in. At this moment, the little fairy doctor was standing in front of the door with her brows slightly furrowed. Ever since Xiaoyan had forbidden her from touching Feng Zhizong's wrist, she had a vague premonition in her heart that something bad was about to happen. As time passed, this premonition grew stronger and stronger until today. Bang! Although the movement within the room was not loud and even Luo Jin and the others did not hear it clearly, it still landed in the ears of the little fairy doctor, who had been staring at the door. Immediately, the expression on the latter's pretty face abruptly changed. Without thinking much, her lovely body pounced forward and pushed the door open. Her pair of pretty eyes immediately looked into the room. Soon after, she saw the unconscious Xiaoyan lying on the ground. Xiaoyan! When she saw Xiaoyan lying on the ground, the expression on the fairy doctor's face changed drastically. She cried out in alarm, alerting the other people in the courtyard. At the same time, she hurriedly rushed to Xiaoyan's side and helped the latter up. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with worry quickly swept across Xiaoyan's body. When she saw his ashen face, the fairy doctor's heart immediately jumped. With her understanding of poisons, she could naturally tell that Xiaoyan had clearly been poisoned by some kind of extremely dangerous poison. What's wrong? Did something happen to Xiaoyan? Soon after, Luo Jin and the rest, who had run in one after another, arrived at Xiaoyan's side. The group of people surrounded Xiaoyan and the fairy doctor. Luo Jin and Bai Hua quickly squatted down and held Xiaoyan's wrist with one hand. After a round of examination, the two people's faces changed. He's actually poisoned. How can this be? It's clearly to remove the poison. How can this poison harm him instead? Moreover, Xiaoyan has the heavenly flame protecting his body. How can this poison? There's no other way. The person who created this poison has a much higher cultivation than Xiaoyan. Although Xiaoyan has the heavenly flame protecting his body and can remove most of the poison in his body has clearly been specially refined by its original owner. It contains a portion of the original owner's strength. Unless Xiaoyan's strength is even stronger, he won't be able to use the heavenly flame to completely refine this poison. Otherwise, we can only find the original antidote for this poison. Just when Luo Jin and the rest were shocked that Xiaoyan had actually been poisoned, the fairy doctor immediately gave her opinion. At the end of her words, the fairy doctor seemed to want to say something more. However, when the words reached her mouth, she swallowed them back down. When the few people heard the fairy doctor's words, their faces could not help but slightly change. This poison was a little too sinister. Xiaoyan had saved others, but in the end, he had harmed himself. As long as it was not neutralized with the antidote, this poison would take one's life no matter what. Mr. Xiaoyan, how is it? Is the poison in Tsonger's body cured? Soon, Feng Qi's almost uncontrollable voice sounded from outside the door. Everyone present could imagine the excitement on Feng Qi's face just from that voice alone. Since his son was saved, Feng Qi could not help but feel relieved. It was normal for him to have a smile on his face. However, as soon as he stepped into the room, he saw Luo Jin and the others in a circle. His expression froze, and a bad premonition surged in his heart. Tsong-er. Although Fang Qi saw Xiaoyan, who was currently being placed in the fairy doctor's embrace, he merely glanced at him hurriedly. After which, he hurriedly came to his son's side and softly called out. After which, he grabbed Fang Jitsong's wrist with one hand and began to check with a worried expression. "Don't worry, he is fine now," the little fairy doctor's indifferent voice came from behind. Fang Qi tilted his head slightly and glanced at the little fairy doctor from the corner of his eyes. He was surprised by the former's courage. Although he had to apologize to the little fairy doctor to protect Fang Jitsong that day, it did not mean that the little fairy doctor could be arrogant in front of him from now on. He believed that the little girl who spoke at this time understood this point. However, even so, she could still say such words in such a tone, which inevitably made Fang Qi a little surprised. Fortunately, what the little fairy doctor said was not a lie. After a round of examination, the poison in Fang Jitsong's body had been completely removed. Although he was still in a coma, it was only because the latter's body had been under the influence of the poison for a long time and was still resting. It was believed that Fang Jitsong would wake up soon. However, Fang Jitsong was fine now, but Xiaoyan, what happened to Mr. Xiaoyan here? After confirming that his son was fine, Fang Qi's gaze fell on Xiaoyan, who was lying in the little fairy doctor's arms, and asked in a surprised tone. To be honest, he did not know what had happened to Xiaoyan at this moment. He had only rushed over after noticing the movement here. He had been thinking about his son in his heart and did not have the mood to care about Xiaoyan. Moreover, Xiaoyan had the protection of the heavenly flame. He did not think that anything would happen to Xiaoyan after saving his son. He was poisoned. Bai Hua gently put down Xiaoyan's cold hand, turned her head, and looked coldly at Fang Qi as she slowly said. Poisoned? Didn't he have the heavenly flame protection? How did he get poisoned? I also want to know what's going on with this poison, why it was transferred to his body, and who created this poison. Lan Yi said that your son was poisoned in the forest, but magical beasts definitely don't have this kind of strange poison. The one that poisoned your son is definitely not an ordinary magical beast. What's going on? Bai Hua said in a cold voice as she stood up and walked towards Fang Qi in a domineering manner. There was not the slightest trace of respect in her eyes. This guy, Fang Qi did not display the dignity of an expert when he saw Bai Hua approach. Instead, he was surprised. Just who were these people in front of him? Why were they acting so domineering today? They were just a group of Origin Transformation juniors, yet they dared to face him, an expert at the Origin King realm, in such a manner. Were they not afraid of death or something? Humph, you're just a late Origin Transformation expert. You actually dare to question me? The muscles on Fang Qi's face twitched as he felt that his high status as an Origin King expert had been challenged. He immediately let out a low shout as he stood up. The moment he stepped forward, a sharp and domineering aura instantly swept out and easily forced Bai Hua back. Brat, remember your own status when you talk back to someone else next time. Fang Qi's sharp gaze was fixed on Bai Hua. His expression was dignified. Status? In the end, you're just a Origin King. Just how high of a status do you think you have? However, at this moment, Luo Jin actually took a step forward from behind Bai Hua. He supported Bai Hua, who had been forced back by Fang Qi's presence. At the same time, his indifferent gaze landed on Fang Qi's body. Upon hearing Luo Jin's words, Fang Qi's old face twitched again. The two of them in front of him were basically nameless juniors. How could their words be so overbearing and arrogant? Could it be that they really had the backing of some super force? Fang Qi involuntarily became suspicious when he thought until this point. Indeed, for a group like this, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan or Zhou Tai who was leading it, both of them were existences with extremely special identities. One of them controlled the most overbearing strength in the world while the other was a subordinate of the #1 super faction in the continent. He had reason to believe that the other people around Xiaoyan were definitely not ordinary people. However, even with that being the case, Fang Qi was still unwilling to accept this. He was a mighty Origin King after all, yet he was treated like this by two Origin Transformation brats. If news of this spread, he would become the laughingstock of others. The prestige he had established in the Fang family would collapse as well. However, just when Fang Qi was about to speak again, enough. All of you, get out. Being reprimanded by the fairy doctor in front of everyone once again, logically speaking, Fang Qi should have retorted and pressured her. However, when he saw the fairy doctor's eyes that seemed to want to devour someone, even with his mental state, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything and walked out first. Just as Fang Qi was about to step out of the room, he was stopped by the fairy doctor once again. The suppressed anger in his heart had just gathered when he saw the fairy doctor pointing at Fang Jitsong, who was lying flat on the boat. Fang Qi clenched his teeth and turned back. He carried Fang Jitsong from the bed and then turned to walk out of the door. "Little girl, listen carefully. The reason why I did not reprimand you is because Xiaoyan saved my son. I can also understand your feelings now. However, if there is a next time, then don't blame me. Let's go." The fairy doctor's back was facing Fang Qi. Just one word caused Fang Qi's face to instantly become gloomy. He stared at the fairy doctor with some mild anger. In the end, Fang Qi did not say anything. He took a deep breath and stepped out of the door. After that, Luo Jin and Bai Hua bent over and lifted the unconscious Xiaoyan and placed him on the bed. Only then did they walk out of the room with Zhou Tai and the rest and once again return to the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, only the unconscious Xiaoyan and the fairy doctor were left in the room. The fairy doctor's gentle and beautiful eyes were filled with a strong sense of heartache. Looking at Xiaoyan, whose eyes were tightly shut and whose face had already become pale, the fairy doctor's heart could not bear to see him like this. She gently lifted her sleeves and wiped away the beads of sweat on Xiaoyan's forehead. After that, she stretched out her hands and tightly grasped Xiaoyan's wide and fair hands. Compared to Xiaoyan's two soft hands, it was like comparing an adult and a child. Her beautiful eyes carefully sized up the familiar face that was close at hand. The fairy doctor's heart could not help but recall the words that Xiaoyan had said to her not long ago. "You are my responsibility," the little fairy doctor could not help but mutter softly. It was unknown if Xiaoyan had sensed something or if it was due to the spreading of the poison in his body, but the muscles between his brows trembled slightly. The little fairy doctor immediately recovered. She knew that now was not the time to reminisce about the past. Only then did she swiftly spread out her spiritual strength and poured it into Xiaoyan's body. She quickly investigated the situation within Xiaoyan's body. In a short period of time, the poison in Xiaoyan's body had already occupied the center of the cyclone. Xiaoyan was unable to mobilize the Genesis Qi in his body, and the heavenly flame had also lost its ability to counterattack. At this very moment, the poison was spreading deeper into the meridians in Xiaoyan's body. When the little fairy doctor attempted to use her dou qi to block the poison, she helplessly discovered that the poison did not fear her dou qi. This point was just as Xiaoyan had said. Her current cultivation was really insufficient. She was unable to unleash any strength if she wanted to use it to deal with this strange poison. The poison could even absorb Genesis Qi, let alone dou qi. Since she was unable to control the poison, the little fairy doctor decided to give up on the idea of refining it from Xiaoyan's body. Instead, she changed her strategy and used her dou qi to guide the poison. Strand after strand of poison followed Xiaoyan's meridians all the way to his palm, before flowing into his body through the meridians in the little fairy doctor's palm. As the owner of the woeful poison body, the little fairy doctor naturally did not need to worry about the poison doing anything to her. She could continuously guide and absorb the poison, and not only would it not cause any harm to her body, she would even be able to utilize the poison and convert it into her own power, allowing her to swiftly cultivate in a manner that ordinary people would not dare to imagine. The most frightening thing was that this cultivation method would not bring any negative effects to the little fairy doctor's body. However, although the little fairy doctor had tried her best to guide the poison in Xiaoyan's body into her own through his veins, the effect of this method was limited. The little fairy doctor was fine with absorbing and refining strand by strand. However, the speed at which the poison in Xiaoyan's body was growing and spreading was much faster than this. Regardless of how the little fairy doctor guided it, the effect she obtained was at most half of the speed at which the poison was spreading. In contrast, the poison was not only unaffected by the little fairy doctor's guidance, it had already occupied several important meridians in Xiaoyan's body, causing the poison to spread at a much faster rate. Even the Genesis Qi in the vortex in his body was almost completely absorbed by the poison. Once the Genesis Qi was completely absorbed, it would be time for Xiaoyan's body and spirit to be devoured. When that happened, the little fairy doctor would be powerless to reverse the situation even if she used all her methods. The little fairy doctor also quickly discovered this point. However, she was also helpless in this kind of situation. Currently, she had already done her best to use all of the chi paths in Xiaoyan's body that she could use to guide out the poison. Even though this was the case, the effect that she had obtained was still minuscule. If she had to find a solution. Meanwhile, another force was quietly gathering in the depths of Xiaoyan's body. Once the poison in Xiaoyan's body spread to a point where the little fairy doctor could no longer control it, this force would immediately take effect. Woeful poison body, activate. Following the low cry from the little fairy doctor's mouth, numerous purple-black mysterious lines rapidly spread out from between her eyebrows. At the same time, her beautiful black hair also turned snow-white in the blink of an eye. A purple light surged into her eyes. At the same time, the speed at which she absorbed the poison suddenly increased explosively. Even so, the little fairy doctor's absorption speed and effectiveness was at most proportional to the speed at which the poison spread in Xiaoyan's body. It's still not enough, her beautiful eyes flickered faintly. The little fairy doctor's heart was filled with a myriad of complicated emotions. Her red lips parted slightly, but she was hesitant. Even if she had temporarily delayed the poison's spread, it was ultimately not a solution. If she wanted to completely prevent Xiaoyan's meridians and bones from being harmed by the poison, she would need to completely change the direction and strength of the poison's spread. However, to do so, she would need an even greater force to support it. At the same time, the speed at which she guided the poison out of Xiaoyan's body would need to be faster and more thorough. There was only one way to do this. After struggling for a while, the little fairy doctor finally released her slender hand that was tightly holding on to Xiaoyan's palm. At the same time, a crimson color surged onto her pretty face. Her delicate body trembled as she bent down. Her soft red lips timidly and longingly gently touched Xiaoyan's lips. Their lips and teeth melded together and their saliva flowed. The poison in Xiaoyan's body was thus guided into the little fairy doctor's body. Another 3 days passed. When the little fairy doctor came out of the room, everyone could only see her pretty face, which was suffused with a red glow. Her pair of pretty eyes were somewhat absent-minded and her black hair appeared a little messy. Luo Jin and the others were curious when they saw this, but they also seemed to have discovered something. They exchanged glances with one another and simply inquired about Xiaoyan's condition. However, they did not ask what exactly had happened. Soon after, the group entered the room and saw Xiaoyan sitting on the bed to recover his Genesis Qi. Sensing these people, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. His gaze made contact with Luo Jin and Bai Hua for an instant. Feeling the strangeness in their eyes, Xiaoyan could not help but open his mouth, but in the end, he did not say anything. Seeing this, Luo Jin slowly stepped forward. He raised his hand and gently patted the former's shoulder. Concerned, he asked a few questions about the condition of Xiaoyan's body. After learning that the poison in Xiaoyan's body had been completely resolved, Luo Jin, Bai Hua, and the others finally relaxed. 4 hours later, Xiaoyan's group, Feng Qi, and the other higher-ups of the Feng clan were all standing in a large hall of the Feng clan. At the same time, Feng Jitsong, who had recovered, was also present. Feng Jitsong thanks Mr. Xiaoyan for saving my life. Although Feng Jitsong's consciousness had been unclear for the past few years, he still had a deep memory of everything that had happened. Xiaoyan had helped him twice. Although he was unconscious at the time, he still knew everything that had happened. Although Xiaoyan did not like Feng Qi's character, Feng Jitsong's actions did not make him feel repulsed. In response to Feng Jitsong's respectful and sincere thanks, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded. As he stood up, he helped Feng Jitsong up. Young Master Feng is too polite. Since I promised your father, I will naturally do my best to save your life. Now that you are safe and sound, I can rest assured. After removing the poison from his body, Feng Jitsong's entire appearance had changed drastically. His originally bloated body had now slimmed down by more than 2 times. Even his lax eyes had become bright and sharp. His manner of speech and actions also displayed the demeanor of a great person. Compared to the Feng Jitsong that Xiaoyan's group had met a few days ago, the person in front of them was like a completely different person. Earlier, I heard that Mr. Xiaoyan had poisoned himself because of me. I really feel guilty in my heart. Originally, I wanted to go and visit you, but I was stopped by these few friends of yours at the door. In the hall, the two of them faced each other. Fang Jitsong spoke with an apologetic face. At the same time, his gaze also glanced at Luo Jin and the others by the side. The few of them sensed his gaze and gathered their gazes on Xiaoyan. From the looks of it, it appeared that they had thrown the problem to Xiaoyan. Haha, thanks to young Master Fang's concern, I am fine now. Seeing that Luo Jin and the others had actually displayed an appearance as though nothing had happened and had thrown the matter to him, Xiaoyan immediately smiled bitterly in his heart. He accompanied Fang Jitsong in a smile. At the same time his words sounded, the corner of his eyes involuntarily glanced toward the little fairy doctor by his side. When the little fairy doctor heard Xiaoyan's words at this time, she couldn't help but think of what happened between her and Xiaoyan in the room in the past 3 days. Her cheeks, which were still indifferent a moment ago, flushed in the blink of an eye. Haha, it's good that Mr. Xiaoyan is fine. Here, these are the medicinal materials that you asked me to collect before. I have asked someone to put them in the storage ring for you. At this time, Fang Qi, who was sitting in the first seat, laughed and waved his hand gently. Then, a clan member respectfully walked to Xiaoyan with a tray. There was a storage ring on the tray, and the medicinal materials that Xiaoyan needed were in it. Xiaoyan took the storage ring with one hand and checked it casually. After confirming that the medicinal materials in it were correct, he cupped his hands and said to Fang Qi, "In this case, thank you family head Fang. Now that young Master Fang's problem has been solved, I think it's time for us to leave." As Xiaoyan said, Luo Jin and others behind him also stood up and faced Fang Qi. They had been prepared to leave the Fang family for a long time, but they didn't expect that so many things would happen during this time. Now it was finally time to leave. Of course, they didn't hesitate. Oh? So soon? Mr. Xiaoyan and his group have just arrived in the southernmost land and have helped the Fang family so much. I haven't been a good host and you are leaving? Hearing Xiaoyan's words, even Fang Qi couldn't help but be a little surprised. Xiaoyan didn't do anything on this trip to the Fang family except to help Fang Jitsong detoxify. The only request he made was to take out 30 sets of medicinal materials for refining the breakthrough pill from the Fang family's inventory. This was nothing to the Fang family. They thought that now that the poison in Xiaoyan's body had been removed, he might ask for more things. They didn't expect that he would leave in a blink of an eye. We appreciate family head Fang's kindness, but we still have something to do, so it's inconvenient for us to stay. If there is another chance, we will definitely come back as guests. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled politely. His words were completely polite, but they caused a burst of sneer in the ears of the people who heard it. It was really hard for people to take these words that were meant to coax a child seriously. Hee, that's good. We will meet again if fate allows it. I just don't know why Mr. Xiaoyan rushed to the southernmost land in such a hurry. Oh, I'm just curious. You don't have to take it to heart. Fang Qi rolled his eyes and immediately asked again. Burning Flame Valley. I heard that there is going to be a sect competition there. We just want to join in the fun and take a look. After a slight hesitation, Xiaoyan said lightly. When Fang Qi heard this, the expression on his face suddenly froze. Even Fang Jitsong, who was beside him, looked at Xiaoyan with some surprise. Oh, so it's like this. That's right. In recent years, there have been many people watching the sect competition. There are even many people who have the chance to fight at the end of the sect competition. The winner can even get a reward from the sect. This has indeed attracted many younger disciples for the sect. Fang Qi seemed to understand this very well. Xiaoyan didn't think too much about it. After saying a few more words, he led Luo Jin and the others out of the hall. Behind them, Fang Jitsong hurriedly followed and wanted to send Xiaoyan and the others out of the door. When Xiaoyan's front foot stepped out of the hall, his footsteps suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Fang Qi, who was still sitting in his seat. The corners of his mouth curled up and he said with a smile, "Oh right, family head Fang. Don't forget that you promised me. You still owe me a favor." After saying this, Xiaoyan didn't pay much attention to Fang Qi, whose face had changed. He took a step forward and the group walked out of the Feng family along the way they came. Xiaoyan's group was currently walking out of the Feng residence. Feng Jitsong swiftly followed behind. Although Feng Jitsong was somewhat touched by Xiaoyan's earlier words, he did not think too much about it. On the other hand, Feng Jitsong was rather interested in the matter of heading to the Burning Flame Valley that Xiaoyan had mentioned. To think that Mr. Xiaoyan is also here for the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley. After catching up, Feng Jitsong glanced at the little fairy doctor beside Xiaoyan. Her extraordinary aura was indeed very eye-catching. However, he could only take a look. Yes, the sect grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley can be considered a grand event in the extreme south. I already knew about it before coming here and naturally should go and take a look. Xiaoyan softly chuckled. His expression was serious, as if his words were true. Could it be that Mr. Xiaoyan is planning to join the Burning Flame Valley? Xiaoyan possessed fire attribute Genesis Qi. In addition, he possessed a natural power like a heavenly flame. Once he joined the Burning Flame Valley, he would definitely be heavily nurtured. This would undoubtedly bring endless benefits to an ordinary person. Feng Jitsong immediately thought of this point when he heard that Xiaoyan was heading to the Burning Flame Valley. You can say that. In this regard, Xiaoyan paused for a moment before replying vaguely. If that is the case, my Feng clan may be able to help. Upon hearing Xiaoyan's words, a faint smile immediately appeared on Feng Jitsong's face. Xiaoyan's footsteps paused slightly as he turned his head to look at the latter. To be honest, my Feng clan is actually a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley. Oh, so that's how it is. Xiaoyan's group immediately understood when Feng Jitsong's words were said. No wonder he would ask such a strange question. So it was because of this. Since the Feng clan was a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley, if Xiaoyan really joined the Burning Flame Valley, his position in the faction would definitely not be low in the future. It would not be too late to pull their relationship closer to him at this moment. Along the way, Feng Jitsong told Xiaoyan about the relationship between his family and the Burning Flame Valley. According to Feng Jitsong, the Feng family had joined the Burning Flame Valley 3 years ago. Before that, the Feng family had not joined any other faction. Similarly, Feng Jitsong had not been poisoned. The reason why Feng Qi joined the Burning Flame Valley was because no one could cure him after he was poisoned. Even if he found the Alchemist Alliance, they did not have a complete solution. Among the 3 sects of the southern region, the only one that could be trusted was the Burning Flame Valley. In order for the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master to help Feng Jitsong, Feng Qi took the initiative to join the Burning Flame Valley. Although he was ultimately unable to remove the poison in Feng Jitsong's body, the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley promised Feng Qi that he would wait for another 3 years. After 3 years, there would definitely be a way to remove the poison from Feng Jitsong's body. However, now that the deadline was approaching, who would have thought that the people from the 10,000 Scorpion sect would suddenly arrive? If not for Xiaoyan's timely arrival, the Feng family would have already become a part of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Among all the information that Xiaoyan had heard, the most shocking thing was that the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley was actually a super expert whose cultivation had already reached the Origin Ancestor realm. Who would have thought that even such an expert was unable to remove the poison in Feng Jitsong's body? After explaining along the way, Feng Jitsong ultimately sent Xiaoyan's group out of the house. After both parties smiled and said goodbye, the group headed east. According to Feng Jitsong, the location of his Feng family was not too far away from the Burning Flame Valley. With the speed of Xiaoyan's group, it would take them at most 2 days to reach the Burning Flame Valley. Calculating the time, there were still 5 days before the Burning Flame Valley's intersect grand competition, which was more than enough time. To think that the Feng family is actually a subordinate of the Burning Flame Valley. Looks like we have to be more careful when heading to the Burning Flame Valley this time. After seeing the actions of the people from the Feng family, Xiaoyan's group immediately became fearful of the so-called Burning Flame Valley. After all, the Feng family had already made them so restless, not to mention the Burning Flame Valley, whose strength was many times greater than the Feng family. The Burning Flame Valley was located in a mountain range called the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range in the extreme south. The Scarlet Flame Mountain Range was once the most vast and barren mountain range in the extreme south. Almost no one lived there, and even ordinary magical beasts would not choose to live there. The endless scarlet-red mountain range was like a burning land that extended outwards. The sun shone down and there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. The originally blue sky was dyed a fiery red by the scarlet-red light. The temperature in the air was simply unbearable for ordinary people, and all plants were destined to be unable to survive in this place. As far as the eye could see, not only were there no plants in the entire barren mountain range, there were not even any branches or leaves of basswood. When the strong wind blew, all the leaves and flowers that flew over from the mountain forest in the distance would turn into ashes in the blink of an eye. The water vapor contained within the plants would evaporate in the blink of an eye, to the extent that even breathing would become extremely difficult. The deeper they went, the more they could feel the loneliness of the mountain range. They could even see countless rivers of magma that flowed slowly. The scorching high temperature burned the land into a sparkling scarlet color. This place was simply like a wasteland that had been abandoned by the continent. It was likely that no one would be willing to stay here. However, at this very moment, Xiaoyan's group of 7 had finally arrived at the outskirts of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. This is the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range? It's really like what Feng Jitsong said. This is simply not a place where humans can live. Although they were far away, the group of people had already felt the hot air from the air. The clothes of the few of them had already been soaked in sweat. The long skirt that the fairy doctor wore was even more tightly clung to her delicate body. There was no doubt that her curvaceous figure was undoubtedly displayed, causing one's imagination to run wild. Xiaoyan turned around and looked at the group of people behind him. Immediately, an awkward expression could not help but appear on his face. Although the temperature here was not low, for Xiaoyan who possessed the heavenly flame, he had long been accustomed to various kinds of heat. To be honest, even after arriving here, he still did not feel any heat. However, at this moment, Luo Jin and the others' faces were already filled with impatience and suffering. Seeing this situation, Xiaoyan hurriedly took out a few fingernail-sized ice crystals from the storage ring and quickly handed them to everyone. Although these ice crystals looked ordinary, the moment they appeared, some fine ice fragments actually appeared out of thin air in the originally dry and hot air. Moreover, even the temperature of the small space where everyone was in actually instantly dropped. What is this? It can actually change the temperature here in an instant. Seeing this scene, even Luo Jin's face could not help but reveal a shocked expression. Although he had seen many natural treasures and believed that his experience was not shallow, he had never seen such a heaven-defying thing. Just a fingernail-sized piece was actually able to change the temperature of this place. This is extreme cold, swoosh. Xiaoyan had just opened his mouth with a smile and was about to tell the few people in front of him what the thing in their hands was. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan's body was suddenly shocked. A bone-chilling chill instantly followed from his feet to the top of his head. Extreme fear actually caused his soul to instantly tremble. Immediately in the next moment, when Xiaoyan hurriedly turned around, a pair of dark red eyes that were filled with murderous intent collided with his line of sight. Buzz. The sudden appearance of a chilling killing intent caused Xiaoyan's entire body and soul to involuntarily tremble. The pair of pupils in his pitch-black eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip, and even his breathing stopped for a moment. Especially when Xiaoyan directly met the pair of dark red eyes, he was even more able to feel the chilling and merciless killing intent. It was straightforward and callous, without any impurities. However, it was precisely because of this that it caused one to feel even more terrified. Both parties had yet to speak, but Xiaoyan was already certain that this person was definitely coming for them. It was only when Xiaoyan turned around that Luo Jin and the rest finally noticed the strange figure that had suddenly appeared on the distant barren mountain. A black cloak covered his entire body, making it impossible to see his true appearance from the outside. All they could see was a pair of dark red eyes. However, unlike Xiaoyan, Luo Jin and the rest did not feel the slightest bit of killing intent from this person. In other words, this fellow was completely targeting Xiaoyan alone. What's going on? There was clearly no one there just a moment ago. Why did this fellow suddenly appear? One had to know that the group had already been at the outskirts of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range for close to 15 minutes. They were certain that during this time, no one had entered or exited before their eyes, nor had they sensed any aura. However, since that was the case, when did this fellow in front of them appear? Seeing Xiaoyan's deathly pale face, Luo Jin's heart instantly tightened. Since they did not feel any killing intent from the other party, and Xiaoyan had such a pale face at this moment, it meant that the other party's target was only Xiaoyan alone. "May I know who you are, and why are you here?" As he spoke, Luo Jin's body indiscernibly moved, shielding half of Xiaoyan's body behind him, while Bai Hua also blocked the other half of Xiaoyan's body. "Get out of the way, I can only kill him alone." A cold and hoarse voice sounded out from under the black cloak. There was not the slightest bit of emotion in the indifferent voice, and the stranger's gaze never left Xiaoyan's face. At the same time, in the space in front of him, an extremely powerful energy began to gradually condense, transforming into a diamond-shaped spike in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene, Luo Jin and the rest instantly became nervous. The little fairy doctor and the rest behind them also hurriedly surrounded Xiaoyan, each releasing the energy within their body in an attempt to block the stranger's attack for Xiaoyan. "All of you, get out of the way." Xiaoyan, who was surrounded by a cold killing intent, finally managed to forcefully stabilize his originally trembling soul and body at this moment. He clenched his teeth and uttered these words. However, the few people in front of him were completely indifferent. "Get out of the way." Xiaoyan forcefully supported his body. At the same time that he let out a low cry, the fierce heavenly flame also began to burn violently on the surface of his body. An invisible strength immediately swept over. The searing high temperature also completely wiped away the fear within Xiaoyan's heart. Sensing that his presence had been broken through, the black-cloaked man could not help but gently exclaim, as if he had never thought that a returnant's brat would be able to break through his pressure. However, when he saw the heavenly flames on Xiaoyan's body, he immediately understood his surprise. That's it. Even if it was a heavenly flame, it was still unable to cause much of an emotional fluctuation in the heart of the black-robed man. The hoarse and cold voice once again spat out. A pair of dark red eyes slightly focused, and the energy spike in front of him immediately shot out. Swish, the sharp sound of rushing wind appeared for an instant before the empty space in front of the sharp spike suddenly collapsed. At the same time, it turned into an endless empty space. The entire world began to distort. After reaching a certain critical point, the already shattered empty space began to distort and tear apart an even larger area of the sky. At the same time, an extremely powerful pressure easily broke apart everyone in front of Xiaoyan. The powerful force directly targeted Xiaoyan. During this entire process, the black-robed man did not even raise his head to look. Instead, after the energy spike shot out, he turned his gaze back. His eyes revealed a hint of fear as he looked towards the depths of the Scarlet Flame mountain range, before preparing to leave. However, just as he was about to leave, there was no longer any activity from Xiaoyan in the distance. The sound of a body being penetrated that he should have heard did not appear. This caused him to be extremely surprised. Turning his head to look, he saw that the place where Xiaoyan was originally standing was actually empty. Instead, a hill in the distance had been blasted into a deep pit by the force. Seeing this scene, the black-cloaked man immediately frowned. He did not think that with that brat's strength, he would be able to dodge his attack. But since that was the case, what was going on right now? 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. An earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded out from behind the black-cloaked man. Xiaoyan's figure scuttled out from a pitch-black tent, holding a giant ruler in his hand, flames curling around it. In the blink of an eye, the graceful ruler light had already stood between heaven and earth, as though it wanted to split the heavens and earth, and directly descended towards the black-cloaked man. The graceful ruler light closed in on the black-cloaked man in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to land on his body, the black-cloaked man unhurriedly turned his head, allowing the graceful ruler light above his head to descend. He only gently raised a finger, and a light flickered at the tip of his finger. Whoosh! There seemed to be a flash of lightning between heaven and earth. The huge amount of energy contained in the ruler light was instantly cut off. Then, with a boom, it exploded between heaven and earth. What? Seeing this shocking scene, Xiaoyan was instantly shocked. However, before he could do anything else, the black-cloaked man, who was included in the range of the energy explosion, suddenly appeared in front of him. He raised a hand and grabbed at Xiaoyan's head. The skinny palm quickly enlarged in Xiaoyan's eyes. Even though he had already done his best to condense a defense on the surface of his body, he still felt a strong sense of powerlessness in his heart in the face of the black-cloaked man's attack. He could only allow the palm in front of him to land on his head. Buzz. However, in the next moment, the scene from a few days ago appeared again in Xiaoyan's body. Shocking energy ripples swept out from Xiaoyan's body. The powerful pressure caused the black-cloaked man's expression to suddenly change. At the same time, an illusionary human figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. A finger pressed against the palm of the black-robed person. A powerful force immediately erupted and penetrated the palm and forearm of the black-robed person. Soon after, the black-robed person's entire body was sent flying by this force that had suddenly appeared. Then, he looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. It had an almost corporeal body and an extremely powerful aura. In particular, the face that Xiaoyan could not be more familiar with. The figure that suddenly appeared was Xiaoxian, who had been sleeping for a long time. The sudden change in the sky not only caused the mysterious black-robed man to be shocked, but even Luo Jin and the rest of the people were also shocked. What is that? It seems to be a soul. I think that guy should be the one hiding in Xiaoyan's body. A spirit body can actually possess such powerful strength? Everyone was extremely shocked when they saw Xiaoxian blow the black-robed person away with a single strike. After all, even when they used their full strength to block the attack, they could not even block the shockwaves from the black-robed person's attack. However, the soul that had appeared before them was able to blow the black-robed person away in a single strike, which was more than enough to demonstrate his terrifying cultivation. I never thought that Xiaoyan would be acquainted with an expert like that. From the way the two of them fought, they're probably even stronger than Origin Kings. They're actually two Origin Kings. When Luo Jin's mouth emitted an exclamation of surprise, the expressions of Zhou Tai and the others behind him also changed. Fortunately, from the way this expert in front of Xiaoyan had acted earlier, he was at least standing on their side. From the looks of it, their current situation could still be considered safe. Since he's taken action, I think we'll be fine this time, Luo Jin said. Now that both sides had an expert at Origin King, it would be difficult to determine the victor once they began fighting. Not to mention that they were currently within the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. If a battle between Origin Kings dragged on for too long, it would attract the attention of the Burning Flame Valley. It would be even more difficult for the mysterious black-robed person to deal with. The others all nodded in relief when they heard Luo Jin's words. However, they could not help but feel fear when they looked at the black-robed person. Although they were powerful even in the extreme south, they were still nowhere close to true experts of the upper echelons. In the eyes of Origin Kings, so-called Origin Transformation and Returnance experts like them were nothing. Origin King, At this moment, the black-robed man who had been sent flying by Xiaoxian's attack was also in the air. His injured right arm trembled slightly as he stared at Xiaoxian with his dark red eyes. His voice was still slightly shaken. Although the previous attack was sudden, it was enough for him to clearly see the strength of the person in front of him. A 5-star Source King was much stronger than him. In terms of cultivation alone, Xiaoxian could already suppress him, let alone now that he was injured. Most importantly, Xiaoxian did not possess a body right now. He was just a soul. If Xiaoxian recovered his body, his battle prowess would definitely skyrocket once more. That way, the mysterious person would be even less of his opponent. Little fellow, are you alright? Xiaoxian ignored the black-robed man and turned to face Xiaoyan with a smile. Ancestor Xiaoxian, you've recovered. Yeah, not only have I recovered, but my strength has also increased by quite a lot. The sea race sure has a lot of treasures. Why don't you go get some for me? Xiaoxian stopped worrying when he saw that Xiaoyan was fine. He grinned, but his tone was rather teasing. However, when Xiaoyan heard that, he could not help but become stunned. He cursed inside. In order to help Xiaoxian recover his soul, Hai Zhantian had taken out all the treasures of the sea race that could recover soul force without holding back at all. The 2C race probably still felt pained over this matter, yet Xiaoxian still dared to say something like that. Alright, I'm just joking. Let's cut the crap and listen to what this friend has to say first, Xiaoxian laughed. Xiaoxian laughed out loud. He was naturally aware of Xiaoyan's thoughts. He knew that Xiaoyan would be embarrassed to look for the Xi clan. Xiaoxian immediately turned around and the smile on his face was withdrawn. His dense gaze was like a sharp blade as it landed on the black-robed person. An invisible aura broke through empty space and cut off half of the black robe that covered his face. OM. The black-robed man's heart skipped a beat, and his imposing aura gushed out. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Xiaoxian with fear. Who are you? Why did you attack him? Xiaoxian's face was calm, but his voice was chilling. At the same time, the mighty Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate. You don't need to know. The black-robed man took a step forward, and purple-black Genesis Qi rapidly spread from the bottom of his feet as the space beneath his feet crumbled. I don't need to know? Even if he's going to die, you should at least let him know the reason. The black-robed man remained indifferent, as though he hadn't heard Xiaoxian's words. Since you don't want to speak, I'll have to beat you until you do. Xiaoxian narrowed his eyes, and an extremely cold light burst out from his eyes. He slowly lifted his right hand and clasped his two fingers together. With one thought, the Genesis Qi between heaven and earth began to circulate, and a hurricane began to swirl around him. Invisible wind blades emitted piercing sounds in the sky, and a fierce aura soared into the sky. Swoosh! The tip of Xiaoxian's foot tapped the void, and his figure instantly shot across the air. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of the black-robed man. With a wave of his two fingers, fierce sword qi suddenly streaked across the air. The hurricane abruptly changed directions, turning into an invisible energy wave that pounced towards the black-robed man from all directions. At the same time, the black-robed man didn't back down in the slightest. He stomped his foot, and purple-black Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from the bottom of his feet. It soared into the sky and turned into a wall that blocked the invisible wave. The moment the purple-black Genesis Qi wall was broken, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed at Xiaoxian's head. Xiaoxian wasn't afraid in the slightest. He stretched out two fingers of his right hand and tapped the black-robed man's palm again. But this time, because of the Genesis Qi, the fierce sword qi didn't penetrate the black-robed man's palm. But even so, the energy ripples that swept out from the two of them caused the world to tremble. The domineering sword aura even cut the barren mountain on one side. The mountain was cut in half, and when the upper part collapsed, a flat and smooth platform was left in the cut area. Xiaoyan and the others had no choice but to avoid the battle. They stood on the barren mountain and watched the two people fiercely fighting from a distance. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with shock when he saw Xiaoxian display a frightening fighting strength. He naturally understood the words of the black-robed person earlier. The current Xiaoxian was already a genuine expert at the Origin King class. It was unexpected that Xiaoxian's awakening this time around would bring him such a great surprise. If the favor that the Feng clan had mentioned was still uncertain, Xiaoxian's appearance at this moment gave him true confidence. At the very least, with Xiaoxian in charge, their group would not need to fear those ordinary Origin Kings. Xiaoyan, who is he? It was only then that Luo Jin asked the question in his heart. After all, such an expert had suddenly appeared in their team. Even if he didn't need to worry, he was still a little curious. Him? He's my ancestor. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Luo Jin did not believe him. Instead, he was speechless. A suspicious expression involuntarily surfaced in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Xiaoyan, the latter was not the kind of person who would easily say such words just because of the other party's strength. However, the two words that Xiaoyan had spat out at this moment caused him to be unable to believe it. Even if it was a joke, it should not be said in such a manner. I say, even if this fellow is an Origin King expert, I do not believe that with your arrogance, you would actually address a stranger in such a manner. Do you still have any integrity? Pfft. Luo Jin's words caused Xiaoyan to be stunned. On the other hand, Bai Hua could not help but laugh out loud. As for the fairy doctor, although she did not dare to easily believe it, she already had an idea in her heart. At this moment, Zhou Tai and the rest also had faces filled with curiosity and suspicion. Everyone was clear about Xiaoyan's character. However, at this moment, the words that Xiaoyan had said caused them to not dare to believe it. Rice can be eaten indiscriminately, but how could one randomly acknowledge an ancestor? Xiaoyan, don't tell me that he is that. Immediately after, Bai Hua noticed the somewhat serious expression in Xiaoyan's eyes and hurriedly returned to normal. Soon after, her tone was somewhat surprised as she asked. Behind her, the fairy doctor also opened her pair of watery eyes and stared at Xiaoyan with a curious expression on her face. Yes, it is indeed him. I have succeeded. Hearing the meaning in Bai Hua's words, Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. He did not hide anything. Everyone present was on the same side and there was nothing to hide. Other than some secrets that were related to himself, there was no harm in revealing the rest. Hiss. Hearing Xiaoyan personally confirm it, Bai Hua and the fairy doctor could not help but inhale a breath of cold air. They really did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually succeed. The person who had appeared in front of them now was an absolute expert who had once affected the entire Doqi continent. They did not expect that he had actually revived. Even so, Luo Jin's face was still at a loss. Although he did not know who the soul that had appeared later was, he could tell from the expressions on Bai Hua and the fairy doctor's faces that he was an extremely impressive character. He is indeed my ancestor. His name is Xiaoxian, and he is the person I admire the most in my life. Seeing that the faces of Luo Jin and the others were still at a loss, Xiaoyan smiled slightly and spoke in an indifferent and certain manner. He did not explain much, but it allowed the few of them to immediately understand the truth of Xiaoyan's words. Hiss. If that's the case, Luo Jin's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something. Back then, Luo Ao had told him that there was another soul in Xiaoyan's body. Now, it seemed that it was Xiaoxian. So, Xiaoxian is also from the Doqi continent? While they were talking about Xiaoxian, the battle between Xiaoxian and the mysterious man was getting more and more intense. Materialization of the Great Tao. Devil Tribulation Armor. With a low growl, the strange purple-black power of the Great Way quickly condensed on the surface of the black-robed man's body. In the blink of an eye, a strange and ugly armor covered with sharp thorns covered the black-robed man's body. Unfortunately, his Genesis Chi was of the poison attribute, and his Great Tao power was mainly poison. Even if he encountered an opponent of the same level, his opponent would not dare to underestimate him because of his poison power. Normally, when he fought, his opponent would be careful, and there was no reason for him to defend. But now, in the face of Xiaoxian's fierce and domineering offensive, his poison had no effect at all. Whether it was the poison mist or the weapon formed from poison, it was useless under Xiaoxian's attack. As long as the poison mist spread, it would be immediately blown away by the hurricane around Xiaoxian. As for the weapon, Xiaoxian's fierce sword Qi seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. As long as he swiped 2 fingers, any attack would be instantly severed. Xiaoxian was a monster with no flaws. Damn it. I don't believe it. Since the poison can't touch you, I'll do it myself. At this point, even the black-robed man, who had a stable temperament, could no longer calm down. He had never seen such a monstrous person. No matter what, he must break Xiaoxian's attack. Clang. 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 Gaga gaga. You don't seem to have mastered the Great Tao power. Although your sword Qi is extraordinary, you look down on the Great Tao power too much if you want to rely on it to break my armor formed from the Great Tao power. Seeing that Xiaoxian couldn't break his armor, the black-robed man finally revealed a sinister smile. He ignored the sword Qi that collided with his armor and directly charged at Xiaoxian. Although Xiaoxian's battle prowess was terrifying, the black-robed man firmly believed that as long as his poison could injure Xiaoxian, he would definitely have a chance to defeat Xiaoxian. Since Xiaoxian couldn't break his armor at such a close distance, he would definitely be injured. So, it was his turn to attack. Die. Clang, the black-robed man was covered in spikes, and he appeared before Xiaoxian in the blink of an eye. He charged at Xiaoxian with all his might, but the result was that when the spikes were a few inches away from Xiaoxian's body, a golden light immediately flickered on the surface of Xiaoxian's body. In the blink of an eye, it had covered Xiaoxian's entire body. The black-robed man's expression changed drastically when he saw the profound golden runes on Xiaoxian's body. He had never imagined that Xiaoxian would actually have such a method. Sky Prison Formation, activate. Xianxia didn't care about the expression on the black-robed man's face. With a low roar, golden light flashed under the black-robed man's feet and wrapped around him in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for him to leave the space he was in. At the same time, Xianxia lifted 2 fingers, and a hurricane spun between heaven and earth. Genesis' chi condensed at his fingertips and turned into a speck of starlight. Green cleansing sword art, heavenly strike. Slash. As the sword art was executed, rays of light flashed, and the armor was torn apart. The entire battle lasted less than half an hour, but the black-robed man had been utterly defeated. Now, you can tell me, who are you? The armor was broken, and even the robes worn by the black-robed person were cut into pieces, revealing a skinny body underneath. His face was also extremely skinny. The only difference was that there was a huge scorpion tattooed on the left side of the black-robed person's chest. From this point alone, the group was able to roughly confirm the identity of this fellow. You're from the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Xiaoyan and the others approached. They felt a little surprise at the identity of this fellow. However, they understood after thinking about it. They had spoiled their plan. It was normal for them to want to kill them. Unfortunately, they had failed. Xiaoyan and the others walked over. Pu-fu, I was ordered by the sect master to kill you. Sect master? The sect master of the myriad scorpion sect? Xiaoyan immediately raised an eyebrow when he heard Che Fu's words. He immediately thought of Mao Sun, who had just left the Feng family. Is it because of Mao Sun? If Mao Sun had reported the news about him, it would make sense for the myriad scorpion sect to send people to kill him. However, that shouldn't be the case. The Feng family is within the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. The 3 sects are extremely far from each other. Even if he's a late returnance expert, it's impossible for him to make it back to the myriad scorpion sect in just a few days, not to mention that this person has already chased him all the way here. Luo Jin shook his head and directly rejected Xiaoyan's guess. At the same time, Xiaoyan nodded with a frown. He had thought of this as well, but why did Che Fu want to kill him if that was the case? Xiaoyan's group had never come across anyone from the myriad scorpion sect along the way, so it was impossible for them to come into conflict with them. There was even less reason for them to kill him. Yet now, not only did the myriad scorpion sect want to kill Xiaoyan, they had even specially sent a origin king to kill him. This was just unbelievable. Why does your sect master want to kill me? Xiaoyan knit his brows tightly. He did not believe that a calamity would descend from the sky without any reason. Even though he was one of the 3 great sects of the southern region, it was impossible for him to randomly attack a stranger. Even if it was for the heavenly flame in his hand, he should at least give a reason, right? I don't know. I'm only responsible for killing you. I don't care about the reason. Che Fu was currently under Xiaoxian's control, so he obviously could not break free in a short amount of time. However, he calmed down very quickly, as if he knew how terrifying Xiaoxian was. Even if he tried to struggle, it would be pointless. Instead of wasting his energy, it would be better for him to relax and recover. Although they were both origin monarchs, it wasn't that easy for Xiaoxian to kill him. Xiaoxian wouldn't have been able to control him so easily if they had really gone all out. After asking for a long time, Xiaoyan was actually unable to get anything useful out of him. In the end, he sighed helplessly. From the looks of the current situation, Ma Fu really did not know the reason behind this. As for the 10,000 Scorpion Gate, the other party gritted his teeth and refused to answer regardless of how Xiaoxian pressured him. Even if he said something that they already knew, it was completely irrelevant. Damn it, what should we do now? This fellow refuses to speak no matter what. If there's no other way, we might as well just kill him. Even if he couldn't get any information about the 10,000 Scorpion sect from a Yuan king, killing him would still be a huge loss to the 10,000 Scorpion sect. For a powerful sect, the stronger the cultivation of a sect member, the more important and precious they were. Even the loss of one would cause the strength of the entire sect to drop significantly. If Ma Fu died, the overall strength of the 10,000 Scorpion sect would definitely drop by a level, which wasn't a bad thing for Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoxian helplessly shook his head when he heard Xiaoyan's words. His hand slowly relaxed, and Ma Fu, who was trapped by the heaven-imprisoning formation, was immediately freed. The Genesis Chi in his body began to circulate rapidly again. "Ancestor, what are you doing?" Xiaoyan's expression changed when he saw Xiaoxian release the formation on Ma Fu's body. He involuntarily took a step back, and Genesis Chi immediately gushed out from his body as he cautiously stared at Ma Fu. "Let him go." Xiaoxian had no intention of stopping him. He gently pressed his hand on Xiaoyan's shoulder and nodded at him. When Xiaoyan noticed Xiaoxian's gaze, he withdrew the Genesis Chi he had released even though he was unwilling. Since Xiaoxian had said so, it was naturally even more impossible for him to kill Ma Fu. "What's your name?" Ma Fu ignored Xiaoyan and shifted his gaze to Xiaoxian. Among these people, only Xiaoxian could make him pay attention. "Xiaoxian." Xiaoxian pursed his lips into a smile. The calmness on his face made him look even more like an expert. Such a person was bound to become a true expert, an expert who could shake a region and command the wind and clouds. "I'll remember that today's battle isn't over yet." "I think so too. Why haven't you mastered the power of the Great Tao?" This was what puzzled Ma Fu the most. Xiaoxian was clearly not an ordinary person. With such talent, logically speaking, he should have mastered the power of the Great Tao. But in the previous battle, there wasn't even the slightest trace of the power of the Great Tao. Xiaoxian smiled in a noncommittal manner and did not say anything else. Seeing that Xiaoxian didn't want to say more, Ma Fu nodded, and then his gaze fell on Xiaoyan. The latter instantly understood the meaning in his eyes. "Xiaoyan." Ma Fu imitated Xiaoxian's tone and replied. Ma Fu was taken aback. His gaze swept between the two people in front of him, and as if he had discovered something, he muttered their names twice before turning around and flying towards the southern sky. It wasn't until Ma Fu's figure disappeared from their sight that the last trace of worry in the group's hearts dissipated. Then, their gazes involuntarily converged on Xiaoxian. It wasn't that they had never seen an expert at the Origin King realm, but it was the first time they had seen a soul with such strength. Most importantly, this person was actually related to Xiaoyan. "Haha, little guy, not bad. I haven't seen you for a while, but your cultivation hasn't fallen at all. Although the speed isn't fast, it's solid. This will definitely benefit you in the future." Retracting his gaze, Xiaoxian once again sized up Xiaoyan. After sensing the latter's current cultivation, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Hearing this, Xiaoyan chuckled. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, "Ancestor, has your soul power completely recovered?" "Haha, not only has it recovered, but it's even stronger than before. The current me," in their words, "is roughly equivalent to a 5-star Origin King." The faces of Xiaoyan's group immediately revealed a shocked expression when his words reached this point. A 5-star Origin King. This was much stronger than the clan head of the Fang clan, Fang Qi. In this way, their group would have nothing to fear as they traversed the southern region. Seeing this, Xiaoxian smiled slyly and continued, "Apart from that, my soul power has also reached rank 7. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions on the faces of Xiaoyan and the others instantly froze. Even the expression on Luo Jin's face was gradually replaced by deep shock. 7 realms soul power, coupled with the formation he had displayed earlier, meant that while being a 5-star Origin King, the current Xiaoxian was also a rank 7 formation master. A rank 7 formation master. Even a source sect powerhouse would not dare to underestimate the power of a rank 7 formation master. In that case, wouldn't Xiaoyan's team not even be afraid of a source sect powerhouse? Everyone was shocked when they thought of this, but Xiaoxian seemed to have noticed their thoughts. He immediately chuckled, shook his head, and sighed, "Don't think too much about it. Don't think about it too simply. Becoming a tier 7 array master isn't as easy as you think. Formations relied heavily on formations, and the more powerful a formation was, the more difficult it was to condense it. Especially after reaching the 7th step, almost all of the formations needed to rely on formation discs. Otherwise, not to mention the energy required to condense a formation, just the long period of time required was unbearable for anyone. The reason why Xiaoxian was able to condense the sky-imprisoning formation in the blink of an eye was partly because of his immense spiritual strength, but more importantly, it was because he had already secretly condensed the formation at the beginning of the battle. he was waiting for the end of the battle. Although Xiaoxian had inherited Tianju's legacy, Tianju had only been a Class 6 formations master back then. Both his understanding and mastery of formations were extremely limited. Currently, all the methods and techniques that Xiaoxian knew about formations were far from enough for him to use. Even the Class 6 formations he knew were extremely limited. Moreover, his cultivation level was not proportional to his array master's level. A powerful formation also needed a powerful cultivation to support it. With Xiaoxian's current strength, although it was an extremely powerful force in the extreme south, it was still too far-fetched to use it to support the condensation of a high-grade formation. A 5-star Source King could condense many rank 6 formations, and his success rate of condensing a rank 7 formation would probably not exceed 50%. Most importantly, Xiaoxian did not possess any scrolls related to Class 7 formations right now, so it was impossible for him to learn them. Oh? Senior Xiaoxian doesn't have any scrolls about high-grade formations? Luo Jin's eyes immediately lit up when he heard Xiaoxian's words. He hurriedly took out 3 jade-sealed scrolls from his spatial ring and handed them over to Xiaoxian. My father gave these 3 scrolls to me. He originally hoped that I could undo the jade seal as soon as possible so that I could comprehend the mysteries within. However, it's useless for me to keep them with me. Since Senior needs them, I'll give them to you. Xiaoxian did not immediately accept the 3 scrolls in front of him as he looked at them. He knew that since these people were able to follow beside Xiaoyan, lend him a hand when he was in danger, and even disregard their own safety, they were definitely people whom Xiaoyan could trust. However, it was also because of this that he could not easily accept the other party's gift. This might be beneficial to him, but it might not be so for Xiaoyan. Moreover, Luo Jin had specially mentioned the importance of these 3 scrolls. If he were to accept them, it was likely that. Ancestor, there's no need to worry. Yeah, Senior. These things are exactly what you need right now. You can just return them to me when you don't need them anymore. As soon as Xiaoyan spoke, Luo Jin grinned as if he did not care at all. It would be a lie to say that he had given away these 3 scrolls carelessly. These 3 scrolls were carefully selected by his father from the clan's vault. These 3 formations were extremely powerful even among Class 7 formations. At the same time, it was extremely difficult to fully comprehend them. When Luo Jin's father had given him the formations and the scrolls, he had sternly warned him not to give the formations to anyone. Just this point alone was enough to prove the uniqueness of these 3 formations. However, Luo Jin was currently giving them to Xiaoxian. On one hand, he had the intention of gaining Xiaoxian's favor. On the other hand, he hoped to use this to deepen the relationship between him and Xiaoyan. 3 rank 7 formations and the future ultimate expert of the continent. The pros and cons of this were obvious at a glance. Luo Jin did not think that he would lose out in this transaction. After hearing Xiaoyan's words, Xiaoxian hesitantly put away the scrolls in his hand. At the same time, he thanked Luo Jin. After a simple exchange of greetings, the group prepared to enter the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. Due to the protection of the extreme Arctic ice soul, the group was not affected by the scorching temperature in the air for the rest of the journey. The group flew past the mountain ridges at an extremely fast speed and headed towards the depths of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. According to Fang Jitsong, the Burning Flame Valley sect was built in the deepest part of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. That place would definitely shock anyone who saw it for the first time. As for the reason, Fang Jitsong did not explain, and Xiaoyan did not ask. As the group approached the location of the Burning Flame Valley sect, they met quite a number of outsiders who were also hurrying to the Burning Flame Valley. Indeed, it was just as Fang Qi had said. The Burning Flame Valley's great sect competition had indeed attracted a large number of experts from the outside world. From the looks of it, this great sect competition seemed to be quite a grand occasion. However, these people did not appear to be as relaxed as Xiaoyan and the rest. There was a terrifyingly high temperature above their heads. The closer they got to the depths of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range, the hotter the air became. It was as if there was an invisible flame burning there, rapidly exhausting the Genesis Chi in their bodies and forcing them to slow down. Of course, there was naturally no lack of powerful individuals amongst these people. One of the groups was even faster than Xiaoyan's group. When Xiaoyan observed the aura of their leader, the latter cast a glance at him, a sharp and domineering gaze instantly causing Xiaoyan to withdraw his gaze as a shiver ran through his heart. Shockingly, the person leading the group was an expert at the Origin King realm. The southern region is indeed a place filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It's impossible to meet any of these experts in the western region. In just a few days, I've already met 3 of them. I'm afraid the southern region is much more lively than I imagined. Xiaoyan quietly said in his heart. At the same time that he was shocked by the cultivation of these people, a heated emotion gradually surged into his pair of dark black eyes. The hot blood in his chest was also ignited at this moment. If one did not climb high, how could one see the mountains beyond the mountains? If one did not travel far, how could one travel 1,000 miles? Only by traveling with experts could one become an expert. The extreme south was bound to be dangerous, but at the same time, it was also an excellent training ground. After Xiaoyan's group had entered the Scarlet Flame mountain range for 2 hours, they finally arrived at the core area of the entire mountain range. The headquarters of the Burning Flame Valley was located here. When this group of people saw the scene in front of them, it was indeed as Feng Jitsong had expected. Everyone present felt shocked and surprised in their hearts. After all, the scene that had appeared in front of them at this moment was really hard to believe. The originally scarlet-red barren mountain seemed to have been forcefully cut off by an invisible force. The red rocky ground came to an abrupt stop, and a verdant mountain forest suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan's group at this moment. The mountain peak stood tall, and the fragrance of birds, trees, and flowers was very different from the outside world. Even though it was only a short distance of a few feet, at a glance, it seemed as though it was 2 different worlds. With such a beautiful scene, it was no wonder that Feng Jitsong would say such words. Such a scene, no wonder it would cause people to be shocked. I never thought that there would actually be another world within these layers of barren mountains. The Burning Flame Valley is indeed worthy of being the head of the 3 sects of the southern region. Let's go. Today, let us experience the splendor of the Burning Flame Valley. After the group of people sighed, they looked at each other and smiled. Then, they leaped and flew towards the depths of the mountain forest in front of them. This mountain forest was neither big nor small. The location of the Burning Flame Valley's headquarters was built on the peak of the towering mountain in the middle of the mountain forest. The towering and imposing mountain towered into the clouds. At first glance, its enormous size was simply like a huge beast lying between the heavens and the earth. The mountain ridge was like a pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. The peak of the mountain was like a sharp point that pierced the heavens. Rows upon rows of buildings were built on the platforms between the mountain ridge. Although they appeared uneven, it gave people a feeling of majesty. Although the group of people had yet to arrive, they could see from afar that there was a huge rock that protruded from the mountain peak. The 3 large words Burning Flame Valley were written with vigorous strokes. At this moment, some figures gradually appeared in front of or around Xiaoyan's group. All of these people were people who had come from the outside world to watch the Burning Flame Valley sect grand competition. As the distance gradually decreased, the number of people in everyone's sight also increased. Only then did Xiaoyan understand just how great the attraction of this grand competition was. Just from the number of guests they could see, there were no less than 1,000. Most of them had reached origin transformation, and there were even no less than 100 returnance experts. As for the people whose cultivation levels were difficult to see through, they were obviously origin kings. It's just a sect competition, yet so many experts have gathered. Even so many origin king level experts have come. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt a shock at the foundation of this Burning Flame Valley when he sensed those extremely powerful auras. The reason why a grand competition between the sects was able to attract so many experts was not just because of the excitement of the entire competition. It also required the foundation of the entire sect. If they did not possess great strength, there would not be so many people who had come from so far away to watch a battle between disciples of other sections. Of course, there were a few people who had come for the sake of obtaining the rewards, but they were in the minority after all. Most of the people who had come to watch the competition probably only wanted to get closer to the Burning Flame Valley. As the greatest sect in the southern region, if they could get closer to the Burning Flame Valley, it would obviously bring endless benefits to their status in the southern region. A while later, Xiaoyan's group arrived at the foot of the mountain. At this moment, there were disciples dressed in the uniform of the Burning Flame Valley receiving the guests who had come to watch the competition. Other than a small number of people who had an invitation, everyone else would be led by a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. On one hand, it was to point them in the right direction, and on the other hand, it was naturally to keep an eye on those who had ill intentions. Of course, if there was anyone who tried to use violent means to take action along the way, the Burning Flame Valley's upper echelons and elders on the mountain would immediately discover it. It was also because of this that no matter what kind of thoughts the people on the mountain had, they could only quietly follow behind the disciple who was leading the way until they reached the plaza where the competition was held. As long as they arrived there was no need for the disciples to watch over them. They would be personally received by the elders of the Burning Flame Valley. Although this method appeared to be somewhat strict, as if they were treating the guests as prisoners, it would also save the Burning Flame Valley a lot of trouble. Moreover, this place was the territory of the Burning Flame Valley to begin with. Following the rules of the other party's territory seemed to be reasonable. Therefore, even a small portion of people who had objections to this kind of method could only secretly swallow it down. Other than this, every group that ascended the mountain would receive a jade tablet from a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. There was a row of words carved on it. When Xiaoyan received it, he took a look at it. Gung 24. May I ask what this is? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows when he saw the number displayed on it. He could not help but feel a little surprised in his heart. Could it be that the guests who ascended the mountain had to be counted and recorded? Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? Hearing Xiaoyan's doubtful voice, the handsome disciple of the Burning Flame Valley in front of him smiled politely and said respectfully, "The row of numbers that Mr. is looking at is the sequence of your group that ascended the mountain. There are a total of 1,000 jade tablets in your hand. The group that holds a jade tablet has the qualification to challenge the disciples on the competition stage. If they win, they can obtain the prize prepared by the elders of our sect." Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan nodded his head with a look of understanding. He seemed to have understood something in his heart. Due to the fact that there are far too many people who wish to challenge each sect grand competition, the elders have no choice but to make this decision. The Gung tablet that you hold is ranked within the top 700. You can challenge the corresponding disciples ranked below the top 500. If you win, you can also challenge the disciples ranked in the top 500. However, if you lose, all rewards will be forfeited. Upon hearing these words, Xiaoyan was stunned. It was clearly a sect grand competition. Why would it involve outsiders? Even the challengers had a ranking. This was a little too absurd. However, after some thought, Xiaoyan understood in his heart. There was a limit to the strength of the sects after all. Moreover, the majority of the disciples were not only equal in strength, even their Genesis Chi attribute was the same. Their combat experience was also limited. Such a competition would not be able to give them much experience. On the other hand, challengers like these would mostly display their true strength in order to obtain the prize. Regardless of victory or defeat, such a battle would definitely be beneficial to the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. As for the prizes, they were naturally nothing compared to the future of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiaoyan's heart was a little surprised at the tactics of the Burning Flame Valley when he thought of it in this manner. Using the smallest price in exchange for an excellent training. Such tactics really caused one to be amazed. He really did not know just which old fox had thought of this method. With such thoughts in his mind, the group arrived at the main plaza that was used for the sect grand competition. At this moment, the open ground was filled with a countless number of people surging in at a glance. The liveliness could not be hidden. Countless number of stone chairs stood around the open ground. Xiaoyan's group had just arrived when the leading disciple bowed and left. At the same time, an old man wearing a fiery red long robe walked toward them. "Ha ha ha, welcome. Welcome to my Burning Flame Valley sect grand competition. May I know if you have a jade token?" The old man had yet to arrive, but his thunderous laughter was already heard. The buzzing sound reverberated in the ears of the group, causing them to grimace. Not only was this old man dressed in provocative clothes, but even his voice was unusually irritable, Xiaoyan quietly said in his heart. Soon after, the group of people recovered. Hearing this fellow's words, Xiaoyan immediately took out the jade token that the disciple had given him earlier from his storage ring. Number Gun 24. As he spoke, the old man's figure had already arrived in front of him. At the same time, a faint and invisible pressure accompanied him. Although the latter had already restrained most of it, there was still a remnant pressure that leaked out. Although the pressure from this aura was not very strong, Xiaoyan immediately sensed that the cultivation of this old man was likely above the Origin King class. Another Origin King realm expert. Xiaoyan's heart was once again shaken when he sensed this. Within a short couple of days, he had already met a couple of experts at the Origin King class. This was really unimaginable. He had actually seen enough of these experts, who usually did not show themselves, in one go. The contrast between the two was really hard to accept. His powerful strength and imposing manner not only gave Xiaoyan a pressure on the surface, but it also caused his heart to feel a heaviness. Unknowingly, the cultivation of the opponent he was facing had already reached such a level. Given his current strength, facing an opponent of this level was undoubtedly a huge challenge. Currently, he needed even more power to support himself. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan immediately thought of the other heavenly flame in the southern region. Red Lotus Hellfire. Yi Honglian. Looks like I should prepare to look for her after this matter is over. Yi Honglian was the incarnation of the Red Lotus Shi flame. Based on what Gu Yu and Haimachan had said back then, Yi Honglian was located in the southern region. Xiaoyan had not sensed any information related to Yi Honglian at the southwestern border. In that case, it was possible that Yi Honglian was in the extreme south. Oh, if that's the case, then please follow me. I've already prepared seats for you over there. Hearing the words of the old man in front of him, Xiaoyan, who was thinking about the next course of action, immediately came back to his senses. He didn't dare to neglect and cupped his hands with a smile. After that, he followed the old man to the west side of the square. I don't think you're from the extreme south. As the group walked, the old man in front of Xiaoyan suddenly turned his head and opened his mouth with a smile. His face was filled with a cunning expression. Hearing this, Xiaoyan was a little surprised. Why would this old man ask such a question? Senior, why do you say that? Haha, I can see that your cultivation base is not bad despite your young age. Your cultivation talent is not bad. Moreover, from the fire energy faintly emanating from your body, you should also be a cultivator of the fire attribute. Xiaoyan nodded his head once again. But what could this prove? Fire attribute and good cultivation talent. For a junior like you, as long as you're from the extreme south, even if you're not under my burning flame valley, I would still roughly know you. Even for those rising stars who have risen in the past 2 years, I also know the identities and names of most of them. However, none of them are compatible with you at all. That's why I'm certain that you're not from the extreme south. Hearing the old man's words, Xiaoyan immediately understood in his heart. At the same time, he was a little surprised by the wisdom of the old man in front of him. This old man looked carefree, but his mind was especially meticulous. It was likely that if one did not know him for a long time, one would be easily fooled by his appearance. Senior's words are not wrong at all. This junior admires you. Nodding his head, Xiaoyan's advancing footsteps suddenly stopped. He bowed respectfully to the old man in front of him in front of everyone. Seeing this, the old man immediately laughed out loud, attracting the attention of the surrounding crowd. After that, the old man walked up, helped Xiaoyan up with one hand, and said with a smile, "Not bad. Are you interested in joining my Burning Flame Valley? If you're willing to join, I'll immediately agree to take you as my disciple." Hearing this, Xiaoyan was stunned. When did he say that he wanted to take him as his master? Sorry, this junior already has a master. Smiling embarrassedly, Xiaoyan hurriedly cupped his hands. When the old man in front of him heard this, he could only helplessly twitch his mouth. The plan in his heart had probably failed. After a while, when Xiaoyan and the others were seated, the old man spoke again with a lazy face. I'm Xianxia. I'm the reception elder for this sect grand competition. If you have any matters, you can come and find me. After speaking, the old man turned around and left. At this time, Xiaoyan hurriedly stood up, cupped his hands, and said, Junior, Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, huh? Not a bad name. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the old man finally stopped his footsteps. He turned his head and smiled at Xiaoyan. After that, he left again. After Xianxia left, in the next 4 to 6 hours, people endlessly came to the plaza. After that, there were Burning Flame Valley deacons who led them to their seats. Only when more than half of the seats in the plaza were filled with people, did the stone platform in the middle of the plaza slowly split open with a rumbling sound, revealing a huge plaza that was 1,000 feet in length and width. Around the plaza, there were a few huge stone pillars. Some kind of formation was inscribed on them, faintly emitting a faint golden light. After that, the Burning Flame Valley's disciples who were participating in the sect grand competition entered the plaza. After the group of elders in the elders' seats gave their old-fashioned and passionate speeches, the competition in the plaza officially began. However, Xiaoyan did not have much interest in the entire process of the competition. His gaze slowly swept across the elders' seats on the east side. Xianxia, who he had seen earlier, was also there. However, he was still unclear as to whether the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was present. It was said that the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was a super expert whose strength had reached the Origin Ancestor realm. However, as of now, Xiaoyan was still unable to see through the few elders in the elders' seats, let alone find the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master. Oh? As if they had sensed Xiaoyan's deliberate probing, the few elders' gazes simultaneously locked onto Xiaoyan's body. The latter was startled and hurriedly withdrew his gaze. Don't look for him. The Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master is not there. At this time, Luo Jin, who was by the side, gently shook his head and indifferently said. Not there? Then what should I do? Didn't they say that only he has the geocentric body transformation milk? If he is not here, how can I meet him? Hearing that the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master was not here, Xiaoyan's heart immediately tightened. If he could not meet the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Master, how could he obtain the geocentric body transformation milk? Don't be anxious. I just asked a disciple of the Burning Flame Valley. Although the sect grand competition is a grand occasion for the Burning Flame Valley, the Valley Master will not attend it for the first few days. He will only officially attend it when the top 50 disciples of the Burning Flame Valley begin to fight. This can be considered as a form of spiritual encouragement for those 50 people. After hearing Xiaoyan's words, Luo Jin did not show any worry or anxiety. Instead, he told the former all the information he had obtained earlier. Rather than guessing whether the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley would attend, Luo Jin felt that taking the initiative to ask was the fastest and most effective method. Hiss. Only seeing the top 50 out of 1,000 disciples. Isn't this too cruel and harsh? Luo Jin's words also brought a shock to Xiaoyan's heart. Wouldn't this kind of difference increase the disparity in the hearts of the disciples? To a sect or faction, this did not seem to be a good thing. It is indeed a little cruel. However, speaking of which, there are differences between people. The survival of the fittest is a common thing. However, the Burning Flame Valley's way of doing things has also prompted many disciples with ordinary talent to work even harder in their cultivation. This is not only a test of their cultivation strength, it is also a test of their temperament. If one is unable to believe in oneself, how can one become a strong person? Although talent in cultivation is an innate condition, only hard work can determine the direction of everything. If one is unable to understand even this point, they are not worthy of becoming a true strong person. Although Luo Jin's words were a little rigid, they were also true. The principle itself was like this. It was just a matter of whether they could understand and persevere. Then, when the top 50 of the sect grand competition begins, the Valley Master will attend. At that time, don't be too optimistic. It is not that easy to meet the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Which outsider who is participating in the sect grand competition did not come for the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley? However, who would be able to meet the Valley Master so easily? After regaining his senses, Xiaoyan's hope had just risen in his heart. However, it was immediately extinguished by Luo Jin's words in the blink of an eye. Curling his lips, Xiaoyan fiercely glared at the latter. He naturally knew that this fellow had not finished speaking. It is not impossible to meet the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. Especially in this great sect competition, it is extremely simple to meet him. As long as, at this point, Luo Jin suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Xiaoyan with a mocking expression. As long as you are able to defeat the champion of the great school competition, at that time, there is no need for you to bring it up. The Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley will personally invite you to meet him. Even with the pride of the Burning Flame Valley, they will still be moved by a member of the younger generation who possesses sufficient strength. However, in response to Luo Jin's words, Xiaoyan was instantly speechless. He pursed his lips and finally revealed an awkward yet polite smile. His eyes swept across the entire square in a daze. Then, his gaze returned to Luo Jin. When the latter saw this, he laughed involuntarily. Ignoring the specific cultivation levels of the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, there were no less than 10 origin kings among the spectators. Xiaoyan believed that he knew his own limits when facing those fellows. You don't need to be nervous. Origin kings are not allowed to fight in a competition like this. Among all the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley, the strongest is only at late returnants. Even the outsiders who participate in the competition can only reach this level of cultivation at most. I believe that you have the confidence to deal with opponents like this. With these words, Xiaoyan's helpless emotions suddenly relaxed. If that was the case, he still had some confidence. He could not say that he could kill his opponents at the same level of cultivation, but if he did not go overboard, Xiaoyan was confident that he had a good chance of victory. After understanding this level, Xiaoyan's anxious mood also completely relaxed. His gaze once again swept across the entire open ground. His gaze paused on the few people at the front of the audience seats. After which, he once again looked at the battleground in the middle of the open ground. There was more than one battle going on in the center of the square. Although the competition had only just begun, the battles in the square were already in full swing. The sounds of intense collisions rang out one after another. The blood in the chests of all the participants had been ignited at this moment. Surging battle intent filled their hearts as powerful energy poured down like sweat. Although these battles were not high-level collisions, they still caused quite a few of the disciples and spectators of the Burning Flame Valley to feel their emotions surge. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Xiaoyan to be included among these people, and it was even more impossible for him to cause those fellows in the front row to be moved. They, who had experienced countless life and death battles, clearly understood the cruelty of a true battle in their hearts. The battle in front of them, which seemed to cause people to feel nervous, was undoubtedly no different from children playing house in their eyes. With just a casual glance, Xiaoyan was able to see the countless openings in the Burning Flame Valley's disciples, who were currently in an intense battle. If it was him, even if it was an expert at the same level of cultivation, he was confident that he would be able to defeat the other party in one strike with this kind of fighting standard. However, if all the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley were only at this level, the Burning Flame Valley would not be worthy of being called the leader of the 3 sects of the southern region. After taking a few glances, Xiaoyan's body became limp. He curled up on the chair, which was covered with a soft blanket, and closed his eyes. He had a comfortable expression as he slept. This scene was nothing in the eyes of Luo Jin and the rest. The latter's character was originally free and easy. Even if he were to sleep in such a situation, it did not seem like much. However, this caused quite a number of people in the surroundings to be stunned. Even if he did not think much of the battle in front of him, this was after all the Burning Flame Valley's territory. On account of the other party, he should at least pretend to be a little more enthusiastic. On the other hand, it was likely that there would not be a second person like Xiaoyan other than those experts at the Great Origin King level present in the front row. Don't tell me that this brat is purposely here to show off. Is he not afraid of being chased out by the other party? Hey, perhaps the other party has the strength, which is why he does not think much of their battle. Strength? If he has the ability, why doesn't he sit in the front row? Why is he hiding at the back? After the shock, Xiaoyan was naturally met with mockery and ridicule. From the way most people saw it, daring to display such a mocking attitude in the grand competition of the Burning Flame Valley was simply looking for trouble. Once someone from the Burning Flame Valley stepped forward, this fellow would undoubtedly become the best target to be punished for what he had done in the past. As time passed, when the first day had passed, nearly a quarter of the participating disciples had been eliminated. This speed was already considered extremely fast. After all, under the premise that most of the participants were experts of the same level, the speed and efficiency of the battle could be increased so quickly. From this point alone, it was enough to prove that the disciples who had successfully advanced had a certain level of strength. No matter what their strength was in the eyes of true experts, at the very least, the strength and methods they had displayed on the battlefield right now was enough for them to receive countless cheers and cheers from below the stage. Everyone was different, and there were differences between levels. Being able to defeat their opponents in a short amount of time, even if it was just a little, was enough to make people look at them in a new light. As time went on, the battles on the battlefield became more and more intense. Elbows and fists collided, and the sounds of battle were as dense as raindrops. Even the stone platform that was originally unaffected began to tremble slightly. At this point, even a few returnance experts could not help but secretly nod at the intense battles. Just the fact that they had gained the recognition of a returnance expert was enough to prove just how powerful they were. "Sir, we are currently in the middle of the sect competition of our Burning Flame Valley. Your actions don't seem too appropriate." It was also at this moment that an envoy of the Burning Flame Valley who had been staring at Xiaoyan for who knew how long finally walked over. He planned on waking up Xiaoyan, who seemed to be unaware of what was going on. If it were not for the fact that Xianxia had chatted with the young man a few days ago and that Xianxia seemed to have a good impression of him, the envoy probably would have woken him up a long time ago. Only when he saw that Xiaoyan did not seem like he was going to wake up did he involuntarily step forward and speak up. "This brat seems to be called Xiaoyan. Does he really think he's something just because he spoke a few words with Elder Xianxia a few days ago? Does he really think he's something?" The envoy of the Burning Flame Valley could not help but curse inside when he saw that Xiaoyan did not respond after gently calling out. The smile on his face gradually disappeared as well. He extended a hand and planned on waking Xiaoyan up. Almost at the same time, the gazes of Luo Jin, the little fairy doctor, and the others in the surroundings landed on the envoy in the blink of an eye. The deacon's actions paused for a moment when he sensed the gazes that contained a dense coldness. Soon after, he coldly laughed in his heart. They were merely a few origin transformation brats. They were not worthy of his attention. An instant later, the deacon's hand grabbed Xiaoyan's collar. Disturbing someone's sleep without permission is not a good habit. However, it was also at this moment that a calm and indifferent voice suddenly drifted out from the mouth of the originally sleeping Xiaoyan. At the same time, the envoy's hand was firmly locked down by a force that he could not break free from. "This guy." The envoy was shocked. The deacon's heart was suddenly startled. His eyes instantly shrunk. He clenched his teeth and tried to withdraw his hand. However, he was gently shaken by Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's hand, which was restraining the deacon's wrist, shook gently. An extremely powerful force immediately poured into the deacon's body. At the same time that the deacon was forced back, it caused his throat to emit a muffled groan. Immediately, a piercing sound was heard and the robe on his upper body was instantly shattered by that force. What brutal force! The eyes of a few returnance experts in the crowd immediately narrowed at the sight of this. They all thought the same thing. A casual attack had actually knocked back a returnance envoy from the Burning Flame Valley and even reduced him to such a horrible state. Even if the attack from before seemed a little shameless, it was enough to prove that the black-robed young man who had leisurely stood up from his chair was extraordinary. God damn it, brat, having been reduced to such a miserable state by a person from outside the sect in front of so many people, the deacon could no longer maintain his face. He cursed softly as the Genesis chi within his body swiftly surged out. With a move of his feet, he had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan and sent a palm smashing down. Xiaoyan's sharp agility and the speed at which he attacked immediately attracted the attention of most of the people present. Even quite a number of spectators, who were originally paying attention to the competition between the Burning Flame Valley's disciples in the middle of the stadium, had their gazes attracted by the activity on Xiaoyan's side. The swift palm arrived above Xiaoyan's head in the blink of an eye. The whistling wind landed directly on his head, and the invisible space was easily torn apart by the force. The sharp sonic boom made Xiaoyan frown slightly. This was not a good feeling. Soon after, however, Xiaoyan's body twisted slightly the moment the palm hacked down. It was as though space itself had been distorted. He used an extremely strange posture to easily dodge the palm that was hacking down. The position where he dodged was coincidentally outside the attacking range of the wind that the palm had agglomerated. Just as everyone's eyes revealed a surprised expression, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and smashed the deacon's chest with the back of his hand. The powerful force instantly sent the deacon's body flying. Although it would not cause any serious injuries, it would definitely cause him to make a fool of himself based on the current situation. Uproar. The appearance of this scene not only shocked all the spectators present, but even some of the other deacons and elders from the Burning Flame Valley in the viewing gallery had their gazes attracted by this palm of Xiaoyan's. Isn't this brat a little too arrogant? Anger immediately appeared on the faces of the other envoys when they saw the scene. Just as they were about to step forward, they were stopped by a young man who had unknowingly darted out from the crowd. Huiji has already become like this. What's the use of you going up? Regardless of whether you are a match for him, you will only become the laughingstock of others. Let me go. The words of the young man had just left his mouth when the few envoys who wanted to refute were instantly stuffed into their mouths. Seeing the person in front of them, even some of the elders in the sect had to give him some face, much less them, the envoys. Hearing the young man's words, the few of them ultimately withdrew with their hearts filled with unwillingness. The young man directly walked forward. Not only was there no enmity in his eyes, the corners of his mouth contained a mocking smile as he faced Xiaoyan directly. Huiji at this moment climbed up from the pile of shattered stone chairs in a miserable manner. Just as he was about to attack again, a young man's figure suddenly blocked his front and pushed him to the back. The young man faced Xiaoyan, smiled, cupped his hands together and said, "This friend, the matter just now was due to my Burning Flame Valley's incompetence. I am Qin Yan. I will apologize to you on behalf of him." Qin Yan? Qin Yan? He's Qin Yan? It's said that there's an extremely talented disciple among the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley this year. Not only has he reached late returnance at such a young age, but his grasp and usage of the force of ways is rather impressive as well. In the selection competition of the sect, this guy defeated many opponents of the same level all by himself, leaping to become the strongest among the younger generation. This kid is even the strongest contender for first place in this year's competition. After the young man reported his identity, some people in the surrounding spectators immediately revealed his identity. Many people in the outside world knew about this extremely outstanding disciple of the Burning Flame Valley long ago, but they had never seen him before. Now that they had seen him today, he immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even the Origin Kings at the front of the spectators' stands cast their gazes over. From the looks of it, it was not just the returnance experts. Even they paid close attention to the young man called Qin Yan. It was normal for Qin Yan to receive such treatment after becoming the strongest among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. Let alone these outsiders, even many of the elders in the Burning Flame Valley valued him greatly. They had even begun to treat him as the future successor of the Burning Flame Valley. Xiaoyan immediately understood the identity of the young man before him when he heard the exclamations from the surrounding crowd. He did not dare to underestimate Qin Yan at all after hearing about his astonishing accomplishments. Being able to consecutively defeat a couple of opponents of the same level indicated that this Qin Yan in front of him possessed a fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation. When faced with such a person, especially when the other party's cultivation exceeded his own, even Xiaoyan needed to be 120% alert. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and stared at Qin Yan, who was smiling politely in front of him. His gaze sized up Qin Yan before he learned the other party's gesture and cupped his hands together in a courteous manner. "You're too polite. I was in the wrong earlier as well, so I hope you can forgive me." Huiji curled his lips furiously when he heard this. However, he was unable to say anything else. With Qin Yan beside him, he could only obediently hold back his resentment. Qin Yan also glanced at the latter from the corner of his eyes. Immediately, he smiled faintly and said, "Seeing that Mr. Xiaoyan's attack just now was quite sharp, I wonder if Mr. is interested in participating in this sect grand competition? From what I know, the jade token in Mr. Xiaoyan's hand seems to be gun 24. With this number, you can challenge any disciple ranked after 500 in our sect. I'm more interested in the people ranked before 500. Xiaoyan smiled slightly when he heard Qin Yan's words, which seemed to have a hidden meaning, and rebutted him. The smile on the latter's face immediately became even denser when he saw this. Only those deacons from the Burning Flame Valley had furious expressions. These words of Xiaoyan were clearly hinting that their Burning Flame Valley's disciples were weak and did not have the qualification to be his opponent. In that case, Mr. Xiaoyan has agreed to participate in our Burning Flame Valley sect grand competition. Since this is the case, I really look forward to meeting you in the arena. Quite a number of people immediately turned their gazes toward Xiaoyan when these words were uttered. These words of Qin Yan were an open challenge. If Xiaoyan did not accept it in front of so many people, not only would he lose face, he would also be ridiculed and discussed by the people in the viewing gallery. The words that he had said earlier would naturally be used to slap his face. At this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was also extremely clear about this point. The other party's goal was very clear. Either he agreed to fight with him or he would eat the words that he had said earlier. In the end, the person who would lose face would still be him. This action of Qin Yan had the intention of threatening him. Alright, I'll see you in the arena. Without much hesitation, Xiaoyan smiled slightly and agreed. The latter's face was filled with a satisfied smile when he saw this. At this moment, the surrounding observers once again threw their gazes onto Xiaoyan. However, this time around, there was an additional pity and ridicule in their eyes. Qin Yan was the strongest among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. His battle prowess was extraordinary. Even some of the envoys of the Burning Flame Valley were not his opponent, so how could Xiaoyan, an early returnance expert, be his opponent? From the looks of it, the outcome was extremely clear even though the two of them had yet to formally engage in battle. Needless to say, Qin Yan's victory was going to be added to the list of victories. This Xiaoyan really doesn't know his limits. Does he really think he's something just because he has some tricks up his sleeve? Qin Yan has even defeated quite a few envoys in the valley. He has challenged many of them before, so all the envoys in the valley have probably been defeated by him now. He's just asking to be humiliated with just an early returnance cultivator. What a reckless brat. Why don't we deal with him instead of Senior Qin Yan personally? He's not worthy of being Senior Qin Yan's opponent. While the spectators in the viewing gallery were discussing with one another, quite a number of Burning Flame Valley's disciples who had witnessed this scene also began to discuss with one another. Their words were filled with disdain and ridicule toward Xiaoyan. There were even quite a number of people who threw gazes that were filled with enmity toward Xiaoyan. This also indirectly proved that these disciples had a sense of belonging to the Burning Flame Valley. This kind of invisible energy was the key factor that allowed a faction to become increasingly powerful. At the same time, Xiaoyan and Qin Yan exchanged a couple of courteous words with each other in the viewing gallery before the latter intended to leave. After all, the grand competition of the sect was currently in progress. As a participating disciple, he could not possibly continue to stay here. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Xiaoyan suddenly spoke and stopped him. Brother Qin Yan, can you stay for a while? Is there anything else, Mr. Xiaoyan? Qin Yan frowned slightly when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He was involuntarily a little surprised in his heart. Since the matter had already been decided, why did Xiaoyan call out to him at this moment? Cuckoo, it is not a big matter. However, look at our seats. Although that deacon's palm did not injure anyone, my and my companion's seats have been destroyed. I think that the Burning Flame Valley will not allow guests like us to stand here and watch the competition, right? Qin Yan was startled when he heard these words. He immediately recovered and frowned as he looked at the stone chair in front of him that had already been destroyed. His gaze swiftly swept over the entire stadium, only to discover that other than the first row of seats in the viewing gallery, the other places were all occupied by spectators from outside. If Xiaoyan's group wanted to change seats at this moment, it was likely that Qin Yan hesitated for a couple of seconds. Only then did he once again look at Xiaoyan's group. He cupped his hands together and said, "I'm sorry. Since this is the case, the few of you should sit in the first row." How can this be? This is the rule. The first row has always been a place where only the esteemed guests of my Burning Flame Valley can sit. Their strength has to be at least at the Origin King level. With just these few people, we can just change the chairs if they break. What right do they have to sit in the first row? The expressions of the few Burning Flame Valley deacons around him instantly changed when Qin Yan uttered these words. Even they had to treat the guests seated in the first row with respect. However, Xiaoyan had clearly injured one of the Burning Flame Valley's deacons earlier. They were already being magnanimous by not chasing him out. How could they allow him to sit in the first row now? It's only right to apologize if you've done something wrong. Right now, I'm saying that Mr. Xiaoyan and the others can sit in the first row. Do you have any objections? Qin Yan suddenly turned around as soon as the envoys had spoken. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto them. His eyes were filled with an irrefutable feeling. But, there's no need for buts. Just do as Qin Yan says. Just as those few deacons wanted to argue a little more, Xianhua's voice was suddenly transmitted from the elders' seats on the opposite side of the viewing gallery. When the few of them saw this, the words that were about to reach their mouths were hurriedly swallowed back. They clenched their teeth and finally respectfully bowed and responded. Their hearts were filled with hidden bitterness as they invited Xiaoyan and the others to the seats in the first row. Xiaoyan's group immediately became the focus of attention the moment they sat down. Forget about this conspicuous position, just what Xiaoyan had done earlier had already stirred the curiosity of quite a number of people present. Even those experts at the origin class would occasionally pay attention to Xiaoyan's group. This was especially the case when their eyes landed on Xiaoyan. An additional surprised expression would appear in their eyes. Even though he was only an early returnant's brat, they discovered to their surprise that there seemed to be a layer of hazy mist on the surface of Xiaoyan's body when they wanted to investigate him closely. It completely blocked their senses. Even though they were origin kings, they were still unable to see through the black-robed young man before them. It was not only the guests who felt that way. Even many of the Burning Flame Valley's elders who were seated in the elders' seating area had shocked expressions on their faces. Of course, although there were quite a few people like that, not all of them were unable to see the depth of the situation. After this small interlude with Xiaoyan's group, the competition in the arena continued. The selection process of the individual battles continued for a total of 3 days. It was not until the evening of the third day that the first round of the selection officially ended. The original 1,000 participants had now been reduced by more than half. On the fourth day, the second round of selection officially began. Without a doubt, the second round of selection was even faster than the first. The remaining 400 or so disciples would undergo a large selection. All of the disciples would gather in one place and engage in a chaotic battle. As long as all of the opponents were defeated or their opponents admitted defeat, the remaining 50 people would successfully enter the next round of the competition. At the same time, they would be personally met by the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley. This round of selection was, without a doubt, the key to their glory. It could even affect their future. At the same time, the severity of this round of selection was unquestionable. Accompanied by a huge rumbling sound, the huge square actually slowly protruded towards the ground. The entire auditorium trembled slightly at this moment. Everyone who was unfamiliar with this scene immediately revealed a look of panic on their faces. A few minutes later, when the edge of the stone platform was about 10 feet away from the ground, the entire stone platform slowly stabilized. Soon after, the Burning Flame Valley's disciples around the viewing gallery, who had already prepared for this moment, immediately turned into numerous rays of light. Their bodies were covered in bright red flames as they rushed onto the stone platform like meteors. Such a scene could be said to be breathtaking. Xiaoyan had also noticed Qin Yan among those disciples. Of course, Xiaoyan was not the only one who had noticed him. As the main focus of the Burning Flame Valley's grand competition this time around, his actions on the stage would undoubtedly attract the attention of everyone below the stage. After all the remaining disciples had entered the arena, the formation carved on the surrounding stone pillars in the huge square was activated. A golden-colored light barrier swiftly rose into the sky and covered the entire selection square. After the formation was completely activated, a white-robed Burning Flame Valley's elder slowly floated into the air above the square. A pair of turbid old eyes slowly swept over everyone in the viewing gallery below. His gaze paused for a moment when it swept over some people in the first row and Xiaoyan's group. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. His old voice was softly spat out and reverberated beside everyone's ears. The rules of the second round of the selection are the same as before. Now, let us officially begin. As his voice faded, all the disciples in the middle of the square instantly released the Genesis Chi within their bodies. They used different methods to form various armor or weapons. While they swiftly pulled apart the distance between each other, numerous gazes cautiously scanned each other. The atmosphere in the square gradually tensed. No one took the initiative to attack, and no one calmly waited. Everyone clearly understood just how harsh and cruel this selection was. Once they attacked, they had to guarantee that they would defeat their opponent. Otherwise, they would likely be blasted out of the battle in the next second. Other than a portion of the younger generation members who had already made a name for themselves in the Burning Flame Valley, the rest of the people who had successfully advanced to the second round of the selection naturally possessed extraordinary battle power. Once a battle erupted between these people, it would naturally attract the attention of others. As for Xiaoyan, he naturally focused all of his attention on Qin. Ever since he became aware of the latter's battle achievements, Xiaoyan's heart had become a little more wary of Qin. Being able to stand out from 1,000 people and even make the Burning Flame Valley's elder give in to him was already sufficient to prove his strength. In the face of such an opponent, Zhou Yuan could not afford to be the slightest bit careless. Although Qin was also present in the square, he was different from most people. No one dared to approach within 100 feet of him. This invisible deterrent force seemed to have formed a special battleground. The latter also obediently stayed at his spot, not moving at all. It was as if he was waiting for his prey to come knocking on his door. This fellow is quite an interesting person. Xiaoyan could not help but softly chuckle upon seeing this scene. To be able to create such a deterrent force amongst those of the same generation, one must admit that Qin was indeed quite capable. Clang! Just as Xiaoyan was focusing all of his attention on Qin, the tense atmosphere in the square was finally broken by someone first. The sharp sword in his hand was especially tricky as it ruthlessly pierced toward the person who was also holding a weapon closest to him. Although it was a sudden attack, the minds of everyone in the square were in a tense state at this moment. The moment this person attacked, the other people in the square immediately sensed it. Even the person who was attacked also swiftly turned around. The weapon in his hand slashed behind him without any hesitation. The other people in the surroundings also completely erupted the moment these two people attacked. When the originally tense atmosphere in the plaza was completely torn apart, an intense clash unfolded. Genesis Chi shot out in all directions, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. Blade light and sword shadow swept across the plaza like raindrops, the aftershocks of the collisions causing the array that enveloped the plaza to violently shake. Flame soared into the sky, giving off a majestic aura. It was not long before a dozen or so participants were knocked out of the arena. Although they did not suffer any serious injuries, they had lost the right to continue participating in the competition. However, although the entire plaza was exceptionally chaotic, there was still one place that appeared particularly calm. It was where Qin was. With regards to this fellow who had consecutively defeated quite a number of experts of the same level, no one present dared to easily clash with him. Hence, at this moment, there was still a relatively spacious area around Qin. This situation only lasted for 2 hours after the start of the second round. After 2 hours, the number of people in the plaza had been reduced by nearly half, while the battles between the remaining 300 participants gradually slowed down. No one dared to recklessly clash against each other. Wasting one's Genesis Chi and stamina would only give the latecomers more opportunities. The key to victory was to play it safe. However, there were always some exceptions. While everyone was cautiously looking at each other, one of these individuals stealthily arrived behind Qin. Although his back was still facing the latter and he pretended to be oblivious, the corner of his eyes had already locked onto Qin. Even if he wasn't completely confident, judging from the current situation, only Qin's defense was the most lax. If he could take this opportunity to force Qin off the stage, then he would be able to shine brightly among the younger generation of this year. Although no one said it out loud, practically every participating disciple knew that the champion of this sect grand competition had already been decided. If he was not forced off the stage, no one present would have a chance. Instead of fighting for the second and third positions, why not try to snatch first place from him? However, several people in the plaza had already noticed this seemingly obscure little action. They merely sneered in their hearts before ignoring it. Even several people in the spectator stands looked at the disciple who was stealthily approaching Qin with disdain. I didn't expect such a pure person to appear in this kind of competition. Beside Xiao Yan, Luo Jin could not help but want to laugh as he observed the situation in the arena. At this moment, Qin Yan appeared to be resting with his eyes closed. However, anyone with a brain would be able to guess that the latter was definitely monitoring the situation in the arena at all times. This included Xiao Yan. He had already clearly sensed that while he was monitoring the latter, Qin Yan was also clearly monitoring him. Such blatant behavior on the field was no different from courting death. The more one underestimated one's opponent at a critical juncture, the more one would bury oneself. Unfortunately, this disciple of the Burning Flame Valley did not seem to understand this logic. Shua. Finally, when the disciple was less than 50 feet away from Qin Yan, he suddenly turned around and stomped heavily on the ground. His figure instantly appeared behind Qin Yan like an arrow leaving the bow. He aimed a punch at Qin Yan's back and smashed it down. However, what was strange was that even though this disciple's fist was only a few inches away from Qin Yan, the latter's body did not move at all. What frightening speed! Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the viewing gallery, involuntarily spat out these words. Just as Luo Jin by the side knit his brows and nodded, that disciple was shocked to see that his fist had actually penetrated Qin Yan's body without any obstruction. In an instant, the disciple's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip as incomparable shock immediately surfaced in his heart. This is an afterimage. Correct. I'll reward you. While the disciple was crying out in surprise, Qin Yan's calm laughter was suddenly transmitted into his ears. Get off the stage. Immediately after, a warm hand gently pressed against the disciple's chest. With a gentle push, the disciple's body immediately uncontrollably shot backwards. By the time he stabilized his body, he discovered that he had already appeared outside the arena. This guy's control of his power is extremely precise. Although he sent his opponent flying with a single palm, it was not enough to injure him. His control of Genesis Chi is likely something that even I cannot compare to. On the viewing platform, Xiao Yan's heart abruptly tightened when he saw this scene. Qin Yan's performance was extremely powerful in both speed and control of his power. Such an opponent was really not easy to deal with. After easily finishing off one of his opponents, Qin Yan turned his head to look at the others in the arena. Several of the fellows that were originally planning to attack him stopped one after another and did their best to retreat. Even some of the stronger individuals in the arena cautiously stared at Qin Yan. Compared to the others, they had a more thorough understanding of Qin Yan's strength. It was precisely because of this that they didn't take the initiative to look for trouble with Qin Yan from the beginning until the end, because they didn't want to be eliminated before the third round began. Qin Yan did not express much in the face of the people who were withdrawing. His gaze swept over all the remaining people in the open ground. After which, he purposely looked at Xiao Yan in the viewing gallery outside of the arena. The eyes of the two people made contact and appeared to be opposing each other. The invisible empty space began to distort because of this. Soon after, Qin Yan withdrew his gaze and looked towards the 300 individuals before him again as he slowly said, "Based on my earlier observations, I have already chosen those amongst you who can stay." The expressions of all the disciples in the arena immediately changed. Could it be that Qin Yan had already made arrangements for them to stay? Wasn't this a little too overbearing? Ugh. While everyone's expressions changed, a ball of flame suddenly rose above the heads of some of the people in the arena. Now, those who have a flame above their heads can continue to stay in the arena. As for the rest, you can leave. Qin Yan said faintly as if he was the only master in the arena. This immediately caused the faces of those disciples who did not have a flame above their heads to turn gloomy. Damn it, what right do you have to decide whether we stay or leave? Based on the fact that your strength is inferior to theirs. Qin Yan lifted his eyelids slightly and still looked as if he did not care. Based on his previous observations, among the people in front of him, whether it was in terms of combat strength, combat experience, or reaction speed, the people he had selected were undoubtedly the best. There was no need for him to continue. In this situation, even if he continued, the people he had selected would still remain on the field. He was only helping them to be the first to be selected. We will only know if we are their opponents after we fight. Based on what you have said, we are inferior to theirs. Based on the fact that I am stronger than all of you. Qin Yan's expression did not change in the slightest in the face of these disciples' rebuke. He merely spoke a sentence in an indifferent manner. In the next instant, his body instantly disappeared. When he appeared again, he had already appeared in front of the person who had spoken earlier. A sharp palm wind blew past his face. His entire face instantly turned ghastly white. A deep fear suddenly rose from the bottom of his heart without any explanation. Subsequently, without waiting for Qin Yan to say anything, he left the arena with a lifeless face. Other than a small number of people, some people also gritted their teeth and left helplessly. As for the remaining small number of people, after a helpless struggle for a long time, they were indeed placed in the hands of those opponents that ordinary people did not think highly of. At the last moment, only 50 people, including Qin Yan, were left on the arena. Due to Qin Yan, the second round of the selection process only lasted for less than 4 hours. Although there was still a lot of time left, the third round of the finals had already been scheduled for the day after tomorrow. In other words, there would be at least 1.5 days for them to roam around the Burning Flame Valley. Although the elders of the Burning Flame Valley felt somewhat helpless with regards to this, there was no other way to delay things since things had already developed to this point. No one had expected that Qin Yan would actually be so overbearing. He had actually changed the entire process of the grand competition by himself. However, this also indirectly proved Qin Yan's ability. After all, such frightening observation ability was not something that everyone possessed. Soon after, Xiaoyan's group also returned to the pavilion that the Burning Flame Valley had already prepared for them. Quite a number of people outside involuntarily cast envious gazes at them when they saw them enter the pavilion. The pavilion that Xiaoyan's group stayed in was different from the majority. Logically speaking, the pavilion that they stayed in was usually only occupied by a group that possessed an expert at the advanced level of King Yuan. A group that was weaker than King Yuan could only stay in an ordinary courtyard with a poorer environment. Helplessly, this was how the world was. The disparity in strength led to the different treatment that they faced. There would never be so-called fairness in this world. The various grades and ranks were the most complete explanation for this world. As for Xiaoyan's group, they had also been invited here due to the previous matter. However, Xiaoyan believed that Qin Yan should have deliberately arranged for this to happen. This Qin Yan is really not an ordinary person. He is actually able to clearly see the most elite amongst the disciples while monitoring us. He actually managed to forcefully end the second round of the selection by himself. Most importantly, the elders of the Burning Flame Valley had actually tacitly approved of his methods. From the looks of it, they have very high expectations of Qin Yan. After entering the door and waiting for everyone to take their seats, the little fairy doctor went to serve everyone tea. On the other hand, Luo Jin and Bai Hua had already started to discuss what had happened earlier. Their words were full of praise for Qin Yan, causing Zhou Tai and the rest to nod their heads repeatedly. Just now, when that fellow released that flame, even I felt a trace of threat from it. Could it be that he also possesses a heavenly flame? The giant ape frowned. When Qin Yan had released the flame in his body earlier, he had felt an extremely clear pressure. Although he could not be sure if it was a heavenly flame, it still made him feel extremely fearful. No, it's not a heavenly flame, nor is it any kind of beast flame. Based on my observations, it should be the Grand Tao that he grasped, the Grand Tao of Fire. Xiaoyan by the side gently shook his head when he heard this. He received the tea that the little fairy doctor handed over with one hand and slowly spoke. Great Tao of Fire. After Xiaoyan said this, the expressions of the few people present changed instantly. The Great Tao of Fire was known to have the strongest offensive power among all the Great Tao powers. Once one mastered the Great Tao of Fire, one's overall combat strength would be greatly increased. Moreover, among opponents of the same attribute, if the opponent did not have a sufficiently powerful Great Tao power, then the Great Tao of Fire would have a great suppressive effect on the latter's flames. No wonder it is difficult for this fellow to find an opponent among the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. So there was actually such a reason. However, no matter what, there is no need to doubt his insight and combat strength. The Great Tao power is only one aspect of his strength. If he did not have a sufficiently strong strength, the upper echelons of the Burning Flame Valley would not value him so much. After speaking until this point, the others also nodded in agreement. Each of them incomparably praised Qin Yan in their hearts. Only the fairy doctor's face was still filled with confidence when she looked at Xiaoyan. She believed that Xiaoyan, who possessed the heavenly flame, would definitely not be afraid of Qin Yan's great Dao power. Although the great Dao power was powerful, it was still quite inferior in front of the heavenly flame. Moreover, the person that Qin Yan was facing was Xiaoyan. However, at this moment, a large group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples arrived from outside the pavilion. Countless gazes gathered at the pavilion that Xiaoyan and the others were in. Xiaoyan, Burning Flame Valley's disciple, Zhang Yanhao, has come to challenge you. Burning Flame Valley's disciple, Xinghua, challenges you. Burning Flame Valley's disciple. Before the people arrived, continuous shouts were already transmitted over. Quite a number of spectators in the surroundings were also alarmed by the commotion of this group of people. Immediately, quite a number of people leaped onto the roof. Numerous gazes swiftly gathered over. I did not expect that there would be a good show to watch right after the end of the second round of selection. Moreover, from the looks of it, these Burning Flame Valley's disciples have all come for Xiaoyan. They must be using this opportunity to find trouble with him. If he cannot even deal with these ordinary disciples, this Xiaoyan naturally does not have the qualifications to be Qin Yan's opponent. Seeing this scene in front of them, everyone immediately began to discuss. Their gazes would occasionally look at the pavilion that Xiaoyan and the others were in. Their eyes contained contempt. The other party has already killed his way to their door. They actually do not even dare to open the door. Don't tell me that they are afraid. He is only seeking his own humiliation. Who asked him to be so arrogant in front of so many people? In the end, he is still the one who is being blamed. Creak, just as the discussion became increasingly louder, the door of the pavilion that was tightly shut in front of the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples was slowly opened. Immediately, everyone outside the door was completely silent. After which, Xiaoyan led Luo Jin and the others out of the door with light footsteps. Seeing that so many Burning Flame Valley's disciples had come to create trouble, Xiaoyan's gaze swept all around him. A glint flashed across his eyes. It was indeed as he had expected. The Burning Flame Valley did not dispatch any deacons or elders to manage this. From the looks of it, those fellows were willing to tacitly approve of the troublemaking actions of these disciples. Otherwise, they would not dare to come to his door with such great fanfare. Under the perception of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, there were clearly a couple of quite strong auras monitoring this place at a certain spot outside of the pavilion that they were staying in. From the looks of it, those fellows also had the mentality of watching a show. Are you trying to probe my strength? Xiaoyan smiled slightly. His gaze exchanged glances with Luo Jin and the others by the side. Only then did he look at the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples in front of him. Since everyone thinks so highly of me and there are so many spectators, it would be somewhat unreasonable if I do not accept your challenge. Since that is the case, before his voice sounded, the tip of Xiaoyan's feet gently pressed on the ground. His body immediately flew forward and landed on the ground in front of the door. This shocked the group of Burning Flame Valley's disciples in front of him until they retreated one after another. The former curled his mouth and smiled when he saw this. He clenched his hand and an enormous black ruler immediately landed in his hand. The tip of the ruler landed on the ground and Xiaoyan's body suddenly turned. He actually drew an enormous circle with a radius of less than 10 feet on the ground. It is too much of a waste of time to defeat all of you one by one. This circle shall do. As long as I leave this circle, it will be considered my loss. Hua. Xiaoyan's words immediately shocked everyone when they were uttered. These words of his were really looking down on the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley. Although the people standing in front of him at this moment were not disciples with extremely strong cultivations, they were basically all experts at the origin transformation stage and above. With just him alone, regardless of how great his fighting strength was, it was impossible for him to stand in this circle and fight with this group of a few hundred people from the beginning to the end. Isn't this brat a little too arrogant to say such words in public? I'd like to see how he'll deal with this once he loses. He's just a brat. It's good for him to suffer a little and gain some experience. Luckily, this is the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. No matter what happens, no one will die. This can be considered a lesson for him when he travels the continent in the future. The fellows who were watching the show naturally had mocking smiles on their faces when they heard Xiaoyan's words. As they laughed and chatted with one another, they did not take Xiaoyan's words to heart at all. On the other hand, a few old men and Qin Yan who were in a pavilion far away could not help but reveal surprised smiles at this moment. This Xiaoyan is a little arrogant. Qin Yan, he is not inferior to you at all. This disciple understands. Although Xiaoyan is arrogant, he has the qualifications to be arrogant. Among all the disciples and challengers in this grand assembly, he will be my greatest opponent. Qin Yan respectfully nodded his head when he heard the words of the old man in front of him. At the same time, he informed the old man of his judgment after observing for the past few days. Yes, he will be an extremely challenging opponent for you in the future. However, this is also good. It will definitely be beneficial to your future. The old man gently nodded his head. He raised his gaze and looked at Xiaoyan through the gaps between countless pavilions. Heavenly Flame. Valley Master, this child might become the greatest assistance to our Burning Flame Valley. At the same time, the faces of countless disciples of the Burning Flame Valley in front of Xiaoyan immediately darkened when they heard Xiaoyan's words. He actually dared to face them with such an arrogant attitude. The Xiaoyan in front of them was the first one in so many years. Brat, you actually dare to speak such arrogant words. See if I don't beat you down today. At the same time that the furious roar sounded, a human figure immediately shot out from the front of the crowd. A powerful flame immediately adhered to the surface of his body. Both of his hands were tightly clenched into fists. A firm and fierce strength swiftly agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, the human figure had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. He waved his fist and violently smashed it toward Xiaoyan's head. His manner of wanting to knock down the person in front of him with one punch appeared extremely firm and fierce. His Genesis Chi is not dense enough. His aura is shallow and his circulation is slow. His speed is also too slow. This won't do. However, in the face of such a sharp attack from this disciple, Xiaoyan merely shook his head in a neither hurried nor slow manner. He gave a faint evaluation. Only then did he slowly raise his hand. The white palm imprint appeared to have casually landed on the chest of the human figure in front of him. After which, his palm shook gently and an extremely thick strength immediately erupted. The human figure, which was charging forward, immediately paused in midair. Immediately following this, a bang sounded and his body flew out uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to the crowd. However, the latter appeared to be in a much more miserable state at this moment. Damn it, again. That human figure stood up and roared unwillingly. His body was about to step forward when Xiaoyan slowly raised a finger, waved it gently, and said, "Don't be so arrogant. No, you've already left the circle. Next." Upon hearing these words, the disciple returned to his senses and looked at his feet. He was currently several feet away from the circle Xiaoyan had drawn. According to the rules that Xiaoyan had mentioned earlier, he had already lost the qualifications to continue challenging. Damn it. I don't care what lousy rules you have. Fall. Flustered and exasperated, the disciple no longer cared about anything else. His figure charged forward again, intending to continue. Bzz. Soon after, however, before he could approach Xiaoyan's body, the latter's body suddenly shook. An extremely powerful overbearing aura swept out from Xiaoyan's body, transforming into an invisible strength that forcefully shook that disciple's charging body until it came to a halt. You've already lost. Next. Xiaoyan's stern gaze casually glanced at the disciple before him. Soon after, he shouted towards the remaining disciples behind him. The crowd immediately stirred. It was a long while later before someone stood up again. His body jerked as Genesis Chi immediately gushed out from his body. After making all the necessary preparations, he moved again, arriving in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. Flames flashed in his hands as scarlet-red fire Genesis Chi immediately solidified into a pair of gauntlets that wrapped around his hands. Fists flashed as they viciously smashed towards Xiaoyan like a meteor shower. The hot wind from the fists pounced toward Xiaoyan's face. The firm and fierce strength did not let go of any joint or corner of Xiaoyan's body. If it was an ordinary person, they would only be able to dodge such a sharp and concentrated attack. Unfortunately, the person they were facing now was Xiaoyan. Not bad, your power is sufficient, but your speed is too slow. Faced with the attack of this disciple in front of him, Xiaoyan's feet touched the ground. His body twisted in all directions, and he actually relied on an extremely strange technique to dodge all of the fist imprints that came flying toward him. Finally, under the shocked gaze of this disciple, Xiaoyan's palm once again imprinted itself on his chest. With a gentle push, the human figure immediately took a couple of steps back. Although he was not injured, he was already standing outside of the circle. I've lost. Although he was somewhat unwilling, the disciple still gritted his teeth and cupped his fists together towards Xiaoyan, before quietly withdrawing. Compared to the previous person, although he was unwilling to admit defeat in his heart, he also knew that excessive struggle would be useless. In fact, it would even bring shame to the Burning Flame Valley. Hence, he chose to quietly withdraw. Next. I am Meng Hong. I've come to challenge you. As soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, another figure charged over. His speed caused the surrounding spectators to cry out. Even the speed at which he attacked was much faster than the previous two. Most importantly, this person's cultivation had reached the early returnance realm, making him an opponent on the same level as Xiaoyan. Flamestar Hammer, Astral Waterfall. Back off. This time around, it was different from before. This fellow called Meng Ming had used his best Do skill the moment he attacked. From the looks of it, he had also seen just how strong Xiaoyan's individual combat ability was. It was difficult for him to rely on a simple attack to defeat Xiaoyan. Hence, he decided to use his Do skill, intending to determine the victor with one strike. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan still maintained an indifferent manner. His face was calm as he stood in the same spot. Both of his hands were placed behind him. His aura was completely withdrawn into his body. A thought passed through his heart and a faint golden glow gradually covered his entire body. From the looks of it, he was actually planning to forcefully receive this attack. This fellow, has he gone crazy? Even if he is confident in his extraordinary fighting strength, it is impossible for him to simply ignore the Do skill that is being used by an opponent at the same level as him. Xiaoyan, what exactly is he planning to do? Not to mention the surrounding audience, even the few elders in the distance and Qin Yan, who was watching this scene, also revealed shocked expressions on their faces. What is this Xiaoyan planning to do? Don't tell me that he is really planning to forcefully receive this attack from Meng Hong? Although Meng Hong's cultivation and fighting strength cannot be considered top-notch within our valley, he still possesses an extremely strong fighting strength. This time around, he seems to be one of the people that Qin Yan has chosen. This Xiaoyan actually dares to openly receive an attack from him. Either he already has a trump card, or this brat is purposely being arrogant. Now, he is unable to continue pretending. In the pavilion, the few elders from the Burning Flame Valley were discussing the current situation on Xiaoyan's side. They were really unable to believe that Xiaoyan actually dared to display such an arrogant attitude when facing an opponent of the same level. Was this not clearly seeking death? Qin Yan, what do you think? The elder standing in front of Qin Yan did not express his opinion in this regard. Instead, he handed this question to Qin Yan beside him. He wanted to know Qin Yan's opinion of Xiaoyan. From what this disciple sees, Xiaoyan should be quite confident. The layer of golden light agglomerated on the surface of his body should be some kind of rare Do skill. He plans to use this to block this attack from Meng Hong. I think that there should not be much of a problem. Qin Yan's gaze carefully studied Xiaoyan's body for a while before voicing the answer in his heart. When these words were spoken, the few Burning Flame Valley elders behind him looked at each other in succession. After carefully examining Xiaoyan's current state, they seemed to have realized something. They could not help but smile awkwardly as they continued to look towards the arena where Xiaoyan was located. At the same time, Meng Hong's flame star hammer completely descended under the watching gazes of countless people. It viciously smashed towards Xiaoyan's head, the terrifying aura causing the invisible space to violently distort. In the next second, the giant hammer formed completely from Genesis Chi was about to land on Xiaoyan's body. However, it was at this moment that, the layer of faint golden light on the surface of Xiaoyan's calm-looking body suddenly released a dazzling brilliance. A golden giant appeared above Xiaoyan's head as the light gathered. It raised its head and puffed out its chest, completely blocking Meng Hong's attack. Only after all the energy on the Flame Star Hammer was completely exhausted did the enormous golden figure above Xiaoyan's head slowly scatter. When one looked at Xiaoyan again, the latter was still in his calm demeanor from earlier. Xiaoyan's body had appeared in front of Meng Hong in a ghost-like manner the moment he entered the battleground. He smiled slightly and once again pushed Meng Hong away with his palm. Next. The faint voice once again spread. Human figures flew and repeatedly flew toward Xiaoyan, who was in the middle of the arena. Loud cries continued to resound over the place. Waves of sounds of physical bodies colliding also repeatedly sounded. In less than 2 hours, Xiaoyan had already defeated over 100 disciples from the Burning Flame Valley. His forehead was already covered with perspiration. The cultivation of the majority of these people was not inferior to his. It was already very difficult for him to defeat over 100 disciples in succession. If this continued, he would likely be defeated here one day. The endless attrition battle was the most headache-inducing. Even Xiaoyan, whose fighting strength far exceeded his own cultivation, was unable to endure for a long time. However, there were still over 100 Burning Flame Valley disciples standing in front of him. If they were to go down one by one, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to endure until then. However, compared to the nervousness in Xiaoyan's heart at this moment, the surrounding spectators and the Burning Flame Valley disciples in front of him had long been shocked speechless by Xiaoyan's terrifying fighting strength. Even Qin Yan and the others, who were far away at this moment, were similarly shocked in their hearts. Using his own strength, he had forcefully defeated over 100 Burning Flame Valley disciples. Even though this process appeared to be extremely simple, it was even more terrifying than the battle results that Qin Yan had created. From the looks of it now, Xiaoyan, who was still standing in front of the pavilion, was the biggest dark horse in this Burning Flame Valley sect grand competition. Who is this Xiaoyan? If it is possible, it is best to investigate his background. We must try our best to be on good terms with him. At this moment, even those experts at the Origin King level, who originally did not think highly of Xiaoyan, were similarly filled with shock in their hearts. There were even some people who were preparing gifts to be on good terms with him. For such a genius expert, his future was immeasurable. If they were able to form a good relationship with him as soon as possible, it would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to them. Let's go and meet him. At the same time, the few elders from the Burning Flame Valley in the distant building were finally unable to wait any longer. If they were to really wait until Xiaoyan defeated all of these disciples, not only would their Burning Flame Valley lose face, but it would also affect Xiaoyan's opinion of their Burning Flame Valley. If this was the case, all that they had done would be a loss that would outweigh the gains. The reason why they had probed Xiaoyan's strength was because they hoped to clearly see his depth. However, at this moment, the frightening fighting strength and talent that Xiaoyan had displayed had already far exceeded their expectations. If they did not move to meet him now, it was likely that it would be too late in the end. At the same time, the battle within the battleground continued. Faced with increasingly strong opponents, the current Xiaoyan was no longer as relaxed and carefree as he was at the beginning. He needed to carefully deal with each and every one of them. After blocking all of their attacks, he needed to use the smallest price to force the other party out of the battleground. Clang 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 clang. By relying on the golden elephant skill, Xiaoyan blocked all of the attacks from the figure in front of him. When his body moved forward, this fellow actually used his agility to dodge Xiaoyan's attack and immediately circled to the side of Xiaoyan. Both of his hands flipped and a palm landed on Xiaoyan's shoulder. You have lost. Is that so? When the corner of this disciple's mouth revealed a slight smile, Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled. Although he was indeed a little tired, it was more than enough to finish off this fellow. Force elephant skill, retreat. Just as this disciple's two palms landed on Xiaoyan's body, Xiaoyan cried out loudly in his heart. At the same time, his body suddenly shook. The ground under his feet and the invisible space trembled. A powerful force swept out from Xiaoyan's body and actually forcefully blasted this disciple out of the battleground. Ha! With a stern cry, the expressions of everyone present changed when they heard it. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock and surprise repeatedly swept left and right at Xiaoyan. It was hard to imagine that he had actually defeated so many Burning Flame Valley disciples by himself. This kind of fighting strength was something that even Qin Yan did not possess. The remaining people, all of you can come at me together. Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the entire place. His arrogant voice was once again spat out. The expressions of everyone changed once again. Xiaoyan's words were simply a provocation to the Burning Flame Valley. However, since things had already developed to this point, all of the Burning Flame Valley disciples present were naturally unwilling to admit defeat. Just as they were about to step forward, a voice that was filled with dignity and an old voice suddenly sounded in the sky above this pavilion. What are all of you doing instead of going back and training properly? The elderly voice that was suddenly transmitted caused the spirits of everyone present to be shaken. At the same time, Xiaoyan also immediately raised his head. His gaze looked over. A white-robed old man was standing in the midair. His face was dignified as he swept his gaze over all the Burning Flame Valley's disciples below. Have you finally arrived? Xiaoyan was not too surprised by the appearance of this old man. His gaze swept over. Qin Yan and a couple of other elders were surprisingly in a pavilion a short distance away. Xiaoyan was a little surprised in his heart when he saw that Qin Yan was actually standing together with an elder from the Burning Flame Valley. This is the resting place of our Burning Flame Valley's foreign guests. How can we allow all of you to cause trouble here? All of you, get lost. All of you will be confined for 10 days and reflect on your actions. The old man's stern cry once again spread, causing the expressions of all the Burning Flame Valley's disciples below to immediately change. Numerous gazes were filled with fear as they looked at the old man in the sky. Only after noticing the slight fury in the latter's eyes did they hurriedly withdraw in a dejected manner. In merely a moment, this large group of people had completely left. The originally crowded street had also become spacious and empty. It is unexpected that even the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley has come out. The other few elders and Qin Yan seem to be there as well. It is just that they did not reveal themselves. From the looks of it, they should have seen the entire process of the challenge earlier. It is just that they did not step forward to stop it. It is likely that the Burning Flame Valley also wants to use this opportunity to teach this Xiaoyan a lesson. It is just that it is unexpected that Xiaoyan is actually this strong. He is actually able to defeat so many Burning Flame Valley's disciples by himself. Looks like another dark horse that is not inferior to Qin Yan will appear in this Burning Flame Valley Grand Competition. The faces of the surrounding observers immediately revealed a surprised expression when they saw this old man in the sky. After some words, the gazes that they used to look at Xiaoyan once again contained an additional admiration. However, they had forgotten just who was the one who was mocking and ridiculing Xiaoyan earlier. Cuckoo, recently, the elders and deacons of the valley have been busy with the grand meeting activities. They have neglected to discipline these little brats, causing them to actually do such a radical thing. Mr. Xiaoyan, please do not blame them. The old man only slowly descended after dispersing those disciples. He landed in front of Xiaoyan. His old face revealed a somewhat apologetic smile. Immediately, he courteously cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not dare to slight when he saw this. He hurriedly returned the greeting before he smiled and said, "Elder, you are is." Xiaoyan cupped his hands politely. The one who should be the one. The one. Although he spoke in this manner, the smile on Xiaoyan's face did not have the slightest intention of apologizing. Seeing this, the old man involuntarily laughed out loud after exchanging glances with Xiaoyan for a couple of seconds. Ha ha ha, a couple of days ago, I heard that Mr. Xiaoyan is young and promising. Now that I have met you, you are indeed a young and outstanding talent. Your heroic spirit is something that few people can match. The old me is Li Xianxia, the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley. If I have the time, the old me would like to invite Mr. Xiaoyan for some tea. A glint flashed deep within Li Xianxia's turbid old eyes. The corner of his eyes glanced at the few people who were quietly watching the show in the surrounding pavilions. However, he did not avoid inviting Xiaoyan on the street. Hearing these words, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but be slightly startled. He was a little surprised in his heart. He thought in his heart, I did not see this old man in front of me at the elders' seating area a couple of days ago. I did not expect that the latter was actually the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley. In that case, wouldn't he be the person, other than the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, most likely to help me obtain the core body transformation milk? However, just as Xiaoyan was about to nod his head and agree, he suddenly sensed the sharp gazes from the surrounding pavilions. Those gazes seemed to be indicating for him to reject. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's heart immediately shivered. It was merely the first elder who wanted to invite him for some tea. What was there for these fellows to be agitated about? Moreover, from the looks of it, those gazes clearly contained some threatening intent. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan was even more confused in his heart. However, since this matter concerned him, he naturally could not shrink back because of a gaze from these fellows. Moreover, Xiaoyan was a person who did not like to be threatened. Any kind of threat would only be treated as a fart by the other party. Therefore, Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment before treating any threatening killing intent in their gazes as nothing. Nodding his head, Xiaoyan had a smile on his face as he accepted Li Qingxiu's invitation. At the same time, the emotions in his heart gradually became fiery. From the looks of it, he seemed to be very close to the core body transformation milk. Seeing that Xiaoyan in front of him had actually accepted his invitation so readily, Li Qingxiu, who was in front of him, was instead a little surprised. He was very clear about what Xiaoyan would face when he said those words. However, he did not expect that Xiaoyan would actually ignore the wolf-like gazes of those fellows. Could it be that he was really not afraid of these fellows, or was it that he had the confidence to successfully escape from their hands? However, these were no longer important. Since Xiaoyan had agreed to the invitation, as the initiator, Li Qingxiu naturally had to do it. Moreover, compared to the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart, Li Qingxiu's heart was similarly filled with joy at this moment. Subsequently, under Li Qingxiu's invitation, Xiaoyan and Luo Jin went together. Although the rest of the people wanted to follow, they were stopped. Even Luo Jin only agreed to follow after Li Qingxiu hesitated for a while. This was because he could faintly sense a somewhat familiar aura from this young man. Although that aura was very old and difficult to recognize, it still prompted him to agree to Luo Jin's request. Along the way, the two of them followed behind Li Qingxiu. The former would ask a few questions from time to time, and his words clearly revolved around Xiaoyan. In response, Xiaoyan, who had many years of experience, naturally replied fluently. It was as if he had prepared everything beforehand. Of course, this old man was clearly not someone easy to deal with. Under the silence, the conversation made Xiaoyan feel nervous. He could not help but curse the old fox in his heart. Only when both sides had quieted down did Luo Jin silently approach Xiaoyan's ear. He muttered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Be careful. According to what I know, this old man is a true Origin King expert. Xiaoyan's heart was immediately shocked when he heard these words. The moment he raised his eyes, he discovered that Li Qingxiu was also looking at the two of them with a smile. That kind manner was as though he had not heard their conversation. Xiaoyan's heart was immediately filled with shock. The shock in his heart grew even greater when he saw this scene. However, it made sense after some thought. The Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley was an expert at the Great Origin King realm. Since the person before him could become the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, it was naturally normal for him to be at the Great Origin King realm. If his cultivation was only at the Origin King realm, he would not live up to his name. Haha, please come in. This is my tea room. Just as Xiaoyan and Li Wuyo stepped into the tea room, they could not help but exclaim in surprise at the scene in front of them. The tea room that was filled with a delicate fragrance was dignified and elegant. The four walls were all made of top-quality wood. Moreover, at a glance, there was not the slightest gap between the walls. The tea room was built from a complete huge tree. Looking at it this way, the size of the ancient tree that built this tea room was simply unimaginable. The four walls of the tea room were hollow out, forming various kinds of strange flowers and herbs. There were even many carvings of unknown magical beasts that were vivid and lifelike. Sunlight shone in from the hollow out and shone on the fragrant floor. The patterns that were formed also changed with the passage of time. A faint tea fragrance floated in the air like smoke and fog. After inhaling a breath, one would feel that one's entire body was much more spirited. Looking around, the two of them even saw quite a number of high-grade medicinal ingredients that were hard to find in the outside world. Most of the medicinal ingredients actually caused Xiaoyan to be extremely excited when he saw them. If any of these medicinal ingredients were to be taken out and placed in an auction, it would be a priceless treasure. After the two of them sat down, Li Qingxiu extended his hand and beckoned. Immediately, a teapot appeared in the formless space. The body of the teapot swayed and one could even hear the sound of tea being swayed from within. Haha, according to what Mr. Xiaoyan said earlier, you came from the southwest border. This time, you seem to have come to my Burning Flame Valley to ask for medicine. However, Mr. Xiaoyan, my Burning Flame Valley is not the Alchemist Alliance. If you want to ask for medicine, you should look for them. However, if Mr. really needs any medicinal ingredients, feel free to ask. If this old man is able to help, I will definitely do my best. As Li Qingxiu smiled, he took out 3 teacups from who knows where and brewed tea. He placed them in front of Xiaoyan and Li Wuyo. After which, he raised his head with a smile. If that's the case, this junior will thank senior first. Facing Li Qingxiu, Xiaoyan did not dare to have the slightest bit of neglect. Moreover, they were the ones who came to ask for help this time. In terms of etiquette, he would naturally be more considerate. Yes, speak. What medicinal ingredients do you need? As long as my Burning Flame Valley has it, we will definitely do our best to help you. Senior, I'm afraid that in the entire southern region, only your valley has the medicinal ingredients that I need. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, Li Qingxiu raised his eyebrows and a hint of surprise appeared on his old face. He looked at Xiaoyan and asked curiously, what kind of medicinal herb is it? What this junior needs is precisely the geocentric body milk that is unique to your valley. Boom. However, the instant Xiaoyan's words left his mouth, Li Qingxiu, who originally had a curious expression, actually stood up in an instant. A terrifying aura and pressure instantly sealed the entire tea room. The frightening pressure instantly shattered the teacups that were filled with tea in front of the 3 of them. The fragrant tea transformed into 3 water swords that shot out in the blink of an eye. They even nearly pierced Xiaoyan and Li Wuyo in front of them. Even though this was the case, the sharp wind that the water swords carried when they passed in front of the 2 of them caused their faces to feel a piercing pain. At the same time, an indifferent expression immediately surged into Li Qingxiu's pair of turbid old eyes. His cold eyes did not contain the slightest emotion as he stared at Xiaoyan and Li Wuyo in front of him. His expression was especially cold. It was a long while later before he slowly said in an extremely low voice, "Who told you all this, and who called you here?" The indifferent voice no longer contained the slightest bit of warmth and emotion like before. Instead, a cold killing intent gradually gathered. At this moment, Xiaoyan and Li Wuyo did not have the slightest doubt in their hearts that if they were unable to find a reason or method to calm this old man in front of them, this fellow would definitely kill them without any hesitation. Xiaoyan did not expect that his words would actually directly touch upon the greatest taboo of the Burning Flame Valley. Senior, this junior does not have any ill intentions in coming to the Burning Flame Valley. I only hope to be able to, if you don't speak, this old man will kill you right now. Without waiting for the words from Xiaoyan's mouth to sound, Li Qingxiu flipped his palm. Xiaoyan's body immediately floated into the air uncontrollably. 3 of his fingers formed a seal in the air and an invisible force immediately grabbed Xiaoyan's throat, causing his face to turn swollen red in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Luo Jin by the side was just about to stand up when Li Qingxiu waved his sleeve. Another invisible force immediately and violently smashed into his chest. With a bang, his body flew out uncontrollably and violently collided with the wall behind him. If it were not for Li Qingxiu's intentional protection, it was likely that this tea room would have been destroyed because of this. Boom. Senior, we have no ill intentions in coming here. I hope that Senior will stop. In the next moment, another wave of energy surged out from Xiaoyan's body. Tremendous soul force instantly filled the entire tea room and an illusionary figure appeared before Li Qingxiu. It was Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian appeared and stood between Xiaoyan and Li Qingxiu. His body shook and surging soul force quickly enveloped Xiaoyan, forcefully dispersing the invisible force that was controlling him. Afterwards, he grabbed Xiaoyan's wrist and the 2 of them quickly retreated. Hmm? I didn't expect you to have a soul body in your body. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Xiaoxian's sudden appearance also surprised Li Qingxiu for a moment. By the time he returned to his senses, Xiaoxian had already brought Xiaoyan and quickly retreated. However, the tea room had already been sealed by Li Qingxiu's presence. Perhaps Xiaoxian could leave by himself, but it was impossible for him to bring Xiaoyan with him. A mere King Yuan dares to escape from my hands? Stay here. With a low roar, Li Qingxiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoxian and Zhou Yuan in the next second. He slammed his palm towards Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian's heart was greatly alarmed by Li Qingxiu's attack. Xiaoyan had yet to recover. If both of them were struck, the price they would have to pay would be extremely high. With no other choice, Xiaoxian could only withdraw all of the spiritual strength he had released. At the same time, his hand, which was tightly grabbing Xiaoyan's wrist, swiftly released. The seals between his hands rapidly changed. At the same time, surging Genesis Chi swiftly gathered in the space in front of him. An invisible sword with its tip pointed upward was formed the moment Li Qingxiu's palm landed. Qingmu Sword Art, Dao Heaven Sword. Xiaoxian let out a roar as soon as the long sword was formed. At the same time, the golden light on the surface of his body shone brightly, and the invisible long sword also emitted a faint clear light. The wind spun rapidly, forming a wind wall to meet Li Qingxiu's palm head-on. Clang, as the palm fell, the sword trembled violently, and the wind wall was instantly destroyed. Boundless astral winds assaulted Xiaoxian's face. Xiaoxian's face turned incomparably solemn, and the golden light shining from his body rapidly dimmed. At the same time, the power contained in Li Qingxiu's palm was also rapidly decreasing. Boom! After more than 10 seconds, Xiaoxian and Li Qingxiu uncontrollably drew back. Although Xiaoxian was in a sorry state, Li Qingxiu's old face didn't look any better. He took a few steps back, and the qi and blood in his body were surging. The palm that collided with Xiaoxian's palm was numb at this moment. In this exchange, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Rank 7 soul power? Li Qingxiu could not help but exclaim when he stabilized his body. When he lifted his head, the expression on his old face was extremely shocked. When he saw the golden light array that was gradually dispersing on the surface of Xiaoxian's body, the former immediately understood in his heart that the person in front of him was not only a fellow who possessed a 7-realm soul, but was also a rank 7 formation master. He's also a rank 7 array master. With this thought, Li Qingxiu's expression changed again. At the same time, he felt a trace of graveness in his heart. Even if the other party was a spirit body, he was still a rank 7 array master. The energy contained in such an expert was not any weaker than his. In a strict sense, if a rank 7 array master used his full strength, even he was no match for him. Therefore, Li Qingxiu did not dare to be careless in the face of Xiaoxian. Humph, so what if you're a rank 7 array master? I won't let you leave so easily today. After a moment of hesitation, Li Qingxiu took a step forward, and vast Genesis Qi immediately gushed out from his body. The majestic energy formed a wave of qi that rapidly spread from his feet, once again enveloping the entire tea room and forming a nearly solid energy wall inside the tea room. With this energy wall, even a rank 7 array master like Xiaoxian would not be able to break it so easily, let alone Li Qingxiu, who was an Origin Emperor expert. However, Xiaoxian felt rather helpless in the face of Li Qingxiu, who had repeatedly misunderstood their purpose. Xiaoyan had completely fainted under the impact of the energy attack and would likely not wake up for some time. His logic cultivation was insufficient, and it would be very difficult for him to help. Li Qingxiu would not believe Xiaoxian's words, and it was likely that surrendering would be useless. At this moment, he could only try to force his way out. Elder, this junior has no intention of offending you, but this matter is indeed a misunderstanding. I hope that Elder can believe what we say. Humph, believe? Almost no one in the outside world knows about my Burning Flame Valley's geocentric body refinement milk. Since you are able to obtain information about the geocentric body refinement milk, other than them, there is basically no one else. Therefore, you should take back your lies. Faced with Xiaoxian's struggle, Li Qingxiu did not believe him in the slightest. With a leap, he was about to launch another attack at the former. He believed that as long as he did not give the other party the time to gather the formation or use the formation plate, the other elders of his burning flame valley would be able to discover the commotion here and rush over at top speed. At that time, it would naturally not be a problem to deal with this rank 7 formation master in front of him. However, right at this moment, Shua. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, Li Qingxiu's figure paused for a moment and caught the flowing light in his hand. The moment he turned his head, he saw that Luo Jin was staring at him with no trace of fear in his eyes. Seeing this, Li Qingxiu couldn't help but feel suspicious in his heart. He immediately lowered his head to look at the item in his hand. When the light on the item gradually scattered, a warm and pure white jade fan appeared in his hand. This jade fan looked ordinary. However, when Li Qingxiu saw this fan for the first time, the expression in his old eyes suddenly focused. Even his pupils instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. His entire body involuntarily trembled. This is the whisk jade fan. Only after a long while did Li Qingxiu finally say the name of this fan word by word. At the same time, an extremely mysterious and terrifying fellow appeared in his mind. That's right, it is the whisk jade fan. At this moment, Luo Jin finally spoke in a leisurely manner. After which, he smiled and walked forward. Under Li Qingxiu's stunned gaze, he took back the jade fan in Li Qingxiu's hand. After which, he gently waved it and the jade fan immediately emitted a schwa sound as it spread open. Following Luo Jin's gentle waving and adding the confident smile on the corner of his mouth, he appeared somewhat similar to when Xiaoyan had first met him back then. It is said that the whisk jade fan has always been personally held by the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. Since the whisk jade fan is here, then you are, Li Qingxiu narrowed his eyes. His muddy old eyes stared at the young man in front of him. He extended a skinny finger and pointed at Luo Jin in front of him. He spoke slowly and hesitantly. I am Luo Jin, the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. As soon as he said this, Li Qingxiu's body suddenly trembled. He felt dizzy. He didn't even dare to imagine that the terrifying pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion in his impression was actually such a young man. This was simply unbelievable. Impossible. This old man has seen the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion before. His cultivation is at least above Sorsong. Even if his appearance is as young as yours, his cultivation can't be faked. You. The person you saw was my father. Back then, in order to avoid some trouble for the Yunin Pavilion, he revealed himself as the Yunin Pavilion's pavilion master. This is also the true reason why you have never seen the appearance of the Yunin Pavilion's pavilion master. Faced with Li Qingxiu's questioning, Luo Jin's face was filled with confidence. He had already expected that this fellow would ask such a question when he revealed his identity. Not only him, but everyone who saw him would probably say the same thing. But even so, it is not enough to prove that you are the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion. Then what about this? As the great elder of the Burning Flame Valley, you should be very familiar with this. Hearing this, Luo Jin curled his lips and smiled. With a flip of his hand, a pure white formation plate appeared above his palm and gently floated. Immediately, shock once again surfaced in Li Qingxiu's heart. If it was said that he could deny the authenticity of the whisking jade fan, then the formation plate that appeared in Luo Jin's hand at this moment was something that he could not deny no matter what. This was because his Burning Flame Valley also had a similar formation plate. Moreover, it was seen as the sect-protecting formation of his Burning Flame Valley. Back then, in order to obtain this formation plate, his Burning Flame Valley had used the valley's greatest secret, the Earth Core Body Elixir. In exchange, this Great Star Plate Formation, Earth Core Body Elixir. Could it be, since things had already developed to this point, even if Li Qingxiu was a fool, he would be able to guess the cause and effect of all of this? It was likely that the reason why Xiaoyan had come to his Burning Flame Valley was not because of those fellows' instructions, but because of this young man in front of him. Haha. So that's how it is. In that case, you are really the pavilion master of the Yunin Pavilion? Li Qingxiu laughed at himself. He shot a glance at Luo Jin and saw the latter nod his head. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan and said, since that is the case, then he has indeed come for the Earth Core Body Elixir. However, like he said, he does not have any ill intentions. He only wishes to exchange for it. When Xiaoyan woke up in the tea room, Xiaoxian had already returned to his body. Li Qingxiu had once again recovered the warm smile he had when the few of them first met. Luo Jin, on the other hand, had an expression as though nothing had happened. At this moment, the gazes of the two were locked onto Xiaoyan, as though they were waiting for him to speak first. Seeing this, Xiaoyan was slightly startled. He lowered his eyebrows and looked at the empty tea table in front of him. Only then did he understand in his heart that what had happened was not a dream. However, Li Qingxiu's mood seemed to have recovered for some unknown reason. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan involuntarily threw his gaze at Luo Jin by the side. If he had to give an answer, it was likely that only Luo Jin would be able to do so. Although Xiaoxian was a rank 7 formation master, this was after all the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. If they were to really fight, even Luo Jin would not be able to protect him. Cuckoo, Mr. Xiaoyan, the matter earlier was indeed a misunderstanding. The thing that you need is of great interest to my Burning Flame Valley. The old me acted in a moment of agitation. Fortunately, I did not hurt Mr. I hope that you will not blame me. Saying this, Li Qingxiu actually stood up and cupped his hands together towards Xiaoyan. If it were not for his status, it was likely that he would have bent his waist to express his apology. Seeing this, Xiaoyan did not dare to slight him in the slightest. He hurriedly stood up and welcomed him. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, just Li Qingxiu's cultivation was not something that he could accept. It is good that the misunderstanding has been resolved. However, this junior really cannot accept such a great gift from elder. Xiaoyan hurriedly supported Li Qingxiu. The two of them, one old and one young, immediately became courteous to each other. They chatted with a simple smile, as though the unpleasantness from earlier had never happened. When the two of them sat down once again, the expressions on their faces had once again become serious. After all, this matter concerned the core body transforming milk. Even Li Qingxiu did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Next, Xiaoyan told Li Qingxiu in front of him about the true reason why his group had come to the extreme south this time around. Of course, he naturally avoided the topic of the woeful poison body and used another reason. Li Qingxiu only nodded in an understanding manner when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He mused for a moment before speaking. So that's how it is. According to Mr. Xiaoyan, I'm afraid that only the Earth Core Body Elixir can save your friend. No wonder Mr. would come here. At this point, Li Qingxiu unconsciously glanced at Luo Jin, who acted as if nothing had happened. Even if Xiaoyan had thought of the geocentric body elixir, without Luo Jin, it was likely that they would not have been able to reach this place and the incident earlier would not have happened. If your noble valley can help me obtain a drop of geocentric body milk, then this junior will definitely take out an item of equivalent value in exchange. Ignoring the situation of the two people in front of him, Xiaoyan went straight to the point. At the same time, he bowed deeply to Li Qingxiu. Seeing this, Li Qingxiu hurriedly waved his sleeve and helped Xiaoyan up. Seeing the sincere manner on the latter's face, Li Qingxiu's heart could not bear it. With such a character, in addition to such outstanding talent and intelligence, it was likely that it would be his Burning Flame Valley's loss if he did not help. Moreover, the situation in the extreme south was currently changing secretly. If he was able to rope in a young member of the younger generation with excellent talent at this moment, in addition to the rank 7 formation master in Xiaoyan's body, all of these would be of great help to his Burning Flame Valley. However, I won't hide it from Mr. Xiaoyan. I'm afraid that it is difficult for this old man to make a decision regarding the Earth Core Body Elixir. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately changed when these words were spoken. Even Luo Jin by the side frowned slightly. Elderly, as the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, you are in charge of all the big and small matters in the valley. Don't tell me that even the Earth Core Body Elixir, if it was in the past, it might not be a problem. However, now, it is extremely difficult. Although Li Qingxiu was unwilling to admit it, he still helplessly shook his head when he heard Luo Jin's words. He let out a long sigh. After hesitating for a moment, he finally opened his mouth once again. The two of you should also know that my Burning Flame Valley would gift the Earth Core Body Elixir to the first place in every sect grand competition. Moreover, that person would become a person that my Burning Flame Valley would focus on grooming. However, that was in the past. In recent years, for some unknown reason, the production of the Earth Core Body Elixir in my valley has sharply decreased. By this year, there is no longer a single drop of Earth Core Body Elixir left. The reason why the Valley Chief has not been present in the last few Sect Grand competitions is because he has been waiting for the formation of the Earth Core Body Elixir. Logically speaking, if the Earth Core Body Elixir is formed, he should arrive at the location of the finals at the latest the day after tomorrow. However, if he does not appear, then I'm afraid, after speaking until this point, Li Qingshu did not speak any further. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin already understood. In other words, whether they could obtain the Earth Core Body Elixir would completely depend on the day after tomorrow. If the Burning Flame Valley's Valley Chief appeared, Xiaoyan would naturally have hope of obtaining the Earth Core Body Elixir. However, if not, their trip this time would have been in vain. In addition, there is one more thing that I hope Mr. Xiaoyan can understand. Other than you, Qin Yan is also determined to obtain this Earth Core Body Elixir. Although you know how to barter, Qin Yan is a disciple of my Burning Flame Valley. Therefore, whether or not you can obtain the Earth Core Body Elixir will depend on your luck. When Li Qingshu's words were spoken, Xiaoyan's heart instantly shook. In this way, even if he really obtained the Earth Core Body Elixir, there would still be a layer of difficulty placed in front of him. From the looks of it, he still needed to defeat Qin Yan before that. Taking in a deep breath, Xiaoyan's fists gradually clenched tightly under his sleeves. When Xiaoyan and Luo Jin left the tea room, the moonlight had already risen to the sky. The thin mist of the mountain was like green smoke that pervaded the air. Under the moonlight, various patterns were drawn on the ground through the branches of the trees. Lanterns curled up between the pavilions and pavilions. From afar, it was a unique scenery. When Xiaoyan and Luo Jin returned to their loft, the others had already returned to their rooms to rest. After all, they had been personally invited by the Burning Flame Valley's first elder. Naturally, they did not think that there would be any accidents. Naturally, they also did not expect that such a shocking thing had actually happened not long ago. After Luo Jin returned to his room, Xiaoyan walked out of the loft. The tip of his foot gently pressed on the ground and his body leaped onto the roof. At this moment, the little fairy doctor was sitting there. Her two jade-like hands were supporting her chin as she gazed at the leisurely night scene in the distance. When Xiaoyan and Luo Jin returned, they had already discovered the little fairy doctor. However, Luo Jin did not say anything and Xiaoyan also pretended not to see her. When the two of them saw her at this moment, the little fairy doctor immediately parted her mouth and revealed a charming smile. She indicated for Xiaoyan to sit down. The latter did not stand on ceremony and sat down beside the little fairy doctor. He raised his head and gazed at the bright moon that was emitting a lustrous white light in the night sky. He could not help but sigh in his heart. It seemed that compared to the bright stars that filled the sky, the moonlight was always more difficult to surpass. Under the moonlight, a thin fog covered the entire place. The pavilion was brightly lit. Occasionally, a meteor would fall from the distant stars. It was like a bright arrow cutting through the night sky, attempting to cut through the darkness. However, it would disappear in the blink of an eye. This encounter between light and darkness was short and beautiful. However, it gave people a shallow impression. This was because meteors often appeared in the sky. As long as the sky was filled with bright stars, it would always be accompanied by a meteor. This was a certain inevitability. The moonlight was white and flawless, appearing sacred. Only when the stars rotated in the sky did they appear bright. Xiaoyan and the fairy doctor sat together at the top of the pavilion. They looked at the long river in the night sky. The brows of the two of them would occasionally glance at each other. They appeared to be careful, or perhaps it was unintentional. It seems that it has been a long time since I have seen the stars like this. Ever since I came here, I have always met with many troubles along the way. The fairy doctor curled her lips. She appeared to be a little unwilling and tired. It was not that she was unwilling to live such a life. It was also not that she was tired of following Xiaoyan like this. She was just unwilling to accept that no matter how many troubles she met, she could only stand behind Xiaoyan. During these few days, Xiaoyan had placed a large amount of his attention on the matter of the core body transformation milk. No one in the group had noticed the changes in the fairy doctor's body. Only she knew that other than her daily hard work and training, all the energy contained within the poison had been completely refined and absorbed by her after she had absorbed it. The current fairy doctor had already become a 7-star Dodi. However, it was still difficult for her to be of help to Xiaoyan with such a cultivation. Relax, there will be a day when those troubles will completely disappear. At that time, you can sit here and watch the stars and moon every day. Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled. He could hear the trace of guilt in the fairy doctor's words. However, from his point of view, all of this was unnecessary. He had never thought of the fairy doctor as a burden, much less a burden. Xiaoyan only felt that the man who had been told by others that he needed to stand behind a woman to be protected was now able to cover her under his arms. No matter what the wind, rain, knives, or swords, he would be able to shoulder them. The fairy doctor smiled somewhat disappointedly when she heard Xiaoyan's words. It was a long while later before she said, I believe that there will be such a day. However, when that time comes, will you still be able to accompany me like this? The fairy doctor did not know that a bright redness had surged onto her pretty face when she said these words. Even under the cover of the moonlight, she still appeared incomparably rosy. Xiaoyan was involuntarily startled when he heard these words. Wen Xiao. But. Of. Xiao. Like. Of. And. Of. To. Even so. Xiaoyan thought about this question for a very long time. The group of people met in the hall of the pavilion. The little fairy doctor continued to serve tea and water to everyone like a little wife. The gazes that the others used to look at her had a playful expression. This was especially the case when their gazes were thrown toward Xiaoyan. The teasing expression in their eyes became even denser. Xiaoyan merely smiled in response to this and did not say anything. After which, Luo Jin described the situation of his meeting with Li Qingshu to everyone seated. The only thing he did not mention was the matter of him fighting with Li Qingshu. Xiaoyan had also inquired about the specific situation of this matter from Xiaoxian. He had naturally guessed that it was related to Luo Jin. However, Xiaoxian did not tell him the truth. All he said was that it was best for him not to know about this matter too early. Xiaoyan had heard an unknown number of such old excuses ever since he had started training. However, since Xiaoxian had already put it this way, it was naturally not appropriate for him to inquire further. He believed that there would come a day when the exact situation of this matter would appear in front of him. It was not appropriate for him to get to the bottom of it now. After everyone thought about Luo Jin's words, they all frowned. The situation they were facing was clearly much more complicated than they had imagined. Other than being unable to confirm the existence of the geocentric body milk, they also had to be careful of Qin Yin. The latter was also a strong competitor for the geocentric body milk. The Burning Flame Valley would definitely not abandon the future of their faction because of the item Xiaoyan had taken out. In that case, the first problem they had to deal with was Qin Yin. They had to make Qin Yin give up on the fight for the geocentric body milk. The best way to do this was to have Xiaoyan appear in the finals tomorrow and defeat him. Other than this, there was another problem that had been lingering in Xiaoyan's mind. According to what Li Qingshu had said yesterday, in recent years, the Burning Flame Valley stock of geocentric body milk had been completely exhausted. Due to the Sect Grand competition, the Burning Flame Valley no longer had any geocentric body milk in storage. Its production had also sharply decreased. Even until this year, there might not be any left. These words had troubled Xiaoyan for a long time. As an item of the world, how could the geocentric body milk decrease for no reason and eventually disappear? According to what he knew, the source of the geocentric body milk was the geocentric stalactites. That kind of thing usually only existed within some mysterious ancient caves. Stalactites gathered the energy of the world and condensed it into essence. Normally speaking, it was impossible for it to disappear for no reason unless the stalactites were destroyed by an external force or the environment was damaged. However, this point did not make sense no matter what. The geocentric body milk had been protected by the Burning Flame Valley for a long time. It was impossible for them to be so stupid as to destroy the stalactites themselves. If it was an external force, it was just as Li Qingshu had said. There were very few people in the outside world who knew about the existence of the geocentric body milk. It was already extremely difficult for them to enter the burning flame valley, let alone destroy the stalactites. However, since this was the case, why would the production of the geocentric body milk on the stalactites sharply decrease? With this thought in his mind, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a sense of trouble in his heart. After pondering for a while, he suddenly thought of a possibility that had an extremely small probability. The instant this thought surfaced in his mind, a bright glow immediately blossomed from within Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes. Don't tell me, it's like that? The next day, when the morning light shone on this lofty mountain, the burning flame valley was already noisy. After a few days of waiting, they finally welcomed the final match on the last day of the Sect Grand Competition. The third round of the Burning Flame Valley Sect Grand Competition this time around was also the final round of the Grand Competition. It would be completed by the top 50 selected from the Sect Grand Competition. Other than that, there would also be a Sect Challenge competition after this round. The foreign experts who came to watch would compete with the younger generation of the Burning Flame Valley. Regardless of which side won, they would receive a prize from the Burning Flame Valley. If one were to really talk about it, it seemed that the final challenge competition was the most exciting. When the viewing gallery around the plaza was once again filled with people, the 50 Burning Flame Valley disciples who had successfully been selected stood in the middle of the plaza. Xianxia's figure was surprisingly among them. When the sound of a bell spread from the sky above the plaza, the noisy plaza gradually became quiet. Following which, the figure of an old man wearing a white robe slowly appeared in the sky above the plaza. Everyone looked over. This old man was the first elder of the Burning Flame Valley, Xianxia. On the other side of the elders' seats, the other elders of the Burning Flame Valley had already taken their seats. There was an empty seat in the middle. There was naturally no need to say who the owner of the seat was. Haha, I am very grateful to everyone for being able to endure these days of waiting. At the same time, this old man also feels proud that my Burning Flame Valley is able to have so many outstanding disciples. All of you are the future of my Burning Flame Valley and also the future of the continent. All of you. After a boring and old-fashioned speech, it caused the Burning Flame Valley's disciples to cheer and jump for joy. Only a small number of people did not care about this. Soon after, when Xianxia's cry sounded once again, the curtains to the last round of the Burning Flame Valley Sect Grand Competition began. The third round of the finals would be carried out in the manner of a guarding competition. There was no time to wait for a break in this round. Either a person would stand until the end or be eliminated halfway. Therefore, whoever went up first would decide that their ending would not be good. Of course, in order to maintain a certain degree of fairness in this competition, the disciples who were defeated in this round could regain their ranking in the subsequent challenge competition. If their performance was outstanding enough, they would still have the chance to charge into the top 50 rankings. As for the order in which they would go up first, it was completely decided by drawing lots. After Xianxia returned to the elders' seats, he took out one of the many similar jade tokens and opened it. Zontoli. As soon as these words were spoken among the 50 disciples below, a burly man immediately revealed a miserable expression on his face. He was complaining in his heart. Why didn't Xianxian go up first? After being lifted helplessly, Xianxia immediately read out the next name. Similarly, another disciple who was in an extremely bad mood was selected. This kind of lottery was even more exciting than letting them know who their opponent was. When Xianxia announced the start of the match, the two people on the field pulled themselves together and focused on the battle. Soon, as the competition progressed, the first disciple to go on stage successfully defeated 3 people. His originally low mood gradually improved, and he even became a little fiery. Haha, come on, bring it on. I want to see if you can defeat me, or if I can knock you off the stage with a single punch. Next, Xianxian. Just as the wild laughter from Zhan Toli's mouth sounded, Xianxia once again shouted out a name. Almost at the same time, the wild laughter from Zhan Toli's mouth also gradually became softer until it finally disappeared. Even the aura of his entire person had dissipated by more than half at this moment. His somewhat overbearing and mischievous face involuntarily revealed a bitter smile at this moment. This scene caused everyone in the viewing gallery below to involuntarily laugh. Even Xianxia involuntarily revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry because of this appearance of his. When Qin Yan went on stage, the gazes of Xiaoyan and the rest below the stage also gathered. Although Zhan Tuli's appearance was funny, Qin Yan's strength was not to be trifled with. They had not truly seen Qin Yan's fighting strength a few days ago. Since Qin Yan had personally taken action today, they would be able to see it with their own eyes. After all, there were still 45 elite disciples from the Burning Flame Valley in front of him. It was believed that even he would have to use quite a lot of strength. Seemingly having noticed Xiaoyan's gaze, Qin Yan on the stage turned around and landed on Xiaoyan below. The eyes of the two people intersected and there were invisible sparks flickering. Immediately, Qin Yan's lips moved slightly, as though he was saying something to Xiaoyan. "I will wait for you." Xiaoyan nodded his head gently. The latter withdrew his gaze upon seeing this and once again looked at Zhan Tuli in front of him. He smiled and said, "Please." Subsequently, another round of intense battles began again. However, the result of the battle was almost without any suspense. In just a few minutes, Zhan Tuli was defeated by Qin Yan. Then, the next person, and the next person. Until Qin Yan defeated more than 10 people in succession, the expressions on the faces of the audience in the arena had become dumbfounded. Everyone's heart was shrouded in shock. Compared to Xiaoyan's performance in the previous day, Qin Yan seemed to be even more overbearing today. His attacks were swift and fierce, and he did not give his opponent any chance to counterattack. After a few moves, his opponent was subdued by his strength. No one could last more than 10 minutes in his hands. This so-called guardian match had almost become Qin Yan's exhibition match. In less than half a day, the 50 people who participated in the guardian match were now left with Qin Yan and the last person. When the last person walked onto the stage, Qin Yan still had a calm appearance. He revealed a warm smile to the other party, but it scared the other party to the point that his body trembled. After hesitating for a while, just when Qin Yan was about to make a move, the person in front of him actually made a move that surprised everyone. This disciple actually decisively leaped off the competition stage. He had actually directly given up on the thought of fighting with Qin Yan. This scene caused everyone to be extremely surprised. It was only a long while later before the referee announced the result. He announced that Qin Yan was the victor and became the #1 person among the younger generation in the Burning Flame Valley's grand competition this time around. This result was not surprising. It was just that the process was a little too fast. However, since the finals had already ended, it was naturally time for the challenge match. At the start of the challenge match, Qin Yan did not directly issue an invitation to Xiaoyan. The latter also did not wish to be labeled as someone who took advantage of others' difficulties. Hence, he did not step forward to issue a challenge. Hence, the subsequent process was naturally handed over to the top 50 disciples who had failed to make it into the rankings. Due to Qin Yan, other than the few people before him, the remaining 45 disciples were unable to obtain a ranking. Hence, the challenge match in front of them became their only opportunity to obtain a ranking. This time around, almost all the disciples went all out. After a couple of attacks, they actually defeated quite a number of challengers one after another, giving the Burning Flame Valley a great boost in the limelight. Of course, with the flow of time, the opponents they faced also became stronger and stronger. Naturally, it was difficult for them to fight against them. Naturally, there were also quite a number of defeats during this period. The entire process of the challenge match even continued until evening. It was only when the sky turned dark that the results were finally revealed. It was also at this moment that Qin Yan once again stepped onto the stage. Under the expectant gazes of everyone present, he looked at Xiaoyan, who had been waiting below the stage for a long time. Burning Flame Valley, Qin Yan challenges Mr. Xiaoyan. I am happy to accompany you. Due to it being too late, the fight between Xiaoyan and Qin Yan was delayed until the next day. Although this did not affect the fiery hot mood of the audience, Xiaoyan and Qin Yan were clearly aware of the reason. Hence, they did not object. Finally, everyone present could only return resentfully. They anticipated the decisive battle between these two favored children tomorrow. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Xiaoyan was anticipating tomorrow's fight with all his heart. At the same time, he was also anxious about the condition of the core body transformation milk. If the valley chief of the Burning Flame Valley still did not appear after his fight with Qin Yan ended, Tomorrow, it was likely that the purpose of his trip to the Burning Flame Valley would be completely for naught. Currently, to Xiaoyan, even if he was unable to see the core body transformation milk, if he was able to meet the valley chief of the Burning Flame Valley, there might still be room for a reversal. Otherwise, it would likely be troublesome. On the other side, Qin Yan was also patiently recovering his body's condition for tomorrow's fight. He hoped that he would be able to fight with Xiaoyan in his peak condition tomorrow. As for the others, they were naturally waiting for the arrival of tomorrow's dawn with surging emotions. This night was slow and long. The dawn that had just separated was like an alarm bell that woke the world. Everyone became lively the moment the first ray of sunlight fell. Numerous rays of light cut through the sky and gathered on the open ground early. The fiery hot atmosphere was even better than the previous day. Under everyone's anxious wait, the two main characters of today's home ground had finally arrived one after another. The two young people were like two dazzling new stars. After this fight, not only would Qin Yan's name, but Xiaoyan's name would also definitely spread throughout the extreme south. Hey, I have already seen that this Xiaoyan is not an ordinary person. How can such a person be an ordinary person since he dares to be so strong in the grand meeting of the Burning Flame Valley? I think that this time around, this Burning Flame Valley's Qin Yan has likely met a true opponent. That's strange. I have never heard of such a young person in the extreme south. Just where did this Xiaoyan suddenly appear from? Perhaps he is a disciple of a certain large clan that has not appeared. The extreme south is filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are even more powerful factions. Not being famous does not mean that they do not have strength. Take that Yunin Pavilion for example. Although very few people know about it, it is said that the foundation of this Yunin Pavilion is not the least bit inferior to the three sects of the southern region. This is especially the case for the pavilion chief of the Yunin Pavilion. No one has ever seen his face. As matters stood, the audience, who were originally filled with disdain for Xiaoyan, had also changed their tune at this moment. Their faces were filled with admiration and worship, which was simply laughable in one's heart. When they mentioned the Yunin Pavilion, the expressions of the Origin Kings in the front row changed one after another. Clearly, they were very clear about the strength of the Yunin Pavilion. Moreover, from their expressions, not only were they clear about it, there was even quite a bit of fear. In the extreme south, there was no one who did not fear such a colossus. Even the so-called Origin Kings were the same. When the crowd's words reached Luo Jin's ears, the latter smiled in a noncommittal manner. Immediately, he continued to chat and laugh with Bai Hua and the rest by the side. Only when Xiaoyan and Qin Yan stood in the middle of the arena did everyone's gazes gather over. Hee, Mr. Xiaoyan, we may not have known each other for long, but I've been drooling over your strength since a long time ago. Being able to fight you today can be said to have fulfilled one of my wishes. Brother Qin Yan's battle prowess is extraordinary, and you've even comprehended the laws of fire. It's truly admirable. I'm very curious as well. Since we're both cultivators of the laws of fire, just who will be stronger? Haha, we'll know in a battle. Qin Yan immediately laughed aloud when he heard Xiaoyan's words. His face was filled with pride, and he seemed rather carefree. At the same time, Xiaoyan did not back down either. He laughed aloud, and with a jolt, a tremendous presence immediately swept out from his body. It formed an invisible storm of energy that rapidly swept through the arena. Qin Yan's eyes could not help but narrow slightly when he sensed Xiaoyan's dense presence. He could sense that Xiaoyan's cultivation had clearly increased compared to 2 days ago. From the looks of it, he was about to break through to mid-returnance. Haha, thanks to the challenge from the several hundred disciples of your valley, my cultivation has increased a step further. I think I'll be able to break through to mid-returnance in the near future. As if he understood what Qin Yan was thinking, Xiaoyan chuckled. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to rapidly circulate. Now, let us fight. With a shout, Xiaoyan stomped his foot on the ground. As the tiles beneath his feet exploded, his figure shot forward. This time, Xiaoyan had chosen to attack first. Ha, come. Qin Yan showed no fear at all when he saw this. He also charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, the two of them collided. Xiaoyan's sharp fist wind directly shot towards Qin Yan. Qin Yan clenched his right fist and Genesis Qi surged out. Roaring flames immediately adhered to his fist, and soon after, their fists heavily collided. Both of them had only taken half a step back when their fists struck out again. Their legs kicked out, colliding with each other. The intense melee was dazzling to the eyes. Their figures rapidly twisted and turned, palms to the side and fists to the right. Their figures flashed, leaving behind countless afterimages. After several hundred exchanges, the two of them were unable to determine the victor. Such an intense battle situation caused the disciples of the Burning Flame Valley below the stage to find it hard to imagine. The countless spectators on the stage were even more shocked. All of them had their mouths wide open as their eyes stared straight ahead. Their dumbstruck expressions clearly displayed the shock in their hearts. Even those Origin King experts in the front row also repeatedly exclaimed in admiration when they saw this. It was really difficult for them not to praise the two juniors for being able to display such shocking strength. Based on this battle, it was not difficult to imagine that the two of them would definitely be dragons amongst men in the future, the cream of the crop. After a few intense exchanges, the two of them were unable to determine the other party's strength. Hence, they decided to use their Do skills to fight. Compared to a pure melee, the more domineering Do skills would be able to display the most direct effect in such a battle. Xiaoyan and Qinyan stood guard on both sides of the arena. Surging Genesis Qi gathered between their palms. Clusters of flames also began to form in the empty space around them. Only when the clusters of flames completely filled half the sky did they gradually come to a stop. High Spirit Class Do skill, 1000 Flame Star Fall. When the cry from Qin Yan's mouth sounded, the clusters of flames suspended high in the air around him suddenly shot out. They carried a long line of fire as they ruthlessly smashed towards Xiaoyan like falling meteors. High Spirit Class Do skill, Overflowing Desolation Finger. When the sky-filling finger came into contact with the 1000 Fire Star, a dazzling golden light blossomed like the radiance of the sun. Rays of light shot out in all directions from the point of contact like sharp thorns. A terrifying wave of energy erupted, causing the entire plaza to tremble at this moment. At this very moment, everyone present revealed shocked expressions. There were even quite a few disciples of the Burning Flame Valley who had turned pale from fright due to the terrifying pressure. Even some of the Origin Kings present revealed shocked expressions at the scene before their eyes. It had to be mentioned that the two of them could probably be regarded as the best among the younger generation since they were able to use such a powerful Do skill at returnance. As a matter of fact, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were at the apex of the younger generation. At this moment, the two people standing on the stage were clearly the peak experts of the current younger generation. This battle was also a battle at the peak of the younger generation, proud sons of the heavens, dragons, and phoenixes among men. Although they were still young, the two of them had displayed the disposition of true powerhouses on this stage. In the future, the two of them would definitely stand at the pinnacle of the entire continent. With this thought, many of the experts present began to have an additional favorable impression of the two other than the admiration in their hearts. Since they were people with outstanding talent, it was naturally best to befriend them. Having an additional friend was always better than having an additional enemy. There were even many Origin Kings who had originally planned to observe from the sidelines who began to have thoughts of joining the Burning Flame Valley at this moment. The Burning Flame Valley was originally the strongest faction in the extreme south. Adding on a heaven's favored child like Qin Yan, the future prosperity of their faction was obvious. If they were able to join them at this moment, the strength of the clans behind these people would definitely rise in the future. As for Xiaoyan, the Burning Flame Valley's first elder had personally invited him 2 days ago. The Burning Flame Valley also held the attitude of trying to rope him in. If the Burning Flame Valley really obtained the help of these two outstanding young people, it would only be a matter of time before they dominated the extreme south. Currently, the sect competition of the Burning Flame Valley was not only a time to test all the disciples, it was also a time for outsiders to witness the strength of the Burning Flame Valley. It was a time for them to pick their own side. Whether they joined the Burning Flame Valley or not would likely affect the future of their respective factions. Although the actions of the Burning Flame Valley seemed obscure, one could not help but feel a chill run down one's spine when one thought about it. The situation had yet to be decided, but the Burning Flame Valley had already begun to rope in various factions. It seemed that they wanted to dominate the extreme south. However, was the Burning Flame Valley not afraid that the other two factions would formally join forces before they could succeed in roping these factions? It should be known that once the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect joined forces, even the Burning Flame Valley would not be a match for the combined strength of the two sections. Of course, the Burning Flame Valley's victory lay in the fact that their Valley Master was an expert at the Great Origin Realm. Moreover, he was the only known expert at the Great Origin Realm in the entire southern region. As long as he was present, the two sects might not be a match for the Burning Flame Valley even if they joined forces. It was with such a thought that the favorable impression of the Burning Flame Valley in the hearts of the experts present immediately became even greater. The feelings in their hearts gradually grew stronger, and there were even quite a few people who had decided to formally throw themselves into the arms of the Burning Flame Valley after this matter was concluded. Boom! At the same time that everyone below the stage was calculating in their hearts, Xiaoyan and Qin Yan were currently engaged in an intense battle on the stage. Burning Sky Seal. Heavenly Fire Colossus. Giant Elephant Art. Intense shouts continuously resounded on the stage. Fists and palms intersected and the Colossus merged. The entire plaza was destroyed in this intense collision. In the end, the Elder of the Burning Flame Valley saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly activated the great array below the plaza. Golden light enveloped the entire plaza. Clang, 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 clang. When the two collided, energy ripples continuously erupted and heavily collided with the golden energy wall. Following a wave of energy ripples, the entire great array continuously shook. The golden light on it flickered, causing people to unconsciously feel uneasy in their hearts. The Elder of the Burning Flame Valley felt a heartache when he saw this scene. From the looks of it, the formation would be destroyed once this battle ended. However, even if this was the case, the battle in the plaza still did not have any intention of ending. Pure Do techniques were already unable to satisfy the desire of the two people in the plaza to fight. When Qin Yan used the power of the Great Way to agglomerate a long flame spear, Xiaoyan also clenched his large hand. The pitch-black heavy Xian ruler immediately appeared inch by inch in his hand. His arms shook and pale blue flames instantly spread out, causing the entire huge ruler to turn into a fiery blue color. Its aura filled the sky and its frighteningly high temperature was especially shocking. This is a heavenly flame, huh? When Qin Yan saw the pale blue flames that were attached to Xiaoyan's heavy Xian ruler, his eyes that were filled with scarlet-yellow flames involuntarily focused. His tone revealed some surprise. He did not expect that Xiaoyan in front of him actually possessed a heavenly flame. In this way, wouldn't the advantage of his great way of fire be completely gone? This is just as well. Let me experience the legendary most overbearing strength in the world. Qin Yan was indeed an arrogant person. He was also of the fire attribute and was also a favored one among the younger generation. Even though he was facing a heavenly flame, he was actually not afraid. His face was filled with a fanatical expression, as though he could not wait to clash with Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Ha! With a stern cry, Qin Yan's feet once again heavily stepped on the already shattered stone platform. His figure shot forward in the blink of an eye and instantly arrived in front of Xiaoyan, who was holding a huge flaming ruler. The body of the spear in his hand shook and immediately pierced towards Xiaoyan in an extremely swift and fierce manner. Seeing the swift and fierce spear coming towards him, Xiaoyan's face also revealed a fanatical expression. With a loud laugh, he waved his divine arm and the heavy Xian ruler in his hand immediately swung out. The seemingly cumbersome huge ruler appeared to be as light as an arrow in Xiaoyan's hand. The heavy ruler's body violently collided with the swift and fierce spear in the blink of an eye. Beautiful sparks instantly shot out and the clear sound of collision did not stop. The figure flipped, the long spear danced, the huge ruler swept, the spear abruptly turned and the ruler's body horizontally. The attack and defense were swift and fierce. Both parties did not fall into a disadvantageous position. Relying on extremely overbearing moves, even Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was actually unable to suppress this fellow in front of him for a short while. Ding 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 ding. The clear sound of collision continuously sounded out. The flaming long spear in Qin Yan's hand was like a swift snake. It twisted left and right and actually cleverly dodged Xiaoyan's huge ruler. If it was not for Xiaoyan withdrawing his hand in time, it was likely that a huge bloody wound would have been left on his arm. After Qin Yan succeeded in his attack, he continued to pounce forward and bite. It was as though he was unwilling to give Xiao Yan any chance. The latter was also not the least bit afraid. The wide ruler's body flipped a couple of times and completely blocked all of Qin Yan's attacks. After which, his feet gently pressed on the empty air and he leaped into the air. His body flipped and the huge ruler in his hand was raised high above his head in the blink of an eye. Soon after, he heavily hacked downwards. The sound of rushing wind immediately sounded when the heavy ruler smashed downwards. Qin Yan did not dare to be careless. The long spear in his hand hurriedly swung horizontally. When the two collided, a frightening distance immediately poured out from the huge ruler. The long spear in Qin Yan's hand instantly bent. Even his eyes revealed a shocked expression. The bent spear's shaft directly pressed against his chest. The force brought about by it caused the blood in Qin Yan's body to churn. His throat involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. When the two of them separated once again, their faces appeared somewhat pale. When they looked at each other, they also appeared somewhat miserable. However, it was precisely this kind of battle that allowed the two of them to feel even more satisfied. The two of them lifted their gazes and looked at each other as wild smiles rose from the corners of their mouths. They panted heavily as they circulated the remaining Genesis Chi in their bodies. After a fierce battle, it was time for the two of them to prepare for the final battle. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yan, no matter who wins or loses today, I will remember this in my heart. When you and I have improved in the future, I will definitely look for you to fight again. Alright, I'll be waiting. The two of them laughed heartily. After taking in a few deep breaths, Qin Yan straightened his body once again. His body jerked as the long spear in his hand danced once again. At the same time, wave after wave of blazing energy began to gather. Along with the Genesis Chi in Qin Yan's body, all of it poured into the long spear in his hand. Xiao Yan, let us decide the victor with a single strike. I'll also let you have a look at my great Dao skill, Heaven-Burning Fury. When his arrogant laughter sounded, Qin Yan immediately held the long spear tightly with both of his hands. He pinched the long spear fiercely with both of his hands. As the long spear was swung horizontally, raging flames immediately soared into the sky from both ends of the long spear. In the blink of an eye, the fire that filled the sky enveloped the entire square. A frightening high temperature immediately spread out. At this moment, the air also became especially dry. At the same time, the atmosphere between the heavens and the earth suddenly became tense. Way of fire, gather! A loud cry resounded across the sky like a thunderclap. At the same time, two flame light beams shot out from Qin Yan's eyes. A certain energy between the sky and the earth suddenly became violent. Flames that possessed an extremely high temperature appeared in the empty space, causing the space to distort and expand. Finally, it exploded with a bang. Flames surged and filled the entire sky. At this moment, Qin Yan was waving his long spear with both hands. After swaying in the air for a while, the flames in the sky followed the dance of the long spear and gathered together. In the end, it condensed into an extremely huge flaming long spear above Qin Yan's head. The roaring flames surged in the wind. The scorching heat was unbearable. In particular, the shocking presence that erupted from the spear was even more frightening. At that moment, even the Origin Kings on the spectator stands could not help but stand up. Their eyes were fixated on the scene before them in shock. The shock they felt was indescribable. They did not even dare to imagine that Qin Yan, who was only at late returnance, could use a Dou skill like that. This is a skill of the ways. Qin Yan, he's actually using a skill of the ways? How is this possible? He's only at returnance. At that very moment, those who had some understanding of this great way skill were all shocked in their hearts. Even the Burning Flame Valley's disciples who did not understand the reason behind this also had expressions of fear on their faces. This brat, he's going to destroy this square. Quick, strengthen the defensive formation. We can't let this kid hurt anyone. On the tall platform, Xianhua's old face involuntarily revealed a grave expression at this moment. The emotions in his heart had also become anxious following the appearance of this attack by Qin Yan. The Burning Flame Valley deacons below did not dare to be the slightest bit slow when they heard this. They hurriedly gathered the other deacons and joined forces to reinforce the formation in the square. Below the viewing gallery, Luo Jin's group had already stood up in an anxious manner. Their brows were tightly knit as they looked at Xiaoyan, who was facing off against Qin Yan in the arena. This group of people naturally understood the so-called Great Tao skill. Even the little fairy doctor, who was unaware of this, felt extremely anxious in her heart when she sensed the frightening energy aura agglomerating above Qin Yan's head. Her pretty eyes were filled with worry as they stared at Xiaoyan within the formation. Her two hands involuntarily clenched tightly together. Of course, compared to the people below the stage, the person who was feeling the most nervous and solemn at this moment was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. He did not expect that other than grasping the Grand Tao of Fire, this Qin Yan had actually also grasped a Grand Tao skill. This could be said to be the area that he had overlooked the most. If Xiaoyan could face a Spirit Tear Do technique with a smile, then the current Xiaoyan could not even estimate the danger level of a skill of the ways of the ways. The danger level of this thing was no less than an intent Tear Do technique. It could even be said that if a skill of the ways could truly be unleashed, its strength would surpass all Do techniques. There was no Do technique that could compare to a skill of the ways. This was because there was no energy in this world that could rival the strength of the ways other than external objects. A Great Way skill was a kind of frightening Do skill that was created by using the strength of the Great Way. Without the strength of the Great Way, it would be impossible to use it. Correspondingly, being able to use a Great Way skill meant that its strength was undoubtedly great. Currently, Xiaoyan did not have the ability or method to grasp a Grand Tao technique. This was because this kind of Do technique was usually formed by some experts after they had a deeper understanding or greater control of the Grand Tao strength. Normally speaking, if one wanted to learn a Grand Tao technique, one's cultivation would have already reached the Origin King level. There were even some who had to reach the Origin Emperor level in order to be able to comprehend a Grand Tao technique that belonged to them. The formation of a Great Path skill was, in fact, a process of understanding the power of the Great Path itself. In a sense, the formation of a Great Path skill was inevitable. On this continent, anyone who understood the power of the Great Path was bound to cultivate a Great Path skill. The comprehension and cultivation of the power of the Great Path naturally had its own distinct stages. Just like Do Qi and Genesis Qi, the stages of the power of the Great Path were, from low to high, the Great Path Tent, the Great Path Robe, the Great Path Manifestation, the Great Path Skill, the Great Path Transformation and the Great Path Buddha. The Great Path Tent was naturally no different from the void tent that Xiaoyan used. As for the Great Path Robe, it was another method to use the power of the Great Path. It used the power of the Great Path to condense on the surface of the body to form a simple and effective protection. After that was the Great Path Manifestation, which was to condense the power of the Great Path into any shape or form of weapon that could be used as one wished. A Great Path skill was another sublimation of one's control over the power of the Great Path. The power of the Do skill that was comprehended and used would surpass any other Do skill. The power of the Great Path skill would also be purer. Hence, Great Path skills were also known as the most frightening Do skills in the world. Of course, the first thing that needed to be emphasized in terms of power was naturally the user's own cultivation. Without sufficient strength, no matter how powerful the Do skill was, it would be impossible to use it. Compared to the previous few stages, the Great Path Transformation was clearly even more frightening. At this stage, one would be able to rely on the powerful Great Path strength to create a world and take it for oneself. It was naturally not difficult to imagine how powerful it would be. Usually, those who could comprehend and develop the power of the Great Path to this stage had already become the people who stood at the apex of the pyramid on the entire continent, but as for the Great Way of the Buddha, although the legends of this level were widespread in the outside world, no one knew exactly what it was like up until now, because that level was something that no one had truly reached since the ancient times. A dazzling glow was emitted from the fire-long spear. The frightening aura caused everyone present to be shocked. At this moment, it was already extremely difficult to discern the exact situation in the arena under the glow. Only a small number of people were able to barely see the situation in the arena. Xiaoyan's figure stood in the empty air. The heavy Xian ruler in his hand had already been returned to his storage ring. The serious expression on his face did not reduce by the slightest. This battle was likely much more intense than he had imagined. If he wanted to defeat Qin Yan, it was already very difficult for an ordinary Do skill to be of any use. In this way, the only method at this moment was, puff. Under Qin Yan's surprised gaze, Xiaoyan slowly extended both of his hands. A thought passed through his mind and two kinds of flames, one white and one blue, appeared in his palms. Soon after, under Qin Yan's disbelieving gaze, his two hands slowly came together. Finally, with a paw sound, the two clusters of flames in his palms were kneaded together. This brat, what is he trying to do? Outside of the arena, Li Qingxiu's old face twitched when he clearly saw the action of Xiaoyan's hand. His face was filled with disbelief as he stared at the scene that was happening in the arena. He really did not dare to believe that Xiaoyan actually possessed two kinds of heavenly flames. Moreover, Xiaoyan had used an extremely exaggerated manner to forcefully slap the two heavenly flames together. Was this kind of action not no different from seeking death? If it were not for Xiaoyan's composure, he probably would have attacked him long ago. What is this brat trying to do? Li Qingxiu's old eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan, not daring to miss even a moment. His heart was filled with shock. His gaze stared intently at the dazzling flame that was repeatedly emitting sparks from Xiaoyan's hands. Although the cluster of flames appeared beautiful, everyone clearly knew that once the two kinds of heavenly flames exploded, its might would likely cause even the Origin Kings present to be moved. Grand Elder, what is Xiaoyan trying to do? Due to the unexpected change in the arena being too shocking, even the other elders from the Burning Flame Valley were unable to clearly see the actual situation within the arena under the dazzling light. They could only sense that there was an extremely enormous energy swiftly gathering between Xiaoyan's hands. That kind of aura might have yet to completely agglomerate, but it had already caused their hearts to feel an uneasiness. At the same time, the expressions of the other Origin Kings below changed. The presence was so powerful that even they felt a vague pressure. They were all experts who had made a name for themselves in the extreme south, so they obviously would not be stupid enough to ignore the situation, nor would they be careless just because their opponents were juniors. Although the cultivations of Xiaoyan and Shuiying were still weak, everyone clearly understood that these two people could not be treated with common sense. If anyone dared to underestimate them, it was likely that even an expert Origin King would suffer in their hands. Time flowed by. At this moment, a beautiful pale blue fire lotus slowly agglomerated in Xiaoyan's hand under the light of the fire. At the same time, an extremely frightening pressure finally completely descended on this square. What a terrifying presence! Is this really something a returnance brat can do? The expressions of all the experts present instantly changed when the invisible force and pressure swept over the sky above this open ground. Everyone's hearts were extremely shocked because of this. Li Qingxiu's old face had become especially solemn. It was fine if it was just these two people. However, there were quite a number of disciples from his Burning Flame Valley present. Naturally, he could not easily deal with this matter. Elders of the Burning Flame Valley, listen up. Immediately reinforce the formation. We cannot allow this battle to affect the disciples outside. All the Burning Flame Valley elders present hurriedly nodded their heads at this command. Even the deacons stepped forward one after another. Their hearts were solemn as they poured the Genesis Chi within their bodies into the formation that enveloped the entire square. Immediately, golden light flourished. The dense aura caused the hearts of the onlookers to relax a little. With the protection of the formation, everyone in the outside world finally had some confidence in their hearts. At the same time, Xiaoyan and Qin Yan in the arena also sent the enormous fire spears above their heads and the fire lotuses in their hands forward. An astonishing presence erupted in an instant. The sharp and domineering aura of the fire spear easily tore through space as circular waves of fire swept outwards. The already shattered floor began to melt at a rate visible to the naked eye under the terrifyingly high temperature. Even an ordinary Origin King expert would not dare to easily block such an attack. In contrast, the fire lotus that seemed as calm as autumn water was heading straight towards them. The light blue fire lotus slowly rotated in the void, appearing rather beautiful and harmless. However, wherever it passed, the void would silently collapse. Under the fire lotus, there was nothing but nothingness. Soon after, the fire lotus and the fire spear finally collided with a loud bang amidst the anxious hearts of the onlookers. Bzz. The world trembled as a buzzing sound unfurled. An invisible wave of energy swept outwards, causing space and the land to crumble in the blink of an eye. The defensive formation that was suffused with golden light immediately began to shake violently. The powerful flames within were no longer something that the formation could stop. The faces of the burning flame valley stewards that were continuously supplying energy to the formation suddenly paled. The Genesis chi in their bodies scattered as they involuntarily vomited a large mouthful of blood. Without the help of these deacons, the strength of the defensive formation immediately weakened. Even though there were still the burning flame valley's elders attacking together, the shaking of the formation became increasingly intense. The strength that repeatedly swept out within it caused one to feel terrified. Each time the energy collided with the formation, it caused the hearts of everyone present to tremble. This continued until a certain moment, when the energy within the formation completely exploded, and the frightening energy shockwaves once again ruthlessly smashed into the formation. Crack! As a clear cracking sound rang out, the pupils of everyone present abruptly shrank. The expression on Li Qingshu's old face instantly changed drastically. Before he could do anything, a terrifying wave of flames broke through the defensive formation, blotting out the sky as it unfurled in all directions. The raging flames seemed to want to devour everything as the terrifyingly high temperature swiftly melted the nearby stone platforms. The Genesis kings below the platforms hurriedly circulated the Genesis chi in their bodies, hastily retreating while blocking the frightening power. Oh no! Li Qingshu's expression changed drastically. He could not help but call out to Gao Hu. However, everything was already too late. The frightening wave of flames crazily engulfed the plaza. There was already no one who could stop this energy. The faces of all the burning Flame Valley's disciples turned deathly pale. Their hearts were filled with fear as they looked at the destructive flames that were approaching them. Their bodies were no longer under their control. They could only blankly stand where they were and wait for death. You two brats, you're going to destroy my burning Flame Valley. However, it was at this moment that a sigh suddenly rang out in the area. At almost the same time, everyone present was shocked to see that the crazily sweeping wave of flames had actually stopped in the air when this sentence rang out. Subsequently, an invisible force abruptly descended from the sky. The invisible energy transformed into two giant hands that seemed to possess the ability to defy the heavens. They actually used an extremely strange method to once again gather the scattered fire energy together. The frightening energy swiftly shrank back, and the destructive aura that enveloped everyone's heads instantly vanished. The energy also returned to Xiaoyan and Qin Yan's bodies in the blink of an eye. The appearance of this scene caused everyone present to be stunned in their hearts. Their faces involuntarily revealed an expression of disbelief. However, while they were stunned, the group of elders from the Burning Flame Valley seemed to have suddenly recalled something. Everyone's eyes immediately emitted a joyous glow. The bewilderment in their hearts also instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a wild joy of having survived a calamity. Valley Master! The Valley Master has appeared. The Valley Master has acted. Valley Master, you finally returned. The elders of the Burning Flame Valley, including Li Qingshu, finally breathed a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Who could have imagined that the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley would appear at such a crucial moment, and even use a heaven-defying method to save all the Burning Flame Valley disciples present? As the energy storm in the arena scattered, everyone's gazes looked at Xiaoyan and Qin Yan in the arena. Their pale white faces, tattered robes, and unkempt appearance caused these people to think that they were beggars if they had not seen them with their own eyes. Soon after, the gazes of everyone present shifted once again as they searched for the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, who had stopped all of this from happening. He had resolved an earth-shaking energy storm with a single move. The cultivation of an advanced origin zone expert was truly terrifying. At this moment, everyone present was eager to meet the strongest person in the southern region. Just as everyone present was sweeping their gazes in all directions, the space in front of Li Qingshu suddenly distorted. Soon after, a white-haired old man wearing a fiery red robe slowly appeared. Valley Master, you have returned. Li Qingshu hurriedly cupped his hands towards the person in front of him upon seeing this. His face was filled with respect. Behind him, the other elders of the Burning Flame Valley hurried over. They stood behind Li Qingshu and respectfully bowed. Yes. The old man replied and gently waved his hand. The group of elders behind him withdrew, leaving only Xianxia behind. Haha, First Elder, it seems that quite a number of new stars have appeared in the Burning Flame Valley during the days that I was not around. The old man smiled with satisfaction. He did not take the previous matter to heart. After Xianxia hurriedly apologized, he recounted everything that had happened in the past few days to the person in front of him. When the latter heard this, other than a smile, he would occasionally reveal a surprised expression. Even though it was only for a short period of time, it was enough to reveal the fluctuation in his heart. Yes, a heavenly flame, huh? Indeed, I have also sensed it. However, why is it in the body of this brat called Xiaoyan? The Valley Master gently nodded his head as his gaze slowly landed on Xiaoyan's body. However, what caused him to be somewhat surprised was that there seemed to be a somewhat foreign yet familiar fellow within Xiaoyan's body. Unfortunately, that feeling was too vague, causing him to be unable to identify it. There's another soul in his body. It has the cultivation of King Yuan and is a level 7 array master. Hearing the Valley Master's words, Xianxia hurriedly told him everything he knew. However, the Valley Master's thoughts didn't seem to be there. He only responded after a long while. At the same time, Xiaoyan's soul trembled in shock in the depths of Xiaoyan's body. He couldn't control his emotions. He had never thought that he would meet his old friend here. Ancestor, what happened? Xiaoyan's heart was immediately somewhat surprised when he sensed the fluctuation of the aura within his body. Xiaoxian had always been calm. It was difficult for anything to cause a fluctuation in his heart. However, at this moment, the appearance of the Valley Chief of the Burning Flame Valley had actually caused him to be so shocked. Regarding this point, Xiaoyan did not dare to make bold guesses. How could it be him? It was a long while later before Xiaoxian's trembling voice was once again transmitted into Xiaoyan's mind. The trace of excitement and disbelief in his voice had already fully expressed his current feelings. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly paused the moment he heard this. His gaze instantly locked onto the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley in the sky. Following which, he spoke in a somewhat doubtful manner, one word at a time. Ancestor, the person you speak of is the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley, Ancestor Fentian. Ancestor Fentian. Luo Jin arrived beside Xiaoyan at basically the same time as Xiaoxian spat out these words. The words that came out of his mouth were actually the same as Xiaoxian's. Fen. Ancestor Fentian? Xiaoyan's eyes instantly shrunk when these words were uttered. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the old man in the sky. It was difficult to imagine that he would actually meet this person, who seemed to be a distant legend, in this kind of place. In other words, the suspicions and guesses that he had in his heart for a long time might be true. Ancestor Fentian was the founder of the Burning Flame Valley on the Dochi continent. He was also one of the peak experts on the Dochi continent during that era. He had an especially good relationship with one of the 8 ancient clans, the Shao clan. At that time, he and the clan leader of the Shao clan had both broken through to the Do-D class. Finally, they disappeared from the Dochi continent together. It was unexpected that they would actually meet him here. Xiaoxian was the grandson of the clan leader of the Shao clan back then. When he was young, he had even been hugged by this ancestor. Now, however, ancestor, since this is the case, should we go? Don't be impatient. There are currently many people outside. It is still not the time for many things. Moreover, finding the core body transforming milk is the most important thing right now. Let's leave the other matters for later. Xiaoyan was just about to say something when he was immediately stopped by Xiaoxian. Things changed with the passage of time. People would always change. Xiaoxian's caution at this moment was also a form of protection for Xiaoyan. Luo Jin by the side frowned slightly as he stared at the old man in the sky. He was aware of the latter's identity and the other party naturally understood him as well. Back then, Luo Jin's father had personally come to exchange for the core body transforming milk on his behalf. Ancestor Fentian was clearly aware of this son of his. Little fellow, it has been many years since we last met. You have already grown up. Your cultivation is also not inferior. At this moment, Ancestor Fentian's body slowly appeared in front of Luo Jin and Xiaoyan. He had just appeared when he looked at Luo Jin. His smile was filled with praise. There were not many people on the continent who knew about the matter of the Yuning Pavilion. However, he was one of them. Elder, it has been many years since we last met. Your body has become much stronger than before. Luo Jin smiled when he heard this. His words were filled with flattery. Little fellow, you really know how to flatter. You were only a few years old when I first met you. Can you still remember my appearance back then? Ancestor Fentian did not give him any face. The moment these words were spoken, it caused Xiaoyan to laugh. He hurriedly bowed towards the old man in front of him, who had quite a deep relationship with him. Junior Xiaoyan greets Elder. Yes, I have heard about your matter. However, I'm afraid that my Burning Flame Valley is unable to take out the thing that you want. Ancestor Fentian nodded. He inhaled a deep breath of air. His somewhat hoarse voice also contained some helplessness. The production of the core body milk had sharply decreased over the years. Until this year, it was no longer possible to take out a single drop. Forget about satisfying Xiaoyan's needs, even within his Burning Flame Valley, no one was able to obtain a single drop. The expression of Luo Jin by the side immediately changed when these words were spoken. Even Qin Yan, who had walked forward, could not help but pause his footsteps. He was already aware of Xiaoyan's matter. However, he did not expect that the two of them would not be able to achieve their goal after the battle. This was really like using a bamboo basket to draw water. However, just as Ancestor Fentian was feeling helpless and regretful, a glint flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. He said, Elder, do you know the reason behind this? Ancestor Fentian was a little surprised when these words were spoken. His pair of deep old eyes immediately landed on Xiaoyan's body. Luo Jin and Qin Yan by the side also faintly revealed their gazes. You know? Xiaoyan smiled in a noncommittal manner when he heard Ancestor Fentian's question. Although I am not completely confident, I can roughly guess what exactly happened. After the battle between Xiaoyan and Qin Yan ended, the sect grand competition finally came to an end. Of course, the true reason why the various large factions had come to the sect grand competition was not because of these juniors. Although the battle between Xiaoyan and Qin Yan was extremely shocking and even shocked all the Origin Kings present, the truth was the truth. In the remaining time, Ancestor Burning Heaven impatiently received a few experts who were interested in joining the Burning Flame Valley. After a simple discussion, he handed the stall over to Li Qingxiu, while he himself anxiously went to find Xiaoyan. At this moment, the latter had agreed to Ancestor Burning Heaven's request and was waiting for him alone in the tea room. This time, Luo Jin did not accompany him. It was said that he had received an invitation from Xianxia, but he did not know why. Outsiders did not know the outcome of Qin Yan's battle with Xiaoyan, but he knew very well that Xiaoyan's Fire Lotus was not inferior to his Burning Heaven's fury at all. In fact, there was even a slight chance of victory in the end. However, this was not the most important thing. The most fatal thing was that from beginning to end, Xiaoyan had not used the power of the Grand Tao. In other words, besides the Fire Lotus, Xiaoyan still had other trump cards. Until now, Qin Yan did not even know what Xiaoyan's power of the Grand Tao was. He could imagine that once Xiaoyan used the power of the Grand Tao, coupled with his strange Fire Lotus, Qin Yan believed that even if he used his full strength, he would not be Xiaoyan's match. After the competition ended, Qin Yan was like a moon surrounded by stars. He returned to his residence under the escort of all the disciples, while the elders sent away the remaining experts. The little fairy doctor and the others were arranged to wait in the main hall. If Xiaoyan did not return after the competition, he would be personally received by the first elder, Li Qingxiu. Xiaoyan had already stood up to welcome Ancestor Fentian when he approached from outside the tea room. The two of them had a peaceful expression when they met. Ancestor Fentian's words were full of praise for Xiaoyan. However, both parties were aware of the other party's intentions. Hence, after exchanging a couple of courteous words, they went straight to the main topic. Xiaoyan, I won't beat around the bush with you. I can understand that you wish to obtain the geocentric body milk from me, but the most important thing right now, it's very difficult for the stalactites to condense any more milk. According to what you said before, this phenomenon should be another change in the geocentric body milk. Then, please tell me. The two of them sat opposite each other at the tea table. At this moment, the burning flame ancestor's eyes were locked onto Xiaoyan in front of him, waiting for his answer. Senior, have you heard of geocentric milk marrow? Hearing this, Xiaoyan pursed his lips and smiled, voicing the guess in his heart. However, a doubtful expression surfaced on the ancestor burning heaven's old face when he heard these words. He seemed to have never heard of this name. Even if he searched through his memories, he was still unable to find any traces of it. After a long while, the old man in front of him finally frowned deeply and shook his head. His helpless gaze looked towards Xiaoyan in front of him. What is this? I have never heard of it. This could not be completely blamed on the ancestor burning heaven. It was just that the number of times this geocentric body milk appeared on the continent was really too few. Therefore, it was not recorded in most of the ancient books. Even Xiaoyan had only quietly seen it when he was flipping through the ancient books. Even the records in the ancient books at that time were extremely limited. According to what I know, if the geocentric body milk meets certain special conditions, it is possible for it to undergo a qualitative change, or to be better described as sublimation. The geocentric body milk was an even more precious natural treasure that had been formed under special conditions after the geocentric body milk had been brewed for many years. Compared to the geocentric body milk, not only did the geocentric body milk possess the same effect, but it even contained an extremely large amount of natural energy. It was a natural treasure for cultivators. It could even be described as a spirit stone that could be consumed. Its effect was even greater than a high-grade spirit stone. According to what Xiaoyan knew, the geocentric body milk had appeared no more than 3 times on the continent. Each time it appeared, it would cause a great commotion on the continent. Countless experts would swarm over after learning of the effects of the geocentric body milk. Countless experts and sects would go crazy over it. Back then, countless experts had died for the sake of the geocentric body milk. There were even quite a few experts at the level of origin kings and origin emperors. From this, it could be seen just how precious the geocentric body milk was. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the face of the burning heaven ancestor in front of him involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. In his heart, he became even more curious and fanatical about the so-called geocentric body milk. If it was really as Xiaoyan had said, that the current change in the geocentric body milk was due to the formation of the geocentric body milk, once the Burning Flame Valley obtained this geocentric body milk, would the strength of their entire sect not reach a new level? However, Elder, these are only my personal guesses. Therefore, if there is any problem, haha, brat, you are really cautious when doing things. Relax, if that is not the case, this old man will definitely not blame you. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame our Burning Flame Valley for not having any fate with it. However, for now, let's go to the real place and take a look. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the Burning Heaven ancestor immediately laughed out loud. He was naturally able to hear the meaning within Xiaoyan's words. If he were to get into trouble because of his own guesses, this kind of thing was not something that Xiaoyan was willing to do. Seeing that the Burning Heaven ancestor had given his guarantee, Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly. Immediately, under the former's lead, they walked towards a certain spot on the back of the mountain of the Burning Flame Valley. When the two of them arrived at the back of the mountain, only then did Xiaoyan see that there was actually a bottomless cliff behind this mountain. All life had disappeared at this place. From the waist of the mountain, it had once again turned into bright red mountain rocks. The mountain walls were filled with strange and rugged rocks. However, it was difficult to find a place to land. The distant horizon was filled with dense fog, causing one to be unable to clearly see just what was behind it. However, one could only feel that even the fog in front of one's eyes was incomparably hot. It was no wonder that no one would attack from behind the mountain of the Burning Flame Valley. When the two of them stepped through the air and arrived at a certain spot on the mountain wall, the Burning Heaven ancestor's body slowly came to a stop. Immediately, he took out a bright red rock from his storage ring in front of Xiaoyan's doubtful eyes and placed it into an inconspicuous groove on the stone wall. Immediately, the hard stone wall began to distort in front of the two of them. After it disappeared, a cave appeared in front of the two of them. The interior of this cave was where the stalactite was located. The core milk marrow was located within it. Haha, the fellows outside have always thought of going up the mountain to search for treasures. However, they do not know that the actions of the disciples in front of the mountain are merely to confuse them and cause them to search all over the sect. The true entrance to the treasure is behind the mountain. The burning heaven ancestor laughed out loud when he saw the surprised expression on Xiaoyan's face. Immediately, his feet moved and he took the lead to step into the cave. Behind him, Xiaoyan hurriedly followed after letting out a praise in his heart. Only after the two of them entered the interior of the mountain cave did the cave in the outside world once again distort and recover the appearance of a mountain wall. No flaws could be seen. Compared to the outside world, the interior of the cave was a completely different world. There was a shallow ditch on both sides of the tunnel. Water flowed out from the inside but disappeared at the end of the ditch, entering an even deeper layer of the rock wall. According to what the burning sky ancestor had said, this ditch was naturally formed. It had already existed since he had discovered this place and had not been severed for many years. Moreover, the burning sky ancestor had treated the clear and active flowing water within this ditch as the lifeline of his burning flame valley. He firmly believed that the burning flame valley would not fall as long as the water still existed. Xiaoyan merely smiled in a non-committal manner in the face of this kind of hope. Although he could not fully believe it, it was good for a person to have some kind of hope. This was good. When one entered deep into the cave, one would be able to see that there was a luster being emitted from the rock walls all around the cave. The gorgeous and dazzling glow was not considered bright, but it lingered over the rock walls and the air within the cave. The flowing water within the cave was also endowed with a layer of treasure light because of this. The strange and unusual glow contrasted with each other between the rock walls. Gradually, numerous stalagmites appeared in front of the two of them. Some rose from the ground while some hung down from the ceiling. At first glance, it looked like an enormous skull with a mouth full of sharp teeth, appearing extremely frightening. A couple of minutes later, the two of them finally arrived at the deepest part of the mountain cave. The stalagmites in all directions formed a group. However, they seemed to have a mind of their own as they left a pathway in the middle. Some of the stalagmites were connected from top to bottom, forming a strangely shaped stalagmite. Occasionally, there would be water droplets sliding down from it. The surrounding stalagmites were the same. After all the water droplets dripped down, they would gather into a circular pool in the middle of the mountain cave. The pool water would follow the ditch and head to the outside of the cave. There was a pyramid-shaped stalagmite in the middle of the pool. The top of the stalagmite had a circular groove that was a couple of inches long. From the faint imprint on it, one could tell that this groove should have originally contained a liquid. It was not difficult to imagine that the liquid that was previously contained within it should have been the core body transformation milk. Unfortunately, it had already completely dried up after being collected for many years. Raising one's head to take a look, there was another enormous stalagmite at the top of this stalagmite. Its top faced the middle of the groove below. From the numerous cream-white water traces on it, one could tell that the core body transformation milk was agglomerated at this spot. After which, it dripped down. It had gathered for many years before it formed that shallow pool. Currently, however, the stalagmite and the stalagmite had dried up. The core body transformation milk was unable to agglomerate. Little friend Xiaoyan is able to see something? Ancestor Fentian had already repeatedly investigated this mountain cave a couple of times. However, his efforts were to no avail. At this moment, there was naturally no need for him to continue looking. Instead, he threw his eyes onto Xiaoyan. Currently, they could only rely on Xiaoyan to help them find the so-called core milk marrow. He had seen the core body transformation milk in the ancient books, but he did not know where it was located. This was also the first time for Xiaoyan. Therefore, he needed to be very careful. However, even though Xiaoyan's eyesight was outstanding, he was still unable to find anything after a few rounds of investigation. The stalagmite was completely normal. Not only did it not show any signs of being damaged, there was also no liquid seeping out. Everything within the mountain cave was extremely normal. Since this was the case, where was the core body transformation milk? Could it be that it was only casually mentioned in the ancient books and was difficult to find in the world? Xiaoyan did not believe it. The stalagmite here was not affected by any external force. The environment within the cave had also been completely preserved by the burning heaven ancestor. It was impossible for any accident to occur. Logically speaking, the core body transformation milk should be here. However, why was it that the core body transformation milk that should have been here was nowhere to be seen? Impossible. Xiaoyan clenched his teeth. With a leap, he arrived at the dome. The burning heaven ancestor beside him hurriedly followed and carefully observed from the side. Soon after, Xiaoyan took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. With the help of the heavenly flame, he condensed it into a jade needle. Immediately, he pierced it into the stalagmite. If one did not want to affect a natural object like this, one could only touch it with a jade object. If it was as Xiaoyan had expected, the core body transformation milk would definitely flow out when the jade needle pierced it. If that was the case, however, the development of the situation often went against one's wishes. When Xiaoyan pulled the jade needle out of the stalagmite, it only left behind a small hole that was an inch deep. Nothing happened. The expected liquid did not appear, nor did any energy aura seep out. There was nothing within the stalagmite. The appearance of this result caused the emotions in Xiaoyan's heart to immediately become nervous. Since the stalagmite had no form, it meant that the core body transformation milk did not exist. If that was the case, wouldn't his trip to the Burning Flame Valley be in vain? Then what about Lianer? Thinking about this, Xiaoyan's brows immediately furrowed tightly. Cold sweat also appeared on his temples because of his tense emotions. The burning heaven ancestor beside him also furrowed his brows. The two of them were silent as they each pondered about the reason behind this. Xiaoyan's eyes quickly turned. He kept thinking about the places where the core body transformation milk could possibly exist. Was this entire cave a stalagmite, a stone wall, or a pool under the water? Just as he thought of this, Xiaoyan immediately refuted his own answer. The core body transformation milk was condensed from the power of the world. It did not even exist in the stalagmite, let alone in the stone wall. As for the pool under the water, the depth of the entire pool was only a few inches. Moreover, the bottom of the pool was made of hard rocks. Only the top part of the pool was made of stalactites. The difference was too great, so it was even more impossible. However, since this was the case, where was the core body transformation milk? This cave was only so big. The core body transformation milk was also condensed from this stalagmite. How could the core body transformation milk not be here? Looking around this cave, other than the stalagmite that condensed the core body transformation milk, where else could the core body transformation milk contain the core body transformation milk? That thing could not possibly drip down like the core body transformation milk. Drip down. The moment this thought flashed across his heart, the expression in Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly hardened. The expression on his face instantly changed. At the same time, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart. Under the worried gaze of the burning heaven ancestor beside him, he suddenly lowered his head. His eyes looked directly at the enormous stalagmite below. Looking from top to bottom, circular cream-white imprints spread out like lotus flowers within the pit of the stalagmite at this very moment. Its size and the area it occupied only occupied around half of the pit. If one were to point out the most unusual part of the entire stalagmite, it would be this small cream-white area. When Xiaoyan descended, his eyes focused and carefully looked at it. He clearly discovered that there seemed to be a thin layer of cuticle on the cream-white watermark. Perhaps it was due to the accumulation of the core body transformation milk over many years that this layer was left behind. However, through this layer of cuticle, Xiaoyan once again discovered that the cream-white color under the cuticle, which appeared to be normal, was actually slowly flowing. In other words, there was another mysterious object within this stalagmite. From Xiaoyan's point of view, this object was most likely what he was looking for, core body transformation milk. At this instant, the impatience within Xiaoyan's heart was immediately suppressed by his excitement. He inhaled a deep breath of air. Beside him, the burning heaven ancestor also held his breath and focused. The gazes of the both of them gathered together within the pit. With the help of the jade needle in his hand, Xiaoyan carefully approached the layer of cuticle. After which, his actions were cautious and slow as he gently lifted it up. Sure enough, this layer of cuticle was just like duckweed that was gently floating on the surface of water. It was easily lifted up by the jade needle. At the same time, a layer of faint cream-white liquid was reflected in the eyes of the both of them. This is the geocentric milk marrow. Although they had never seen it before, with the eyesight of these two people, they were naturally able to tell whether it was a treasure at a glance. Additionally, the objective of their trip was the geocentric milk marrow. At this moment, they naturally did not doubt that this cream-white liquid was the geocentric milk marrow. Without a doubt, who would have thought that such a precious treasure like the geocentric milk marrow was not hidden within any stalactite? Instead, it was placed in front of their eyes. Other than a thin layer of cuticle, it did not have any other concealment. Who would have thought that this seemingly dried-up groove actually hid an even more precious treasure? If this was not the case, it was likely that the secret of the geocentric milk marrow would continue to be hidden after Xianxia had come to the Burning Flame Valley. The two of them stood in front of the stalactite. Their eyes contained some spiritual light as they stared at the cream-white viscous liquid within the groove. The liquid was under the groove. The layer of cuticle on it separated it from the geocentric body milk. Now that they thought about it, the existence of the geocentric body milk was like a cover. The true treasure was hidden under it. In this way, even if it was discovered by an outsider and the geocentric body milk was taken away, the geocentric milk marrow would still be safe and sound. This was likely the method of nature. Although they had found the geocentric milk marrow, after a simple investigation by the Burning Sky Ancestor, they discovered that this geocentric milk marrow was pitifully little. There was only half a bowl of it. This amount was naturally sufficient for a person or a small group. However, it was far too lacking for a sect. Even though this was the case, the Burning Sky Ancestor still generously gave 1/3 of it to Xianxia, who had helped him find the geocentric milk marrow. According to his words, Xianxia had helped him find the geocentric milk marrow. This portion was something that he deserved. However, due to the former status, Xianxia still took out 10 5,000-year-old thousand fan leaves from his storage ring and gave them to the Burning Sky Ancestor. 10 5,000-year-old thousand fan leaves. The value of this was naturally difficult to estimate. Although it was lacking compared to the geocentric milk marrow that Xianxia had obtained, it still caused the Burning Sky Ancestor to be shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Xianxia would possess quite a number of treasures despite his young appearance. He even had the impulse to take out some geocentric milk marrow to exchange for even more thousand fan leaves. Of course, such thoughts were just thoughts. There was a limit to the amount of geocentric milk marrow. He still hoped that this geocentric milk marrow would create a couple more geniuses for his Burning Flame Valley. Naturally, he could not act because of a momentary joy in his heart. Xianxia's objective for this trip to the Burning Flame Valley could be considered to have been achieved after obtaining the geocentric milk marrow. With this thing, Lianer's woeful poison body would be suppressed. In this way, with the little fairy doctor's skills, it should not be a difficult matter to help her completely control the woeful poison body. Other than this, the remaining amount was enough for him to split with Bai Hua and the rest. This could be considered quite a great opportunity. Next, he should make some preparations before heading to look for Yi Honglian. Xianxia smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the cream-white jade bottle in his hand. Immediately, he thanked the Burning Sky Ancestor before the two of them happily prepared to walk out of the cave. However, at this moment, Xiaoxian's voice was suddenly emitted from within Xiaoyan's body. Wait a moment, Xiaoyan's body, which was turning back, suddenly paused when he heard Xiaoxian's voice. He was a little surprised in his heart as to why Xiaoxian would speak at this moment. There is still one more thing in the cave. Let's go and take a look. Xiaoyan suddenly turned around after these words were spoken. His pair of pitch-black eyes instantly looked towards the deeper parts of the cave. There was indeed a small path that led to the deeper parts of the cave behind the stalagmites. Xiaoxian was referring to that place. At this moment, the Burning Sky Ancestor by the side also turned around with a curious face. His old eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. There was some doubt in his eyes. Could it be that Xiaoyan had discovered another treasure hidden within this cave? While the Burning Sky Ancestor was feeling curious, Xiaoyan took a step forward and swiftly headed towards the deeper parts of the cave. The Burning Sky Ancestor hurriedly followed behind him. Very quickly, the two of them arrived at the deeper parts of the cave. The deepest part of the cave was a dead end. The uneven mountain walls surrounded the area, and there were pearls embedded in the walls that emitted fluorescent light, making the area particularly bright. At this moment, before Xiaoyan, there was a set of translucent bones that leaned against the wall. Although the person had been dead for many years, he could still sense a faint pressure from it. It was enough to show that this person must have been an expert when he was alive. Basically, as soon as Xiaoyan saw the set of bones, Xiaoxian's heart was in turmoil. At the same time, Xiaoyan's heart was deeply shaken by Xiaoxian's emotions. Why would Xiaoxian, who was usually so calm and unaffected by anything, show such emotions because of a set of bones? What, you're interested in the bones? Ancestor Fentian, who had followed them over, glanced at the skeleton in front of him. His old eyes revealed a lost expression. Only then did he turn his gaze to Xiaoyan by the side and asked doubtfully. Senior, the bones belong to an old friend of mine. He's my only friend in this world, a friend, like a brother. When he mentioned the identity of the bones, a sliver of sorrow could not help but appear in the old man's weather-beaten eyes. However, he then looked at Xiaoyan and continued. Right, this friend of mine is similar to Xiaoyan in one aspect. His surname is Xiao as well. Xiaoyan's voice had just sounded when an extremely powerful aura suddenly swept out from within his body. It transformed into an invisible energy storm that swiftly spread from deep within the mountain cave. At the same time, Xiaoyan's expression changed. Ancestor Fentian by the side frowned. That unknown familiarity once again surged within his heart. The fury that should have risen had also disappeared. Instead, his face was filled with doubt as he stared at the empty space in front of him. A somewhat illusionary human figure had quietly appeared. It was Xiaoxian. When Xiaoxian appeared, Xiaoyan and Ancestor Fentian were extremely surprised to discover that Xiaoxian was kneeling in front of the skeleton. His calm eyes were completely red at this moment. The emotions within his heart were like a furious churning sea that could not be calmed. Afterwards, Xiaoxian slowly bowed his head as the two of them stared blankly. At the same time, he spoke apologetically. Your unfilial son, Xiaoxian, greets father. Xiaoxian, hearing the words uttered by the illusionary human figure in front of him, the expression of the burning sky ancestor was initially startled. At the same time, the memories that were deeply hidden in the depths of his mind were deeply touched at this moment. The layer of memories that did not belong to this world was once again found in his mind. Numerous familiar names, numerous silhouettes that were deeply engraved in his mind, the people and events of the past once again appeared in his mind. Looking at it now, everything seemed to have happened yesterday. Xiaoxian. Xiaochen. Xiaoxian. Xiao. You are Xiaoyao's son, Xiaoxian. A long while later, Burning Sky Ancestor's turbid old eyes were suddenly lifted. His eyes that were filled with shock and excitement stared intently at Xiaoxian, who was kneeling in front of him. His entire body involuntarily trembled intensely at this moment. He couldn't believe that the people from the past, the people he buried deep in his memory, the people he thought he would never be able to remember in this lifetime, would actually appear in front of him again. This was simply like a dream. Junior Xiaoxian greets Burning Sky Ancestor. It has been 1,000 years since we last met. It is Xiaoxian's fortune to see that elder's body is still healthy. Finally, Xiaoxian gradually recovered from his excited emotions. He turned around and knelt heavily to the Burning Sky Ancestor in front of him. He did not hesitate to kowtow. All the emotions in his heart were written on his face at this moment. Xiaoyan by the side did not dare to slight him when he saw this. Since his own ancestor had knelt, he would naturally follow suit and kowtow. This time around, it caused the Burning Sky Ancestor to be at a loss. He hurriedly used his hands to help the two of them up. After confirming that everything in front of him was not an illusion, the rock in his heart finally fell. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked by the identities of the two people in front of him. Are you really from? The two of us came from the Dochi continent. Without waiting for the Burning Sky Ancestor to finish speaking, Xiaoxian clearly explained his and Xiaoyan's identities. He did not hide anything during this period of time. This was because when he saw his father's remains, he clearly understood in his heart that this good friend of his Xiao clan had not changed. In this way, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian could be considered to have gained another friend from the same hometown on this distant continent. Although they were not related by blood, this friendship caused their relationship to become incomparably strong in an instant. From today onwards, Xiaoyan would have another person he could truly rely on the Origin Martial continent. As their relationship progressed, both parties naturally spoke a lot more. Within this mountain cave, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian roughly explained the situation of the Doqi continent that they knew and the process of arriving here. Although there were fewer twists and turns, one could see the anxiety in the burning sky ancestor's heart from the frowning brows that he would occasionally knit. This was especially so when the latter heard that the current Burning Flame Valley had already been reduced to a second-tier faction on the continent. His turbid old eyes also contained a sadness that could not be removed. Back then, the Burning Flame Valley was able to become one of the peak factions on the continent because of him. However, after his departure, no elite Dodi had appeared. The decline of the sect was naturally normal. If one were to talk about it, all of this was within his expectations. It was just that he had not mentioned it for many years. Only now did he feel a little helpless when he thought about it. Cuckoo, the old me really did not expect that the little fellow who was playing around in my embrace back then would actually once again appear in front of the old me after 1,000 years. It really causes one to sigh endlessly when one thinks about it. The word fate is something that cannot be explained by any reason. The younger generation is really lucky to be able to meet Elder once again. If it was not because Xiaoyan wanted to obtain the core milk essence this time around, it is likely that the younger generation would not dare to easily acknowledge Elder. However, Xiaoxian turned his gaze back to the skeleton at the end of his words. There was a desolate expression in his eyes. Although he had once again met the Elder from back then, his father had already, Xiaoyao. The old me really did not dare to imagine that someone from the Xiao clan would actually be able to come here again after 1,000 years. Moreover, the one who came is your son. If you were able to sense his arrival, you will definitely feel gratified. Ancestor Fentian faced his old friend from the past. Some tears flowed in his ancient eyes. The older one was, the more emotional he was. He could not endure being moved by the passage of time. Now that he thought about it, his voice had become much more choked when he spoke. Xiaoyan looked at the scene in front of him and involuntarily felt a little emotional in his heart. He wondered if his children would be able to come to this continent many years later. If they were to come, where would he be at that time? What kind of appearance would he have and what kind of attitude would he have to welcome them? Everything was still unknown. It was best to leave the future matters to be decided tomorrow. Xiaoxian, have the both of you met a faction called Ghost Hall along the way? At this moment, the words of the ancestor of the burning sky pulled the absent-minded Xiaoyan and Shuiyan back to their senses. Even the expressions on their faces changed. Why? Has Elder also come into contact with them? Yes, from the looks of it, the both of you should also have some understanding of the Ghost Hall. According to my observations, this Ghost Hall is actually the Hun clan. Ancestor Fentian slowly nodded his head when he saw the expressions on Xiaoyan's and Xiaoyan's faces. The both of them had already confirmed this. However, Ancestor Fentian's following words shocked the both of them once again. Xiaoxian, do you know that your father, Xiaoyao, died at the hands of the Ghost Hall? The somewhat gloomy voice was like a bolt from the blue as it landed in the ears of the both of them. All the thoughts in their hearts suddenly froze at this moment. Even their heartbeats seemed to have stopped for an instant. What followed after was shock and fury. Never would they have imagined that Xiaoyan was not the only one who had been harmed by the Ghost Hall. Even the ancestor of the Xiao clan had been killed by the Ghost Hall. Regardless of whether it was the things that had happened in the past or the things that had happened in the current era, everything had already clearly told Xiaoyan that the Ghost Hall had already formed a situation where they would fight to the death with their Xiao clan 1,000 years ago. From today onwards, anyone who met with the Ghost Hall would be eliminated. The two fists under the sleeves slowly clenched tightly. At the same time, the determination to kill rang out from the bottom of his heart. Soon after, Ancestor Fentian gave a general description of what had happened back then to the two people in front of him. Although things had changed with the passage of time, the old man still remembered what had happened back then clearly. When the two people in front of him heard this, they also felt a wave of astonishment. They were even unable to understand why all of this had happened. What was the root cause? Only when Xiaoyan remembered a certain item that was placed in his storage ring did the thoughts in his heart stir once again. The correct chapters of Battle of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor will continue to be updated in the hand fighting bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the hand fighting bar. If you like Battle of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor, please bookmark Battle of the Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Xiaoyan and Ancestor Fantian returned to the main hall of the Burning Flame Valley after exiting the cave. Luo Jin and the rest were already waiting there. First elderly Xianxia was accompanying them. Perhaps it was because of Luo Jin, but the atmosphere was not as tense. After all, they were about to face an Origin Emperor-level expert. No one would be able to have a relaxed expression in this place. Seeing Xiaoyan and the little fairy doctor return, everyone understood in their hearts that the matter of the core milk marrow had already been resolved, especially when they sensed the smile that was inadvertently revealed on the corner of their mouths. In this way, the rock that was suspended above the little fairy doctor's group's head had also fallen. Even the tensed emotions within their hearts had also relaxed. Everyone sat down and naturally exchanged some pleasantries. The thing that caused everyone to feel the strangest was that the relationship between Ancestor Fantian and Xiaoyan seemed to have progressed extremely quickly. That warm and genial smile did not appear to be fake. Even Li Qingxiu, who understood Ancestor Fantian the best, could not help but feel a little surprised. Just what had Xiaoyan done to actually cause the valley chief to be so cordial with him? However, all of this was no longer important. As long as they saw that Xiaoyan had a good relationship with their Burning Flame Valley, all of this was good news for the Burning Flame Valley. Moreover, they had now obtained the core milk essence. This was even better news. After chatting for a while, Xiaoyan's group was led by first elderly Qingxiu to an empty courtyard within the Burning Flame Valley. Usually, only the elders of the Burning Flame Valley could stay in this place. However, it had now become the new residence of Xiaoyan's group. Following this group would temporarily stay in the Burning Flame Valley for a period of time. The sky gradually darkened. The group of people sat cross-legged around the table in the room. Xiaoyan roughly described the events that had occurred in the cave during the day to everyone. When the few people present heard this, their faces involuntarily revealed an unusual color. Xiaoyan did not reveal the matter of Xiaoya's skeleton. Other than Luo Jin and Bai Hua, the rest of the group did not think too much about it. If something had happened to Xiaoyan during this trip, everyone would naturally be extremely concerned. However, since he had a close relationship with Ancestor Fantian, the few of them would naturally not think too much about it. It was likely that only the cautious Luo Jin and Bai Hua would have such doubts in their hearts. However, since Xiaoyan was unwilling to speak about it, they would naturally not ask any more questions. After which, everyone returned to their rooms. Xiaoyan did not sleep after returning to his room. Instead, he sat on his bed and prepared to cultivate. After his battle with Qin Yan, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that he was only a hair's breadth away from mid-returnance. Now was the perfect time for him to break through. Although he had been rather busy during the day, Xiaoyan felt joy inside when he thought about finding the geocentric milk essence. Even his mind became much more relaxed. Most importantly, he had acknowledged the ancestor Fantian as his master. In this way, Xiaoyan truly had someone he could rely on in the extreme south. Of course, he also understood that he could not rely on external forces for everything. Only things that he truly grasped belonged to him. As a result, since he could use this opportunity to break through, Xiaoyan obviously wanted to grasp it firmly. 15 minutes later, Xiaoyan calmed down and his aura calmed down. Only then did the blaze art begin to circulate in his body. Once the flame mantra was activated, an endless amount of natural energy immediately began to churn in the manner that the group was in. Threads of natural energy continued to agglomerate and transform in the dark night sky. After which, they agglomerated into an invisible energy vortex in the air above the room that Xiaoyan was in, sucking in all the majestic and impure Genesis Qi. After being refined by Xiaoyan's body and the heavenly flame, the Genesis Qi followed the route of the flame mantra and circulated once. Finally, it was agglomerated into a crystal-clear energy water droplet that flowed into the vortex space. Qin Yan stood alone in a certain building at night. He thought back to his battle with Xiaoyan. Even now, he still felt extremely exhausted. Although his cultivation was higher than Xiaoyan's, the latter's battle prowess was still slightly greater than his. Just this point alone was something that he could not easily let go of. Are you still thinking about the battle with Xiaoyan? A faint elderly voice suddenly sounded in Qin Yan's ears. When he turned his head, he saw Burning Flame Valley elder Xianxia standing to the side. A pair of bright eyes were staring at him, deep and penetrating. Teacher, Xiaoyan is stronger than I imagined. I wholeheartedly accept my defeat. Oh, so? Xianxia indifferently replied upon hearing this. He did not say any words of consolation because of the former's words. That is why I will work even harder in my training. I will look for him again. There is still a battle between the two of us. This is our agreement. Qin Yan chuckled. There was some fanaticism in the depths of his eyes, as if he could not wait for that day to arrive. It was at this moment that the master and disciple duo simultaneously discovered an abnormality at a certain spot on the mountain. That is, Qin Yan's eyes narrowed as he felt some surprise in his heart. From the aura, it was undoubtedly Xiaoyan. He remembered that Xiaoyan had just said that his cultivation had increased a few days ago during their battle. He never expected that he would break through so quickly. Heh, this brat. He's probably about to make up for the tiny difference in cultivation between the two of you. Xianxia laughed mockingly when he saw this. When Qin Yan heard this, he simply treated it as Xiaoyan silently issuing a challenge to him. The next day, the little fairy doctor and the others had already woken up at noon. They waited quietly outside Xiaoyan's room. Only when the energy in the surroundings gradually subsided did everyone's gazes slowly gather on the door of Xiaoyan's room. As the door opened, a familiar figure bathed in sunlight once again. You've broken through? Yes, mid-returnance. With a faint smile, Xiaoyan walked forward. He casually drank the tea that Luo Jin had passed to him and smiled. Since that's the case, let's go. They've been waiting impatiently. Nodding his head, Luo Jin stood up from the chair and gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder. He prepared to leave the courtyard. Seeing this, the others shrugged their shoulders and prepared to follow. Only the little fairy doctor arrived beside Xiaoyan. Seeing the latter's dumbfounded expression, she could not help but laugh. It's the Burning Flame Valley's first elder who came early to invite everyone to the main hall. It seems like there's something, but everyone saw that you didn't come out, so they temporarily declined. However, the first elder also said that there's no rush. We'll go when you come out. Hearing this, Xiaoyan finally understood. However, he was a little curious. Why had Li Qingshu come to find them so early in the morning? The reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction will continue to be updated in the bar. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the bar. If you like the reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction, please bookmark Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction. Xiaoyan's group followed the route they had taken the day before as they headed towards the Great Hall of the Burning Flame Valley. Along the way, they encountered quite a number of Burning Flame Valley disciples. Compared to a few days ago, the gazes of the numerous disciples today were filled with fear and respect when they looked towards Xiaoyan's group. This was the privilege of the strong. To them, Xiaoyan was already an expert amongst Xiaoyan's group. With his sufficiently powerful strength, the current Xiaoyan had already won a place in the hearts of these disciples. Of course, there were also quite a number of people who were attracted by the little fairy doctor, who was as beautiful as an epiphyllum. Along the way, she attracted the envious gazes of many male disciples from the Burning Flame Valley, while also causing many female disciples to reveal angry expressions. Coupled with her fire attribute Genesis Chi, she was basically like a little pepper that was about to explode. Very quickly, the group arrived in front of the large hall from yesterday. At this moment, there were already people waiting outside the hall. They did not stop Xiaoyan's group when they saw them arrive. Clearly, they had already informed them beforehand. Before this group of people stepped into the large hall, a person walked out. Xiaoyan's expression was involuntarily startled when he raised his eyes. The person in front of him was undoubtedly Qin Yan. The two did not exchange any words when they met, but their gazes did not part for a long time. From the looks of it, they seemed to be at loggerheads with each other, and anyone who saw this would be afraid that the two would start fighting again. After the previous incident, everyone knew the consequences of a true fight between these two. With the exception of the first elder and the Valley Master, no one would be able to easily withstand such a situation. Only after Xiaoyan's group entered the large hall did the two guards at the entrance exchange glances with each other. They let out a long sigh of relief. Their hearts, which had tensed up because of the scene earlier, also relaxed. After the group entered the Great Hall, First Elderly Xianxia and Ancestor Fentian were already inside. The smiles on their faces immediately grew wider when they saw the arrival of Xiaoyan's group. They looked at each other and smiled, before inviting Xiaoyan's group to take a seat. Hee, young friend Xiaoyan is truly exceptionally talented. In just a night's time, your cultivation has already improved. This truly leaves this old man in the dust. Li Qingshu could not help but sigh in admiration when he sensed the aura on Xiaoyan's body that was clearly much denser than before. The latter hurriedly cupped his fists together upon hearing this. It was just a fluke. Haha, how can there be so many flukes in this world? Since you have broken through, it is naturally a matter of course. Young friend Xiaoyan is too modest. Only after hearing this did Xiaoyan smile embarrassedly. He did not continue to linger on this issue. Instead, he turned to look at Ancestor Fentian and inquired about the purpose of inviting them here. Yes, actually, it is not a big deal for all of you. The reason why I invited all of you here is because I hope to invite all of you to become honorary elders of my Burning Flame Valley. The moment these words were spoken, the expressions of Xiaoyan's group were immediately stunned. Even Luo Jin could not help but look at Ancestor Fentian, who was seated with a face full of suspicion. He asked curiously, "Senior, according to what I know, in order to become an honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley, one's cultivation must at least be above King Yuan, but, haha, rules are set by people. Although the cultivations of everyone present are still shallow, I am able to tell that all of you are outstanding within the younger generation. Becoming King Yuan is only a matter of time. The reason why I am doing this is because I hope to be able to recruit more talents for my Burning Flame Valley. Of course, after becoming an honorary elder, the resources of the valley can be used by all of you. You are also free to come and go as you please. It is only a title." After the laughter sounded, the group did not immediately agree to such a tempting task. Instead, they cast their gazes towards Xiaoyan and waited for his decision. At the same time, Li Qingshu and Ancestor Fentian's gazes also landed on Xiaoyan. Although no one said anything, it could be seen from the scene that Xiaoyan was the backbone of the group. Whether they agreed to become an honorary elder would depend on Xiaoyan's decision. Regarding this, Ancestor Fentian was confident. Without much hesitation, Xiaoyan nodded towards everyone. Only then did the others agree to Ancestor Fentian's invitation. Due to Zhou Tai and Mu Ling's status as members of the Alchemist Alliance, they did not choose to join the group. Next was Luo Jin. His status was already known by the two-seated people. Hence, there was even less need to say. Therefore, after much consideration, the only people who chose to join the Burning Flame Valley as an honorary elder were Xiaoyan, the Little Fairy Doctor, Bai Hua, and the Sky-Reaching Giant Ape. Afterwards, under Ancestor Fentian's indication, the first elder invited the other 6 people to leave. Only Xiaoyan and Ancestor Fentian remained in the hall. "Senior, I believe that there should be another reason for inviting us to become honorary elders today, right?" Only after seeing the others leave did Xiaoyan return his gaze back to Ancestor Fentian and ask with a smile. "Why do you say that? Otherwise, I would not have stayed behind alone and asked the first elder to invite them to leave." Xiaoyan smiled. From the moment he heard that Ancestor Fentian had invited them, he faintly felt that this matter was not ordinary. Now that he had seen it, he was even more certain of the guess in his heart. From Xiaoyan's performance in the Burning Flame Valley's Great Sect competition, there should be quite a number of people in the outside world who had some understanding of him. Now that he had stayed in the Burning Flame Valley and became an honorary elder, it would definitely attract quite a number of factions to join the Burning Flame Valley and strengthen its own strength. This was the Ancestor Fentian's plan. Putting aside his relationship with the old fellow, it was likely that he would still act in such a manner even if he was a complete stranger. "Ugh, you little brat. You are quite experienced," the old man softly praised in a somewhat embarrassed manner. Soon after, he nodded his head and said, "Last night, I received news that ghosts were discovered in the territories of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Gate. If my guess is not wrong, they should be people from the Ghost Hall." Ghost Hall huh? Xiaoyan's eyes narrowed when he heard this. A fierce glint flashed across his eyes as he softly muttered. According to what I know, people from the Ghost Hall have frequently come into contact with the Heavenly Puppet sect in recent years. They are attempting to borrow the hands of the Heavenly Puppet sect to control the entire extreme south. They want to swallow my burning flame valley. I'm afraid that's not all. Just as Ancestor Fentian's voice sounded, Xiaoyan gently shook his head and quickly spoke. The expression on the former's face immediately turned serious when he heard this. His gaze immediately landed on Xiaoyan. When I was at the southwest border, I met people from the Heavenly Puppet sect. They have joined forces with the southwest border's factions to expand and swallow without restraint. Currently, a large area of the southwest border is under their control. Ancestor Fentian's eyebrows immediately twitched when these words were spoken. His old face revealed a surprised expression. Having lived in the extreme south for a long time, there were many things in the southern region that he did not understand. However, he did not expect that such a thing would actually happen. From the looks of it, the other party's momentum was much faster than he had imagined. Not only that, the Heavenly Puppet sect and the 10,000 Scorpions sect had been in secret contact recently. From what Ancestor Fentian could see, the two sects were showing signs of joining forces. This was also bad news for the Burning Flame Valley. With the two sects joining forces and the Ghost Hall interfering, the situation in the extreme south would be extremely disadvantageous to the Burning Flame Valley. Once the two sides started fighting, it was even possible that the Burning Flame Valley would be destroyed. Currently, nothing could be seen. However, the situation was already approaching them. Ancestor Fentian could already sense that the Burning Flame Valley would face a calamity sooner or later. Currently, the only thing they could do was to try their best to rope in the other factions in the outside world. Ancestor Fentian was already old and it was extremely difficult for him to raise his cultivation. Although he had just obtained the geocentric milk marrow, he was not willing to waste it on himself. The water in the cave had yet to run out and the future of the Burning Flame Valley was unknown. He still hoped to leave those resources for the future generations. After they finished talking about the two great sects, Xiaoyan and Ancestor Fentian sighed in their hearts. However, immediately after, Xiaoyan once again placed his gaze on the latter. May I ask, Senior, if you know where there is a heavenly flame in the extreme south? As the Valley Master of the Burning Flame Valley and the strongest person in the extreme south, Xiaoyan had reason to believe that he was familiar with this place. Perhaps, Ancestor Fentian would tell him where Yi Honglian was. Heavenly flame? You want to find a heavenly flame? Ancestor Fentian could not help but be a little surprised when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He naturally knew that Xiaoyan possessed heavenly flame and there seemed to be more than one type. However, even if that was the case, the question that Xiaoyan raised at this moment still caused him to be extremely surprised. Seeing this, Xiaoyan nodded his head and said solemnly, because the chi method that this junior cultivates is a little special and requires heavenly flame to help raise my cultivation, I thought of asking Senior if you know where there is news of heavenly flame in the extreme south. Only when he heard that did Ancestor Scorching Heaven come to a realization and nod his head. His eyes paused on Xiaoyan as if he was thinking about something. However, a long while later, he shook his head helplessly. I'm not sure if heavenly flames really exist in the extreme south. Although I've been here for a long time, I've never sensed any trace of heavenly flames. As soon as these words were spoken, Xiaoyan immediately frowned tightly. He felt a wave of trouble in his heart. If it was like this, then it would be difficult to find traces of the heavenly flame in this vast land of the extreme south. Even the person beside him didn't notice it. What could he do? Hiss. Perhaps there is a place where deviant flames exist. However, at this moment, the eyes of the burning sky ancestor, who was frowning and pondering, lit up as if he had thought of something. In an instant, Xiaoyan's slightly dim eyes lit up. A pair of pitch-black eyes immediately looked at the old man. His face was filled with an expression of surprise. The emotions in his heart were also affected at this moment. I'm not certain. However, according to what I know, there is a fiery red mountain forest to the south of the extreme south. It's called the Fire Maple Forest. That's the land of death in the extreme south. No one has ever ventured deep into it, and no one has ever come out alive. Therefore, no one knows anything about that place. Perhaps, the heavenly flame you're looking for is there. Fire Maple Forest. After secretly remembering the name, Xiaoyan clasped his hands towards the old man to express his gratitude. However, Ancestor Scorching Heaven immediately spoke again. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. If you insist on going, I won't stop you. However, there's something that I have to tell you beforehand. If you want to go to the Fire Maple Forest from here, you have to pass through the territories of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect in the fastest time possible. If you're willing to choose a safer method, you will need to extend the time by almost 2 months. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Hearing this, Xiaoyan heavily nodded his head. He understood the meaning behind Ancestor Scorching Heaven's words. Although the Fire Maple Forest might not be the place where the heavenly flame was hidden, it was currently the most likely place that Xiaoyan could obtain information about. Therefore, he had to go to the Fire Maple Forest. As for which route he chose, there was no need to rush for this for the time being. After obtaining information about the heavenly flame, the following time did not appear to be very tight. The group did not leave as early as they had expected. Instead, they temporarily stayed in the Burning Flame Valley. Xiaoyan had also requested the first elder, Xianxia, to help him gather some of the medicinal ingredients he needed. Only at this moment did he know that other than controlling a heavenly flame and possessing a powerful cultivation, Xiaoyan was actually an alchemist as well. Although he was shocked in his heart, Xianxia's speed in getting things done was also shocking. After asking for a favor in the morning, he had already called for people to send over the medicinal ingredients that Xiaoyan needed in the afternoon. With the former's familiarity with medicinal ingredients, he naturally knew that Xiaoyan was planning to refine a rank 5 medicinal pill. This increased the shock he felt towards Xiaoyan in his heart. After obtaining the medicinal ingredients, it was naturally time to prepare to refine the medicinal pill. This time around, Xiaoyan wanted to refine 2 types of medicinal pills. One was to borrow the broken mirror flower that he had obtained earlier to refine the broken mirror pill for Luo Jin and the others. The other was a rank 5 bone recovery pill. The bone recovery pill had the ability to regenerate flesh from bones. It was a medicinal pill used to refine a body. The purpose of refining this medicinal pill was naturally to restore Xiaoxian's physical body. Although there was no suitable body to be used as a medium, with Xiaoyan's methods, he could use the heavenly flame to form a new body. The bone recovery pill was used to restore the vitality of the bloodline. In this way, it could also restore Xiaoxian's physical body. Xiaoxian had been an empty soul for 1,000 years. Now, it was time for him to recover. When he thought of this, even with Xiaoxian's mental state, he could not help but feel a little touched. He was extremely grateful towards this descendant of his. Little fellow, thank you. The seemingly ordinary sentence was filled with endless affection. Who would have thought that a person who had died 1,000 years ago would be able to see the light of day again? If not for the ancestors' help back then, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be who I am now, and the Xiao clan wouldn't have been able to rise from desolation. Speaking of which, all of this should have been the ancestors. It's just that it came too late. Yes, it was too late. Looking back at the past, he was young and spirited, heroic. What a proud son of the heavens. If not for the Han clan, Xiaoxian would not have ended up in such a miserable state. Saying that it was too late could be said to describe the sorrow of the past 1,000 years. Fortunately, the younger generation had glory, and the heavens had eyes. In the Burning Flame Valley, Xiaoyan was seated on a stone platform in the middle of a plaza. In front of him was a huge green-gold medicinal cauldron. At this moment, a fierce flame was burning in the medicinal cauldron. The fierce flame was like a ferocious beast roaring in the medicinal cauldron. If it was not for the seal of the medicinal cauldron, one would think that it would run out and cause trouble. After receiving the first elder's invitation, Xiaoyan began to refine medicine in front of everyone in the Burning Flame Valley. Due to there being quite a number of alchemist disciples in the valley, he could be considered to have taught them a good lesson. Of course, even if they were not disciples of alchemists, they would more or less gain some inspiration after seeing Xiaoyan refine medicine today. This kind of observation was extremely beneficial to these disciples. It was a long while later when the temperature within the medicinal cauldron reached a level that Xiaoyan was satisfied with. Only then did he flick his finger. The storage ring on his finger immediately flickered. Soon after, numerous rays of light shot out and floated in midair under the cover of his spiritual strength. When the light disappeared, it transformed into numerous precious medicinal ingredients. The enormous number of medicinal ingredients filled the sky above the open ground, appearing like a dense dark cloud that covered the entire place, causing one to be stunned when one looked at it. This time, Xiaoyan planned to refine 10 mirror-breaking pills in one go. After taking out the medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan immediately slapped his palm on the medicinal cauldron. Following a powerful collision sound, the lid of the medicinal cauldron immediately opened. Before the flame within could soar into the sky, the medicinal ingredients were thrown into the medicinal cauldron under the control of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. Immediately, the refining process began. Relatively speaking, the breaking mirror pill was one of the tier 5 medicinal pills that was easier to refine. The refining process was not difficult. However, due to the quantity involved, it was definitely a great exhaustion on Xiaoyan's spiritual strength. The attribute of the medicinal ingredients needed for the breaking mirror pill was mostly cool. Hence, the speed at which Xiaoyan refined the medicinal ingredients was naturally a little faster. If an ordinary alchemist needed 8 hours to refine these medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan would only need less than half of that time. Even if he refined 10 medicinal ingredients for the breaking mirror pill at the same time this time around, he would only need an additional hour. Of course, the main reason for this was naturally the heavenly flame. Under the frighteningly high temperature of the heavenly flame, the little toughness that these medicinal ingredients possessed was completely obliterated. Just from this point alone, one could tell how frightening the heavenly flame was. Once all the herbs had been refined, it was time to fuse the essences of the herbs together. The entire process was long and slow, and at the same time, it tested the alchemist's soul strength. Especially when fusing 10 breaking mirror pills at the same time, the consumption of soul strength was absolutely terrifying. At this stage, even with Xiaoyan's self-confidence, his heart couldn't help but be somewhat agitated. During the process of fusing 10 breaking mirror pills, anything could happen. The situation of fusing the medicinal properties of each medicinal pill was different. Therefore, Xiaoyan had to be able to do 10 things at once. The difficulty of this was self-evident. Time flashed by. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. Within the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan, the 10 sticky medicinal paste balls had already been separated into a region. All the medicinal pills were gradually fusing and taking shape under Xiaoyan's meticulous refinement. Once the embryonic pill was formed, the rest would be the time to nurture the pill. Success was imminent, and everything seemed especially calm. However, at this moment, bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down from Xiaoyan's forehead. The black robe on his body had already been wet countless times, and his originally rosy face appeared somewhat pale at this moment. He clenched his teeth, held his breath, and stared intently at the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Boundless soul strength wrapped around the entire medicinal cauldron, and an invisible storm swept out in all directions with Xiaoyan at the center. The entire square had already been cordoned off by the first elder, Li Qingxiu. Any disciple who stepped within 100 feet of the square would be alerted. Everyone was worried about Xiaoyan's current situation, but no one dared to step forward and disturb him. At this time, even the area where Xiaoyan was at had been sealed off by the burning heaven ancestor. There was no wind blowing, no grass moving, and no external disturbances. The embryonic pills within Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron were completed one by one. Just as Xiaoyan watched the 10 embryonic pills take shape one by one of the pills instantly turned into ashes due to the trembling of Xiaoyan's breath. In an instant, Xiaoyan's eyes widened, and his entire aura came to a standstill. Only when the rest of the pills in the medicinal cauldron were completed and formed into embryonic pills did he carefully and nervously exhale. Once the embryonic pills were formed, he finally had a chance to take a breather. The heavenly flame slowly merged all the medicinal energy within the embryonic pills, and Xiaoyan took this opportunity to rest. After a few minutes, it would be the time for the final pill to be formed. Pill formation. The process of pill formation could be said to be simple, but it could also be said to be difficult. Using the remaining spirit power, one had to grasp the temperature that the pill needed to withstand at every moment. The slightest deviation would affect the quality of the entire pill. The most unbearable thing. was that it required an even longer time. Every time this happened, an alchemist would not have much spirit power left, but they would have to be even more careful to ensure the stability of the pill formation process. This was an even greater test of one's willpower and spirit power. At this time, Xiaoyan would already find it difficult to form pills, let alone refine 9 pills at the same time. There was no fixed time during the pill formation process. When Xiaoyan felt that the pill formation was complete, the spirit power in his body was almost exhausted, and even the majority of his Genesis Qi had been consumed. His entire spirit was numb, his face was pale, and his eyes were lifeless and red. His mouth was dry, and even opening his mouth seemed to take some effort. It was as if his entire body no longer belonged to him. But it was at this moment, rumble, a familiar sound finally rang out. This was the moment that Xiaoyan had been waiting for. The lightning appeared, and the pill was formed. However, the pill lightning this time around was very different from the past. The rolling furious thunder sounded 10 times in a row. The frightening pressure that covered the sky had also become extremely shocking. At the same time, a couple of experts from the Burning Flame Valley arrived above Xiaoyan's head. They were prepared to help him receive the pill lightning. "Xiaoyan, you should rest first. Leave these pill lightning to us." Laughter rang out as First Elder Xianxia raised his head. He gazed at the lightning in the sky as the Genesis Qi in his body slowly circulated. In the next instant, pill lightning descended from the dark clouds, and Xianxia's figure moved. But it was also at this moment that, swish, the sound of rushing air suddenly rang out beside Xianxia's ear. Before he could do anything, it collided with the dragon-like lightning in the sky. A deafening explosion rang out in the sky above the plaza. The invisible space violently distorted from the sound. Once the energy swept out, the world would collapse. Soon after, a sharp sound of rushing air appeared. A ray of light once again flew past First Elder Xianxia's eyes in the blink of an eye. Immediately, a loud bang sounded and it heavily smashed into the square below. In an instant, dust filled the air. Numerous large cracks densely covered the square, accompanied by the sound of thunder exploding. When the dust dissipated, everyone's gazes landed on a huge pit in the square. A purple-gold figure was standing majestically in a huge pit. His head was held high, and his eyes were empty and filled with killing intent as he stared at the thunderclouds in the sky. His body shook, and the huge pit under his feet caved in again. At the same time, his body shot up into the sky. "Is that a puppet?" Xianxia was immediately stunned when he saw the Northern King. Only after a closer inspection did he discover the Northern King's identity. At almost the same time, the Northern King collided with the shocking lightning once more. Cough cough. "First Elder, leave the matters here to me." Xiaoyan coughed violently a few times and raised his head with a pale face. He looked at Xianxia in the sky and spoke with a hoarse voice. Xianxia was stunned at first when he heard that. He still felt some hesitation inside, but when he saw the disciples who had gathered around the plaza because of the pill lightning, his expression changed slightly. He nodded heavily and called for the other elders to leave together. The disciples who had gathered around the plaza all left as well. In the sky, the Northern King continued to clash with the pill lightning. Every time a bolt of pill lightning fell, it would be even more powerful than before. Towards the end, when the pill lightning landed on the Northern King, its terrifying power would have directly passed through his body. If it were not for the Northern King's ability to devour lightning, the remaining power of the pill lightning probably would have landed on Xiaoyan's head. After being baptized by the pill lightning several times, the Northern King's strength rapidly increased. He had already reached the Origin Transformation Realm and was close to the Mid-Origin Transformation Realm. Even so, the thunderclouds in the sky were still far from completely dispersing. On the shattered stone platform below, Xiaoyan stabilized his body and ignored what was happening in the sky. After retrieving the medicinal pills from the medicinal cauldron in front of him, he used this short period of time to quickly recover the energy in his body. Recovering Genesis Qi was naturally much simpler. With the power of the pills, he could recover quite a bit in a short period of time. On the other hand, spirit power needed a long time to slowly recover. If Xiaoyan continued to open the cauldron to refine pills, although he still had a chance of success, it would definitely be much lower. If he rested for a few more days, No, Xiaoyan couldn't wait that long, and neither could Xiaoxian. They had to use this opportunity to refine the bone restoration pill in one fell swoop. With this thought in mind, a blazing light suddenly surged in Xiaoyan's eyes. With a flip of his hand, a decaying vine fell into his hand. The purple heart magnolia vine also contained spirit power. Unfortunately, its grade was too low, and its energy was mottled. Besides being able to refine a few special pills, it had almost no use. Due to its low value, Xiaoyan didn't use it on Xiaoxian. However, at this point, it was the only thing that Xiaoyan could use. Once the wild, violent energy within the medicinal ingredient invaded, its strength would naturally not be underestimated. However, Xiaoyan could not be bothered about that now. The moment the purple heart jade orchid vine entered his hand, a thought passed through his mind and a pale blue flame immediately began to burn violently in his palm. In almost an instant, the layer of rotten wood on the surface of the medicinal ingredient turned into ashes. Following this, a small vine that emitted a purple fluorescent light appeared. With the refinement of the heavenly flame, a violent presence began to radiate from it. However, the heavenly flame was able to suppress it for the time being. At the same time, the pale lightning in the sky became more and more powerful. When the final bolt of lightning landed on the Northern King, his body had already turned into a purplish gold color. Lightning constantly flickered on the surface of his body. His strength had reached late origin transformation, only a step away from returnance. By the time the pale lightning scattered, the purple-colored vine in Xiaoyan's hand was less than an inch long. The remaining strength had already been absorbed by Xiaoyan. The mottled spiritual strength had merged into Xiaoyan's body after being refined by the heavenly flame. Although the amount was little, it was still able to make up for it. However, from the looks of it, it was likely that he would need to continue refining for a period of time in order to completely refine this vine. Boom. Xiaoyan suddenly clapped his hands together. By relying on his overbearing strength, he actually shattered that small vine into powder. That heavenly flame also pounced over in an instant, refining and absorbing all the remaining strength within it. After doing all this, Xiaoyan's pale white face more or less recovered. Only then did he once again place his hand on the medicinal cauldron in front of him. At the same time that the heavenly flame appeared, another few hundred types of medicinal ingredients once again flew out of his storage ring. This fellow, he's already reached his limit, yet he still wants to continue? Li Qingshu and the others outside could not help but reveal a sliver of worry when they saw this. It was just too far-fetched for him to undergo the refinement process in such a state. Just the slightest carelessness and the failure of the pill refinement was a small matter, but once his foundation was damaged, it would be difficult to make up for it. On the other side, the fairy doctor currently stood at the top of a building. Her pretty eyes were filled with worry as she stared at Xiaoyan in the center of the square. Her brows were tightly knit together, and her hands were tightly clenched. She was afraid that something would happen to Xiaoyan. This wait lasted for a month. Beside Xiaoyan, the Northern King stood motionless like a metal tower. At this moment, the pill within the cauldron in front of Xiaoyan was already making its final preparations. The atmosphere gradually changed. At a certain moment, dense dark clouds suddenly rolled in the sky. Xiaoyan, whose eyes were already blood-red and whose face was withered and yellow, suddenly slammed his hand on the cauldron. With the help of the pill melting ring, he immediately retrieved the pill. He squeezed out the last bit of energy in his body and stored the pill into his spatial ring. At the same time, the pill lightning in the sky once again broke through the sky. This time, the pill lightning came even more violently. The Northern King once again attacked the sky. Xiaoyan's vision turned black, and he fainted on the spot. Xiaoxian also immediately appeared at this moment and supported Xiaoyan. The shocking battle unfolded once again in the sky. The Grand Elder, Li Qingshu, and the others, as well as the fairy doctor, who had hurried over to Xiaoyan's side long ago, were all worriedly checking on Xiaoyan's condition. Fortunately, after a long period of refining medicine, Xiaoyan's foundation was not damaged despite having exhausted all the strength in his body and even squeezed out all his strength. There were also no sequelae left behind. This was something worth rejoicing over. Thus, as long as Xiaoyan rested for a couple of days, he should be able to recover to his peak condition. After this, Xiaoyan would probably be more careful when refining pills in the future. Otherwise, it would really be difficult to say what would happen if this happened again. As for the Northern King, his battle prowess had skyrocketed after receiving the pill lightning. He had reached mid-returnance, and if the remaining energy in his body was included, he would probably be able to reach late returnance once he finished absorbing the pill lightning. It was already a week later when Xiaoyan once again woke up. This was something that he had not expected. After he finished refining the bone recovery pill, his strength in all aspects was on the verge of collapsing. If this were to continue, it was likely that his entire training would be affected. Fortunately, he did not reach that stage in the end. Although refining the pill this time consumed a lot of Xiaoyan's body, it had to be said that after repeated consumption, his spiritual energy, including his cultivation, had clearly improved. Breaking and then building. The advancement of one's cultivation was a continuous growth of consumption. The process of refining the pill was also a process of consumption. It was also a tempering of one's spiritual energy. Of course, Xiaoyan also promised himself that he would never treat this as Xianxia in the future. During the days that Xiaoyan was unconscious, the fairy doctor had stayed by his side. Regardless of whether it was eating or drinking, everything was taken care of by the fairy doctor. Although a week was not a long time for them, the excessive strain on their minds and the suppression of their emotions had caused the fairy doctor to be very tired. When Xiaoyan woke up, the fairy doctor had already collapsed on his body and was in a deep sleep. The corners of her eyes were still filled with tears of worry. All of these caused Xiaoyan's heart to ache greatly. Even though this was the case, the emotion that had already reached his heart was finally suppressed. On the third day after Xiaoyan woke up, Xiaoyan, who had made all the necessary preparations, gave one breaking mirror pill each to Luo Jin and the others. Although the little fairy doctors and Mu Ling's cultivations were still shallow, Xiaoyan still gave them the breaking mirror pill along with the core milk essence. Other than the geocentric milk marrow that Lian Er needed, Xiaoyan also distributed some of the remaining geocentric milk marrow to the few people present. However, the geocentric milk marrow in Luo Jin's and Bai Hua's hands were returned while Zhou Tai's was given to Mu Ling. Luo Jin did not need the geocentric milk marrow. Bai Hua's identity was special, so she naturally did not need it. Zhou Tai, on the other hand, said that he was already old and did not want to fight with the younger generation. Therefore, he gave his share to Mu Ling. With regards to this, Xiaoyan naturally understood. The geocentric milk marrow was a heavenly treasure. It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted by it. It would also be unrealistic to reject it because of its age. However, Zhou Tai was doing this for his only disciple. Mu Ling was young and promising. His talent in alchemy was outstanding. However, he also needed a large amount of cultivation resources. Zhou Tai wanted to give all the resources he could get to this disciple of his. After all, the resources of the Alchemist Alliance were limited. Mu Ling wasn't the only one who was valued by the Alchemist Alliance. Zhou Tai's way of doing things was really touching. After distributing the geocentric milk marrow, Xiaoyan was left with a thumb-sized portion. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a good resource for Xiaoyan. After distributing the pills and the geocentric milk marrow, it was naturally time to refine Xiaoxian's body. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian were present in the cave at the back of the mountain. Apart from the two of them, the scorching sky ancestor was also waiting to the side. It was said that he had a gift for Xiaoxian. However, since he did not say anything, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian did not know what it was. Relying on his past experience, Xiaoyan borrowed some special materials that he had obtained from the Burning Flame Valley. After being refined by the heavenly flame, he began to prepare the medium to agglomerate his physical body. By the side, Xiaoxian was eagerly waiting with an anxious and excited face. Fentian ancestor's turbid eyes were currently staring intently at the flame on the table. A flame embryonic form that appeared to be a human shape was slowly agglomerating. With the help of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan used a special method to agglomerate a rough body and the veins within his body. When Xiaoxian's soul was prepared to merge with this body of heavenly flame, he would use the bone recovery pill to grow his flesh and achieve the goal of recovering his physical body. Of course, this was different from using a human body as a medium. Although the heavenly fire could also restore the body, the process was much longer and more painful than the former. If Xianxia was unable to endure the process, he would be in great danger. In the worst-case scenario, his soul would be devoured by the heavenly fire and he would die. At a certain moment, when the body was completely condensed, Xiaoyan's grave eyes looked towards Xiaoxian. Xiaoxian revealed a relieved smile when he saw this. He had waited for 1,000 years for this moment. The endless loneliness had already caused him great pain. If he could not even endure the pain before him, he would not be Xiaoxian. Ancestor, please take the bone recovery pill when you enter the heavenly fire. Just as Xiaoxian was about to move, Xiaoyan's solemn voice was transmitted over. The latter nodded heavily when he heard this. His body slowly arrived above the body. The instant he landed, he swallowed the bone recovery pill that Xiaoyan had given him in one mouthful. Boom! Almost at the same time, the raging flames suddenly rose high. There seemed to be countless ghostly hands within the flames, pulling Xiaoxian's soul down. The terrifying heat caused him to involuntarily cry out in extreme pain. However, after a few breaths, he forcefully endured it. Even though the pain reached the depths of his soul, Xiaoxian still clenched his teeth, blocking all the pain in his mouth and swallowing it back into his stomach. At the same time, an extremely rich life force spread out under the effects of the bone recovery pill. Fresh blood gushed out like a spring, flowing fearlessly between the heavenly fire. Bones appeared in his body one after another, and Xiaoxian's soul gradually merged with them. It was also because of this that this somewhat terrifying body, which had yet to fully recover, continued to distort and tremble under the gazes of Xiaoyan and ancestor Fentian. Although they had not personally experienced the pain, just looking at it made one's body turn cold. Ancestor Fentian slowly walked forward when his bones were completely recovered and his blood, flesh, and veins grew. At the same time, a jade tablet appeared in his hand. Although it was a jade tablet, there was a blood-red color on it, and it seemed to have a bloody smell. Elder, this is? Xiaoyan frowned when he saw this. He felt a little suspicious in his heart, but at the same time, he did not dare to relax at all. He could not relax at all before Xiaoxian's physical body was completely condensed. This is something that his father asked me to keep back then. It is the essence blood within Xiaoyao's body in hopes that such a day would come. I never expected that it would really come. Moreover, it is his son. Now, it can be considered as returning to its rightful owner. Ancestor Fentian tossed the jade tablet in his hand as he spoke. At the same time, the jade tablet exploded, and a large amount of blood that contained a golden light surged out. All of it surged into the condensing body in front of him. Since that is the case, why didn't Elder take it out earlier? Xiaoyan was a little surprised when he heard Ancestor Fentian's words. He never expected that Ancestor Xiaoyao would actually leave something like this behind before he passed away. If I had taken it out earlier, it is likely that Xiaoxian would not have easily agreed to use the essence blood on himself. After all, it is the only thing that his father left behind. It is impossible for him to be willing to part with it so easily. Only then would he have no reason to refuse. The old man shook his head when he heard this. He immediately spoke to Xiaoyan before heading into the depths of the cave by himself. Inside the cave, Xiaoyan only pulled his hand out when the fusion of Xiaoxian's soul and body was on the right track. For the remaining time, he could no longer help. Whether Xiaoxian succeeded or not, it all depended on himself. Following the winding path ahead, Xiaoyan walked into the cave. At this moment, Ancestor Fentian was in the depths of the cave. Ah, Xiaoyao, the descendant of the Xiao clan is very outstanding. In the end, he did not let you down. Your son is now undergoing the most severe test. You will help him, right? The old man sat cross-legged in front of Xiaoyao's skeleton. His vicissitudes of life were filled with deep affection. The friendship between him and Xiaoyao did not fade because of the passage of time. Instead, it continued to accumulate with the passage of time. The friendship between men did not need to be expressed with many actions. A glance, an action, a sentence, or even nothing, would make the feelings grow stronger. This friendship was long and strong. It was difficult for anyone to describe it. Senior. Xiaoyan stepped forward. He first bowed respectfully to the skeleton. Only then did he look at the old man in front of him. Although he could not fully understand the feelings the old man had for the deceased, he was still very touched. To be able to preserve such a deep and long friendship without being bound by the passage of time, in the current world, this was extremely rare and also the most precious thing. Haha, little fellow, I heard that you already have a teacher? Ancestor Fentian smiled kindly when he saw the person who had come. Yes, my teacher is still in the Dochi continent. Speaking of Yao Lao, Xiaoyan could not help but think of Yao Lao's old face. This familiar face was something he would never forget in his life. I see. To be able to teach a disciple like you, your teacher is definitely not an ordinary person. My teacher's alchemy skills are the best in the world. He is publicly recognized as the #1 in the Dochi continent. Haha, although he is the #1, your disciple has already surpassed him. This should be the thing he is most proud of. To be able to teach a disciple who has surpassed the Do-Di realm. Hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but purse his lips and smile. His mind kept recalling the past. Now that he thought about it, the memories were still fresh in his mind. The old man and the young man sat in the depths of the cave for a long time. They chatted a lot with each other. Whether it was some things that they had experienced or some insights on cultivation, the two of them complemented each other. This allowed Xiaoyan to understand this world a little more. Time passed quickly and unknowingly, just like the flowing water in the pond behind the two of them. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, 3 days. Ancestor Fentian left the cave first. At this moment, only Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian remained. The blazing fire gradually faded away. A complete human body was formed from new flesh and blood. The naked body appeared especially gorgeous under the reflection of the fluorescent light in the cave. The white and smooth skin looked like a newborn baby. The smooth surface of the body, the strong limbs, and the handsome face were all emitting a dense life force. Although everything appeared to be complete, Xiaoyan was still unable to sense any breath from Xiaoxian in front of him. Although the body was complete and the spirit had almost merged, the expected life force did not appear. If Xiaoxian was unable to breathe and move as he wished, what difference was there between Xiaoxian in front of him and a corpse? Did he fail? Xiaoyan did not believe it. Since they had already reached this stage, there was no possibility of failure. Xiaoxian's soul had clearly merged with his physical body. Everything appeared to be perfect. There was nothing missing. Why was it that Xiaoxian had yet to awaken? Ancestor, wake up! Xiaoxian's physical body had been formed for 15 minutes, but Xiaoxian still did not move. Even the life force on the surface of his body was gradually hidden. The emotions within Xiaoyan's heart also became tense at this moment. Buzz, but it was also at this moment that the energy between heaven and earth suddenly began to surge on its own outside the cave. Countless Genesis chi frantically surged, causing the expressions of the elders and disciples on the mountain to change. At the same time, waves of rich Genesis chi converged from somewhere in the cave. The milky white chi condensed into a long dragon that coiled above Xiaoxian's body. Then, under Xiaoyan's astonished gaze, it suddenly rushed into Xiaoxian's body. In an instant, Xiaoxian's body seemed to have turned into an invisible vortex. The Genesis chi between heaven and earth constantly gathered and poured into Xiaoxian's body. At the same time, Xiaoxian's aura soared at an astonishing speed. What happened? Ancestor Fentian's voice suddenly rang in Xiaoyan's ears. The moment he turned his head, the old man's figure appeared. But Xiaoyan helplessly shook his head in response to his question. He didn't understand what had happened, but given the current situation, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. At least Xiaoxian's cultivation had improved, and at least it could ensure that Xiaoxian was still alive. As for the rest. Buzz, Xiaoxian's eyes suddenly snapped open. Sharp rays of light shot out, and an extremely terrifying imposing aura swept out from his body. An 8-star Source King. Ancestor Scorching Heaven's expression could not help but change slightly when he sensed this, and he even cried out. In just a short moment, Xiaoxian's cultivation had actually shot up from a 5-star Origin King to an 8-star Origin King. Wasn't this a little too terrifying? After waking up, Xiaoxian first gasped for breath for a moment, and the expression on his face constantly changed. He seemed to be in pain, but also seemed to be feeling something. It wasn't until a few minutes later that the thoughts in his head gradually became clear. Xianxia slowly raised his hands, looked at his new palms, and tentatively clenched them. After feeling the real touch between his fingers, a smile gradually appeared on his face, and a look of ecstasy flashed in his eyes. Success, I've finally recovered my body. From now on, I'm truly resurrected. Tears of ecstasy filled his eyes. Xiaoxian's figure moved, and he arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Just as he was about to reach out and hug the person in front of him, he saw the strange expressions on Xiaoyan and Ancestor Fentian's faces. Xiaoxian was taken aback when he saw the two people's gazes sweeping back and forth across his body. He lowered his head and saw his naked body, which was like a white loach. His old face immediately turned as red as burning charcoal. When Xiaoyan's three-man group left the mountain cave and met the little fairy doctor, they learned that Luo Jin had already left. At the same time, Zhou Tai and Mu Ling had also received the news that the Alchemist Alliance had sent over. However, under Mu Ling's insistence, they only left after meeting Xiaoyan. Bai Hua and the ape had both reached returnance after consuming Xiaoyan's Mirrorbreaker pill and the geocentric milk essence. The fairy doctor had also reached origin transformation with the help of the geocentric milk essence. This was obviously within Xiaoyan's expectations. Now that the matter of the geocentric milk essence had been dealt with, all he needed to do was return to Azure Sun City and feed Lianer the geocentric milk essence. Lianer would naturally be fine. However, Xiaoyan did not plan on returning to Azure Sun City with Bai Hua and the others. Xiaoyan handed the remaining geocentric milk marrow to Bai Hua. He instructed her to hurry back to Qingyang City with the little fairy doctor while he prepared to head to the fire maple forest with Xiaoxian to search for Yi Hong Lian. If his objective for coming to the Burning Flame Valley before was purely to find the geocentric body transformation elixir, then now, regardless of whether it was his status as an honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley, the relationship between Xiaoxian and Ancestor Burning Heaven, or his killing intent towards the Ghost Hall, all of these factors had already forced him to stay here. There would eventually be a battle between the Burning Flame Valley and the Ghost Hall. Xiaoyan would definitely intervene because of this. However, before that, he needed to possess sufficient strength. The heavenly flame had become his only hope. Only by finding Yi Honglian would he be able to possess an even greater strength. The fairy doctor obviously did not agree with Xiaoyan's decision. However, under Xiaoyan's constant persuasion and the fact that Lianer was her designated disciple, she obviously insisted that the fairy doctor return no matter what. After a few arguments, the fairy doctor had no choice but to agree. On the other side, the ape planned on leaving by himself after seeing Xiaoyan. According to the latter's words, there was only a relationship of interest between him and Xiaoyan. However, after exiting the remains, he still followed Xiaoyan all the way. There was more or less some coldness in this. Now, however, it was time for him to leave. The ape expressed his gratitude regarding the geocentric milk essence and the Mirrorbreaker pill, but that was all. Afterward, he left by himself. Only Xiaoyan's group of 4 was left. A day later, Bai Hua returned to Azure Sun City with the fairy doctor to cure Lianer of her poison. At the same time, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian prepared to head to the fire maple forest. Xiaoyan was very relieved to see the fairy doctor and Bai Hua travel together. With their current cultivation, there was almost no one who could match them in the southwest border. Even if they encountered the Sea Cloud Palace again, with Bai Hua's current battle strength and the puppet in the fairy doctor's hands, it would naturally not be a problem to deal with them. Therefore, the next thing to consider was how Xiaoyan would head to the fire maple forest. Xiaoyan, Xiaoxian, First Elder Li Qingxiu, and the Burning Sky Ancestor were all present in the Great Hall of the Burning Flame Valley. After not seeing each other for a few days, Li Qingxiu could not help but reveal a trace of surprise when he sensed the aura emitted from Xiaoxian's body. At the same time, he could not help but think of the strange phenomenon that shook the entire Burning Flame Valley a few days ago. Could it be because of him? However, this was no longer important. Currently, the 2 people in front of him were both honorary elders of the Burning Flame Valley. Their statuses were not far from his. No matter how Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian increased their strength, it was a good thing for the Burning Flame Valley. Little guy, you've decided? The Burning Sky Ancestor slowly stood up from the main seat. His slightly surprised gaze landed on Xiaoyan. He had never thought that Xiaoyan would choose to take the risk in the end. He planned to pass through the territories of the two sections. This was not a good decision. If they encountered people from the two sects on the way, they probably would not let them pass so easily with the current public perception of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded heavily when he heard that. He could not take a long detour just because he had to pass through the territories of the two sections. That was not his style. Moreover, the territories of the two sects were huge. As long as his luck was not that bad, he would not run into them. At most, he would just have to be a little more careful. Moreover, he had an 8-star origin king like Xiaoxian by his side right now. As long as his opponents were not origin kings, dealing with them would not be difficult. Alright. Since you've already decided, I can't say anything more. However, there is one thing that I must remind you of. Be careful along the way. Even if you reach the fire maple forest in the end, you cannot be careless. If I've guessed correctly, the fire maple forest is probably much more terrifying than the two sections. Ancestor Fentian did not say anything more after speaking until this point. Xiaoyan also nodded with a solemn face. After exchanging glances with Xiaoxian by the side, the two of them bowed to Ancestor Fentian before walking out of the Burning Flame Valley. After the two of them left the hall, Great Elder Li Qingshu turned his gaze back to Burning Sky Ancestor and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" He asked curiously, "Valley Master, these two people and you, haha, I naturally have to take care of the descendants of old friends." On the other side, when Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian hurried out of the Burning Flame Valley, they met Qin Yan again along the way. At this moment, the latter seemed to be preparing to leave the Burning Flame Valley as well. When the two of them met, they immediately stopped. "Brother Qin Yan, are you preparing to, haha, I've stayed in the sect for too long. I can no longer find an opponent in the sect, so I plan to go out and train." "Oh, that's not it. I admit that I can't beat you, Honorary Elder." The two of them burst into laughter. Xiaoxian chimed in. However, Qin Yan's gaze fell on Xiaoxian and he asked suspiciously, "What are you talking about?" He asked suspiciously, "This senior must be the one in your body before, right? I've heard my teacher mention it before. However, from what I see, there are some differences. Senior's strength is above my teacher's." Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled in a noncommittal manner. Xiaoxian had recovered his usual calm appearance. At the very most, he pursed his lips and smiled. After staying in the Burning Flame Valley for some time, Xiaoyan naturally knew that Xianhua was Qin Yan's teacher. The latter's cultivation was a 6-star origin king. If it was before, Xiaoxian would not be able to compare with him. However, things were very different now. Soon after, Qin Yan and Xiaoyan flew out of the Burning Flame Valley together. Almost at the same time, when Xiaoyan's group arrived at Hopeless City in the extreme south for the first time, an old man in a white robe had also arrived. After hearing about the young honorary elder of the Burning Flame Valley that many people in the city had mentioned, he moved and quickly flew in the direction of the Burning Flame Valley. After leaving the Burning Flame Valley, Xiaoyan's journey was rather smooth. In 2 days, they had already entered the territory of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. According to their estimates, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to reach the Fire Maple Forest within a week. Along the way, Xiaoyan and Shuiyan followed the principle of keeping a low profile. Other than hurrying along the way, they did not have much time to rest. In order to avoid any possible trouble, they had to walk through some of the cities they passed by. Hence, the two of them safely passed through the territory of the Heavenly Puppet Sect 2 days later. Although the process was somewhat complicated, it was at least much safer. Following this method, Xiaoyan and Yu Qingtang should be able to reach the Fire Maple Forest very quickly. Whether the Heavenly Flame was there or not, they would know at a glance. The territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect was relatively more desolate. At the same time, it was also more wild. Everything here was filled with a wild and murderous aura. Under the rule of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, only the strong survived. There was no concept of the weak surviving. Therefore, those who were able to come here, other than magical beasts with powerful combat strength, were people with extremely powerful cultivations. In short, those who were able to survive here were not good people. The huge ancient city was built on the desert. The slightly decaying city walls gave people a feeling of vicissitudes. When the wind blew, gravel would be swept up, causing people's faces to hurt. Outside the city gate, there were two people queuing to enter the city. At the gate, there were people who specifically collected the fees needed to enter the city. Other than a small number of young people who came to train, the rest of the people who entered the city were basically people who lived by spilling blood on their blades every day. Most of them were mercenaries, and a small number of them were lone travelers. Compared to the former, the latter made people feel that they were more dangerous. Very quickly, it was Xiaoyan and Yiqingtong's turn. 100 spirit stones per person. A somewhat sharp voice came from the mouth of a skinny man in front of him. However, it caused Xiaoyan's hand, which had just touched the storage ring, to pause slightly. He frowned and glanced at the man. Seeing the latter's cold expression, he hesitantly transferred 200 spirit stones into the latter's storage ring. Previously, those guys had clearly paid 50 spirit stones when they entered the city, but when it came to them, if it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to cause more trouble, why would Xiaoyan hand over the spirit stones so easily? Although he wasn't short of spirit stones now, it wasn't something that he could take as much as he wanted. Xiaoyan exchanged glances with Xiaoxian by the side after paying the spirit stones. They immediately lifted their feet and walked into the city. Stop. However, just as the two of them walked past the front of the skinny man, the latter suddenly opened his mouth and stopped the two of them. At the same time, Xiaoyan's eyebrows were knit together. The displeasure in his heart gradually became denser. This is the first time the two of you have come to the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, right? The sharp voice sounded again, and the lean man's figure appeared in front of Xiaoyan. He looked at the two people in front of him with disdain. What advice do you have? That's true. If that's the case, I'll give you another 100 spirit stones each. With that, Xiaoyan's face immediately turned cold. However, the skinny man seemed to have become accustomed to this. He sneered and sneered, "Kid, don't be so rude. Brat, it's best that you don't know how to appreciate favors. I'm taking your spirit stones for your own good. Otherwise, when you enter the city, you'll be skinned clean and hung up to be sold. So, if you don't want to die, it's best that you obediently hand over the spirit stones to me. Otherwise, then piss off." With a stern voice, the presence of an early returnance expert radiated from the skinny man. Immediately, the expressions of many people in the group behind him changed. Although the skinny man's words were infuriating, his strength was no weaker than most of the people present. It seemed like the two newcomers could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. So, according to what you're saying, you need to be at returnance to enter the city? Xiaoyan ignored the qi within the body of the skinny man in front of him. He merely opened his mouth faintly. When the latter heard this, the smile on his face became even more ferocious. "Kid, you're right, so it's best if you hand over the spirit stones obediently." The sharp laughter rang out once again. At the same time, the skinny man's hand reached towards Xiaoyan's collar. Boom. However, the next moment, a muffled explosion sounded. Before the people present could react, the skinny man, who was still acting arrogantly a moment ago, was stepped under the feet of the black-robed Xiaoyan in the next second. His entire body had difficulty moving. "I almost forgot that it's much easier to deal with people like you with fists than with money." Xiaoyan's expression did not change. After uttering these words in a faint voice, he slowly walked into the city with Xiaoxian by the side in front of the stunned eyes of the surrounding people. Domineering. After entering the city, Xiaoxian suddenly curled his lips and said to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan could not help but smile when he heard that. He looked around and said as he walked, "The environment is different now. The way people get into trouble naturally has to change. When dealing with these people, reasoning won't work. If you take money, they'll be even more greedy. Only with fists can you make them understand." The two smiled as they slowly walked towards the south of the city. Along the way, apart from wind and sand, there was only a smoky and foggy environment. They could even see violent scenes of fighting. Blood filled the air, sword flashed, and Genesis chi shot out. However, no one found it strange. They were already used to it. Compared to other places, this place was simply purgatory on earth. There were no rules, no order, and no sanctions. If you wanted to survive here, you had to clench your fists and knock down all the people in front of you. This was because you didn't know that someone in front of you might suddenly stab you with a knife in the next second. There was no need to know each other, no need for enmity, and no need for any reason. However, a couple of surprised gazes suddenly landed on the two of them from a short distance behind them just as Xiaoyan and Shuiyan were about to leave the city. It's that kid. Enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. I didn't expect to meet him here. It was because of him that our plan was ruined and we were reprimanded by the Great Elder. Since we met him today, we naturally have to take revenge. And my puppet. This time, I'll definitely kill him. I'll refine that bastard and turn him into my new puppet. There was some surprise in the eyes of the few of them when they saw Xiaoyan appear in this place. However, this surprise quickly turned into an extremely cold killing intent. All of their faces were filled with a bone-deep hatred. If looks could kill, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have already died 1,000 times over. It was all thanks to Xiaoyan that they failed their mission. Now that they saw the culprit again, they naturally wouldn't let it go. Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian flew through the air in the desolate desert. The sound of rushing wind whistled continuously beside their ears. After exiting the city, the two of them had been flying towards the south at an extremely fast speed. They did not stop for even a moment along the way. At the same time, a group of 6 people were rapidly chasing behind the two of them at the end of their sight. Ancestor, we have already left the city for almost 2 hours. Are we still going to let them continue chasing us? In the sky, Xiaoyan curled his lips and smiled as he spoke in an indifferent voice. They had already discovered the existence of the rat-like fellows tailing them before they left the city. However, they had lured them all the way out in order to not cause too much of a commotion. Now, however, it was time to deal with them. In that case, let's finish them off together. We can't possibly let them follow us all the way. Xiaoxian smiled faintly upon hearing this. The two of them, who were swiftly flying forward, also came to a halt. They turned their heads and looked into the distance. With their enormous spiritual strength, the two of them could clearly sense a few auras rapidly approaching them. A moment later, a group of 6 people appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian's eyes. Among the 6 people, there were 5 old men and 1 young man. When Xiaoyan's eyes swept over them, he immediately discovered that 4 of them were the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley, whom he had met on the way to the Feng clan back then. It was unexpected that they would actually bump into each other again. In other words, these 6 people should be from the Heavenly Puppet sect. It is unexpected that there are actually people from the Heavenly Puppet sect in the 10,000 Scorpion sect's territory. If they did not secretly infiltrate, it is possible that they are here to discuss an alliance with the 10,000 Scorpion sect. They are really quick. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he thought of the current situation in the Burning Flame Valley. The expression in Xiaoxian's eyes also became stern. From the looks of it, the two of you should have discovered us long ago. When the group of people approached, the old man in the middle, whom he had never met before, immediately fixed his gaze on Xiaoyan. Compared to Xiaoyan, the latter gave him a greater sense of threat, and from the looks of it, the two of them seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. The two of us didn't know what to say when we saw all of you following us with such great hospitality. Naturally, we could only bring all of you here. If all of you have something to say, feel free to say it here. I believe that no one will know. Xiaoyan pursed his lips into a smile, but his smile revealed a cold killing intent. Since these people were from the Heavenly Puppet sect, there was naturally no need to be polite and he would directly kill them. Humph. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Last time, you ruined my Heavenly Puppet sect's plans and even destroyed my puppet. Today, I'll make you pay for it with interest. With a furious roar, the bodies of the 4 old men trembled. The aura of a late origin transformation expert immediately swept out. At the same time, 3 of them waved their sleeves. Their spatial rings flickered as 3 puppets appeared. The 3 puppets were all equivalent to mid-returnance experts. Coupled with the 4 old men's cooperation, their battle prowess was equivalent to an early returnance expert. If Xiaoyan faced them alone, it would be equivalent to taking on 4 returnance experts simultaneously. At this moment, Xiaoxian suddenly took a step forward. A terrifying presence swept out as well. An Origin King. The 4 old men's expressions immediately changed when they saw who it was. they could not help but cry out. Although their battle prowess was extraordinary and there were very few returnance experts who could match them, they were nothing before an origin king. However, haha, no wonder the two of you were able to clearly detect our tracks even though we were so far away. So that's how it is. I didn't think that there would be an origin king expert by your side. In that case, are you this young friend's backer? The other old man on the opposite side laughed softly when Xianxia revealed his Yuan King cultivation. He took 2 steps forward and a pair of shady old eyes glanced at Xiaoyan. After which, his gaze gathered on Xiaoxian by the side. If that's the case, before he finished speaking, the old man waved his sleeve. Soon after, a bright silver figure appeared in front of the old man. It was another puppet. I am Guanao, and this is my puppet, Pajuan. He's also a origin king. If you take action, Pajuan will be your opponent. The old man's face was calm and indifferent. His expression did not change because Xiaoxian was King Yuan. On the other side, the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley had also thrown their vicious gazes onto Xiaoyan. Since no one could stop them, they naturally had nothing to be afraid of. It seems that this matter is much more troublesome than you and I thought. Xiaoxian frowned slightly. Yes, this old man is already half a step into the origin king realm. His cultivation is not shallow. Coupled with his puppet, it will be even more difficult to deal with. These 4 are easy to deal with, but there's one over there. He hasn't spoken or moved at all. I can't even see his cultivation clearly. He must have something on him that can isolate his aura from detection. We just have to be careful. Xiaoyan nodded. His gaze turned and once again returned to the 4 old men of the Eastern Valley. The matter from the last time could not be considered. However, since he had met them again today, these 4 people must die. With this thought in mind, Xiaoyan no longer hesitated. In the blink of an eye, he shot forward. The space around him immediately distorted, and his figure appeared in front of the 4 old men of the East Valley. He clenched his hand in the air, and the blazing heavenly fire immediately condensed into a giant flaming ruler that smashed down at the 4 people in front of him. Clang! Immediately after, a loud sound of metal colliding suddenly rang out, and the giant ruler's smashing motion also stopped. Looking closely, it was blocked by the puppet. Swoosh! In the next second, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Xiaoyan heard a sonic boom of the air being torn apart. A steel fist also appeared in the blink of an eye beside Xiaoyan's head. Then, it ruthlessly passed through Xiaoyan's head, and his entire figure disappeared. An afterimage. Seeing this scene, the 4 old men of the East Valley suddenly felt their hearts tighten. They looked up and saw Xiaoyan's figure appear above the head of the puppet in front of them. The giant ruler in his hand slammed down hard, aiming for the puppet's head. Clang! However, this time, in the space in front of him, another puppet appeared again. Its fist met Xiaoyan's giant flaming ruler head-on. The terrifying force of the blow blocked the giant ruler, and the residual force of the blow numbed Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the giant ruler. However, the puppet's fist was also severely deformed by Xiaoyan's strike. Before Xiaoyan could make another move, the other puppet behind him pounced on him again. At the same time, the 4 old men of the East Valley also moved, preparing to take down Xiaoyan together. A fierce battle had begun. At the same time, the atmosphere between Guanao and Xiaoxian gradually grew tense. The situation on Xiaoyan's side was unclear for the time being, and they were about to make their move. Since you have such cultivation, why block my heavenly puppet sect for a brat? If you are willing to stop, I guarantee that the heavenly puppet sect will treat you as an important guest. Guanao's sinister old eyes stared at Xiaoxian as he slowly said. My apologies, I am more optimistic about the Burning Flame Valley than the heavenly puppet sect. With a faint smile, Xiaoxian pressed 2 fingers together and gently drew a line in the air in front of him. The invisible air immediately condensed and turned into a transparent wind sword. As Xiaoxian's voice faded, he waved his hand and the sword abruptly shot towards Guanao. The sharp sword instantly tore through the air, and the wind between heaven and earth churned, swirling around Xiaoxian's body and forming an invisible storm. The invisible sword arrived in front of Guanao in the blink of an eye, pointing directly at the latter's forehead. Clang! Immediately after, a loud sound was heard. The silver puppet suddenly appeared in front of Guanao and blocked Xiaoxian's sword with its tough body. So you are from the Burning Flame Valley. Since that is the case, there is nothing to say between us. Since you have come to the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, don't even think of leaving. Behind the puppet, Guanao gently caressed the wound on his cheek that had appeared due to the fierce wind. His voice was filled with chilling intent. Then why do you think we have kept you alive until now? A cold and fierce look appeared in Xiaoxian's eyes. With a thought, the Genesis chi in his body rapidly churned, and the air around him condensed again. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into hundreds of invisible swords. With the point of the sword, they all shot towards Guanao. The fastest way to defeat the puppet was naturally to kill Guanao. It's not that easy to kill me. Even if you are a Origin King expert. As his voice faded, the elder's body shuddered. Immediately, gray Genesis chi gushed out from his body, swiftly forming a rock armor around his body under his control. This old man's rock armor can even withstand a full-powered attack from an ordinary Origin King expert. With Junpei here, you can forget about breaking this armor. In the blink of an eye, layers upon layers of rock armor enveloped Guanao's entire body. At first glance, he looked like a large piece of rock. Even his eyes were covered by the rock. With such a tight defense, it was no wonder he was so confident. Pajun, kill him. The voice rang out again. Immediately, the silver puppet stepped into the air and charged towards Xiaoxian. Guanao, on the other hand, wore armor. He slowly arrived beside the young man. Young sect master, I'm afraid that these two people won't be easy to deal with. Should we inform the 10,000 Scorpion sect? Hearing this, the young man did not immediately respond. Instead, he turned his head to look at Xiaoxian, who was fighting fiercely with Pajun. He said indifferently, "How confident are you in dealing with King Yuan?" Guanao was taken aback. He frowned and swept his gaze across the battlefield. If it's just stalling him, I should have a 60% chance. 60%? The young man frowned. There was some displeasure on his face. His gaze turned to Xiaoyan. The latter had relied on his own strength to fight the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley and the 3 puppets to a draw. This kind of fighting strength was already extremely shocking. Never mind, we don't need to alert the 10,000 Scorpion sect for the time being. You stall King Yuan. As for this kid, let me personally deal with him. The moment his voice sounded, the young man's long and narrow eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. At the same time that Guanao by the side nodded, his body flashed and disappeared from the original spot. Soon after, Xiaoyan borrowed the enormous fire ruler in his hand to force back the 4 people in front of him. At the same time, he dodged the attack of the puppet beside him. At the same time, the ghost-like human figure once again appeared beside Xiaoyan. With a twist of his wrist, a sharp dagger pierced out and pierced toward a fatal spot on Xiaoyan's body. Buzz. It's that young man. He's also attacking. Sensing the dangerous aura that was suddenly transmitted from his side, Xiaoyan's expression changed at the same time. His body also hurriedly leaned forward, using this to dodge this attack from his opponent. In the end, although Xiaoyan managed to avoid being hit in a vital part of his body, the dagger still left behind a bloody scar on his back. The stimulating sensation was immediately transmitted into Xiaoyan's mind. Even the muscles on his face twitched violently. However, in the next second, the puppet in front of him once again attacked. Its hard fist forced Xiaoyan to dodge once again. The 4 elders of the East Valley below once again joined forces and charged forward. On the other side of the empty space, the sound of rushing wind sounded. Another puppet appeared. Behind it, the dagger with a cold glint tore through the air and once again charged forward like a poisonous snake. With the addition of another returnance expert, the pressure on Xiaoyan immediately increased. Unlike regular returnance experts, the 3 puppets not only possessed terrifying defensive power, but they also did not feel pain. Ordinary attacks would struggle to leave a wound on their bodies. Xiaoyan was unable to endure the repeated attacks. Coupled with the addition of the young man, even Xiaoyan found it rather difficult to endure after a few clashes. That man's attacks were extremely crafty. Each time Xiaoyan attacked, this fellow would strangely appear by his side. that dagger was aimed at a fatal spot on Xiaoyan's body. If Xiaoyan was accidentally stabbed, it would leave behind a wound that was difficult to heal. Adding the repeated interference from the four elders of the Eastern Valley, Xiaoyan was unable to free himself to deal with them even though they were unable to hurt him. God damn it. I can't let this drag on. I need to break through one by one. Xiaoyan cursed in his heart as he tightly gripped the giant ruler with both hands. Surging Genesis Chi was continuously poured into it, causing the flames on the giant ruler to burn even more fiercely. With a vicious swing, a shocking ruler glow immediately shot out. Sevenfold Heaven Breaker Ruler. By relying on the 7 overbearing and ferocious ruler glows, Xiaoyan managed to force back the few people who had surrounded him. While he was panting, the 3 puppets once again charged forward. Xiaoyan's eyes were cold as they swiftly locked onto the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley. He completely ignored the 3 puppets that had already arrived in front of him. A thought passed through his mind and the great path of empty space immediately agglomerated in front of him. Soon after, Xiaoyan's figure appeared in front of the 4 old men of the Eastern Valley before they could recover. He held a huge ruler in his hand and violently smashed it down on the head of one of them in front of the shocked gazes of the other 3, clang. However, the enormous ruler that smashed down was once again blocked. Xiaoyan's expression instantly changed. He focused his eyes and looked over. A silver-colored puppet had also appeared in his sight. You seem to have forgotten that I'm also a member of the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Xiaoyan put away the ruler and turned his head. Sure enough, the young man was smiling at him. With a slight movement, he joined forces with the 3 puppets to surround Xiaoyan once more. 4 puppets, a returnance expert, and the 4 elders of the Eastern Valley. Even Xiaoyan would struggle to deal with such a lineup when they worked together. At the same time, the silver puppet in the young man's hand seemed to be different from the other 3 puppets. Whether it was in terms of speed or toughness, the silver puppet could not be compared to the silver puppet. The puppet was probably at late returnance at the very least, or even stronger. From the looks of it, the young man was no ordinary person. A chilling light flashed through Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes as his gaze paused on the young man. He studied him from head to toe, but he failed to discover anything. The young man was at mid-returnance, but he was no weaker than Xiaoyan. His speed also surprised Xiaoyan. The previous few clashes had almost left him with fatal wounds. Even someone like Xiaoyan would have to avoid the 2 dangerous daggers in his hands. Remember, the person who will kill you is me, the young master of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, Ren Xiaodong. At the sight of Xiaoyan's suspicious appearance, the young man coldly smiled. As the Genesis Chi in his body covered the dagger in his hand, his figure flickered once again. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. His arms were raised high as the sharp dagger in his hand viciously pierced towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not retreat when he saw this. Instead, he advanced. When the 2 daggers were about to land, a thought passed through his mind and the golden elephant skill was instantly unleashed. A bright golden light instantly covered the surface of his body. At the same time, his entire body violently charged forward. Grade 8 collapse. Swish, however, Ren Xiaodong was extremely cautious in the face of Xiaoyan's life-for-life attack. The moment Xiaoyan charged forward, he used his extraordinary speed to barely dodge Xiaoyan's attack. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Xiaoyan. With a twist of his wrist, the daggers viciously stabbed out again. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body heavily slammed into an oncoming puppet. Clang! The collision between Xiaoyan's physical body and the metal puppet emitted a sound similar to that of metal colliding. By relying on the strength of the golden elephant skill and the 8th grade collapse, the puppet's chest instantly caved in under this attack of Xiaoyan's. Soon after, a muffled explosion sounded from within the puppet. The skin on the puppet's back suddenly burst apart. Numerous enormous crack lines were swiftly torn apart. The puppet's body was also sent flying by this attack of Xiaoyan's. Humph! Just as Xiaoyan came back to his senses, the daggers behind him viciously stabbed into his body. This time, even with the protection of the golden elephant art, the tips of the 2 daggers still pierced into Xiaoyan's body. The power contained in the daggers instantly exploded, causing Xiaoyan to let out a muffled groan. Even the qi and blood in his body were violently tumbling. Although the defensive power of the golden elephant art was extremely strong, it was still difficult to completely block Ren Xiaodong, who was at the same level as him. While Xiaoyan was repelled, he used the giant flaming ruler in his hand to repel the other two puppets. He turned his head to look at the four elders of the East Cove. The silver puppet was still guarding in front of them, making it impossible for him to get close. TSK, TSK, TSK. I really underestimated you. Fortunately, I didn't choose to take your attack head-on. Otherwise, I'm afraid the one who would be injured right now would be me. Ren Xiaodong looked at the puppet that was sent flying by Xiaoyan's attack, and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. He thought about how he was the one that Xiaoyan was about to attack. If he hadn't chosen to dodge Xiaoyan's attack out of caution, he would have been seriously injured at the very least. At the same time, one of the four elders of the East Cove looked at his puppet that was on the verge of shattering. He couldn't help but show a pained expression on his face. When he looked at Xiaoyan, there was a trace of hatred in his eyes. Today, once they killed Xiaoyan, they swore to refine him into a puppet and make him listen to their orders from now on. So be it. I don't believe that you alone can defeat me and these three puppets. Our continuous attacks have already taken a toll on you. What are you going to use to fight us? With a cold laugh, Ren Xiaodong raised his head. Behind Xiaoyan, the three puppets once again surrounded him. Xiaoyan turned his head. His gaze swiftly swept over the three puppets. After which, it flashed over the silver-colored puppet. Only then did he look at the former. This fellow was really confident. He deliberately used his puppets to protect the four elders of the East Cove because he knew that once Xiaoyan killed one of them, their combat strength would be greatly reduced. Only by relying on the puppets could they have a chance of defeating Xiaoyan. Moreover, Ren Xiaodong was also quite confident in his own strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put his puppets aside and fought Xiaoyan himself. On the other side, the battle between Xiaoxian and Guan Ao was still unclear. In the face of Xiaoxian, Guan Ao could only use his puppets to delay him. There was no way he could do anything by himself. Although Xiaoxian had the upper hand against defeating armies, the characteristics of the puppet itself had still succeeded in delaying defeating armies to a great extent. However, looking at Xiaoxian's calm expression, it was clear that he had not used his full strength. Otherwise, with his cultivation as an 8-star Source King, even if it was a puppet, it would not have been able to remain intact until now. Given Xiaoyan's current situation, with 3 puppets, Ren Xiaodong, and the 4 elders of the East Cove Hall who were eyeing him covetously and who knew when they would suddenly attack, plus the puppet, the situation wasn't good. If there wasn't a clear change in the situation, it wouldn't be a good thing to drag on like this. I have to get rid of these 3 puppets first. Compared to Ren Xiaodong, it was undoubtedly much easier to get rid of the 3 puppets. With this thought, Xiaoyan abruptly turned around and faced Ren Xiaodong. With a jerk of his arm, Genesis Chi surged into the giant ruler again. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. As his roar faded, the giant ruler flipped in the air. 7 stunning ruler lights shot out one after another and then merged into one, approaching Ren Xiaodong at lightning speed. At this moment, Ren Xiaodong was gathering the Genesis Chi in his body. With the dagger in his hand, he drew countless blade marks in the void in front of him, forming a net to meet the ruler lights in front of him. Xiaoyan flicked his finger at the same time that the 7-foot-long ruler was swung out. A black light quickly shot out following the ruler glow. Behind him, the 3 puppets charged towards Xiaoyan again. Then, when Xiaoyan lifted his head, pitch-black energy gushed out from his eyes. Between heaven and earth, the power of the great Tao suddenly gathered, forming a huge black tent in front of the ruler lights. The startling ruler lights were then swallowed by the tent. Xiaoyan didn't care about what was happening in front of him. His figure abruptly turned in the air, and the giant ruler in his hand swept out again. Flame-devouring wave. Waves of fire swept out and blasted the 3 puppets behind him back. Almost at the same time, a huge tent condensed behind the 3 puppets. When the 3 puppets approached the tent, the shocking light of the ruler appeared between heaven and earth again. Then, under the shocked gazes of the 4 elders of the East Valley, the power of the ruler bombarded the 3 puppets. All the power of the ruler was received by the 3 puppets without a single bit of difference. Boom! 2 earth-shattering noises rang out at the same time. In front of Xiaoyan, the three puppets' bodies exploded at a speed visible to the naked eye. The tyrannical power tore their steel bodies to shreds, and in the blink of an eye, the three puppets were completely destroyed. Behind Xiaoyan, the web of blades in front of Ren Xiaodong was blocked by the Northern King, who had suddenly appeared. An endless amount of lightning surged out of the Northern King's body and healed the wounds on the surface of its body in the blink of an eye. After which, it threw a punch at Ren Xiaodong. Although Ren Xiaodong had blocked the Northern King's punch, the lightning that it contained caused both of Ren Xiaodong's arms to become numb. Even his hand, which was holding the dagger, trembled uncontrollably. The blade in his hand nearly fell. Puppets aren't just limited to your celestial puppet sect. Xiaoyan slowly turned around after finishing off the three puppets in front of him. His gaze once again landed on Ren Xiaodong's body. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a smile. Do you think I can defeat you now? He loosened his grip on the flaming greatsword, and the greatsword turned into flames and dissipated. Puppets. You actually have puppets as well. With Ren Xiaodong's eyesight, he immediately recognized that the Northern King was not the work of his celestial puppet sect. Although the puppets refined by the celestial puppet sect were quite powerful, the damage they received could not be healed. They could be considered as consumables, and every time a puppet was destroyed, there would be one less puppet. However, he had clearly seen the wounds left by his web blade on the Northern King's body disappear in the blink of an eye. This recovery ability was definitely not something a puppet from his celestial puppet sect could possess. Now, I can fight you properly. Northern King, go deal with those guys for me. Ignoring Ren Xiaodong's surprise, Xiaoyan slowly walked up and gave an order. The Northern King acknowledged it before turning to face the four elders. Naturally, only Xiaoyan and Ren Xiaodong remained on the battlefield. Was that the way of the void from before? Ren Xiaodong became rather nervous when he saw Xiaoyan approach him. Although they had used different methods, Xiaoyan had already dealt with 3 returnance puppets. No matter what method he had used, the outcome had already been decided. Now that he had to face Xiaoyan alone, he would be lying if he said he was not nervous. Hearing this, Xiaoyan smiled in a noncommittal manner. At the same time, his footsteps changed and his body instantly disappeared from the spot. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Ren Xiaodong. He raised his fist and violently smashed it toward Ren Xiaodong's head. Seeing Xiaoyan suddenly appear, Ren Xiaodong's heart immediately tightened. At the same time that his body hurriedly pulled back, the dagger in his hand once again slashed out. 2 wind blades quickly collided with Xiaoyan's fist. However, under the sharp wind from Xiaoyan's fist, Ren Xiaodong's 2 wind blades were unable to endure for even an instant. They were forcefully blasted apart. After which, they violently smashed into Ren Xiaodong's crossed arms. The overbearing strength instantly forced the latter back. God damn it, what brute force! The instant Ren Xiaodong's body paused, his mouth involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. A thread of fresh blood followed the corner of his mouth and flowed down. At the same time, the gaze he used to look at Xiaoyan had also become much more fearful. Not only could Xiaoyan's terrifying strength destroy the puppets, even Ren Xiaodong struggled to block it. The speed that Xiaoyan had displayed earlier was also frighteningly shocking. With the two of them working together, Xiaoyan's close-range combat ability was far greater than Ren Xiaodong's. As a result, Ren Xiaodong would not be able to gain any advantage in close-range combat. Swish, however, the sound of rushing air once again sounded. While Ren Xiaodong was feeling shocked in his heart, Xiaoyan's figure had already appeared in front of him. The sharp wind from his fist once again came toward him. Compared to before, the strength this time around was even greater. Even though they were over a meter apart, the strong and fierce wind from the fist had already caused him to feel pressure. God damn it! The great Tao of wind. Xiaoyan's speed was clearly above Ren Xiaodong's. If Ren Xiaodong simply dodged, he would not be able to avoid Xiaoyan's attack. Ren Xiaodong did not dare to hesitate any longer. He immediately displayed the power of the Great Tao and relied on the Great Tao of Wind to increase his speed to dodge Xiaoyan's attack. At the same time, in the battle between Xiaoxian and Pajun, when Xiaoxian sensed the Great Tao of Wind controlled by Ren Xiaodong, he seemed to have sensed something. An invisible force between heaven and earth gathered in front of Xiaoxian's eyes. That power surpassed Battle Qi and Genesis Qi. It was a completely new power to him. Under the guidance of Ren Xiaodong's great Tao of wind, that power quickly fell into his control. Is this the power of the great Tao? Although the power was invisible, it seemed more ethereal and heavier than Genesis Qi. It was like a bucket of water was placed in front of him. If he couldn't lift the bucket, he would never be able to lift the water inside. And at this moment, the bucket was in his hand. The next second, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth swirled, and a huge tornado rose out of thin air. With Xiaoxian as the center, it rapidly condensed into invisible great Tao curtains in the void around him. In the blink of an eye, there were more than a dozen curtains, and it only slowly stopped when the 27th curtains were formed. When Xiaoxian raised his head, Pejun attacked again. But compared to before, Pejun's movements seemed to have slowed down countless times in Xiaoxian's eyes. In that short period of time, Xiaoxian could launch countless attacks. Phew, it's time. After comprehending the power of the great Tao, Xiaoxian slowly exhaled. The battle had lasted until now because he had deliberately held back. But now that Xiaoyan's battle was about to end, it was time for him to solve the problem in front of him. Qingmu Sword Art, Heavenly Strike. He put his two fingers together and lightly tapped the space in front of him. Instantly, the wind between heaven and earth immediately gathered. Under the wrapping of the hurricane, an invisible longsword condensed. He pointed the tip of the sword at Pejun, who was charging at him. And at the same time that the invisible longsword condensed, an invisible curtain filled with sharpness also condensed behind Xiaoxian. When the longsword collided with Pejun's body, countless densely packed sword scars suddenly appeared on Pejun's body. These sword scars had been deliberately hidden by Xiaoxian in the previous battle. When all the sword scars were added together, they had already covered Pejun's entire body. When the heavenly strike was unleashed, all the sword scars were connected together, and countless cracks covered Pejun's body. Then, boom! This puppet, which was comparable to a 5-star origin king, was completely shattered into pieces by Xiaoxian's attack. Guan Ao was instantly suffocated. His body, which was wrapped in rock armor, was like a statue. His pair of sinister old eyes were filled with horror. He would never have thought that he had been wrong from the beginning of this battle. The so-called 60% chance was just nonsense. In front of the opponent's absolute strength, the puppet was simply a puppet. At the same time, with Xiaoyan's Sky Absolute Step and Giant Elephant skill being activated at the same time, Ren Xiaodong, who was wildly fleeing, was finally struck by a punch. His entire body immediately fell uncontrollably. Finally, he violently fell into the endless desert below. Looking at the North King's side, the silver puppet was not weak. After fighting with the North King for a long time, it actually suppressed him. If it were not for the power of thunder and lightning and its terrifying recovery ability, it would not have been able to fight with the North King. As for the 4 elders of the East Valley, they had already appeared in the sky a few hundred feet away. Seeing that the situation was not good, they could only escape. Unfortunately, they were all killed by Xiaoxian's flying sword in the blink of an eye. They could not leave behind any future troubles in this battle. Therefore, these people had to die. After dealing with the 4 elders of the East Valley and severely injuring Ren Xiaodong, the puppet was held back by the North King. At this moment, only Guan Ao was left with any fighting power. Do you still intend to continue guarding your turtle shell? Xiaoxian smiled faintly. With a light wave of 2 fingers, an invisible longsword immediately condensed in front of him. Humph, remember this. In the future, my heavenly puppet sect will repay the Burning Flame Valley with double the grudge of this battle. Guan Ao's face was filled with dissatisfaction as he swept his eyes over Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan. His words were filled with viciousness. Soon after, Xiaoxian's expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly swung his sword toward Guan Ao, but it was blocked by the hard rock armor. Xiaoxian hurriedly looked at Xiaoyan while his expression changed. Soon after, the two of them swiftly withdrew. This guy actually chose to self-destruct. North King, come back. A loud cry was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth when Guan Ao's body exploded. A frightening energy storm swept wildly across the sky at the same time. After the storm swept over, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian stood in the air. Their gazes shifted downwards, and they quickly saw the corpse-like Ren Xiaodong. This fellow had similarly failed to avoid the energy storm earlier. Xiaoyan's figure flashed, and he had already appeared in front of Ren Xiaodong. However, he discovered that the latter was no longer alive. As for the puppet, it had also been destroyed in the energy storm earlier because it was too close. At this point, the 6 people from the Heavenly Puppet sect could be considered to have been finished off. After keeping Ren Xiaodong's storage ring, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian once again set out on their journey. Not long after the two of them left, an illusionary figure finally appeared from a jade pendant that hung from Ren Xiaodong's corpse. His face was filled with hatred. It was Ren Xiaodong. At the same time, 3 figures were chasing Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian at an extremely fast speed from a certain place within the 10,000 Scorpion sect. A long time later, when night descended, the desolate sand that filled the sky was swept across the land by a cold wind. Regardless of whether it was the city walls or the mountains, it was difficult for them to escape the baptism of the wind and sand. In the wastelands, one would not be able to see the moon and stars when one looked up, nor would one be able to see the streams and forests when one looked down. It was difficult to distinguish one's surroundings. Coupled with the irritating weather, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian decided to stop. Of course, the main reason for this was naturally due to the great battle during the day. After a few exchanges, the two of them had expended quite a bit of energy. Resting for a night could be considered as making their journey easier. After finding a rock, the two of them lit a bonfire in the lee of the wind and rested for a while. The fire burning in the dark night was like a bright star in the boundless night sky, illuminating a large area of the surrounding land. The dim light of the fire was even reflected on the constantly sweeping yellow sand in the air, like a layer of gray mist. Beside the bonfire, the flickering light of the flames reflected on the bodies of Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian. At this moment, Xiaoyan was holding a storage ring in his hand. His brows were furrowed as an uneasy feeling rose in his heart. Ren Xiaodong was already dead. Logically speaking, the spiritual imprint on the storage ring should have dissipated along with him. However, when Xiaoyan was about to pour his spiritual strength into the storage ring, he was shocked to discover that his spiritual strength was still isolated outside. The spiritual imprint on the storage ring was still as strong as before. If it were not for his powerful spiritual strength, Xiaoyan would not have been able to open the storage ring. Although the storage ring had been opened, it also indicated to Xiaoyan that Ren Xiaodong was not dead. At the very least, his spirit was still alive. However, how was this possible? With Ren Xiaodong's spiritual strength, it was impossible for him to hide in front of Xiaoyan unless God. It's that thing on his body that is concealing his spiritual aura. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan recall this. However, he did not have the time to care about this. Even if Ren Xiaodong had already returned to the territory of the Heavenly Puppet sect, or even returned to the Heavenly Puppet sect, it was impossible for him to catch up to them. After tomorrow, the two of them would be able to reach the border of the 10,000 Scorpion sect and enter the Fire Maple Forest. At that time, even if the Heavenly Puppet sect caught up to them, what could they do? After withdrawing his thoughts, Xiaoyan turned his gaze back to the storage ring in his hand. With a thought, his spiritual strength immediately poured into it. As the junior sect leader of the Heavenly Puppet sect, he believed that there would definitely be many treasures in Ren Xiaodong's storage ring. If he could plunder one or two of them, today's battle would not be considered a waste of effort. After searching for a while, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. Other than some medicinal pills and spirit stones, there were pitifully few chi methods and dose skills in Ren Xiaodong's storage ring. Even the spirit stones were merely some ordinary low-tier spirit stones. It seemed that there was nothing worthy of Xiaoyan's attention. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to withdraw his spiritual strength, a golden scroll in the storage ring attracted his attention. In particular, the 3 large words printed in blood on it caused Xiaoyan to be moved. Vedra puppet. This is the secret technique of the Heavenly Puppet sect to refine puppets? A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and he immediately took out this scroll. The instant the scroll entered his hand, an ice-cold metallic texture and a heavy pressure followed. Xiaoyan's hand exerted a little force before he was able to firmly receive it. Vedra puppet, high-level spirit rank. As the scroll was slowly opened, the information within it gradually entered Xiaoyan's eyes. This was especially true for the refining method, which caused Xiaoyan to be extremely shocked. The puppets refined with the secret technique of the Vajra puppet were divided into 3 stages of cultivation: Returnance, Origin King, and Origin King. The strongest puppet could reach the terrifying peak of Origin King. At the same time, the color of the puppet would change as its strength increased. Returnance puppets were usually black, Origin King puppets were silver, and Origin King puppets would become completely golden. At that time, both their battle prowess and defense would reach an extremely terrifying level. For example, Ren Xiaodong's puppet from before was half a step away from Origin King. Although it was almost completely silver, it was still somewhat lacking. It was exactly because of this that the Northern King was able to fight against it. Otherwise, even with the Northern King's terrifying recovery ability, he would not have been able to defeat an Origin King puppet so easily. Through his understanding, the Vajra puppet was just as Xiaoyan had guessed. Once it was refined, its battle prowess and defense would be extremely great. At the same level of cultivation, the Vajra puppet's battle prowess would not be any weaker than an expert with a high-class Do skill. Its defense would be even more terrifying. However, it was exactly because of this that the advantages of the Vajra puppet also became its disadvantages. The overly great battle prowess and defense made it impossible for the Vajra puppet to endure any external attacks. This also meant that once the Vajra puppet was damaged, it would be impossible to repair. However, Xiaoyan's celestial demon puppet perfectly made up for this. If I can combine these 2 puppets, wouldn't the Northern King's strength be able to reach a whole new level? With that thought, Xiaoyan immediately felt a desire. The Northern King's current battle prowess was only comparable to late Returnance experts. Although he had not completely absorbed the power of lightning within him, he would still need a very long time to refine it. However, if he could combine the Vajra puppet with the Northern King's battle prowess, Xiaoyan believed that the Northern King's battle prowess would definitely reach Origin King in a short amount of time. However, this process required an opportunity. Unless Xiaoyan was able to merge the benefits of the Heart Gold puppet and the Sky Demon puppet Qi method, he would only be able to refine and raise the Northern King's strength if the 2 were compatible. However, it was not an easy task to understand these 2 completely different secret techniques and merge them into one. However, just as Xiaoyan frowned, Xiaoxian suddenly extended his hand and took the Vajra puppet. "Little fellow, are you interested in this Vajra puppet?" Xiaoxian casually glanced at it a few times before returning the scroll to Xiaoyan. The latter hurriedly nodded and received the scroll. "I want to combine this Vajra puppet with my Sky Demon puppet. This way, the Northern King's strength will increase again. This should be beneficial for our journey through the Fire Maple Forest." "Yes, this is a good idea. The specialty of this Vajra puppet is that it is tough and overbearing. Your Sky Demon puppet just so happens to lack this. If the 2 are combined, it will indeed be a good thing." Xiaoxian smiled. At the same time, he extended his hand toward Xiaoyan and asked for the Sky Demon puppet in the latter's storage ring. "Let me take a look at your Sky Demon puppet. Perhaps I can be of help. Honestly speaking, I have done such a thing in the past." Surprise involuntarily flashed across Xiaoyan's face when he heard this. At the same time, he did not hesitate to hand over the Sky Demon puppet in his storage ring to Xiaoxian. The latter laughed mockingly when he saw this. "Do you still remember the Skyfire 3 mysterious change? Back then, the Qi method also had some special disadvantages. I felt that it was not reasonable, so I modified it myself." Xiaoyan's eyebrows were immediately lifted the moment these words were uttered. His heart began to feel admiration for this ancestor of his. Although these words of his were spoken in a casual manner, it was not difficult to understand the degree of difficulty involved. Creating a Do technique was already extremely difficult, much less modifying an already completed Do technique. From a certain point of view, the difficulty involved was likely even more difficult than creating a new Do technique. With Xiaoxian's help, Xiaoyan's confidence was naturally much greater. He used the rest time to carefully compare the similarities between the 2 Qi methods. Through these details, he simplified and overlapped a portion of the content between the 2. After which, he began to refine the remaining content. Of course, the entire process was not as smooth as Xiaoyan had imagined. This was because it was very difficult for him to discover even the so-called similarities between the 2 Qi methods. Although they were both methods for refining puppets, the materials needed, refining techniques, and the strength of the puppet were all major problems. This was especially so for the many details of the Sky Demon puppet that the Vajra puppet did not possess. It seemed that the person who created the Vajra puppet back then had only considered the strength of the puppet and did not pay attention to the other details. From this point of view, the Sky Demon puppet was much more detailed. Xiaoyan placed all of his attention on these two scrolls for 4 hours. However, it was difficult for him to understand the true meaning within. The Sky Demon puppet was, after all, following him for many years. It was not difficult for him to understand some things. Sky Demon puppet had been with him for many years. It was naturally not difficult for him to understand some things. The Vajra puppet. In the end, Xiaoyan helplessly sighed. If one were to say that he was good at refining medicinal pills, his understanding of the way of puppets was far too crude. Trying to obtain results by relying on a sudden impulse was really a little wishful thinking. However, at this moment, perhaps, I can do it this way, Xiaoxian smiled. A glint flashed across his dark black eyes. Soon after, Xiaoyan raised his head in surprise. The latter pressed his finger on the spot between his brows. Immediately, a large amount of information surged into Xiaoyan's mind. This was the result that Xiaoxian had obtained after these 4 hours. Xiaoyan's face was gradually replaced by shock when he sensed the wondrous concept within the information. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. He had never expected his ancestor to be so capable. In less than 4 hours, he had actually managed to link the two seemingly different qi methods together. He had even formed his own unique opinion. Even with Xiaoyan's unruly character, he could not help but admire this ability. Ancestor, Xiaoyan raised his eyes. Before he could say anything in admiration, he was stopped by Xiaoxian. Let's talk about it later. Now, we should first complete what you want to do. I have exhausted a lot of energy earlier. I will rest first. Without waiting for Xiaoyan to speak, Xiaoxian leaned against the rock behind him with an exhausted face and closed his eyes to rest. After some hesitation, Xiaoyan flicked his finger. The North King appeared before him. Xiaoyan once again flipped through the thoughts in his mind. He carefully thought for a moment before flicking his finger. A pale blue flame immediately began to burn fiercely on the Northern King's body. The next day, when the heavenly fire on the North King's body dissipated, a brand new body of steel appeared before Xiaoyan. Currently, the North King's body did not seem to have changed much from yesterday. However, he gave off a murderous aura. This aura was undoubtedly more threatening than before. Even the North King's skin now had a metallic luster. Of course, other than the changes in his appearance, the most important thing was that the North King's battle prowess was comparable to a King Yuan expert. As for where exactly it was, Xiaoyan would only know after they fought. Xiaoyan stood up and punched the North King with a little force. The North King's body did not move at all. However, his fist felt a little numb. This was naturally the effect of the thunderbolt power. Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled in satisfaction. The thunderbolt power in the North King's body had become even more powerful. With just a light touch, the thunderbolt power would shoot out of his body and injure him. Whether it was for defense or offense, this was a great advantage. Someone is coming. Soon after, the smile on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth had just appeared when Xiaoxian by the side opened his eyes at an unknown time. His brows were tightly knit as a grave expression hung on his face. The 3 Kings Yuan will be here in less than an hour. We have to leave quickly. Xiaoxian's expression became even more grave when he sensed the auras of the 3 experts locking onto him. His words caused Xiaoyan's expression to change. Are they from the Heavenly Puppet sect? They shouldn't be. One of the auras is somewhat familiar. It's the person from the 10,000 Scorpion sect that we met outside the Burning Flame Valley. I can't be sure about the other 2. They might be from the Heavenly Puppet sect. If that's the case, we'll be in danger. Xiaoxian shook his head. His face was solemn. It was unexpected that the other party would arrive so quickly. Xiaoyan hurriedly stored the Northern King, who was standing by the side, into his storage ring. After which, the 2 of them swiftly flew toward the south after confirming the direction. Sure enough, 3 figures arrived an hour later. One of them was the person from the 10,000 Scorpions sect that Xiaoyan and the others had met outside the Burning Flame Valley, Yufu. On a boundless wasteland, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian were speeding south, but the danger behind them was getting closer and closer. Xiaoyan's cultivation base wasn't as high as King Yuan's, and even with the Heaven Extinction Steps and Wing Elephant Art, his speed was still limited. As a result, they were much slower than before. The only thing that was worthy of being rejoiced was that under this kind of competition, Xiaoyan's group was already getting closer to the fire maple forest. As long as they could reach the fire maple forest before the 3 people behind them caught up to them, they might be able to avoid this danger. We should be reaching the Poison Cave, the last checkpoint of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Once we pass it, we will reach the fire maple forest. In the sky, Xiaoyan sighed as he gazed at a huge gully hidden in the sandstorm in the distance. The tension in his heart gradually relaxed, but a moment later, chi. The sound of rushing wind came to an abrupt halt. Xiaoxian and Xiaoyan's figures instantly came to a standstill in the sky. The surrounding world quaked, and the invisible space was violently distorted by the hurricane. Xiaoxian lifted his head to look ahead, his brows tightly knitted together. What's wrong? We can't go any further. Xiaoyan's face was filled with doubt while Xiaoxian's face was solemn as he stared at the edge of his sight in front of him. Just a moment ago, he had suddenly discovered that there were actually 2 Yuan King-class experts in front of him. Their auras had already locked onto them when the 2 of them had entered this area. Clearly, they were targeting the 2 of them. There are 2 more King Yuan experts in front of us. They are coming for us. The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately hardened the moment these words were spoken. The Genesis Chi in his body began to swiftly circulate. From the looks of it, the other party had already anticipated that they would pass by and had thus decided to intercept them here. 5 King Yuan experts in a single move. What a big move. There's going to be big trouble. I will try my best to delay them while you find a chance to leave. Since their auras had already been locked onto, they were destined to be unable to escape. If they fought head-on, the 2 of them had no chance of winning, let alone escaping. Even an Origin Emperor would not be able to easily deal with the encirclement of 5 Origin Kings, let alone the 2 of them. This time even Xiaoxian no longer had any confidence. If it was 1 against 3, along with Xiaoyan and the North King, they might still have a chance to escape. However, there were 5 Origin Kings. They would definitely lose this battle. Right now, he could only rely on himself to stall the 5 Origin Kings and give Xiaoyan a chance to escape. Ancestor, what are you talking about? You've waited for 1,000 years for your resurrection. You haven't even had the chance to experience the splendor of this continent. How can Xiaoyan leave Ancestor behind and escape by himself? If we're leaving, we'll leave together. If they really want to keep us here, I'll make them pay a painful price even if I die. Xiaoyan slowly shook his head when he heard Xiaoxian's words. With a wave of his sleeve, a brand new North King appeared. He was like an undefeatable god of war as his murderous aura permeated the area. The expressions of the 5 Origin Kings changed the moment the North King appeared. The extremely dangerous aura made even them shudder. The appearance of the North King made their encirclement a little more troublesome. Kiki, what a special puppet. Not only is it comparable to an Origin King, it also possesses a fiendish aura. If we can bring it back to the sect and study it properly, the strength of our heavenly puppet sect might increase again. Keek keek, suddenly, an aged voice faintly resounded from the sky, echoing in everyone's ears. It was like the howl of an evil spirit from hell, sharp and hoarse. Especially the bursts of strange laughter, it was even more disgusting. Xiaoyan turned around and took a look. The 3 Origin Kings behind him had already arrived. Xiaoyan had already met one of them. It was Che Fu. The other 2 were wearing the clothes of the Heavenly Puppet sect. They were clearly experts from the Heavenly Puppet sect. The words from earlier were said by one of these 2 people. Humph, a bunch of people who only know how to play with the dead. I really don't know what you promised the sect master for him to actually agree to work with you. Soon after, the other 2 expert Origin Kings also appeared in front of Xiaoyan's group. One of them was a man and a woman. One of them had long hair all over his body. His face was green and he even had a pair of green eyes. The other woman had a bewitching appearance. Her voluptuous and hot body was exposed in an unbridled manner, causing one to feel like spitting fire. Her long and narrow eyes had a pair of triangular pupils. Her eyes were staring at others as though she was looking at her prey. An icy cold feeling suppressed the evil flame in one's heart. She was truly a femme fatale. This old man is rather curious. When will I be able to get a Origin King level magical beast and try refining it into a puppet? The old man's strange laughter rang out once again. At the same time, a hint of greed appeared in his eyes as he looked at the man and woman opposite him. Elder Su Rue seems to be a little angry. Do you want me to apologize to you on his behalf? Hearing this, the woman laughed instead of getting angry. She put on a seductive appearance and used all her strength to fiddle with her enchanting figure. A purple light quietly appeared in her beautiful eyes. Immediately, the old man called Su Rue's vision blurred, and the expression on his face slowly relaxed. Right at this moment, the other old man suddenly let out a cold snort. An invisible energy instantly intimidated the charm technique, and the purple light in the woman's eyes instantly dispersed. At the same time, Su Rue also woke up from this temporary control. Immediately, fear appeared in his old eyes. Damned woman. Fortunately, this operation was a joint operation. Otherwise, if he had to face that woman alone, he would have been beheaded long ago. Seductive elder, I hope you understand the purpose of our trip. We can't affect the alliance between our two forces because of a small matter. At the side, the other old man slowly stepped out and frowned as he looked at the seductive woman opposite him. Then, his cold gaze returned to Xiaoyan and Yi Zichen. Since Elder Su Tsong has said so. Little brother, look at how long I've been talking. I'm really thirsty. Why don't you quench my thirst? Halfway through her words, her seductive gaze suddenly landed on Xiaoyan's body. Her seductive tongue slowly slid across her lips, and her enchanting figure casually twisted, causing one's lust to swell. Her slender waist made one want to reach out and grab it. However, the moment the seductive purple light appeared again, Xiaoyan suddenly raised his head. A pitch-black flame appeared, instantly sweeping away the approaching dangerous aura. His right hand clenched into a fist, and the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch in his hand. With a light tremble, a raging fire suddenly appeared. Sorry, I'm afraid I can't help you. In the extreme south, in the 10,000 Scorpion Sect's territory, above the poison cave. Xiaoyan held the heavy Xian Buster sword in his hand as heavenly flames filled the sky. Blazing flame aura filled the area, and the intense heat caused the space to continuously distort. From time to time, the sound of space exploding would be heard. The Northern King stood majestically to the side. Lightning flickered on his tall body as an overwhelming killing aura spread from his body, causing one's expression to change. Xiao Xian placed two fingers together and gently waved them. A hurricane immediately spun rapidly, turning into an invisible storm that swept across the sky. An invisible longsword also appeared above his head as the hurricane formed. The unparalleled sword aura caused the expressions of the 5 people present to change. Soon after, the 5 of them released the powerful auras within their bodies, which gathered together in the sky. The invisible aura blocked Xiaoyan's heaven-incinerating flame, the Northern King's killing aura, and Xiao Xian's overwhelming sword aura, and even suppressed them. Su Tsong and Su Rue flicked their fingers, and 2 silver puppets immediately appeared. These 2 puppets were equivalent to 2 Origin Kings. In this way, the number of Origin Kings on the other side had reached as many as 7. Xiaoyan and Xiao Xian's hearts suddenly sank when they saw this scene, and the expressions on their faces became even more grave. In the end, the result that they did not want to see the most had occurred: 7 Origin Kings. Even if Xiaoyan and Xiao Xian did their best, they would not be able to escape from such a lineup. No wonder Lu Yong died at your hands. An 8-star Origin King is quite capable. However, since you killed an elder of my heavenly puppet sect, you have to pay a price. Lu Yong's puppets will be made up for by you too. Su Tsong and Su Rue abruptly waved their large hands the moment the dark, solemn voice was emitted. The numerous puppets in front of them immediately shot out. They were like 2 cannonballs that had been shot out. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan and Su Rue. They waved their fists and violently smashed them toward the two of them. Clang! In the next second, a deafening collision suddenly rang out. An invisible tornado formed a barrier in front of Xiaoyan, blocking the puppet's attack. As for the other puppet, the Northern King beside Xiaoyan punched it. Su Rui's expression suddenly changed when the two of them collided. He could clearly see that his puppet had been smashed into a metal disc by the Northern King's punch. Cracks rapidly spread, wrapping around the puppet's entire forearm. What a terrifying puppet! Seeing this scene, not only Su Rui, even the other people present couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. As members of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, they were naturally well aware of how powerful the Heavenly Puppet sect's puppet was. Without mentioning anything else, even they did not dare to casually clash head-on with Su Rui's puppet. However, the puppet that the Heavenly Puppet sect relied on had actually been reduced to such a state by a single punch from Xiaoyan's Northern King. This was truly shocking. Of course, in addition to their shock, greed for the Northern King also rose in the hearts of both sides. If such a powerful puppet could be used, then no matter which side it was, it would be an extremely powerful boost. Once one's cultivation reached the Origin King realm, the existence of every Origin King expert in one's faction was extremely important. If one could add an Origin King expert to one's faction, it would be considered a great achievement. In particular, a puppet with heaven-defying battle strength like this would definitely be an extremely powerful force once it was taken into one's sect. It might even increase the strength of the entire sect, let alone in the extreme south. Su Rui, kill them. Okay. Su Tsung and Su Rui exchanged glances with each other. Their faces revealed a ferocious expression. Immediately, their bodies flashed and appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian in the blink of an eye. Each of them grabbed at Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian. Xiaoyan could still deal with their attacks, but he dared not underestimate them with his current cultivation at returnance. The moment Su Rui appeared before him, he swung the blazing ruler in his hand viciously, using the sevenfold heaven-piercing ruler without any hesitation. He swung the ruler viciously at Su Rui, but the shocking light was forcefully dispersed by an Origin King with his powerful cultivation. The sevenfold heaven-piercing ruler that Xiaoyan was so proud of was stopped by Su Rui's 7 palms. Afterwards, he arrived before Xiaoyan. He sneered as he stabbed his sharp fingers towards Xiaoyan's chest. If the attack landed, Xiaoyan would probably be heavily injured immediately. The Way of the Void. Xiaoyan's face changed drastically when he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the worse. The Way of the Void rapidly condensed behind him, and in the next moment, Xiaoyan was sucked in by Su Rui's fingers. Spurt, even though this was the case, Xiaoyan's chest was still left with a couple of bright red blood imprints by the 5 fingers. The blood in his body churned intensely and a large mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. It turned into a blood arrow that shot toward Su Rui. However, it was shattered by an invisible strength when it approached the latter's face. Xiaoyan's body also took the opportunity to completely enter the tent. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body suddenly appeared in the empty space hundreds of feet away. Before Xiaoyan had the chance to catch his breath, Su Rui's body once again appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Immediately, Su Rui did not dare to hesitate even a little as he flipped his hand and violently threw out a ruler. Sevenfold heaven-piercing ruler. Ha 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 ha, too weak. Even if it's the Way of the Void, you're still too weak in front of me. At the same time his words sounded, Su Rui used one hand to block the huge ruler that Xiaoyan had swung over. His other hand heavily slammed onto Xiaoyan's chest. Immediately, fresh blood splattered. Xiaoyan's face had also turned bright red due to the congestion of blood. His pupils shrunk before they were enlarged. His entire aura also suddenly stagnated. Immediately, he violently flew backwards and swiftly landed on the ground below. Xiaoyan. The expression of Xiaoxian, who was fighting with Su Tsung, suddenly changed when he saw this. He could not be bothered with Su Tsung in front of him as he flipped his hand and forced his opponent back. After which, his body rushed out and hurriedly flew toward Xiaoyan. However, after Xiaoxian avoided Su Tsung, Yao Mei and the others suddenly stepped forward to stop him. Although it was a little strenuous, they still managed to stop Xiaoxian from rushing forward. As for Su Rui, he laughed sinisterly and charged towards Xiaoyan again. In the sky, when the bewitching woman and the burly man arrived in front of Xianxia, two invisible swords immediately formed on both sides of his body and pierced through the air, thrusting towards the two. Yo yo yo, how can a man be willing to attack a weak woman like me? She smiled seductively, and as her body flashed left and right, the pair of proud white rabbits on her chest also jumped. At the same time, Genesis Chi rapidly gushed out from her body, and a stream of purple light condensed into a ribbon between her fair hands, wrapping around the oncoming swords. The burly man raised his head and howled like a wolf. His 5 fingers curled into claws, and Genesis Chi gathered on them as he met the swords head-on. Green cleansing sword art, heavenly strike, break. With a low cry, the speed of the long sword that shot toward the two of them suddenly soared. At the same time, a hurricane began to swiftly circulate around the edge of the sword. Green light scattered and the ribbon and the green-colored hand claw were broken by the sword aura. Xiaoxian swiftly dodged the two of them and chased after Xiaoyan. Swish, the moment Xiaoxian gave way to the two, a black shadow suddenly descended from the sky, aiming for Xiaoxian's head. Get out of my way. But even so, Xiaoxian still ignored it. He swung his sword to meet the incoming attack. His body rapidly fell, but in the next second, Su Tsung and the puppet surrounded him again and blocked in front of him. If you want to save someone, you have to get past us first. Su Tsung coldly snorted, and as his palms opened and closed, surging Genesis Chi surged out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it formed a giant palm above his head and slammed towards Xiaoxian. I said, get out of my way. The repeated obstructions had exhausted Xiaoxian's little patience. As the giant palm slammed towards him, Xiaoxian lifted his fist, as though he was holding a hurricane in his palm. Without any fancy moves, he slammed his fist into the oncoming palm. Then, a terrifying gust of wind gushed out from the point of collision like a volcanic eruption, and the terrifying power instantly shattered the palm. Boom! At basically the same time, the puppet charged over and threw a punch at Xiaoxian's abdomen. The terrifying power caused Xiaoxian to immediately cough up a mouthful of blood. In a split second, Xiaoxian's left hand pressed against the puppet's chest. An invisible sword with unparalleled sword chi pierced through the puppet's body. Afterwards, Xiaoxian was sent flying in a miserable state. He only managed to stop himself 1,000 feet away. Xiaoxian's body paused. His eyes immediately looked to Xiaoyan. He only quietly sighed in relief when he discovered that the latter was fine. He curled his right hand and an invisible hurricane agglomerated into a sword in his hand. This was the first time Xiaoxian had held a sword with his own hands since his resurrection. How many years? I haven't held a sword with my hands. At the same time, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for an instant. The expressions of Yao Mei and the rest changed drastically. The emotions in their hearts also became incomparably nervous at this moment. Be careful, that guy is about to reveal his trump card. Several people circulated the Genesis Chi in their bodies with solemn expressions. Energy gathered in their palms, and some even began to condense a battle skill. But Xiaoxian acted as if he didn't hear anything. Xiaoxian's hand slowly touched the sword. With every inch he touched, an even more powerful sword intent seemed to gather on it. The sword trembled slightly and the air broke. This sword would be Xiaoxian's last attack in this battle. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he had to take Xiaoyan and leave this place. Qingmu sword art, one sword. Another generation. The moment the words left his mouth, a great Dao tent instantly condensed in front of Xiaoxian. Relying on the speed of the great Dao of wind, he instantly appeared in front of Su Kong. Before the sound of the sword piercing through the air could be heard, the sword had already slashed out. Behind him were Yao Mei, the burly man with a green face, Che Fu, and the severely injured puppet. Pucci. In the next instant, the few people who were hit by the sword spat out a large mouthful of blood at the same time. Their faces instantly turned pale. As for the puppet, the sword wound on its chest had penetrated its back, and it had been cut into two. Even if they were not heavily injured by the attack, they were still heavily injured. Su Tsung, in particular, had received Xiaoxian's first attack. It was the most powerful, so she was naturally the most heavily injured. If it were not for the fact that Xiaoxian had split the power of the attack, Su Tsung probably would have died. Even so, Xiaoxian's state had also fallen to rock bottom after executing the sword attack. The only thing he could do now was to use the last trace of Genesis Qi in his body to take Xiaoyan away from this area. On the other side, the battle between Xiaoyan and Su Ruwei continued. In the following collisions, Xiaoyan relied on the great Tao of the Void to barely stabilize his body. His continuous dodging, coupled with the speed of the wing elephant art and heaven extinction step, made it difficult for Su Ruwei to catch him. But in the occasional collisions, some eye-catching wounds were left on Xiaoyan's body. "Boy, your speed is not bad, but I want to see how long you can keep dodging like this." Su Ruwei once again viciously shattered the afterimage that Xiaoyan had left behind. The expression on his face was not angry but a smile. This kind of battle situation caused him to feel the joy of a lion hunting a rabbit. Each time he gave chase, he would add more injuries to Xiaoyan's body. When the countless number of injuries were added together, it was definitely a kind of unbearable pain. He appeared to have already seen Xiaoyan's bloody appearance. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan's great Tao power was exhausted, and his final dodging had lost its effect. But Su Ruwei still sneered and appeared in front of him again. "Gaga gaga, what's the matter, boy, you finally ran out of strength." Su Ruwei's face was ferocious as he bent his fingers and clawed viciously at Xiaoyan's chest. His fingers were sharp, and he looked like he was about to take his life. However, in the face of this attack, the expression on Xiaoyan's face was completely calm. The corner of his mouth, which was covered in fresh blood, was even lifted into a cold smile. His body did not dodge, appearing to be waiting for the moment of death to arrive. Whoosh, in the next moment, there was the sound of something tearing through the air. The North King's figure had appeared beside Su Ruwei out of nowhere, and he viciously punched at Su Ruwei's head. If Su Ruwei did not stop now, even if he killed Xiaoyan, the North King's punch would definitely be enough to take his life. "Damn it! How did this bastard?" Su Ruwei cursed inwardly. Su Ruwei quietly cursed in his heart. He was unwilling to use his King Yuan's life to exchange for a person who was about to die. Helpless, he could only withdraw his hand and hurriedly exchange a palm with the Northern King. His body borrowed the force to swiftly withdraw. By the time he recovered, the Northern King was already standing in front of Xiaoyan, blocking the latter's body behind it. In the sky, Su Ruwei looked at the North King, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan. He couldn't help but frown. His eyes flashed, and he quickly looked at the puppet that the North King had been fighting. With one look, his face instantly turned green. His own puppet had lost its original appearance after being continuously attacked by the North King. Its steel body had been reduced to a metal pancake. Its limbs were broken, and its body was destroyed. Glaring fist imprints were deeply embedded in the puppet's body. In particular, there was a hole as thick as an arm in the middle of its chest. The puppet, which was comparable to an expert at the level of King Yuan, had been reduced to scrap metal by the North King. What a terrifying puppet. It can actually beat up my puppet to such a state. However, as long as you die, this puppet will be mine. Although he was shocked, the North King's strength made Su Ruwei even more greedy. His body moved, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the North King. With a flip of his palm, the power of the Great Path immediately gathered, and he slammed his palm toward the North King. Bang! As the attack landed, an inch-deep palm imprint was immediately left on the North King's chest. The grey power of the Great Path continued to destroy the North King's body, but shortly after, the power of lightning surged out of his body, and his sunken chest recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Amazing recovery ability, ha ha ha. Get out of my way for now. Su Ruwei let out a ferocious laugh. He raised his right leg high and violently smashed it into the Northern King's chest. The heavy force sent the Northern King flying. At the same time, Xiaoyan's figure followed behind the Northern King. When Su Ruwei's gaze landed on Xiaoyan's body, he saw a beautiful fire lotus the size of a wash basin slowly blooming between Xiaoyan's hands. Finally, the fire lotus was sent forward in front of Su Ruwei's shocked eyes. It gently leaned against his chest. Try this, boom. In the next moment, the world turned white. All the light in the world dimmed, and the entire world turned white. In the vast horizon, one could see a flourishing fire lotus in full bloom. The dazzling light caused the entire world to tremble. After a long time, the boundless void began to collapse, and a terrifying storm swept through the world. Somewhere in the void outside the storm, a white-robed old man looked at the scene before him. His turbid eyes could not help but be filled with shock. This is the aura of the heavenly flame. Could it be him? With that thought, the elder's expression could not help but change. His figure flashed, and when the afterimage disappeared, his aura had already flown far into the horizon. After a long while, when the storm of energy completely dispersed, Su Rui had already disappeared. Even his aura had been completely destroyed by the storm. Clearly, he could not be any more dead. As for Su Tsung, Yao Mei, and the others, although they were still standing in the sky, their faces were pale because they had already been injured by Xiaoxian's sword and had been attacked by the storm of energy. Although they were not heavily injured, they were not far from it. However, after using their trump cards, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian had completely lost all their battle prowess. Even with the North King blocking them, it was impossible to stop the remaining four. Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian sat on the sand with pale faces. The North King stood by the side, waiting for the final struggle. Afterwards, the four of them landed on the ground and stared at the two people before them with different expressions. Cough cough, you actually killed Su Rui. Su Tsung's face was extremely gloomy. Su Tsung's face was extremely sunken. He was Su Rui's brother, yet now, a brat at returnants had actually killed him. He struggled to believe this. Of course, he felt even more grief and indignation. He had never thought that dealing with King Yuan and a brat at returnants would cause him to end up like this. Not only had his puppet been destroyed, but even his brother had been killed. Even now, Xiao Yan and Xiao Xian were still alive before him. Even their puppets were fine. He struggled to accept this. It's not fair, this is not fair. You must pay the price for his death. A while later, fury suddenly appeared in Su Tsung's eyes. Killing intent surged like flames in his heart. Today, the two people before him had to pay their respects to his brother with their deaths. Fair? Is it fair that you defeated him with numbers? Is it fair that you bully a returnants expert with your cultivation level as King Yuan? Or is it fair that you bully the weak with your seniority? Xiao Yan ended up laughing when he heard this. The words fairness were a joke in this place, in this group of people, and even in this entire continent. Yet, Xiao Yan was actually speaking in such a confident manner. How could it not cause others to laugh? God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. It's all because of you, you ant. Die. In his fury, Su Tsung did not care about anything else. He circulated his Genesis Qi and suppressed the injuries in his body. His face was filled with a crazed murderous intent as he charged towards Xiao Yan. The latter's expression immediately changed upon seeing this. A thought passed through his mind and the Northern King in front of him immediately charged forward, throwing a punch at Su Kong. Su Tsung was defeated almost instantly when the two collided. He was injured in the first place, and coupled with the Northern King's great strength, he was not his opponent at all. However, Ta Fu and the burly man used this opportunity to dodge the two of them. They arrived before Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye and reached for his head. Bzz, however, Xiao Xian abruptly stood up. He squeezed out the last sliver of Genesis Qi in his body and forcefully activated the sky prison formation, temporarily restraining the movements of the two people in front of him. Go, let's leave this place. Xiao Xian's face was flushed red. Fresh bright red blood continued to seep out from the corner of his mouth. His entire face had become a little distorted due to the strain. Even though this was the case, he still hoped that Xiao Yan could leave this place alive. You want to leave? It's not that easy. You made me suffer such heavy injuries. Today, I will suck your blood and eat your flesh. Before Xiao Yan could do anything, that bewitching charm once again appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The small face that was originally filled with charm was now filled with a terrifying ferocious expression. A delicate bone-like hand violently pressed against Xiao Yan's head. Opening her large mouth, she aimed her mouth full of sharp teeth at Xiao Yan's neck and viciously bit down. Then, just as the seductive woman's mouth was about to reach Xiao Yan's neck, a figure in a white robe suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan. Almost at the same time, a wrinkled old hand grabbed the seductive woman's slender neck. How dare you touch a member of my Xiao clan? Who do you think you are? When the old man's voice spread across the desert, the life in the bewitching eyes, whose neck was being grabbed, swiftly dissipated. Soon after, the old man waved his hand and the delicate body shot backwards, sending Su Tsong, who was being suppressed by the northern king, flying. Soon after, his turbid eyes landed on the large green-faced man and Ma Fu. He casually waved his hand and the two of them were immediately sent flying. After which, the old man lowered his eyebrows and looked at the Xiaoyan duo in front of him. When he sensed the special bloodline aura on the two of them, a surprised expression immediately appeared in the old man's eyes. Strange, isn't there only one person? Why do these two fellows possess the bloodline strength of my Xiao clan? The old man asked doubtfully. He frowned tightly. He was clearly looking for one person. However, there were actually two people in front of him. The most surprising thing was that they were actually members of his clan. If any unforeseen events had occurred during the years that he had left the clan should have informed him. However, now, that group of old fellows. They actually did not inform me beforehand when something happened. Just wait and see how I will deal with all of you when I return. The old man curled his lips and cursed quietly. Soon after, his eyes once again looked at the two people in front of him. With a flip of his hand, two medicinal pills immediately appeared in his palm. Before the two of them could do anything, he forcefully fed them one pill each. The medicinal pills melted the moment they entered their mouths. Surging medicinal strength immediately surged into the bodies of Xiaoyan and Ma Fu like a river. While they were shocked, they were surprised to discover that the medicinal pills that the old man had fed them were swiftly healing the injuries in their bodies at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their pale faces also gradually regained their rosy complexion under the effects of the medicinal pills. This medicinal pill, what powerful medicinal strength! Even with Xiaoyan's character, his eyes involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when he sensed the strength contained within the medicinal pill. The medicinal pill that the old man had helped him consume was likely the strongest medicinal pill that he had ever seen. Even if a Tier 5 medicinal pill was compared with it, it was likely that there was still a great gap between them. Cough cough. Senior, may I know who you are? These two are people that our 10,000 Scorpion sect master wants to kill. I hope that Senior will not interfere. Right at this moment, Yu Fu, who'd been blasted flying, forced his body to crawl up slowly. Even though he was heavily injured, he still hoped to deter this mysterious expert with the name of the Myriad Scorpion sect. He believed that with the support of the Myriad Scorpion sect, the old man would at least give him some face. After all, the Myriad Scorpion sect was one of the three great sects of the Southern Territory. Oh? The 10,000 Scorpion sect. When this old man passed by last time, I seemed to have caught a glimpse of it. Your sect master is from the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan, right? Hearing this, the old man frowned and pondered for a while. Only then did he chuckle with a carefree expression. Senior actually knows that our sect master is from the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan. Since that is the case, you should also know what kind of revered status the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion beasts possess in the magical beast world. Therefore, so your sect master is nothing. Before Yu Fu could finish speaking, the old man spoke with a face of disdain. The words he spat out caused Yu Fu's expression to instantly become ugly. Humph, the sect master of the Myriad Scorpion sect is merely an abandoned pawn of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan. If it was a member of the Sky Poison Dragon Scorpion Beast clan, these words might be useful. However, you are not worthy. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man turned his hand and slapped down. Soon after, Yu Fu and the other two people beside him who were also seriously injured were instantly smashed into meat paste. His gaze once again returned to the two people in front of him. Alright, since this old man has already helped you deal with the problem and consumed my medicinal pills, you can tell me now. Who is Xiaoyan? After witnessing the terrifying strength that the old man had just displayed, the two of them naturally did not dare to play any tricks at this moment. Although they did not know who the old man was, since things had already come to this point, there was indeed no need to hide anything. Moreover, after the old man appeared, he could vaguely sense an inexplicable sense of familiarity from the old man. That feeling made him unconsciously feel a trace of closeness to the old man. Therefore, there was no need to hide anything when speaking. Junior is Xiaoyan. May I ask what Senior wants? The old man could not help but pause when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He became rather surprised. He had heard about Xiaoyan's shocking battle achievements everywhere before. Now that he saw the two of them again, he felt that Xiaoyan should be an origin king at the very least. He had never thought that he would be a returnant's brat. You're Xiaoyan, then, Junior is Xiaoxian. You really are surnamed Xiao, but why is that? Since the two people in front of him were surnamed Xiao, the clan did not respond. This inevitably caused him to be a little surprised. However, when Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan heard the words that were spat out from the old man's mouth, their faces also revealed a suspicious expression. Having the same surname did not seem to be anything to be surprised about. Moreover, the two of them were grandfather and grandson. If their surname was not Xiao, could it be that they had another surname? Whatever. Since you're both surnamed Xiao, come with me. There's someone waiting for you. The old man could not be bothered to think about it anymore. He shook his head and waved his hand. An invisible force immediately lifted up the two of them, and he was about to leave. Xiaoyan and Xiaoyan immediately became flustered when they saw this. Regardless of whether the old man was good or bad, they were unable to accept him taking them away for no reason. Senior, may I ask who you are and why? Have you heard of the Xiao clan in the central region? Before the words from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded, the old man suddenly laughed. His face was filled with arrogance as he asked Xiaoyan a question. The expression on his face was as though he was boasting about his most prized treasure. Xiaoyan and Luo Jin were startled when they heard these words. After which, they shook their heads in confusion. They had never heard of the Xiao clan ever since they had arrived in the Yuanwu continent. Even Luo Jin had never mentioned it to him. How would he understand when this old man suddenly mentioned it? It's fine if you don't know. I'm Xiao Mingyuan, an elder of the Xiao clan. I've been ordered by the first elder to bring you back to the clan. After so many years, I've finally found you. If you still don't understand, then obediently return with me. You'll naturally understand when you return. After speaking, Xiao Mingyuan gently tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and was about to leave. Senior, please forgive me for not being able to return with you. In the next moment, Xiaoyan frowned. The aura within his body was instantly released, and he broke free from Xiao Mingyuan's control. He hurriedly retreated. To the side, Xiaoxian also hurriedly used the power of the Great Path and retreated with Xiaoyan. No matter what, he would choose to stand in Xiaoyan's position, regardless of who the other party was or what status they had. Kid, do you not believe in me? Xiao Mingyuan frowned. He would naturally be able to understand if Xiaoyan did not believe him. However, Xiaoyan dared to resist his strength in front of him. This clearly indicated the other party's determination. Xiaoyan was determined not to leave with him. It's not that I don't believe in you, Senior. However, I can't leave with you. I hope you can understand. Xiaoyan's expression was solemn as he cupped his hands to Xiao Mingyuan. His attitude was respectful. It was impossible to say if he did not believe Xiao Mingyuan's words. If Xiao Mingyuan really had the intention to harm him, Xiaoyan would not be able to resist with his strength. However, if it was really as Xiao Mingyuan had said and Xiao Mingyuan really wanted to bring him back to the Xiao clan, Xiao Mingyuan would more or less give Xiaoyan some respect. Otherwise, it was fine if he did not return to the so-called Xiao clan. If you don't return with me, how can I report to my superiors? Moreover, even if you don't return with me, there should be a reason. A reason? Xiaoyan's attitude caused Xiao Mingyuan to hesitate. He was not a fool. The clan valued the person in front of him very much. Back then, he had used the sacred blood crystal to see clearly that a god-tier bloodline was something that could affect the fate of the entire Xiao clan. If he caused Xiaoyan or Xiaoxian to feel conflicted about the Xiao clan, wouldn't everything he had done be in vain? I still have a very important person waiting for my news. Therefore, I must return. I hope you can fulfill my wish. The person that Xiaoyan was talking about was naturally the little fairy doctor. The latter had been unwilling to part from the Burning Flame Valley this time around. Before they parted, the two of them had already agreed that they would meet up with her at the Burning Flame Valley. Now, however, he could not go against his agreement with the little fairy doctor because of a clan that he was still unclear about. Xiao Mingyuan could not help but chuckle when he sensed the complicated expression in Xiaoyan's eyes. It seems that you are a sentimental person. I can promise you, but, before Xiaoyan could reveal a joyous expression, Xiao Mingyuan opened his mouth once again. He looked at Xiaoxian and said, "It's fine if you don't return with me, but the one called Xiaoxian, you must return with me. Otherwise, who will I report to if both of you leave? Listen well, there's no room for discussion. One of you must return with me." Xiao Mingyuan's last sentence had interrupted the final thoughts of the two of them. Xiaoyan was naturally dissatisfied with this. He hesitated for a moment. Before he could open his mouth, Xiaoxian by his side pursed his mouth and smiled. His hand gently patted Xiaoyan's shoulder in a comforting manner. He took 2 steps forward, bowed respectfully to Xiao Mingyuan, and said, "Xiao Mingyuan, since that's the case, Junior will follow Senior back." Ancestor, Xiaoyan by the side immediately revealed a reluctant expression when these words were uttered. The two of them had accompanied each other for such a long time. Now that Xiaoyan had finally recovered his physical body, he was going to leave him in such a manner. This really caused Xiaoyan to be unable to bear it. "Haha, there's no need to worry. It's not like we are going to some dragon's lair or tiger's den. At the very most, we will meet again when you reach the middle region in the future." "Haha, that's right. Little fellow, you must come to the middle region in the future. Although this continent is large, you will only be able to see the true experts of this continent when you reach the middle region. If you really want to compare, the so-called 3 sects of the southern region are merely third-rate factions in the middle region." "Ha ha ha ha." Xiaoyan nodded with a hesitant expression when he heard this. If he had to make such a choice, he must go to the Xiao clan in the middle region in the future. Xiao Mingyuan brought Xiaoxian away. Only Xiaoyan remained for the rest of the journey. However, it was fortunate that they would reach the fire maple forest after passing through the poison cave. It was likely that they would not meet with any trouble during the remaining journey. However, Xiaoyan felt a little uncomfortable without Xiaoxian by his side. When Xiaoyan had just arrived in this world, the person closest to him was Xiaoxian. Not only did they come from the same continent, but they were also blood relatives. Now that the Xiao clan from the middle region had suddenly appeared, it was unavoidable for Xiaoyan to form a grudge in his heart. However, so what? Could he stop Xiao Mingyuan? Since Xiao Mingyuan had already left, he had to speed up his journey. He had to find Yi Honglian and raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Just as Xiao Mingyuan had said, compared to the southern region, the central region was the place where the true experts of this continent gathered. If he wanted to see Xiaoxian again, he had to go to the central region. Thus, raising his cultivation as soon as possible became an inevitable process for Xiaoyan. Of course, this wasn't just for Xiaoxian. There was even more, such as Sonair. After passing through the poison cave, Xiaoyan saw a fiery red mountain forest in the south from afar. At first glance, it really did seem like a large expanse of flames was burning. It was like a sea of fire in the world. Such a scene was rather shocking. TSK, is that the fire maple forest? How magnificent! Xiaoyan couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene, and the expression in his pitch-black eyes gradually became solemn. According to the Burning Sky ancestor, the fire maple forest was a forbidden place in the extreme south. No one who had ventured deep into the fire maple forest had ever returned. There had even been experts at the Origin King realm who had attempted to enter the fire maple forest, but they had similarly never returned. It was precisely because of this that the fire maple forest became famous and became a taboo place in the hearts of everyone in the extreme south. Now, Xiaoyan wanted to venture into the so-called forbidden place in the extreme south, the fire maple forest, but before that, there was something else he had to do. After turning his head to look at the poison cave behind him and confirming that no one was chasing him, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in the air and slowly closed his eyes. His heart gradually calmed down as he sensed the flow of aura in the world. After a couple of big battles, Xiaoyan had already faintly sensed that his sky extinction steps could finally advance another step. He planned to use this little time to allow his sky extinction steps to reach the advanced Lingyan stage before he entered the fire maple forest. This would be another improvement in his overall strength. At that time, it was likely that he would no longer need to be afraid even when facing an ordinary expert at the Great Yuan King class. Following Xiaoyan's calmness, everything in the world, regardless of whether it was the wind, the sand, or the moving clouds, everything had become clear. Xiaoyan's body did not move. However, there were afterimages appearing all over the sky. Those afterimages repeatedly disappeared, agglomerated, disappeared, and agglomerated again. This continued until all the afterimages had become real. There was no longer any flowing air in the sky. Clouds drifted. Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes were only suddenly opened when the sky became dark. Buzz. The instant Xiaoyan opened his eyes, an invisible whirlwind suddenly swept out in all directions with Xiaoyan at its center. Everything in the world was swept away. There was no sand or dust in the air. Everything was as clear as a mirror, and all the haze had been washed clean. A moment later, Xiaoyan's body, which was seated cross-legged in the empty space, slowly disappeared under the blowing of the wind. He had long since disappeared from this world. Xiaoyan stood outside the fire maple forest in black robes. He raised his eyes to look at the boundless fiery red mountain forest before him. Xiaoyan felt a little hesitant in his heart. After running around for a few days, coupled with the continuous battles, he had finally arrived outside the fire maple forest. But, was Yi Honglian really here? If she wasn't here, then wouldn't his trip be in vain? Moreover, with the fire maple forest's fierce reputation, once he barged in and couldn't find Yi Honglian, it would be hard to say what would happen. However, since things had already come to this, it was useless to think too much about it. Whether or not he could find Yi Honglian, Xiaoyan would have to personally make a trip to the fire maple forest to know. Huff, after letting out a long breath, Xiaoyan gathered all his strength and flew towards the fire maple forest. However, after flying for 1,000 miles, he still didn't see anything unusual. He only felt that the fire maple forest in front of him was vast and boundless. No matter how he flew and searched, he couldn't find any trace of the heavenly flame. Even when he used the heavenly flame to search for Yi Honglian's tracks, it didn't have the slightest effect. Not only was there no aura of the heavenly flame in this place, he was also unable to sense the aura of magical beasts. This place was really like what the outside world said. Although it was a mountain forest, it was a land of death. There were no humans or magical beasts. However, it was also at this moment, a change appeared between heaven and earth once again. Buzz. A frightening aura suddenly descended on Xiaoyan's head. All of this happened so quickly and so ruthlessly that he was completely caught off guard. He didn't even have the chance to retaliate. His entire body was heavily smashed into the mountain forest below. An invisible force broke the surrounding crimson trees and sent soil flying. The moment Xiaoyan's body fell to the ground, he hurriedly used the giant elephant tactic. Relying on the golden body, he blocked this frightening aura. Huh? You are actually able to block my aura and pressure. You do have some ability. No wonder even the people from the two great sects were unable to subdue you. However, since I have personally taken action today, Xiaoyan, obediently accept your fate. A voice that was filled with dignity reverberated across the sky like a bell. When Xiaoyan suddenly raised his head and looked over, he saw a masked fellow whose entire body was covered under a black robe slowly extending his hand in the sky. His 5 fingers grabbed and an invisible force immediately controlled Xiaoyan's body. The golden body that was agglomerated by the giant elephant tactic also gradually crumbled under this force. The person in front of him was many times stronger than Su Tsung's group, however, the most important point was that this fellow, Ghost Hall. The person who had attacked was undoubtedly the Ghost Hall. TSK. Have you recognized me? So what? With the current you, what ability do you have to escape from my palm? A familiar laughter was once again transmitted into Xiaoyan's ears. Almost at the same time as his words sounded, the force that wrapped around Xiaoyan's golden body suddenly increased. Immediately, a bang sound was heard. The giant elephant tactic that had always been successful was powerlessly shattered. At the same time, a mouthful of fresh blood was suddenly spat out from Xiaoyan's mouth. Faced with the person in front of him, even if Xiaoyan used all his strength, he was still unable to obtain a trace of survival for himself. Damn it. He actually gave up just like that. Screech. However, just as the person from the ghost hall was laughing coldly, a ruthless cry that penetrated the clouds in the sky above the fire maple forest instantly broke the former's control over Xiaoyan. Have you asked for this king's permission to kill in the fire maple forest? Xiaoyan's figure immediately retreated explosively after the surrounding pressure was removed. At this moment, a large shadow suddenly enveloped the world. At the same time, a voice that was filled with dignity faintly reverberated throughout the world. When Xiaoyan and the expert from the ghost hall raised their heads and looked over, the entire sky was black. It was as if a large hand that covered the sky had blocked all the light. Only a moment later did their vision gradually become clear. Only then did they shockingly see that an enormous bird was currently floating in the sky above their heads. Everything that had happened earlier was naturally because of him. Humph, who are you? You want to obstruct my ghost hall's matters? Humph, don't mention the ghost hall in front of me. Once you're in the fire maple forest, you have to do things according to my rules. I have the final say in the fire maple forest. The dense mist that covered the sky gradually dispersed. Immediately, a middle-aged man with long crimson hair and a domineering appearance appeared in Xiaoyan's and the expert's line of sight. Other than his skin, everything else on this man's body was crimson red. He had red hair, red eyebrows, and even his stubble was crimson red. A fiery glow constantly flickered within his eyes. The only difference was that there was a bundle of golden hair in the middle of his long hair. This point caused Xiaoyan to vaguely recall something. You are. The expression in the eyes of the expert from the ghost hall immediately focused when he saw the appearance of the man. He could not help but feel shocked by the former's identity. You what you? I have a name, Zhu Hao. If you're unhappy, then attack me if you have the guts. I haven't fought for many years. If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Before the words from the other party's mouth could be heard, the middle-aged man's rough and heroic curses sounded out. His overbearing aura caused the face of the expert from the ghost hall to twitch. This fellow in front of him had truly displayed the character of his clan to the fullest. Not only was his words rough, his actions were even more overbearing and unyielding. Bloodflame Bird Clan, I know you. Since you know, then hurry up and scram. If you don't, then fight me and let's see who's stronger. With a loud roar, Zhu Hao's figure had already appeared in front of the ghost hall expert in the blink of an eye. Without any fancy moves or Genesis Chi, a simple punch caused the surrounding space to instantly collapse as raging flames abruptly rose. Boom! With a single punch, the ghost hall expert's figure instantly shot back by 300 m. When his figure came to a stop, he couldn't help but shake violently. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan from his throat, and a bloody and sweet taste gradually spread out from his mouth. Damn it! I have nothing to do with your blood flame bird clan. I only wanted to take this human away. Why did you attack me? Cut the nonsense, get out of this daddy. The expert's figure. The expert's expression. S's. The experts says he's as SSSSSSS rumble, an explosive sound rang out once again. Zhu Hao's figure did not retreat at all. On the other hand, the ghost hall expert in front of him was once again forced back. Although his situation was slightly better than before, his shield had already completely collapsed. You want to protect him? Why? Since when did a ghost hall minion like you have the right to question me? You. The next moment, Zhu Hao's body once again attacked. Seeing that he had already arrived in front of the other party, the latter's expression changed as he violently clenched his teeth. His body hurriedly rushed forward. He did not withdraw but instead advanced, charging toward where Xiaoyan was at this moment. No one can stop the people my ghost hall wants to capture. You're courting death. Zhu Hao's figure instantly paused in the air. With a turn of his body, he immediately gave chase. However, in a clash between experts, even an instant was enough for the other party to do many things. By this time, the ghost hall expert had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. A terrifying aura and pressure once again locked onto Xiaoyan, while the latter's hand grew closer and closer to Xiaoyan. Swish! In the next moment, a maple leaf floated past in the sky, and the arm that the ghost matter expert had extended forward was severed along with it. Behind him, Zhu Hao's face was anxious. Only then did his body catch up to the former. In front of the latter's horrified eyes, Zhu Hao grabbed the latter's neck and pulled his body back. At the same time, his right knee violently smashed onto the latter's waist. Immediately, the sound of bones breaking appeared one after another. The latter's body was also thrown high into the air uncontrollably. Soon after, Zhu Hao's body rose into the air. His body turned around and another whip kick was violently thrown out. This expert from the ghost hall was violently sent flying like a rubber ball. This attack had actually sent him flying out of sight. Behind him, Xiaoyan's face was dull as he watched the scene in front of him. Even the mysterious attack from earlier had turned into an endless shock in his heart that did not disappear for a long time. "Oi, kid, who are you? Why have you been targeted by these damned bastards?" Zhu Hao returned to his senses and glanced at the depths of the fire maple forest with lingering fear. Only afterwards did his gaze return to Xiaoyan. He immediately felt curious. A returnance human had actually been personally hunted down by an origin king of the ghost hall. Was this not making a big fuss over a minor issue? The ghost hall was vicious, but they would not waste their energy on something like this. Just what was so special about the kid before him? Moreover, Junior Xiaoyan thanks Senior for saving my life. When Xiaoyan returned to his senses, he hurriedly bowed to Zhu Hao. He had clearly witnessed just how powerful the person before him was. Now that he had been saved, Xiaoyan obviously did not dare to be negligent. I'm not interested in saving you. I've only done it because someone asked me to. However, since I've saved you, I definitely can't let you leave so easily. You said you're Xiaoyan, then. Zhu Can, get your ass over here. Zhu Hao looked past Xiaoyan and into the depths of the fire maple forest. After calling out in doubt, Xiaoyan looked back and saw a rather familiar-looking huge bird in the distant horizon. It rapidly flew towards the two of them. Only when the huge bird approached did Xiaoyan recognize it. To no surprise, it was the blood flame bird that had carried them all from the southwestern border to the southernmost regions, so this fellow was actually related to the middle-aged man before him. If he had called him over now, Xiaoyan recalled the things that his group had done to this blood flame bird back then and looked at the situation in front of him. A bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. Could it be considered that he had just escaped from the tiger's mouth only to enter the wolf's den? Xiaoyan could not help but think of how he had brutally beaten up the blood flame bird when he saw it arrive. Thinking about it now, he could not help but sigh inside. If only he had been a little gentler back then. The giant bird returned to human form. He was a young man with bare arms. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and his face was fierce. Just his appearance alone gave off a sense of viciousness. Compared to when Xiaoyan had first met him, he was now at late returnance, even slightly higher than Xiaoyan's cultivation. This was just a little too exaggerated. Zhu Can arrived in front of the two of them. His gaze paused briefly on Xiaoyan's body. After which, he smiled awkwardly as he looked at Zhu Hao by the side. Hee, father. Ugh, hearing this form of address, Xiaoyan's originally somewhat dull expression instantly became dull. How could he have imagined that the Zhu Can in front of him was actually the son of this strong person? Moreover, he had even given Zhu Can a violent beating. According to the current situation, could this not be considered as a lamb entering the mouth of a tiger? Xiaoyan was speechless, but Zhu Hao's gaze landed on him again. He glanced at Zhu Can and said in a rather deep voice, "It's this kid. This is the kid who beat you up last time?" Zhu Can nodded heavily. His eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan. The viciousness in his eyes was self-evident, which made Xiaoyan's hair stand on end. The Genesis chi in his body began to circulate involuntarily. If Zhu Hao really wanted to do anything to him, he could not just sit there and wait for death even if his cultivation was not his opponent. "Heh, human kid, are you afraid that I'll take revenge on behalf of my son?" Zhu Hao sneered in disdain when he sensed the abnormality in Xiaoyan's Genesis chi. "Then aren't you looking down on my blood flame bird clan too much? It's him who can't beat you, not me. If he's beaten up by you, he needs to fight back. This is the rule of my clan. As long as he's not crippled or dead, you can do whatever you want. I can't be bothered." So, if you want to leave today, you can either fight with Zhu Can. If you win, you can go wherever you want, but if you lose, you can piss off from the fire maple forest. That guy outside seems to be waiting for you. Zhu Hao spoke in a low and deep voice. The casualness in his words caused Xiao Yan to not know whether to laugh or cry. This kind of free-range attitude was a little too casual. At the very least, this was his own son. As his father, he was actually able to say such words. It was really crazy. No wonder their tempers would be so violent. However, this was fine as well. At least it was better than his domineering father personally taking action. However, what surprised Xiao Yan was how Zhu Can's cultivation had risen from late origin transformation to late returnance in just a few short months. Such a heaven-defying rate of growth was just too terrifying. Hee, Xiao Yan, back then, you joined hands with that wild monkey and caused quite a lot of harm to the young master. If it were not because of your coercion, the young master would not have suffered that kind of humiliation. Fortunately, I have finally returned. Staying in that remote and desolate place, oh? Just when Zhu Can mentioned the Lu family, Zhu Hao frowned. Zhu Hao immediately became terrified. He swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He looked at his father with fear, then he continued, the Lu family is the Lu family. However, things are different now. With my current cultivation, I'll definitely be able to trample you beneath my feet. Zhu Can could not help but smile confidently when he reached the end. After returning to the clan, he had completed the awakening of his bloodline according to the rules of the clan. His cultivation had skyrocketed as well. He believed that he would be able to reach Origin King in just a few years. At that time, Zhu Can could not help but yearn for the feeling of power in the future, but now, boom. Xiao Yan did not use any fancy moves. Just like how Zhu Hao had attacked earlier, Xiao Yan swiftly stepped forward and sent Zhu Can flying with a simple punch while Zhu Can was in an intoxicated state. Senior, you said earlier that I can leave as long as I win. May I ask if I can leave now? Xiao Yan politely smiled. His gaze once again returned to Zhu Hao's body as he respectfully asked. Ugh, however, Xiao Yan's words left Zhu Can at a loss for words. According to the rules of the Blood Flame Bird clan, Xiao Yan's punch was swift and fierce, and it could be said to be extremely beautiful. Zhu Can could naturally be considered to have lost, and Xiao Yan could leave. However, logically speaking, Xiao Yan's method could be considered a sneak attack, so it was not the right way to win. However, the Blood Flame Bird clan was all about being straightforward and domineering. A win was a win. Moreover, in a true battle, they never cared about unorthodox methods. Thinking about it like that, Xiao Yan did seem to have won. Ugh. Isn't that too fast? Zhu Hao curled his lips and muttered to himself. He raised his head and saw that Xiao Yan was about to leave. Just as he was about to stop him, Zhu Can, who had been sent flying by Xiao Yan's punch, suddenly charged over and charged towards Xiao Yan with violent power. Again? Xiao Yan frowned. A thought passed through his mind and the strength elephant skill was immediately displayed. He turned around and threw a punch, sending this fellow flying once again. After which, his gaze looked at Zhu Hao, appearing to be waiting for his explanation. Cough cough, since this kid still has the strength to fight, then even I can't stop him. These are the rules, the rules. Zhu Hao coughed dryly. He had never thought that Xiao Yan would be so domineering. He could actually send Zhu Can flying with a single punch as a mid-returnance expert. Such battle prowess could only be described as terrifying. At the same time, Zhu Can had been sent flying by Xiao Yan before he could even return to his senses. This piece of trash. Zhu Hao cursed. Zhu Hao curled his mouth and scolded in a bad mood. Soon after, he saw that Zhu Can was once again sent flying by Xiao Yan. His entire body immediately turned around in embarrassment. Hearing the miserable cries that were repeatedly transmitted from behind him, even with his character, he could not help but feel pity for Zhu Can. A while later, when Zhu Can stood up once again in a horrible shape, Xiao Yan had run out of energy. However, Zhu Can seemed to have an endless supply of energy. Every time he was sent flying, Zhu Can would stand up again. His willpower was truly shocking. Without any other choice, Xiao Yan could only use the Heaven's End steps to quickly leave. Zhu Hao obviously discovered Xiaoyan's departure as soon as possible. Only after Xiaoyan had vanished from his sight did he turn around. He raised his head and looked at the sky to the south. He bowed slightly before picking up Zhu Can and flying towards a certain place in the forest. At the same time, in the deepest part of the fire maple forest, on the outskirts of a certain mountain valley, a noble lady wearing a blue dress was looking at the northern side. Her beautiful face had an icy expression. This lady was the one whom Xiaoyan's group had met a couple of times back then. Li Bingrui. The vast and boundless fire maple forest was thousands of kilometers deep. Even with Xiaoyan's speed, it took him 2 days to travel south. Until now, there was already an endless bright red sea of fire behind him. At this moment, there was a green mountain in front of Xiaoyan that rose into the sky. At the foot of the green mountain, on the east side of the cliff, a graceful figure was sitting quietly. The lady also opened her eyes when Xiaoyan arrived at this place. Their gazes immediately collided. "It's you." Li Bingrui. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw that this woman had actually appeared in this place. His expression was somewhat surprised. It was unexpected that he would actually meet her again after parting back then. It was really as Li Bingrui had said. "I told you that we would meet again. I've been waiting for you here for more than 2 months. You really did come, but you're much later than I expected." Li Bingrui was expressionless and cold. She seemed to have expected Xiaoyan's arrival. "You knew I would come?" He frowned. He had only met this woman a few times. How did she know he would come here? "For the hellfire of the Red Lotus, you must come here." The hellfire of the Red Lotus is here." The expression on Xiaoyan's face was initially startled when these words were uttered. Soon after, it turned into an endless wild joy. Since this was the case, his trip to the fire maple forest was not in vain. Raising his head to look at the green mountain in front of him, Xiaoyan's blood was instantly ignited. Since he had found the Red Lotus hellfire, it meant that his cultivation could advance further. As he thought of this, Xiaoyan involuntarily quickened his footsteps and walked toward the valley behind Li Bingrui. "Stop." However, in the next second, at the same time as the cold voice sounded, an icy-cold bone-piercing longsword suddenly passed in front of Xiaoyan. The sharp sword aura caused Xiaoyan's advancing footsteps to instantly stop. His body also unconsciously took 2 steps back. When he raised his eyes to take a look, Li Bingrui's figure had already appeared in front of him. The tip of the icy-cold longsword in her hand turned and pointed at him. What is the meaning of this? Frowning, Xiaoyan was thinking about the heavenly fire. How could he be in the mood to care about this girl? "Why do you think I am waiting for you here? If you want to see my master, you have to go through me first." The expression on Xiaoyan's face immediately changed after her words sounded. His heart felt incomparably shocked because of this. Master. The person that Li Bingrui was referring to was undoubtedly Yi Honglian. However, Yi Honglian was a heavenly flame and possessed a violent affinity. How could she have a disciple who practiced the ice affinity? This was too unbelievable. However, after hearing Li Bingrui's words, Xiaoyan understood that the them that Li Bingrui had mentioned to Xiaoyan back then should be referring to Guyu and Haimachin. Only Li Bingrui, who was well aware of this, would know that the two of them existed in Xiaoyan's body. "I have come here to look for Senior Yi Honglian. I do not wish to have any dispute with you." After a moment of thought, Xiaoyan shook his head gently in the end. Li Bingrui was Yi Honglian's disciple after all, so he obviously needed to be polite when he spoke to her. At the same time, Luo Jin seemed to have an extremely deep impression of this woman from the moment he saw her. If he attacked Li Bingrui, it would probably be difficult for him to explain himself to Luo Jin. "If you want to see my master, you have to defeat me. Otherwise, I will use everything I have to stop you. Killing you is also within the scope of stopping you." However, Li Bingrui did not show the slightest bit of mercy in the face of Xiaoyan's words. The longsword in her hand suddenly pierced toward Xiaoyan at the same time as the words in her mouth sounded, aiming at the spot between his brows. Swish, however, what her sword had pierced was merely an afterimage of Xiaoyan. What? Li Bingrui was immediately shocked when she saw this. They were both at returnants, but Xiaoyan was much faster than her. She actually failed to discover how Xiaoyan had dodged the attack. It was truly strange. When Li Bingrui turned around, Xiaoyan had already appeared outside the valley. Looking at the stairs before him, Xiaoyan slowly made his way up. Since he had come to someone else's territory, he had to follow the rules. All he needed to do was climb the stairs. Get down. In the next moment, Li Bingrui appeared in a flash again. She swung her sword viciously, but Xiaoyan twisted his body and bent his waist. He managed to dodge the attack at an extremely strange angle. As he stood up, a stream of energy suddenly shot out from the sword. It shot up from the bottom, targeting Xiaoyan's crotch. You're going to end my lineage. Alarmed, Xiaoyan could only retreat helplessly. The moment he stopped, he immediately used the Force Elephant technique and blasted the stream of energy away with a punch. However, at the same time, an extremely cold presence wrapped around Xiaoyan's fist. A thin layer of ice rapidly spread across his right arm. The extreme coldness caused Xiaoyan's body to feel piercing pain. Boom! With a thought, heavenly fire ignited and gradually melted the thin layer of ice. However, this scene also left Xiaoyan extremely shocked. It was merely a thin layer of ice, yet it was able to endure for a couple of breaths under his heavenly flame. In Xiaoyan's past experience, other than the extreme cold ice soul, there was no other ice that could endure under his heavenly flame. Yet, Li Bingrui's ice was actually able to, my ice Genesis Chi has long been able to withstand the corrosion of heavenly fire under master's training. In this world, there is no flame that can suppress me, not even you. Sensing the surprise in Xiaoyan's heart, Li Bingrui coldly snorted. Her body flickered again and her sword rapidly rotated. In the blink of an eye, several streams of energy shot out one after another. Even Xiaoyan couldn't avoid them. Left with no choice, he could only block them with his heavenly fire. As he retreated, Xiaoyan landed on the steps that led to the depths of the valley. Leave this place and I can pretend that nothing happened. If you don't come again, I won't find trouble with you. Li Bingrui stood on the steps and coldly stared at Xiaoyan. Her tone was especially resolute. In order to not leave master and not let her master disappear from this world, she would never allow Xiaoyan to take a single step into the valley. She had painstakingly trained over the years and trained across the continents so that she could one day chase away those who came looking for Yi Honglian. She would not allow anyone to step into the pure land that was the fire maple forest. I'm sorry, I can understand how important your master is to you, but I also hope that you can understand that finding her is my decision and no one can stop me. Xiaoyan shook his head. As his voice faded, he activated the giant elephant art. You're courting death. A chilling expression appeared on Li Bingrui's face when Xiaoyan's golden body condensed. Her body moved as the sword in her hand viciously stabbed towards Xiaoyan. In the blink of an eye, she appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The tip of the sword tore through space as it stabbed towards Xiaoyan. Clang! When the sword was less than a meter away from Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan raised his right hand and extended 2 fingers to stop the sword. No matter how much force Li Bingrui used, she was unable to advance even an inch. You're Yi Honglian's disciple. I don't want to fight with you, so please move aside. Xiaoyan said indifferently. His right hand trembled slightly and a huge force immediately followed the longsword and attacked Li Bingrui's right hand. The longsword in her hand was immediately uncontrollably removed by Xiaoyan. After which, he gently swung it and it was inserted into the rock wall in the distance. Xiaoyan then took a step forward and took large strides toward the stairs. I won't allow you to go up. The expression on Li Bingrui's pretty face became increasingly gloomy when she saw that Xiaoyan was still unwilling to stop. Her delicate body moved and she personally pounced at Xiaoyan. Genesis Chi revolved between her hands as a turbulent energy poured out and crazily bombarded Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless in the face of this. Li Bingrui's cold ice was able to nullify the temperature of the heavenly flame to a certain extent. It would be extremely troublesome if one were to come into contact with it. Hence, Xiaoyan could only use the sky extinction steps to dodge the sharp attack of Li Bingrui's. Fortunately, after reaching the advanced level of the heaven annihilation steps, Xiaoyan's speed had reached a whole new level. In terms of speed, Xiaoyan could even match an ordinary origin king, let alone a late returnance expert like Li Bingrui. After several hundred exchanges, she had failed to even touch the corner of Xiaoyan's clothes, which infuriated Li Bingrui. Bastard, do you only know how to dodge as a man? Once again, Xiaoyan dodged her attack. Li Bingrui was already so angry that she clenched her teeth. However, Xiaoyan still had a smile that deserved a beating, as if he was afraid that she was not angry enough. I'm already going easy on you by not attacking you. Do I have to stand here and let you hit me? Fuck. Who needs you to go easy on me? If you really have the ability, then fight me fair and square. As he spoke, Xiaoyan easily dodged Li Bingrui's attack again. You'll take me to see your master if I win? Xiaoyan smiled slightly. His smile carried some calmness as he watched Li Bingrui's lovely body rush past him. His dark black eyes involuntarily revealed an expression of admiration at this moving scene in front of him. However, when these words entered Li Bingrui's ears, it caused the latter to curse loudly. The anger on her beautiful face became even denser. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with anger. Bullshit. It's impossible for you to defeat me, and you can forget about seeing my master. Slap. Li Bingrui's pretty face immediately revealed an embarrassed and angry expression the moment the curse fell from her mouth. Her face was so red that it even reached her ears. Her pretty eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. Just a moment ago, Xiaoyan had actually, if a beauty says such words, be careful that you don't become ugly. Xiaoyan smiled shamelessly. As he felt the tenderness that remained in his palm, he could not help but rub his hands together. Just now, when Li Bingrui was cursing out loud, her body happened to pass by in front of Xiaoyan. Therefore, he gave her a slap in passing. In the end, it just happened to hit her extremely elastic but, die. However, when she heard Xiaoyan's words that seemed to excuse her, the anger on Li Bingrui's face became even heavier. Her heart was incomparably ashamed and resentful. She extended her hand and beckoned. The icy-cold longsword that was shot out by Xiaoyan instantly returned to her hand. Following the sound of breaking air, dozens of energy pillars shot out in succession, aiming for Xiaoyan's vital points. There were even a few energy pillars that unknowingly shot towards Xiaoyan's crotch. This caused Xiaoyan's crotch to tighten, and his dodging movements became even faster. After failing dozens of times, Li Bingrui threw the longsword in her hand in shame and anger. The moment the longsword neared Xiaoyan's body, it suddenly exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky. With the force of breaking through the air, the fragments shot towards various parts of Xiaoyan's body. It was naturally impossible to dodge such a concentrated attack, but Xiaoyan managed to block it with the rich Genesis Qi in his body. Almost at the same time, however, Li Bingrui quickly raised her hands. Her 10 fingers linked together, rapidly forming a seal between her jade-like hands. Genesis Qi continuously gushed out from her body, condensing into icy-cold longswords in the air around her. Mysterious ice assassination. Xiaoyan's jade-like hands held 2 icy-cold longswords. They cut through the sky and every longsword that came into contact with them instantly shattered, turning into a countless number of fragments. They carried an extremely cold aura as they suddenly broke through the air and violently shot toward Xiaoyan's golden body. However, this was not the end. Great Tao of Ice. Mysterious ice illusion. At the next moment, Li Bingrui's cry was once again emitted from her mouth. At the same time, numerous mirrors that were formed from cold ice immediately began to form around Xiaoyan's body. The strength of the Great Path was displayed at this moment. Within each mirror was an image similar to Li Bingrui's at this moment. She was holding 2 swords and the sky was filled with cold ice fragments. The most shocking thing was that when Li Bingrui approached Xiaoyan, the images within the mirrors actually leaped out of the mirrors and agglomerated into substance before violently piercing toward Xiaoyan. Dozens of Li Bingrui held their swords at the same time. Countless ice shards shot towards Xiaoyan while accompanied by an extremely cold aura. The entire place instantly turned chilly because of the great path of ice. The air was extremely cold, frost fell from the ground, and snow filled the sky. Even Xiaoyan's actions and the speed at which the Genesis Qi in his body circulated were affected. This woman's great Tao of Ice is terrifying. Even with Xiaoyan's mental strength, his heart involuntarily felt shocked when he sensed this. Moreover, from the looks of Li Bingrui's stance, it was as though she wanted to take his life. If he continued to stubbornly defend, it was likely that he would really be in danger. Xiaoyan, since you want to see me, you must first defeat my disciple. Otherwise, as this girl said, leave here and never come back. It was also at this moment that a voice that was filled with a graceful aura suddenly sounded in Xiaoyan's mind. Almost instantly, Xiaoyan abruptly raised his head and looked at the surrounding world. A smile surfaced on Xiaoyan's face as he watched Li Bingrui, who was getting closer and closer to him. In other words, Yi Honglian was asking him to take action. Since Elder says so, Junior will accept Elder's invitation. As his voice faded, Xiaoyan grasped the air, and the heavy Xian Buster sword flew into his hand. At the same time, light blue flames suddenly rose. The moment the flame burned, Li Bingrui's attack, which was filled with an imposing aura, landed heavily in the air. The two long swords in her hands broke through the empty space. Everywhere they passed, a world of cold ice appeared. At this moment, when one looked behind Li Bingrui, one could see that even the entrance of the valley was filled with cold ice. A countless number of cold ice fragments carried an extremely cold sword aura as they swiftly fell from around Xiaoyan's body. They were about to land on Xiaoyan's body in the next moment. However, Xiaoyan's face was calm and composed. Since Yi Honglian had allowed him to take action, he naturally didn't need to worry about anything. He slowly raised the heavy Buster sword. Xiaoyan faced his surroundings, and with one thought, the Genesis chi in his body frantically poured into the heavy Buster sword. A blazing aura soared into the sky like a rainbow. 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler. Soon after, an explosive cry was suddenly emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. His body swiftly rotated and 7 feet of sword light were swung out from all over his body. A frightening flame glow immediately rose from the ground. At the same time that it broke through the empty space, it also shattered the ice illusions that were charging over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's surroundings were swept away. But, No, where's that woman? Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed when he suddenly sensed something. Although the ruler glow earlier was ferocious, it merely broke those illusions that were agglomerated from the great way of ice. What about Li Bingrui herself? Die. By the time Xiaoyan recovered, a shocking cry suddenly sounded in the sky above his head. By the time Xiaoyan raised his head, he saw that Li Bingrui was holding a long sword in her hand. She had already arrived in the sky above his head. She pointed the tip of her sword and countless numbers of cold ice immediately fell, violently striking Xiaoyan's body. At the same time that they destroyed his clothes, they also turned into a thick layer of ice. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was sealed in ice. Ice Spirit Slash. Li Bingrui raised the ice sword in her hand. As she poured Genesis chi into it, the world trembled, and countless pieces of ice condensed in the void. As a thin layer of ice covered the ice sword, a giant sword also formed above Xiaoyan's head. Suddenly, an incomparably domineering and terrifying aura spread from the giant sword. The chilling aura made one's heart tremble, and a terrifying pressure firmly locked onto Xiaoyan below. Li Bingrui didn't hold back at all in this attack. She was clearly determined to kill. If Xiaoyan couldn't fight back, he would definitely die under this sword. In the next instant, an icy shout abruptly sounded from Li Bingrui's mouth. She tightly gripped the sword with both hands and viciously swung it downwards. The giant sword in the sky also abruptly fell at the same time. The invisible space was instantly pierced, causing the world to tremble as a terrifying pressure descended towards Xiaoyan. However, Xiaoyan was still sealed in ice. If he couldn't even break through the ice, how could he possibly dodge this attack? You're dead for sure. Xiaoyan, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself. Why did you have to come to the fire maple forest? Why did you have to obtain E? Kacha, before the extremely cold words from Li Bingrui's mouth sounded, the cold ice below, which was firmly controlling Xiaoyan's body, suddenly emitted a clear cracking sound. Although the sound was not loud, it was incomparably clear in Li Bingrui's ears at this moment. Soon after, numerous clear crack lines swiftly spread over the cold ice. Humph. So what if you've broken the ice seal? You won't be able to dodge this ice spirit slash. Die for me. The shout that was filled with murderous intent sounded once again. Under Li Bingrui's control, the speed of the giant sword's descent instantly became a little faster. Just as it was about to land on Xiaoyan's body, the latter lifted his head, his eyes filled with flames. A purple-gold clan tattoo shone between his eyebrows. At this moment, a palm-sized flaming roulette was spinning rapidly in his hand. In the middle of the roulette, there was a thumb-sized black dot. It was as deep as the void, emitting an endless illusory and devouring feeling. Most importantly, it seemed to contain a special power, Buddha's fury. Reincarnation. As the shout sounded, it was as if the entire world was trembling. When Xiaoyan raised the roulette in his hand and pointed it at the giant sword above his head, he extended a finger and lightly tapped the black dot in the middle of the roulette. In an instant, swoosh, the empty space above Xiaoyan's head instantly shattered. The strange black-colored light pillar collided with the enormous sword in the blink of an eye. Li Bingrui was immediately shocked to see that this enormous sword, which she had spent most of her strength to agglomerate, was actually gradually disintegrating under this strange black light. The strength on it became increasingly scattered until a crack line appeared on the enormous sword, causing a corner of the enormous sword to shatter. After which, cracks spread rapidly until the entire giant sword was covered by the cracks. With a bang, the attack that contained most of Li Bingrui's energy exploded. The remaining energy of the black light pillar broke through the void and disappeared into the sky. That's a grand skill of the ways. The special power within the Buddha's fury was Xiaoyan's way of the void. Although he had not sensed it personally, Li Bingrui could see it clearly. With her understanding of the power of ways, she obviously understood that skills of the ways could only be used by origin kings. Although it was normal for Xiaoyan to defeat her using this move, she was still unwilling to accept the fact that a returnance expert had comprehended a skill of the ways. Of course, even Xiaoyan did not know that the Buddha's fury he had created could perfectly fuse with the way of the void, becoming a so-called skill of the ways of the ways. Xiaoyan did not immediately rush toward the interior of the valley after breaking the enormous sword. Instead, he circulated the heavenly flame within his body once before moving. To be honest, when Li Bingrui had sealed his body with ice, he could not have broken it with just the mysterious fire. In a moment of desperation, he had borrowed the power of the bloodline in his body, the support of the giant elephant tactic, and even the dragon phoenix ancient armor. In the end, he had used the overbearing hidden force of the Grade 8 collapse to barely break the ice. It had to be mentioned that Li Bingrui's way of the ice was indeed powerful. Whether it was its ability to suppress heavenly flames or its terrifying toughness, it was much more powerful than other experts of the same element. However, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless at all in order to find Yi Honglian. He had only used the Buddha's fury earlier because he had no other choice. If he had not done that, he probably would not have been able to endure Li Bingrui's attack. However, what surprised him was that it was extraordinarily effective. Xiaoyan no longer paid any attention to Li Bingrui after returning to his senses. With a single step, he used the Heaven's Annihilation steps and immediately charged into the valley. Li Bingrui's expression immediately changed when she saw this. She hurriedly chased after Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether she won or lost, she would never allow Xiaoyan to come into contact with Yi Honglian. She would never let her master leave her side. Just let him in. Just as Li Bingrui was about to move to stop Xiaoyan, Yi Honglian's voice suddenly rang in her ears. Li Bingrui's body immediately froze. Subsequently, she could only stay where she was with a bitter face. When Xiaoyan passed through the valley and arrived at the deepest part of the Green Mountain, a somewhat familiar scene appeared once again. In front of Xiaoyan was a cliff. It was flat and clean, as though it had been cut out by some kind of sharp weapon. Fire-red lotus flowers grew on the walls and gathered upwards. They were bathed in sunlight, and a blazing aura spread in the air. Below the cliff was a bottomless pool. The pool water was clear, and pebbles were placed at the bottom. Lotus flowers floated on the pebbles. Although they looked elegant, there was not a single fish in them. When the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Xiaoyan frowned as these words suddenly popped up from the corner of his mouth. He then looked up. Stone platforms floated in the air in front of him. Red lotus flowers bloomed on them, and they reached the top of the mountain. Although Xiaoyan did not take a closer look, he knew that there were exactly 100 stone platforms. With the experience of Guyu and Haimachin, Xiaoyan immediately guessed Yi Honglian's intention. or rather, he had expected it. Although he had passed Li Bingrui, the 100-step stone platform was the true test for him. Unless he could pass the 100-step stone platform, he could forget about seeing Yi Honglian. Humph, the Red Lotus stone platform was specially prepared for you by Master. Even if you can pass me, you can forget about reaching the top of the mountain. Li Bingrui stepped forward with an ice-cold expression. Her beautiful eyes ruthlessly glared at the vicious person in front of her. In the end, she coldly snorted and did not do anything else. Since Yi Honglian had already opened her mouth, she would naturally not attack Xiaoyan. Even though this was the case, when she recalled that this fellow had actually, a cluster of fire would still rise from the bottom of her heart. In front of the pool, Xiaoyan ignored Li Bingrui by the side. Instead, he slowly shut his eyes and exhaled a long breath. A pale blue fire flashed across his dark black pupils the moment he abruptly opened them. The Genesis chi in his body suddenly rose at this moment. Giant elephant art. Xiaoyan let out an explosive cry in his heart. His feet heavily stomped on the ground and his body immediately shot forward. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived on the first stone platform. A turbulent strength once again erupted when his feet landed. Boom! Xiaoyan's foot landed and the stone platform that was floating in the air immediately sank down uncontrollably. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body once again leaped up and rushed to the next stone platform. Behind him, Li Bingrui coldly watched. Although Xiaoyan's movements were not slow, this was only the beginning. The higher he went, the more difficulties he would face. Xiaoyan stepped on the red lotus in the sky above the stone platform. His body continued to dash forward. Each time his feet stepped on the ground, the red lotus would be instantly destroyed, transforming into a fierce flame that burned intensely. When he flew forward, the flame would stick to his legs like sticky candy. Following the movement of his body, it swiftly climbed and spread. By the time Xiaoyan had rushed up half the stone steps, his entire golden body had already been completely wrapped by the flame. Xiaoyan's body was dripping with perspiration as he stood below. His expression had also become solemn because of this. Under the burning of the flames, Xiaoyan's golden body was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. The golden light on it was getting weaker and weaker, and some parts were even broken. The flames were rushing towards his body, causing Xiaoyan to have no choice but to use more of his strength to solidify his golden body. The giant elephant's skill itself required the strength of the physical body. Therefore, the exhaustion of this golden body also meant that Xiaoyan's strength was being exhausted at an accelerated rate. If this continued, it was likely that before he could reach the top, these flames would cause him to lose all his strength and collapse on the stone platform. Humph, although your physical strength is tyrannical, it is nothing in front of the Red Lotus Hellfire. By the side, Li Bingrui was completely unaware as she leaped forward and followed. Both of her feet stood in the empty air. Her two snow-white arms were hugged in front of her chest, blocking a large area of snow-white soft land. Her face was gloating as she watched Xiaoyan, who was clearly having a hard time, in front of her, waiting for him to fail. The Red Lotus Hellfire had a terrifying flame that could devour the physical body. No matter how strong one's body was, it was like a thin piece of paper in front of the Red Lotus Hellfire. Once it touched the body, it would instantly turn into nothingness. Of course, the Red Lotus Hellfire was also known as the Flame of Nirvana. Once it was refined, the person who obtained it would have a physical body that was indestructible and invincible. However, as of now, Xiaoyan could not even reach the stone platform, so how could he refine the Red Lotus Hellfire? Ha! Xiaoyan gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice. With a thought, the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor suddenly appeared on the surface of his body. The heavenly fire surged and condensed into an armor of heavenly fire outside his body. Then, his body suddenly shot out and went straight to the top of the mountain. On the cliff, Xiaoyan's body was covered in crimson flames. His golden body had been broken, and the armor of heavenly fire was rapidly weakening under the corrosion of the Red Lotus Hellfire. Until now, Xiaoyan had only reached the 70th level of the stone platform. After the armor of heavenly fire was broken, it was the turn of the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor that Xiaoyan was so proud of. The Dragon Phoenix ancient armor had always been known to be impervious to fire and water. In the past, it had helped Xiaoyan to defend against external attacks. However, in front of the Red Lotus Hellfire, it was still too weak. When Xiaoyan stepped onto the 80th level of the stone platform, he was already exhausted. The Dragon Phoenix ancient armor was still struggling to hold on, but Xiaoyan could only collapse on the stone platform in exhaustion. He gritted his teeth and endured the burning of the flames. When the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor on his body was broken, Xiaoyan's flesh and blood were quickly burned and shriveled under the burning of the heavenly fire. In a few minutes, Xiaoyan's hands were burned to the point that the white bones underneath were exposed. Even the bones were beginning to turn into ashes. Xiaoyan, whose face was completely unrecognizable, emitted a painful roar from his mouth. The flesh in front of his chest had already swiftly disappeared under the burning of the heavenly flame. His entire body involuntarily twitched intensely. Only a pale blue flame continued to rise within his eyes. Gotcha! At a certain moment, a strange cracking sound rang out from within Xiaoyan's vortex. Xiaoyan's body suddenly came to a halt. Afterwards, his skeletal body suddenly raised its head and opened its mouth. It let out a deafening roar and a terrifying suction force surged out from its mouth. The roaring flames on his body were forcefully sucked into Xiaoyan's body. Under the violent burning of his heavenly fire, it was forcefully refined into surging energy, which was poured into the vortex. At the same time, Xiaoyan's presence rapidly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached late returnance. Even his body that had been consumed by the flames earlier had recovered. Huff, Xiaoyan slowly exhaled a breath of air. He raised his head and looked at the remaining stone platforms above his head. A ruthless expression flashed across his eyes. Soon after, his body suddenly leaped and once again shot up explosively, heading straight to the top of the mountain. The stone platform where Xiaoyan's foot had landed had actually shattered to pieces. At the top of the green mountain, there was a guzheng and a hut. When Xiaoyan reached the top, the hundreds of stone platforms below all collapsed. Red lotuses bloomed and flames rose in spirals. In the pool, the water turned into ice and the lotuses turned into fire. This also proved that the world did not necessarily have to be clear water to have no fish. In extremely cold water, naturally, no fish could survive. At the top of the green mountain, there was only a platform with a length and width of more than 30 meters. A hut was on the side of the cliff, surrounded by rocks and weeds. On a blue stone, there was a guzheng with a lotus painted on it, but there was no one there. After stabilizing himself, Xiaoyan gasped for breath for a while. Feeling the surging power in his body, he could not help but rejoice. Fortunately, Yi Honglian had held back. Otherwise, if he was really contaminated by the Red Lotus Hellfire, Xiaoyan would not have the chance to stand here, let alone take the opportunity to break through his cultivation. You actually swallowed my Red Lotus Hellfire. At this moment, a slightly angry woman's voice suddenly sounded. On the empty platform, the guzheng was fluctuated by an invisible force. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure spread out in an instant. Xiaoyan's body also knelt down in an instant. Behind him, Li Bingrui also quickly reached the top of the mountain, but she was not deterred by the pressure. With a cold face, she first looked at Xiaoyan, who was kneeling on the ground, then frowned and looked at the hut in front of her. She quickly bowed and saluted. Master, not only is this guy despicable and extremely shameless, but he also forcibly absorbed your mystical fire into his body to improve his cultivation and break through the shackles of the stone steps. In my opinion, it's better to throw him down the mountain and never set foot in the fire maple forest again. Junior thanks Senior for your kindness. Without Senior's permission, Junior's cultivation would not have improved. The two of them spoke in unison. Xiaoyan's words made Li Bingrui frown. Her cold eyes instantly fell on Xiaoyan, and she said coldly. Who is it? It's clearly you who is shameless and forcibly absorbed teacher's fire into your body. Yes. With a soft hum, the pressure that fell on Xiaoyan's head instantly dissipated. At the same time, a beautiful woman in a fiery red robe appeared on the platform. The latter was sitting cross-legged in front of the zither, her fair and slender jade-like hands gently stroking the zither strings. Her fingertips plucked, and a beautiful zither sound came out. When Xiaoyan looked up, the scene in front of him was truly breathtaking. The woman's fiery red hair stirred one's heart. As it fluttered in the wind, the strands of hair stuck to her cheeks, making her appear even more seductive. Under the illumination of the sunlight, her cheeks appeared especially exquisite, as white and smooth as milk. Her pair of eyes were as translucent as gems, suffused with a bright light of wisdom. If one looked at her for too long, it seemed as if one would fall into her eyes. Her perky nose suddenly appeared adorable, and her fiery red lips were even more delicate and alluring. As her curves extended and one's line of sight widened, her graceful figure was completely taken into one's eyes. It had to be said that she was truly a stunner in the world. She is indeed different from those two rotten old men. Immediately, Xiaoyan's eyes rotated, and he immediately thought of Guyu and Haimachin. They were both heavenly flames, and they were both left behind by the two Shi ancient god. The gap between Yi Honglian and the two of them was really great. If those two old men were to transform into women, that appearance. Xiaoyan really did not dare to imagine. Buzz. Soon after, Yi Honglian's slender fingertips gently plucked the zither strings while Xiaoyan was absent-minded. An invisible wave swept out, and sent Xiaoyan flying by the time he lifted his head. Fortunately, Xiaoyan recovered in time. Just before he fell off the cliff, he relied on the sky absolute steps to stand up and stabilize his body. If you dare to do so again, I will send you out of this place. This junior knows his mistake. Xiaoyan immediately bowed respectfully and apologized after Yi Honglian's words sounded. Li Bingrui by the side was eager for Yi Honglian to chase Xiaoyan away. Her pair of pretty eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. Her eyes were filled with disgust. However, Yi Honglian ignored her and continued to play her zither. She appeared to be unconcerned about Xiaoyan's motive for coming here. The water in the pool has frozen. Don't you want to go and take a look? A long while later, Yi Honglian once again spoke after Li Bingrui had become impatient from standing. The latter's pretty face immediately changed when she heard this. She seemed to have thought of something, but she glanced at Xiaoyan by the side. She hesitated for a moment before bowing respectfully to Yi Honglian. After which, she descended the mountain by herself. Time passed bit by bit. Yi Honglian did not say anything else, and Xiaoyan did not move. Only the sound of the zither could be heard on the mountain peak. Until a certain moment, only after the song ended did Yi Honglian stabilize the zither. She lifted a pair of eyes that were filled with charm and looked at Xiaoyan in front of her. At this moment, the latter was still in a respectful posture with his waist bent. His forehead was filled with perspiration. Only when Yi Honglian's gaze shot over did he raise his body slightly. Do you know why I was unwilling to talk to you earlier? Senior is testing this junior's willpower. This junior will naturally do his best to complete it. Xiaoyan said respectfully. However, he secretly curled his lips. If she did not say it, who knew what her real intention was? There is no need to flatter me. I know what you are thinking in your heart. It is not important to me and I do not care. As long as you do not say it, it does not matter. I only have one disciple, Bing. If you do not send her away, you can forget about getting close to me, much less obtain the Red Lotus Hellfire. Now that Bing has left, let's talk about you. Junior, please speak. Xiaoyan hurriedly bowed respectfully after Yi Honglian's words sounded. After his previous actions, he did not dare to easily look at this woman in front of him. As the saying went, a femme fatale. These words were true. Since those two old fellows, Guyu and Haimachin, have chosen you, there is nothing I can say. I can hand the Red Lotus Hellfire to you. However, before that, you must agree to a request of mine. If you are unable to do so, then, Senior, this junior will do his best to fulfill your request. This time around, before the former's voice had even sounded, Xiaoyan had already expressed his determination with a firm face. His righteous manner appeared to be somewhat heroic. Yi Honglian laughed in a somewhat mocking manner when she saw this. She teased. Then, you should marry Bing and treat her well for the rest of her life. Ugh, this, Senior, Once these words were uttered, the expression on Xiaoyan's face instantly stiffened. Yi Honglian's actions were the same as pushing him into the fire pit. Forget about Li Bingrui's opinion of him, it was likely that he would not be able to answer to Luo Jin. If he really agreed to Yi Honglian's request, would he not be torn apart by Luo Jin? Let's do it this way. Swear on the lightning penalty oath, Yi Honglian spoke with an attractive smile on her face. Seeing Xiaoyan's dull face, it was clear that he had yet to recover from the shock from earlier. Swear on the lightning penalty oath. From today onwards, I will allow Bing to follow you. You can choose not to marry her, but you must protect her. If anything happens to her, I am willing to die under the lightning penalty. Xiaoyan also opened his mouth when Yi Honglian's words sounded. His expression was firm. Not long after, thunderclouds gathered in the sky. The lightning penalty oath was thus formed. The next day, when the sun had just risen from the eastern horizon, Xiaoyan, who had been sitting cross-legged for an entire night, slowly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed past the depths of his pitch-black eyes, and the aura around his body shook slightly. Soon after, it was withdrawn into his body. After an entire night of continuous condensation, the cultivation that he had broken through yesterday had already become much more solid. Next, he should prepare to refine the flame mantra that Yi Honglian had given him. Out of Xiaoyan's expectations, Yi Honglian actually held the complete flame mantra chi method in her hands. Yi Honglian did not understand the reason for this, she only remembered that when she transformed into her human form, this chi method had already been stored in her mind. Only yesterday did she hand it over to Xiaoyan. Obtaining the complete flame mantra chi method was definitely a pleasant surprise for Xiaoyan. Now that the flame mantra was complete, as long as he refined it, he could begin to prepare to refine the Red Lotus Hellfire. At that time, Xiaoyan believed that his cultivation would definitely leap to the Origin King realm. However, he did not know if his cultivation would be able to reach the Origin King realm if he added the remaining geocentric milk marrow in his hands. Once he reached that level, coupled with the methods that Xiaoyan currently possessed, it was likely that no one in the extreme south would be able to truly threaten him. Even if the two great sects joined hands, he would be completely fearless. Of course, this was on the premise that the Burning Flame Valley was not implicated. After resting for a while, Xiaoyan once again closed his eyes and focused. He looked inside his mind and saw a fist-sized scarlet-red ball of light in his mind. This was the entire flame mantra that Yi Honglian had given him. The ball of light looked like a fiery red lotus in full bloom. There was a circle of red light surrounding it, and it emitted a blazing aura. Although it wasn't some special power, it was still surprising. With the experience from the two previous times, the process of refining the flame mantra was just as smooth as before. In less than 4 hours, all the information within the ball of light had been completely absorbed by Xiaoyan, becoming a part of him. Afterwards, Xiaoyan used the momentum to cultivate crazily. His cultivation completely stabilized at late returnance, and he even approached the peak of late returnance. However, Xiaoyan purposefully suppressed it and stopped in the end. Although he could indeed use the power of the flame mantra to reach the peak of late returnance in a single stroke, the path of cultivation still needed to be steady. Being too hasty would only lead to the opposite effect. Of course, even though that was the case, Xiaoyan had gone from late origin transformation to late returnance in half a year. He had crossed an entire level of cultivation. This speed could be described as extremely shocking. Once news of this spread, it would probably attract many hostile gazes. Yeah. Your presence has condensed and your cultivation has completely stabilized. It looks like refining the flame mantra has benefited you quite a bit. Yi Honglian raised her eyes and looked at Xiaoyan in front of her. Although her tone was ordinary, there was a surprise that flashed across the deep regions of her eyes. Even if the cultivation method was powerful, the cultivation and growth of one's cultivation depended on one's own ability. If it were an ordinary person, they would not necessarily be able to achieve such a miraculous effect even with the assistance of a peak cultivation method. I have to thank Senior for handing the entire flame mantra to me. If it weren't for that, I would not have been able to consolidate my cultivation. The latter curled her mouth and smiled when she heard this. She was too lazy to say anything more. Her delicate finger once again stroked the zither in front of her. As a melodious zither sound appeared, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly became distorted. A red glow was quietly released. After which, it spread apart. In the blink of an eye, it actually grew into a beautiful red lotus. A flame curled on it, emitting an especially frightening high temperature. This was the thing that Xiaoyan had come to the fire maple forest to search for. It was the karmic fire of the red lotus. The moment he saw the fire lotus in front of him, Xiaoyan's breathing paused for an instant. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the fire lotus in front of him. The heated expression in his eyes was self-evident. The excitement in his heart caused his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. Ever since he returned to the southern region, he had been thinking about this matter. He had investigated in many ways in order to find the hellfire of the red lotus as soon as possible. Now, the hellfire of the red lotus, which was ranked 8th on the heavenly flame list, had finally appeared in front of him. There was no illusion, no obstruction. This hellfire of the red lotus was something that Xiaoyan could obtain at the moment. Boy, I know you have been waiting for this moment for a long time, but I still have to remind you again. Remember what I said, and also remember your promise. You must ensure Bing'er's safety. Although there is a lightning punishment oath in front of you, you must remember that I will always be watching you. After Yi Honglian's last sentence, her figure, which was sitting cross-legged in front of the zither, gradually dissipated in the breeze. Only the last sentence, which was full of strange and cold, reverberated in Xiaoyan's mind. It took him a long time to gradually recover his senses. Immediately after, the hellfire of the red lotus in front of him became violent in an instant. Boom! A frightening flame strength immediately swept apart. The grand flame was just like a newborn sun that shone on this green mountain. The mountain rock swiftly crumbled and the straw cottage was instantly incinerated into nothingness. The life force on the surrounding land also immediately disappeared. There were even some flames that violently pounced toward Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. This time, Xiaoyan did not have any elixirs to assist him. However, in his hand, there was still a sharp weapon. With a flip of his palm, the storage ring on his finger suddenly flashed. Immediately after, a thumb-sized blue ice crystal appeared above his palm. It was the extreme Arctic ice soul. The moment the extreme Arctic ice soul appeared, a chilly wind suddenly blew in the originally scorching hot world. Xiaoyan's palm was immediately covered with a thin layer of ice. Countless pieces of ice condensed in the air, and the weather on the mountain top quickly became cold. The climate of the world was constantly alternating between ice and fire. Controlling the extreme Arctic ice soul, Xiaoyan flicked his finger and shot it directly into the hellfire of the red lotus. Then, with a wave of his hand, the light blue flames immediately rushed up and swallowed all the crimson flames. The fire lotus was wrapped into a palm-sized ball of light. The outer layer was the light blue flames, and the inner layer of the hellfire of the red lotus was temporarily suppressed by the extreme Arctic ice soul. Next, it was time for Xiaoyan to devour it. Without much hesitation, Xiaoyan widened his mouth and swallowed the cluster of light. Soon after, a frightening strength suddenly erupted. Like a wild and violent wild beast, it barged into Xiaoyan's body in all directions. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the mountain peak under the clear blue sky. He appeared like an old monk meditating. He was completely unaware of everything that was happening around him. All of his attention was focused on refining the red lotus karmic fire within his body. Boom! Within the vortex, the red lotus hellfire was still incomparably wild despite the obstruction and suppression of the heavenly flame and the extreme cold ice soul. Wave after wave of hot flames continued to sweep across Xiaoyan's body, wantonly destroying it. The frightening high temperature caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily grimace despite his mental fortitude. The muscles all over his body involuntarily tensed up. Cold sweat poured out and the skin all over his body turned red. In addition, the extreme frost ice spirit also emitted an extremely cold aura while frantically suppressing the red lotus karmic fire. At the same time, it also froze Xiaoyan's body. Icicles constantly formed in Xiaoyan's body, turning his meridians, flesh, blood, and even bones icy cold. If it weren't for the heavenly fire protecting his body and the constant flow of Genesis Qi, Xiaoyan's body would have been completely destroyed by the two extremes. In addition to resisting the pain caused by the two types of energy in his body, Xiaoyan also used the blaze mantra to frantically refine and absorb the heavenly fire. Heavenly fire constantly rose from the center of the cyclone, forcibly merging the red lotus karmic fire and the extreme frost ice spirit together, causing the two to gradually reach a balance. When Xiaoyan could withstand the berserk power of the two, he began to refine the Red Lotus karmic fire with the help of the blaze mantra under the control of the heavenly fire. Borrowing the short moment of balance between the two, Xiaoyan frantically refined the strength of the Red Lotus hellfire, gradually guiding it into the path of the Qi method of the flame mantra. After a long period of refinement, it returned to the vortex. This was only the first step of the successful refinement. Until a certain moment, boom, before Xiaoyan could completely refine and devour the Red Lotus karmic fire, the last bit of power contained in the extreme frost ice spirit was exhausted, and the terrifying power once again lost control. The power that had been suppressed for a long time instantly erupted, and the ferocious flames instantly destroyed all the defenses set up in Xiaoyan's body. Without any warning or preparation, the Red Lotus karmic fire rushed out of Xiaoyan's body. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan was once again reduced to a skeleton. His blood was burned and his flesh destroyed, leaving only his skeleton and spirit power to frantically resist the Red Lotus karmic fire's fury. Ha! A silent angry cry was transmitted from deep within Xiaoyan's spirit. A pale blue flame immediately spat out from his empty eyes. It was like a volcano erupting as it swiftly spread throughout his entire body. In the blink of an eye, every bone on this frightening red flame person's body was filled with pale blue flame. The flame mantra Qi method was being circulated to its limit at this moment. It could even be seen that at the lower abdomen of Xiaoyan's skeleton body, a green-red flame tornado was rotating with a hoo-hoo sound. Every wisp of flame that was burning on his body was being pulled by this tornado and was gradually sucked into it, becoming a part of this tornado. At the same time, the icy aura in the frozen pool at the foot of the mountain was constantly being pulled by some kind of force, and the ice in the pool also melted and dissipated. Blaze mantra. Refine for me. On the mountain peak, when the scarlet red flame gradually disappeared, Xiaoyan's physical body actually appeared once again. After experiencing the cruel refinement of the heavenly flame, his current body was even stronger than before. Under his thin body, every inch of his muscles and even every cell contained a strength that was several times or even 100 times stronger than before. In his body, the refinement of the Red Lotus hellfire had also been gradually completed. Next, all he needed to do was to merge it with the bone-chilling flame, sea heart flame and the seed flames that he had already refined. Then, everything would be considered complete. In the outside world, not long after Xiaoyan entered the fire maple forest, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect officially announced their alliance to the outside world. The situation in the extreme south had also become grim because of this. This matter caused an uproar among countless people. No one could understand why the Heavenly Puppet Sect, as a human race, would ally with the 10,000 Scorpion Sect, betray their identity as humans, and collude with the Magical Beast clan. Wouldn't such actions be despised by the world? It was also because of this that many factions in the extreme south, who prided themselves as great factions, chose to join the Burning Flame Valley one after another. On one hand, it was to clarify their position as humans. On the other hand, it was also to find a good backer for themselves. After all, if the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect joined hands and wantonly massacred the large and small factions in the extreme south, they did not think that they had the ability to resist. As for surrendering, the Burning Flame Valley had the Burning Sky Ancestor, a Source Ancestor, overseeing it. Compared to the two sects, the existence of this expert was much more realistic than the various threats. The Burning Flame Valley was not so stupid as to accept all the factions that joined and supported them. After a rough selection, a portion of the factions with a clean background joined. As for the others, they either had other motives or purely came to protect themselves. Naturally, the Burning Flame Valley would not allow them to join. The alliance of the two sects in the extreme south had helped the Burning Flame Valley to consolidate their strength in a certain aspect. However, this kind of action was clearly within their expectations. Therefore, half a year after the two sects joined hands, they organized the first purge of the factions within the Burning Flame Valley. This battle had also completely pulled apart the situation in the extreme south. The Burning Flame Valley did not show any signs of weakness towards the invasion of the two sections. They wantonly mobilized their troops to suppress the two sections. During this period of time, large and small battles were unceasingly fought and the situation was especially intense. It could be said that the land within 1,000 miles was dyed red and smoke filled the sky. Many cities were destroyed in the endless flames of war. Until now, the borders of both sides would be invaded almost every day. This battle lasted for an entire 3 years. During these 3 years, the burning Flame Valley and the two sects had fought no less than 1,000 battles. However, it was ultimately difficult to determine a victor. However, the two sects did not seem to be worried at all. Not only were they not anxious or nervous, they even continuously expanded their own strength. The eastern part of the extreme south was originally outside of the 3 sections. However, the two sects had already extended their hands there. Even the southwestern border had long been rumored to have been involved by the Heavenly Puppet sect. Currently, that place was a complete mess and no one could manage it. As matters stood, a large area of the entire southern region had basically fallen into the hands of the two sections. The battle between both sides was constantly tense and the true big battle was about to arrive. However, it was also at this moment that Xianxia, who had been seated cross-legged in the depths of the fire maple forest in the southern part of the extreme south, finally slowly opened his eyes. At the top of the cliff, Xiaoyan's eyes, which had been tightly shut for 3 years, finally opened slowly at this moment. At the same time, a purple flame flashed across the depths of his eyes. After 3 years of refining and absorbing, the Red Lotus Hellfire had finally completely merged with the heavenly flame in his body. He stood up and twisted his body gently. A burst of firecracker-like crackling sounds came from the bones all over his body. The comfortable feeling of relaxation made Xiaoyan unable to help but let out a long breath. Feeling the abundant power in his body, the corners of his mouth also revealed a satisfied smile. However, Xiaoyan immediately felt a cold gaze. Turning his head to look, he saw Li Bingrui, who was wearing a blue dress and had a pretty face, standing on a cliff behind him. The cold killing intent was also caused by her. "How is it? Are you happy and satisfied? But my teacher is no longer here. All of this is because of you." Li Bingrui's heart was filled with resentment when she saw Xiaoyan's perfectly fine appearance. She did not expect Xiaoyan to obtain the red lotus flame as he wished after she had left, despite her master clearly being unwilling to bother with Xiaoyan back then. Although she had left her retreat, she could only watch Xiaoyan continue to refine the Yi flame. Of course, Li Bingrui could take advantage of that time to kill Xiaoyan, but she knew that if Yi Honglian did not want to, Xiaoyan would not have been able to refine the Red Lotus Hellfire. Moreover, she did not want to take advantage of Xiaoyan. If she wanted to fight, she wanted to defeat Xiaoyan fair and square. In addition, before she left, Yi Honglian clearly showed that she did not want to care about Xiaoyan. However, after she left, this kind of thing happened again. It was obvious that Yi Honglian was just doing it for her to see. Her purpose was probably to prevent her from continuing to obstruct her. Thinking of this in her heart, Li Bingrui's killing intent could not help but lessen a little. However, when she thought about it, because Xiaoyan caused her to lose her teacher and her only family in this world, she still could not let go of her killing intent towards him. "Sorry, I can understand your feelings, but, you understand," just as the last word was about to escape her mouth, Li Bingrui suddenly recalled the hooligan behavior that Xiaoyan had done to her back then. This caused her face to reveal an embarrassed and furious expression. At the same time, the suppressed killing intent in her heart suddenly rose. With a wave of her jade-like hand, an ice longsword immediately condensed in the air. After which, her delicate body shook and she charged towards Xiaoyan without any hesitation. "Bastard, I'll make you pay." The distance between the two was not far, and with Li Bingrui's current skills, her movements were naturally faster. In the blink of an eye, the long sword in her hand had already reached Xiaoyan's jaw. In the next second, she could easily take Xiaoyan's life. However, compared to Li Bingrui, Xiaoyan's movements were several times faster. When the longsword pierced towards him, Xiaoyan quickly extended 3 fingers and caught the tip of the longsword. In an instant, he was able to control the longsword in his hand, causing it to be unable to advance any further. Humph. Seeing this scene again, Li Bingrui wasn't too surprised. Instead, the longsword in her hand violently jerked as Genesis Qi surged from her body. A wave of icy Qi immediately spread along the longsword and rapidly attacked Xiaoyan's hand. However, this frightening cold air, which had once caused Xiaoyan to feel great pressure, was actually vaporized by an invisible hot energy when it reached Xiaoyan's palm this time around. If Li Bingrui was not surprised at the previous scene, the appearance of this scene caused her expression to change drastically. How is this possible? I'm too lazy to listen. A 2-star origin king, huh? Not bad. Xiaoyan pursed his lips into a smile. Soon after, he exerted a little force with his fingertips. An invisible force immediately surged along the sword. With a crack, the entire blade broke, causing Li Bingrui to take half a step back. She then looked at Xiaoyan in disbelief. If not for the difference in cultivation, Xiaoyan would not have been able to completely ignore her icy Genesis chi. Your cultivation is far above mine. Xiaoyan smiled in a noncommittal manner. Soon after, he said, let's not talk about this first. Let's leave this place first. I've spent quite some time refining the heavenly flame, and I don't know how the situation is at the Burning Flame Valley. Let's go. After finishing, Xiaoyan turned around to leave. However, Li Bingrui remained unmoved. Although she was filled with complaints towards Xiaoyan in her heart, she also understood that it was impossible for her to kill the other party with her current cultivation. No matter how much she complained, it was useless. Seeing that Li Bingrui was unwilling to leave, Xiaoyan looked towards her again. His gaze swept up and down as he pondered for a moment. Your master told you to follow me. She told me to protect you. If you still listen to her, follow me. If you insist on staying here, I won't say anything else. Xiaoyan no longer paid any attention to her. He lifted his foot and headed towards the northern horizon. Behind him, Li Bingrui hesitated for a moment before following with a cold expression. As for what Xiaoyan had said, Yi Honglian had seen the message her master had left for her when she came out of seclusion. However, she was indeed unwilling to see the person who had caused her to lose her master. If not for Yi Honglian's final instructions, she would definitely not follow this shameless and despicable person in front of her. Now that Xiaoyan's cultivation had stepped into the Origin King realm, it was much faster to cross the fire maple forest again. In just a few hours, he had crossed countless mountains and forests and met Zhu Hao and his son again at the periphery of the fire maple forest. However, rather than saying that they had met, it was better to say that they had been waiting here for a long time. After both parties exchanged some pleasantries, Xiaoyan led Li Bingrui and continued to head north. Zhu Hao, on the other hand, watched the backs of the two people as they left. This was especially the case for Xiaoyan. This kid, no wonder my lord asked me to save him. In just 3 years, his cultivation has reached such a level. However, why is there something else in his aura? Zhu Hao was talking about the Red Lotus Hellfire. On the other hand, Zhu Kan by the side stared at Li Bingrui's departing back with a face full of fear. He had never forgotten this person who had cast a shadow on him when he was young. If it was not because of how frightening Li Bingrui was back then, it was likely that he would not have been able to escape from this fire maple forest. Sigh, you little brat, when can you be like those two? You're the one with the most perfect bloodline awakening out of all of my blood flame birds. If you embarrass me in the future, I'll pluck your feathers and use them as a fan. The moment these words were spoken, Zhu Kan immediately shrunk his head back with a face full of fear. Taking the opportunity when Zhu Hao was shaking his head, Zhu Kan gave a silly smile, turned around, and disappeared into the deep regions of the mountain forest. That speed was likely something that even the current Xiaoyan would be a little surprised if he saw it. The chapters of the Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction will continue to be updated on the website. There are no advertisements on the website. Please bookmark and recommend the website. If you like the Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction, please bookmark Reborn Flame Emperor of Fighting Destruction. After leaving the Fire Maple Forest, Xiaoyan and Shuiyu continued to head north. When they passed by the Poison Cave, Xiaoyan's swiftly flying figure paused for a moment. Thinking back to the battle back then, it was Xiao Mingyuan who had appeared in the end to save him and Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian had already gone to the central region. If he wanted to see Xiao Xian again, Xiaoyan needed to head to the central region first. However, before that, it was best to return to the Burning Flame Valley to take a look. The two of them swiftly passed through a large wasteland along the way. In the past, they would have needed 2 to 3 days to pass through the endless desert. This time around, Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian merely used a couple of hours. By the time the two of them reached the border of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate, the city that Xiaoyan and Xiaoxian had once passed through, it was already late. Night had quietly descended without anyone noticing. The two of them originally had no intention of stopping, but just as they flew above the city, the conversation of the people in the city drifted into Xiaoyan's ears. Sigh, I wonder what the outcome of the battle will be. Logically speaking, the Burning Flame Valley should be superior. After all, they have a Genesis sect expert like the ancestor of the Burning Sky sect. With him around, the Burning Flame Valley should be fine. That may be the case, but it's said that the sect master's puppet is extremely powerful. It's already comparable to a 9-star Origin Emperor, and he himself is an Origin Emperor. With the two of them working together, it's said that they can even put up a fight against a Genesis sect expert. Moreover, the sect master of the 10,000 Scorpion sect is a peak Origin Emperor. If the two of them work together with the indestructible puppet, even the ancestor of the Burning Sky sect might not be able to defeat them. Many people in the surroundings revealed expressions of regret when they reached there. After all, the Burning Flame Valley was once the strongest organization in the extreme south. However, now that the two great sects had joined hands, even with the Burning Flame Valley's foundation, it would be difficult for them to be a match. However, just as they finished speaking, a fair hand stealthily landed on the shoulder of one of them. At the same time, a slightly gloomy voice was transmitted into their ears. What did you say happened in the Burning Flame Valley? The sudden voice caused the expressions of the surrounding people to instantly change. Just as they were about to turn around and berate, an extremely frightening aura and pressure suddenly descended on their heads. The bodies of the few people were instantly intimidated by this pressure to the point that they were unable to move. The emotions in the bottom of their hearts had also turned into panic. They had never imagined that such a strong person would actually attack them. Could it be that it was because they had spoken a few words about the Burning Flame Valley? However, this place was clearly within the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. A moment later, under the pressure of Xiaoyan, someone finally revealed all the information that he knew. However, the expression on Xiaoyan's face did not change even a little after he heard it. Instead, it became even more gloomy. Although these fellows boasted in front of others, they only knew about the battle between the two sects and the Burning Flame Valley. They were completely unaware of the exact number of experts from both parties. This kind of information was worse than nothing to Xiaoyan. Sir, this is indeed all the information that we know. Please be magnanimous. If you wish to know more information, you should head to the city governor's mansion in the city. There is currently a Origin King expert from the 10,000 Scorpion Gate present there. He should, before the person in front of him could finish speaking, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had already locked onto the only Origin King level expert in the city at this moment. Subsequently, his body suddenly flashed and disappeared from this dark night street. At the same time, deep within a mansion in the city, an ugly large man was currently sitting naked on a bed. He was hugging a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure. Their two bodies were tightly entwined together. Their bodies continued to move against each other as lewd laughter and moans reverberated endlessly in the hall. However, at a certain moment, the sound suddenly stopped. The beautiful woman's throat had already been cut by an invisible force. As for the large man, his throat had already been grabbed by a large white hand. His entire body was lifted into the air. The crazed expression in his eyes from a moment ago had yet to disappear. In the blink of an eye, it was replaced by endless fear. In front of him, a handsome man wearing a black robe was standing alone. His expression was extremely dark and cold. Killing intent surged in his eyes as he stared at him. You. Who are you? The large man spat out with difficulty. The emotions in his heart were incomparably terrified. He didn't even sense the latter's aura and was actually controlled by the person in front of him. This was truly unbelievable. Now, answer whatever I ask. Xiaoyan ignored the latter's words as he spoke in a faint voice. Immediately, he opened his mouth to inquire. However, this fellow did not appear to be willing to easily cooperate. He was just about to resist when Xiaoyan randomly broke both of his arms. The large man's mouth involuntarily emitted a painful wail. Answer whatever I ask. If there's a next time, it won't be just like this. The hand holding the large man tightened slightly, and the latter's already flushed face couldn't help but tremble. He could only hurriedly respond. Afterwards, Xiaoyan asked about the specific situation between the three sections. It was also at this moment that Li Bingrui entered the room from outside the hall. However, when she saw the **** scene in the hall, her face immediately became as red as fire. Her eyes quickly glanced at Xiaoyan's body. After which, she curled her lips and quickly turned around to leave the hall. After a long while, when Xiaoyan came out, the two of them didn't exchange much words. They once again stepped into the air and quickly flew towards the northern horizon. After the interrogation earlier, only then did Xiaoyan know that he had already been in a retreat for over 3 years. During these 3 years, the situation in the extreme south had undergone a tremendous change. All of this was just as Ancestor Fantion had predicted back then. The most important point was that the two sects had already turned out in full force not long ago. Almost all of the experts had joined forces and headed towards the Burning Flame Valley. The purpose of this trip seemed to be to destroy the Burning Flame Valley. Their momentum was so great that it was rumored that there were dozens of experts above the king level. This was what Xiaoyan was most worried about. Other people might not know, but he clearly understood that other than this group of dozens of experts, there were definitely experts from the ghost hall behind them. Once those people attacked, it would be difficult to protect them even with the Burning Heaven ancestor present. Moreover, the little fairy doctor and Bai Hua were definitely still waiting for his return in the Burning Flame Valley. This time, no matter what, he needed to hurry back to the Burning Flame Valley before the big battle. With this thought, Xiaoyan's forward speed increased. Although Li Bingrui was complaining in her heart, she swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth when she saw Xiaoyan's dark expression. She could only circulate the Genesis Qi in her body and do her best to catch up to Xiaoyan. After exiting the territory of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, Xiaoyan swiftly headed in the direction of the Burning Flame Valley. Li Bingrui followed closely behind him. With Xiaoyan's current speed, passing through the territory of the Heavenly Puppet sect at full speed was many times faster than before. In the dark night, the two of them were just like shooting stars as they streaked across the horizon. In a couple of blinks of an eye, they had already disappeared into the horizon. Even some of the experts in the city below could only see two blurry light figures flashing past at the very most. It was difficult for them to capture the figures of the latter. At this moment, Xiaoyan's expression was gloomy. 3 years had changed many things. The originally tense situation in the extreme south had been completely pulled apart. The two sects had joined hands, and the Burning Flame Valley did not give any face to the other party. Now, it had even implicated the upper echelons of the sections. From the looks of it, they did not intend to continue being content with their lot. Although the Burning Flame Valley had the mental support of the Burning Sky ancestor in this battle, he was after all the only Origin sect expert. On the other hand, the other party's two sect leaders were people whose fighting strength could fight against an ordinary Origin sect expert. Moreover, there were quite a number of experts at the Origin King level and above in the other party's group. Even though the Burning Flame Valley's experts had tyrannical fighting strength, they were ultimately defeated in terms of numbers. If this dragged on, it was likely that it would be difficult for them to win. To Xiaoyan, the most important thing was Ghost Palace. If it were not for the secret support of these people who were neither human nor ghost, it would be impossible for the two large sects to be so rampant. At the end of the day, it was still because of those people. With the speed of the two of them, they had already entered the territory of the Burning Flame Valley by the morning of the second day. The dense smoke in the air had also become much fainter. Upon reaching this place, the emotions within Xiaoyan's heart had also become a little warmer. They had finally returned to the territory of the Burning Flame Valley. This also meant that they were not too far away from the Burning Flame Valley. Huff, Xiaoyan heaved a long sigh of relief. A fiery light flashed within his eyes. After which, his body shook and the speed at which he was charging suddenly increased. There were few signs of human habitation on a vast plain. As far as the eye could see, not a single beast could be seen. A gentle breeze blew across the land, giving it a cool and unrestrained feeling. Coupled with the clear blue sky, it could be considered a treasure land. Suddenly, a wave of rushing wind sounds could be heard from the horizon. Soon after, two rays of light flashed past one after another. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived direction. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the other side. In the sky, they could be considered as a treasure land. Of Li Bingrui involuntarily frowned when she saw Xiaoyan's body stop. A suspicious expression was revealed on her face. Soon after, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly turned and looked towards the north. At the edge of his sight, there were a few familiar auras. However, he could sense that those auras were gradually weakening. If this continued, the owners of those auras would likely die. A thought passed through his mind. The vast ocean-like spiritual strength between Xiaoyan's brows immediately swept out. It swiftly spread out. Within a short couple of breaths' time, the situation in the distance had been completely absorbed into his mind. That is, the Fang clan and the heavenly puppet sect. Xiaoyan softly muttered as he withdrew his spiritual strength. With his enormous spiritual strength, Xiaoyan could clearly sense that other than the Fang clan, there was also an expert from the heavenly puppet sect, a Yuan King-level expert. Adding the puppet with frightening fighting strength, it was only natural that the Fang clan would be defeated. Due to his impression of the Fang clan, Xiaoyan was originally unwilling to take action. However, the matter now concerned the Burning Flame Valley. Moreover, the Fang clan was also within the Burning Flame Valley. Due to various reasons, Xiaoyan finally moved after some hesitation. He swiftly flew towards the Fang clan. Today, the Fang clan could be said to be incomparably miserable. Back then, they had not clearly stated that they wanted to join the Burning Flame Valley, and had also turned a deaf ear to the threat of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. As a result, both parties were now treating them with disdain. Even begging for mercy was no longer of any use. Even if they wanted to compromise and join the heavenly puppet sect, they were actually beaten back by the other party. As matters stood, the Fang clan could be said to be isolated and without help. They had become enemies with all sides. Most importantly, none of these opponents were people that they could afford to offend. This was the reason why they could not afford to offend them. An elder from the heavenly puppet sect had single-handedly challenged his entire clan by himself and a puppet. The entire Fang clan had used all their strength, but they were actually unable to last more than 10 rounds against the other party. As for the clan leader, Fang Qi, who had the strongest cultivation in the clan, he was also beaten to the point that he was unable to retaliate. At this moment, he already appeared to be on the verge of death. Humph. Back then, I, the heavenly puppet sect, kindly invited your Fang clan to join us, but you refused. Now, you know to beg for mercy? In the Fang clan's mansion, an old man wearing the uniform of the heavenly puppet sect slowly descended from the sky. He looked at Fang Qi, who was currently lying on the ground, with a disdainful expression. His eyes were filled with ridicule. The remaining members of the Fang clan and the surroundings had either been killed or injured in the previous battle. Even the 3 elders of the clan were unable to block a single attack from this person. On the other side, a silver puppet was currently slaughtering the remaining members of the Fang clan in an unbridled manner. This old man walked step by step towards Fang Qi, and a foot descended towards Fang Qi's head, intending to kill him on the spot. However, in the next instant, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Fang Qi's son, Fang Jitsong, suddenly flashed forward, intending to stop the old man. Get lost from my father's side. A furious roar rang out from Fang Jitsong's mouth. A punch that contained all the strength in his body violently smashed towards the old man's head. Humph, a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Seeing this, the old man laughed instead of being angry. He casually waved his sleeve towards Fang Jitsong, who was attacking him. The soft sleeve immediately became as hard as steel, and violently smashed onto Fang Jitsong's body. With just this attack, not only did it send him flying, it also instantly caused Fang Jitsong to be seriously injured. Seeing that his son was seriously injured, Fang Qi immediately struggled to get up. However, his chest was immediately stepped on by the old man. Before he could spit out the words from his mouth, another large mouthful of blood surged out. His body, which was already seriously injured, was now exhaling more than it was taking in. Kakik, today is the day that your Fang clan will be annihilated. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself. Who asked you to act smart and actually have the delusion of drifting between the three great sects? From today onwards, in the extreme south, no one will be able to go against the will of my heavenly puppet sect. As the sinister laughter rang out, the old man once again raised his foot, intending to stomp down on Feng Qi's head for the final time. However, it was also at this moment that the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly rang out. In the next second, this Origin King expert of the heavenly puppet sect had already been stepped on by a domineering force. Before he could even react, he was killed by Xiaoyan. End of chapter 1254. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.